Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Volume 3, Ectora. Grand Tide, Prince Consort of the Black Pike, as the Taikari call him, kneels before the Princess of the Black Pike. His knee-pad plants on the arena floor, within the painted circle where he saw his warrior wife fight like a Valkyrie. Now it's his turn to stand across from her. He knew he'd have to learn this, eventually. He can't stay innocent forever. The imperial coterie in which he's found himself will eat him alive otherwise. These are the things he tells himself, but a part of him wishes this lesson wasn't necessary. Void Princess Sakura, his kidnapper and commanding officer and the love of his life, surveys him critically, her chin high and imperious. Her tail switches back and forth from the back of her baggy joggers. Today she wears little bronze bangles along its length. They glint in the clinical light of the arena. Other leg, dove, she says. Shit. He swaps knees. I'm used to leading from the right. It's my right. Remember? So that's floor position. She oversees his shuffling correction. Good. She taps her tail against the floor. It makes a musical chime. Low position. He stands and puts his left hand on his hip. This one's the little teapot, right? She chuckles. If you say so, Makey. High position. He braces his legs, extends his knees, and steadies himself in a half-crouch. He tries to make it look as graceful as he remembers it being on the gallery floor. Why do they call this one high position if I'm getting lower? I'm the one going high, Dove. You're the base. She couches her forearm in the crook of her elbow and pulls it across her body in a trapezius stretch. Grant admires the soft crescent of cleavage the movement forms on her chest. He needs to focus. His wife is teaching him how to dance. You're going to do wonderfully, she says. The genuine effort is mostly on my part. The lady demonstrates her painstaking training. The gentleman demonstrates obedience. That's me, he says. Obedient to a fault. She smirks and bends down to touch her toes. Her tail wags from the snap-fastened opening in her joggers. It's Bangles' chime. We're going to start with a simple routine. She stands up and bounces on the balls of her feet. Just make the changes when I call them out, and then do the stand bridge when I say so. Show me the stand bridge. He obediently extends his arms. Lovely. Okay. Her tail thumps the ground. Floor position to start. She raises a red switched box and clicks a button on it. An arpeggio-heavy string orchestra begins, its tune a beguiling interplay between organic and synthetic. First step, lady approaches. Sakura takes 3 winding steps toward him, her hips swaying gracefully with her approach. I extend my hand, and if you want to accept the dance, you just... He takes her palm. Ooh. The bachelor accepts. Sakura licks her lips. Maybe I have a chance to get my bed warm tonight. Maybe. He winks. Play your cards right. She winks back. Floor position. He drops to one knee, the correct knee this time. She walks a slow circle around him. Her tail lingers on his waist. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, and low position. Grant stands up. His little wife's tail goes rigid and her feet leave the floor with him. She twirls into his arms and dips perilously backward until she's on the verge of going upside down. She laughs. You are so damn tall, Dove. Her foot hooks into the crook of his arm and she slips through, executing a graceful half-spin. Her butt rubs against his side as she twists herself right side up again. He watches her sinuous passage across his body with no small awe. Her tail thwacks the floor twice. Ding, ding. 5, 2, 3, 6. 2, 3, floor 2, 3. He drops back down to one knee. She flickers around him to the front again and executes a neat standing turn atop his bent thigh. Her dark, waist-length hair flips like a silk scarf across his face. You'd be doing a tail thing with me at this point. Don't worry about it. We're going low position into bridge soon, right? 1, 2, 3, up. He stands, and she spins into his body, her thighs snapping around his waist, her arms on his shoulders. She splays herself across his outstretched arms like a lounge singer across a grand piano. Her eyes sparkle. And now turn with me. Turn, turn, turn. Good. High position. She slithers up and across his shoulder. Her body slips off his. He gasps a shit and grabs her. "Oh, Dove," she laughs. "It's okay. I'm bracing on the floor with my tail. You just have to, In grabbing her, his palm has landed right between her legs. His fingers press against her crotch. Her lithe legs close around his forearm. She says. "Floor position." "Babe," Grant says. "We need a dance instructor." Sakura pouts. "Am I not explaining it right?" "You are," he says. "But when we're alone, we end up fucking instead of dancing." She whines as he eases out and off of her. "But that's my favorite part." He sits up, the arena floor chilly on his butt, and ties the condom off. Sakura was put out when he started carrying these around, but considering the varied locations in which they give into temptation, it's become necessary. His wife commands a mile-long void ship with 700 subjects aboard. He's not about to leave his DNA all over it. Sakura assures him that most of the Black Pike's janitorial staff are automatons, and he's seen the humming little cleaner bots making their rounds. But he put his foot down, especially once he found out how enjoyably unobtrusive Taikari rubbers are. "It's my favorite part, too," he says. "But it's not educational. I think we already get enough practice at this. Someone's gotta keep us on task." She giggles. "Perhaps you have a point. I'd love to dance with you one-on-one more." He kisses her clavicle. "But I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing first." Sakura wiggles her plump blue, but back into her joggers. "I'll ask the majordomo. She's fabulous at this stuff. And she'll tolerate a modicum of handsiness." "Floor position," Bora says. She pushes her glasses up her nose. "Prince consort. Your foot needs to be planted. Her Majesty needs a stable platform." "Oh, it was stable enough," Sakura says. Bora shakes her head. "Your heel slipped." Sakura tucks a loose billow of her tank top back in. You imagined that." Grant scoots his foot back. Majordomo Vorakaya is a much more stringent teacher than Sakura. He wants to complain, but he's improving much quicker under her unsparing tutelage. "All right." Vora claps. "We'll run it from the top. Oren and I will do it with you." She looks over her shoulder and her eyes light up with the compulsion flash. "Let's dance, Sori." Vora's husband, a stout, barrel-chested Taikari man with little corkscrew horns and a genial smile, steps to her side. He's one of the shipboard psychologists. "A proud nepotism case," he told Grant. "Perks of a powerful spouse." Before his initiation into the world of the Taikari, Grant would have looked at Vora's mind-controlling flash to her husband with horror. Without anti-compel glass over their eyes, Taikari males are powerless to resist any command that accompanies the natural compulsion the female of their species are capable of. All men are powerless. All men but human men, apparently. And okay, it's still messed up. Of course it is. But the usually compulsion-proof Grant has experienced it since. He's felt how it is to be compelled by someone who's in love with you. He doesn't intend to feel it again. But he sees the smile on Oren's lips as he takes Vora's hand, the little rub of his thumb on her knuckle. "God, I'm sweating." Oren fans his stomach with his shirt as he takes floor position. "You're exposing how behind I am on conditioning." Vora glances at Sakura. "Pretend you didn't hear that, Majesty." She removes her glasses and places them in Oren's shirt pocket. Her hand goes to his arm. Sakura mirrors her majordomo's movements. Her palm is warm and humid on Grant's bicep. Vora clicks the music on. Her tail taps to the darkwave groove. First sequence. 4, 5, 6. Grant can't say whether Oren's position as a shrink is nepotism or not, but when it comes to cutting a rug, the guy's qualifications are absolutely unimpeachable. He and the majordomo move like poetry, like flowing water. Oren is more than a pillar. He's the wind bearing his wife like a balletic bird, catching and releasing Vora as she spins and slithers around him. They're in flawless sync with one another. For as close and compatible as Grant feels with Sakura, he looks at Oren and Vora's sure-footed interdependence and feels a pang of jealousy at how effortlessly they fit together. Oren's tail loops and stabilizes around Vora on the riskier moves. Grant and his wife are doing their best, but these dances were made for two Taikari. And he'll never be Taikari. Then Sakura's calf wraps around his arm, and her chest smushes into his face. And he isn't sure how he could ever be jealous of any other man in history. An unimaginable distance from the princess and her husband, on the unlit rim of a remote system that gilds the farthest frontier of the Black Pike sector. A Taikari researcher warms her hands on a steaming teacup and sighs as she adjusts the signal on her wireless, sharpening the unintelligible language broadcast through it. The linguists will transcribe and translate whatever it is these people are saying. She's just here to focus the signal and monitor the instruments. And freeze her tail off. Her coworkers have been whispering, "Is it coming?" The moment they're all here awaiting. The voices, the intercepted broadcasts, the infrequent spy drones they risk sending. Everything is pointing to another attempt. A promising one. She has her doubts. There have been too many false alarms, too many breathless demonstrations that have come to nil. Decacycles shacked up in this listening post, and the one diode that would change everything has stayed unlit. She turns to it now, out of idle curiosity. The emerald glow burns into her crimson eyes. Her steaming teacup tips from her hand and shatters on the floor. The Ectorans have discovered the sweep. The time has come for conquest. As they decamp to Vora's cabin through the void ship's brass and scarlet hallways, he nods and waves to the crewmates he recognizes. It's an ever-increasing list. That's technician or whose fascination with Machion ecology would surely trap Grant in another 5-minute conversation about elephants if Sakura weren't a forbidding presence at his side. There's Mina, an adorable strawberry shortcake of a woman who works in the hangar bay. Her marine boyfriend, Ajax, was one of Grant's earliest associates aboard. She delivers a bow and a salute to the princess, and a bubbly, "Hi, sire," to Grant. Sakura has gotten better at controlling the little downward twist of her mouth whenever a woman is too familiar with her husband. But Grant always looks for it. Her greediness for him puts a dash of cinnamon warmth in his chest. "They really ought to be bowing to you, Grant-eyed," she whispers. "I'm just a consort," he replies. "And the bows weird me out." Every day, Grant feels more and more at home among the beautiful aliens who have claimed him as their fellow citizen. He supposes, in part, that's a consequence of where he ended up. Would he feel welcome as the only Machionite in a Taikari city, surrounded by gawking red-eyed gremlins? He doesn't know. He doesn't even know what a Taikari city looks like. But here, aboard the Black Pike, by the side of its unquestioned ruler, he's granted absolute deference and respect. It's been difficult, sometimes, coaxing the crew of the Pike to treat him more like a comrade than a nobleman. But over the last few cycles, his charm offensive has flaked some of the natural Taikari obedience away and uncovered a few friendships. Sakura views his efforts with a certain discomfort. It's not how nobles are trained to act, she tells him, and she cringes a little whenever he smilingly insists upon a handshake instead of a bow. But she's never tried to prevent it. When their marriage began, she stubbornly insisted he was her property. She's just as stubborn now about his freedom. Vora's cabin is a cozy chestnut-colored hideaway with the smell of leather clinging pleasantly to its chilly aircon. The four of them take their pick of a hodgepodge of overstuffed chairs and talk idly about the Pike and the past, the world Grant left behind, and the new one he's joined. Vora uncorks a floral bouquet of sloshing, colorful drinks. Grant selects Amrita, a rich, dark blue spirit that is one of his favorite alien discoveries. In a fortunate coincidence, it's also one of the few drinks with enough booze in it to affect him. His hosting species are literal lightweights. Oren tries his best to hide his consternation as Grant takes a sip of Amrita like it's wine. "So how did you two meet?" he asks. "Oh, we were an arranged marriage," Vora says. "I met Ori when I was about a hectocycle old." Oren takes a strip of radish from the spread laid out on the hexagonal table. "We grew up together, more or less. His mother's a shipbuilder on Accra," Vora says. Having a daughter-in-law in the Imperial Void Navy was her way to a few lucrative contracts. She was an absolute twerp in secondary school. Oren nibbles his crudite. "Always pulling my tail." Vora's tail tuft swipes his. "Well, you were a rockhead." "I tried to convince my mother to call it off," Oren says. "Threatened to run off and join the Navy. Not that they'd take a preteen." "It's not so uncommon that the gents in the Void Navy are running from engagements," Vora says. "Hence the nickname." Grant shifts in his seat. "It's synthetic leather squeaks." "I haven't heard the nickname." Oren raises his hands in a pair of air brackets, the Taikari equivalent of scare quotes. "The Bachelor's Brigade, they call it. Anyway, she talked me down." "What did she say?" "She said tail tugging is just what you do before you're brave enough to hold hands." He scoots closer to his wife. "And she was right." Vora giggles. She was sour when I stole him into the Navy anyway. She presumed I'd be a mostly absentee wife, I think. Arranged marriage is very out of fashion on Makion, Grant says. Well, monarchy is too, yes? They go tail and tail. Oren sits back into the overstuffed love seat he and Vora occupy. I'm not about to defend the practice. The majordomo and I got lucky. We're certainly not about to entertain all the offers for Alacair's hand. That's our son, Vora adds. He's on Contai right now at the academy, with a geoengineering concentration. And calligraphy. Grant gives a surreptitious glance at the pipped collar of Oren's uniform. There's the brie mate scar peeking over the lapel. Oren chuckles. I'm sure that he'd reverse the order of that. Geo's the backup concentration right now, if you ask him. Grant sips his Amrita. What if I ask you? Oren clears his throat. He'll be amazing at either. I'm sure. But there's composing proclamations and there's composing continents. Discreetly stated, dear. Vora smirks. We're hoping if he goes Geo, he might find his way back to the pike someday. On the survey team, maybe. I'd take a good calligrapher, Sakura says. My letters could use some spicing up. Please do not encourage him, Majesty, Vora says. Grant selects a three-bulbed fruit, about the size of a cherry. He's never had one of these. Was he an only child? He was, Oren says. That's not regular, but we decided it was how we'd start. Maybe sometime we'll have a litter. I guess I shouldn't be surprised you have the technology to decide these things, Grant says. He bites into the cherry thing. Oh, Vora reaches out. Those are zycum. You peel those, Prince Consort. Grant chews. But the skin's tasty. Oren laughs. Why not? I'm sure it's got plenty of fiber. Sakura plucks another zycum and gives it an experimental bite. I think Grantide might be onto something. There's a fibrous crunch as she chews. The number of children you can decide, she says around her mouthful. The gender you can't. That's illegal. She spits out a crescent of rind. Or we'd be awash in daughters. That's why my mother went for quantity, Oren says. I was part of a large litter. 5 of us, and we all had a strategy attached in the womb. I was quite literally born to be Vora's husband. Grant can't hide his grimace. Geez. That's awful. Vora supplies. Yes. Grant is privately relieved to hear her say it. Vora nods. We're in a time of transition. The practices which we turned a blind eye to, it's not fast, the change. But it's there. And we're trying to take part. One kid, and they can be whatever they want to be. That's kind of you, Grant says. Check back in with us after he graduates the academy and tells us he's writing greeting cards, Oren says. We'll see how kind we manage to be. Vora TSKS. Ori. It's interesting, the way so many of these experiences are familiar to me. Grant munches another unpeeled zycum. Concentrations at academy seem sort of like majors at college. There's the same kind of parent-child clash. I don't know if I'd call it a clash, Vora says. What was your concentration, Prince Consort? Oren refills his drink. I dropped out, Grant says. Oren pauses his pour. Oh. I had to take care of my father. He had a heart thing and we couldn't afford to put him anywhere. Makionites have to pay for medical care? Grant shrugs. We don't have longevity suites or panacea. Our medicine takes a lot of effort. I don't think I did a very good job with it. Well, we're lucky enough to have it gratis. May I refresh you? Oren reaches for Grant's glass. Please. Grant hands it over. I'd love to sit with you for a few sessions, Prince Consort, if I could. Xenopsychology isn't exactly my field of study, no real need for it on a ZKZ where you're the only alien, but if you'd be willing, I think it might be very illuminating for both of us. Oren returns to the cozy nook and holds out a gleaming, algae-colored glass of Amrita. You've had quite the journey through some of the best and worst that our civilization can furnish. It's been an education for sure. Grant retrieves his drink. I'd be happy. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Oren. Sakura pats Grant's leg apologetically. A bit too close. Grant shares a glance with his wife. Of course, he realizes. He'd be lying the entire time to the poor guy about the compulsion. Well, Oren says. I'm always here if it gets to you. Even a fellow like me who was born and bred for it can get a little chafed. I can't imagine how it might be for a guy coming from a patriarchal civilization. No shame in it. A rising tritone chimes through the cabin. That's the bridge. Vora stands up. We can silence that. That's all right, Majordomo. Sakura lays her legs across Grant's lap. The priority tone has me curious. Vora clears her throat. Answer audio only, she says. An amplified click as the call connects. Mistress. We've got something big. That's one of the bridge ensigns. Shala, Grant thinks her name is. Survey team reports one of our monitor probes may have picked up a post-light civilization. Oh my, Vora murmurs, and then louder. What's our level of confidence? 80%, ma'am. Multiple sweeps detected. Shala's voice is colored with a grin. Maybe if you can pry Her Majesty off her hunky alien, we can do a briefing, huh? Sakura folds her hands in her lap. I am present and accounted for, Ensign. The voice immediately snaps to contrite formality. Majesty. I spoke out of turn. The hardest thing to get used to, living with the Taikari, you never say sorry. You did. But it appears you're about to have a prime opportunity at recompense. Sakura gives Grant a nudge. This might be your first uplift, Grant-tide. A rare event. How many sweeps, Ensign? Vora asks. At least a score detected, ma'am. Well within the margin of consideration for approach. They call themselves the Ectorans. Ectoran. Sakura rolls the name over. Percussive. I do believe we'll let them keep that. As you say, Majesty. A rustle and a modulation in the direction of the audio tells Grant that the ensign on the other side just bowed reflexively. The system's listening post has sent over an initial briefing for the command group's edification. That successfully pried me. Sakura stands up. We're on our way to the command deck. Prepare that briefing and lift us into private council. At once, Majesty. Right. Dismissed. Sakura finishes her wine as the call disconnects. She gives a shallow bow to Orin. Thank you for opening your home to us, Specialist. Orin bows back, deep and at the waist. The honor was mine, Majesty. Fall in, Major Domo and husband. Sakura's tail presses the door-open seal with a flourish. It's time to meet the new neighbors. All right, gals. Wenzai's voice emerges from the command deck's surround sound. She's doing that weird metal hand connection thing she does, her prosthetic shoved into her console to the wrist to better control the Pike's subsystems. Her fleshy body's mouth doesn't move. Meet the Ectorans. The holoprojector on the command deck's table flares to light. In the flickering holofield, a humanoid shape forms from the base up. A woman, Grant realizes, sleek and muscular. Or shaped like a woman, at least, in a way that brings a bit of heat to his face. The Ectoran has a thick blubbery tail and a blunt snout like a shark's. A frilly crest rises from her head like a punk's mohawk. Even discounting it, she's pushing 6.5 feet. Is that life-size? Vora asks, eyes widening. Yep, Wayan says. A male and female Taikari shape in wireframe appear in neutral stances. About 3 feet and 5 feet tall, respectively. The heights that Grant has gotten used to, more or less, although outside the Pike he still needs to watch his head on door frames. Oop. Wayan's mechanical hand buzzes. Let me put up the Grant-tide size comparison, too. A wireframe human appears at the end of the lineup. His head barely clears the Ectoran's shoulder. Grant's brow furrows. You gals programmed a size comparison for me? Sure. Wayan tugs her hand from her console and reanimates. Had it for a bit, actually. She jerks her metal thumb down to the floor, where a glass-bottom hexagon gives them a view of the bridge. The ladies are all curious how far up they measure. More than a few gents, too. Chief Engineer. Sakura's face twists. Let's not let the crew stand next to the Grant-tide size comparison anymore. Wayan chuckles. Why not? Because the Void Princess said so. Sakura crosses her arms. Grant examines the silhouettes. Hellfire, he says. It's a very satisfying word to say in Taikari, lots of plosives. I was getting used to being the tallest guy in the room. Yes. Hyax cranes her neck. They are quite large. That's for sure. The Brigadier looks intrigued as she stares at the Ectoran female facsimile. Take me to the system map, Wayan. Aye. Wayan plugs back into the display. The size comparison menagerie fades out and is replaced by a solar system. 7 planets orbiting an orange dwarf. The 4th planet outflashes gold. Here's the POS system. And that there's Ectora. The homeworld of a theocratic republic, Hyax says. Divided into 200 sections called temples, each of which elects a quarter-score ecclesiasts and 1 counselor, or so our translators have called them. That council of 200, as far as we can tell, governs unchallenged, and has for roughly 5 kilocycles now. It's under their guiding hand that the Ectorans achieved homeworld unification and struck out across their solar system. Lines arc from Ectora and populate its neighboring worlds. A prelate religious schism of some kind slowed them down, Hyax continues. Our monitor equipment wasn't good enough yet to tell us exactly how that went. But after a decacycle of conflict, they've been enjoying a lengthy period of stability and working toward the sweep, which they've finally managed. First in secret and now in limited public displays. That's Herrick and Tychon. Settled pre-sweep. Vora points to the golden planets that neighbor Ectora itself. Each has a population in the low millions. They're terraforming, but their methods are rather rudimentary and their baking biospheres will take a kilocycle to finish at least. The rest of the worlds in the solar system have limited colonies. Mostly resource extraction and science outposts. Sakura paces through the holographic worlds. Their amber grids shine across her face and her svelte shoulders. She's still in her workout clothes, her slouchy joggers and tank top. But there's something in her stride, her bearing, that makes her royalty unmistakable. What do you think, Majesty? Vora says. It's between us and Glory Banner, so if we don't take it, Princess Narika will. And its tranche comes with a good number of additional systems. It'd be a tantalizing parcel for further exploration. What I think, Sakura says, is that we'll let Glory Banner have it. Vora blinks. We will. Sakura folds her hands behind her back. Narika can handle this one. Right of first contact and ownership of the surrounding territory goes to Glory Banner. I'm content to make this her problem. Wei-En frowns as she and Hyax exchange a glance. You sure about that, Majesty? Do you want some time to think about it? No, Sakura says. No, I'm decided. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your quick action. But you may return to your posts. Vora, Hyax, I'll see you at 1900 for our tributary review. She turns on her heel. Her tail hooks gently around Grant's wrist. He follows her uncertainly off the command deck. Evening comes, borne on the back of the many meetings and debriefs and working groups that take up most of Sakura's day. Grant's taken to attending most of these. He wants to learn what he can about the Black Pike, and he enjoys touching his wife, and he's given plenty of opportunities to do both. He goes with her to the munitions deck for a demonstration of their gunnery team's proposed deterrence loadout and watches her confer with her engineers on the formations that might minimize ambient overheat. He stands by her side in the conference room to hear a blistering disagreement between the executives of the sector's 2 foremost cereal brands. He follows her to a pastel-colored kindergarten in the Hab level, where she patiently answers questions from a gobsmacked class of multicolored preschoolers about what their parents do aboard her warship. He rubs her back in 0G as the lift takes them back to the crown of the vessel. Big day, he says. She sighs under his kneading touch. They're all big. At least I took the biggest problem off my plate. They return to their silk-hung cabin and get as cozy as possible. For Grant, that means a set of silk drawstring PJs. For Sakura, that means one of the t-shirts that Grant had in his go-bag the night she abducted him. A Jeff Rosenstock tour shirt with a list of cities on it that Grant will never see again. It fits his tiny wife like a calf-length dress. She has never, to Grant's recollection, laundered it. Grant pulls his guitar out from its alcove in the trophy room and Sakura plops on the floor in the middle of a sea of fabric patterns. These she carefully lays across bolts of cloth, cutting and stitching with the help of a bulky handheld tool that reminds Grant of a Nintendo Super Scope. He watches her work while he plays. It's the first Taikari song he's ever tried to learn, an intricately laid-out tune by a band called Tremorlock. The music's an interesting combination of footstomper and operatic. Dark and propulsive. Not exactly major, not exactly minor. Dorian, maybe? He doesn't know his modes well enough to recognize them without the internet. He likes it. Judging by his wife's tail tapping rhythmically on the floor as she crawls around working on her project, she does too. He simplifies the verse into blocky chords so he can talk and play at the same time. What are you making? I am making my husband a tunic, she says. What's the occasion? The occasion is I like my husband's face when I give him things. She traces a stitch across 2 panels. And I like his tummy in tight clothes. He grins. She looks over her shoulder and grins back. Her spine arches. Her tail lifts, the hem of her stolen shirt tense on it, and rises to show off the lower curve of her butt. Hi, Grant, she says. Hi, Batty, he says, and puts his guitar aside. They take an energetic break from their hobbies, which takes them from the floor to the nearby table to lying in one another's arms in the bed. Grant fumbles around with the cabin's remote control until he figures out how to put on the actual song he's been chopping away at. Sakura takes up her preferred position as the little spoon. I like your version better, you know. It's so intricate. He drapes his arm across her curled-up body. I'm having trouble with the chorus. There are 4 musicians playing that chorus, Dove, Sakura says. You and that guitar are doing their work by yourself. Well, that's not anything special in me. Just the difference between monophonic and polyphonic instruments. I am taking it on faith, she says, that the translator is working fine. And I just don't know what those words mean. She purrs contentedly as his palm rests on her heart. He feels its triple part beat. His wife has relaxed, he decides. He can bring this up. Do you want to talk about it, baby? Her ear flickers. Talk about what? How you fucked my patterns up. She glances out at the floor, where the carefully laid fabrics have been tossed and crumpled. I can reprint the torn bit, Dove. Don't fret. I was only acting mad so you'd shut me up. He laughs softly, but they both know she's being evasive. Not that. She sighs. The etched thing. If it's just a casual decision, or if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. But I'm here if you do. I appreciate your concern, Grantide. But I really am all right. Sakura turns over so they're face to face. Plenty of things calling for my attention besides these new aliens. Much to be done. Sure. But you hate Narika. I do. So why are you willing to give this thing up to her? Sakura chews her lip. It's a republic, Grant. You lived in a republic, yes. I did. I mean, Grant hesitates. Depending on who you asked. It had its issues. But we voted. So does etched, Sakura says. And I'd be taking it apart in front of you, Dove. Putting it back together as a vassal for my empress. Without offering an alternative. The hairs on Grant's neck tingle. Not just a first contact then. A conquest. Yes. We'd arrive and welcome them to the wider firmament and introduce them to their brand new princess and their brand new empress. And when they have a problem with that, her shrug does lovely things to her chest. We'd remove the problem. Her tail tuft draws figure 8s on his thigh. And the worst part, she says, is that I'll think it's the right thing to do. I think becoming subjects of the empress is what's best for their civilization. I think her dominance and our obedience are virtues. And you don't. I will not make you take part in it. Not yet, anyway. He absent-mindedly strokes her head and looks at his reflection in her wide scarlet eyes. I am a conqueror, she says. And a villainess, I suppose, by the Machianite definition. I love you, but that's who I am. We need more time to find the places we can meet between us to stay happy. And you're owed a longer period to get used to the chilly waters of imperial control, step by step. This would be a cannonball. I'd hate to think of you passing this up because of me, baby. He tucks her unruly hair behind her pointy ear. You looked excited at Vora's. It's not just because of you, Dove. I swear. First contacts often end up more trouble than they're worth. The Kovacans were the last major uplift, and it only took them days to welcome us with open arms. Shaky, fearful open arms. But open nonetheless. And even in that case, there was so much friction it nearly sank the Void Princess who did it. She tips him gently onto his back and lays her chin on his chest. These people? The Ectorans? I'm presuming they would be doubly zealous for their representative government and for their deities. It bears all the hallmarks of a long, painful integration. She shakes her head. The pivoting point of her chin needs his peck. I'm all right leaving this to Narika. Really, I am. Your first contact can be some kind of autocracy. Plenty of those to go around. We can have a blast knocking over some solar dictator's sandcastle. All right. If you're sure. I'm quite sure. And besides. Her tone sweetens. It's about time we took a little vacation. Oh, what did you call it? She bounces her brows. Honeymoon, right? Correct. She sighs happily as he scratches her scalp. Machianites have such a fixation on honey. I should ask Kaimai to start slathering it on everything. Well, if we're talking about slathering. Grant puts his hands under Sakura's armpits and pulls her the rest of the way onto him. There's a few things I'd enjoy licking honey off. Grant. She giggles and squirms as his palms cup her butt. We get so sticky. We always get sticky. Her tail wags little question mark shapes in the air. Maybe I can. The same insistent tritone that rang in Vora's cabin now sounds again, muting the music Grant was playing. Arg. One moment. Sakura rolls off of her husband. Audio only. Answer. Majesty. Vora's voice, treble with anxiety, fills the cabin. We were about to send word to Glory Banner that you recuse yourself from the Ectora situation, but, a problem has come up. What kind of problem? Sakura's tail straightens out across the bedspread. Is the prince consort in residence? His wife glances back at him. Of course he is. Would you be all right taking this call, privately? No, Sakura says. Proceed. Vora's sigh crackles the connection. Okay. We've been reviewing the boundaries of the Ectora Trench. And, Makion is within it. Sakura's ears flatten. What? Outer edge of the parcel. That's Hyak's gruff voice. Vora checked and rechecked. Whoever gets Ectora gets Makion. If you leave this first contact to the Glory Banner, then the prince consort's entire species will be the subjects of Void Princess Narika. I am going to conference with my husband now, Sakura says, with gunmetal calm. Give me a moment. Yes, Majesty. Vora's full of foreboding. We'll await your command. Grant dove. Sakura's grip is claw-tight on his arm. Would you kindly press that mute for me? You have the wingspan to reach it. Grant leans over to the console by their window into the firmament and pushes the red mute button. Sakura flips onto her stomach and screams into a pillow. She rolls onto her back and throws the cushion against the far wall of the cabin. God fucking damn it to fucking hellfire, she snarls. May my sister's tail rise up and throttle her. Grant rests a hesitant hand on Sakura's foot. So this is bad. Sakura sits up. Her eyes are wide and burning. She knows, Grant-tide. About the immunity. She knows Makion's secret. I bet you she planned this. I'll bet as soon as she learned she started plotting to take Makion. I bet this is all her. That seems unlikely to Grant, considering the circumstances, and considering the way Narika spoke to him last time they met, when he saved her life. But he knows better than to disrupt his wife while she's on a tear. Fuck my life. Sakura flops into the bed. We can't let her have your homeworld. We absolutely can't. God. I should have blown her head off on Tolek too. I know you don't actually think that, he says. Sakura sighs. No, I don't. She makes grabby hands at him. Come squish me. Grant obeys, laying between her legs and resting his head on her chest. He listens to her heartbeat. One day, she says, making little whirls in his hair, Makion's secret is getting out. We'll work as hard as we can, you and I, to delay it. But it's on the map now, and the more attention you receive, the more attention it will receive. You and I will slip up, or some faction will petition for early uplift, or an unscrupulous noblewoman will sneak through the Empire's defenses and swipe a Makionite for herself. And on that day, the Empire will descend upon it far, far earlier than it ought to. No time to forge your own interplanetary society, not even a token chance at any sort of negotiation. The Ectorans, at least, have the technology to be a costly nut to crack if it comes down to it. Makion hasn't had the time it needs to grow. The moment we wanted it, we'd have it. Grant links his arms beneath the curve of Sakura's back and tries to keep from shivering. I refuse to let any other Void Princess guide your world's uplift. Certainly, I won't entrust it to Narika. No. Sakura shakes her head. I'm the one who introduced the first Makionite to the firmament. I have an obligation to your species. Your world must be mine, Grant-tide. She puts a hand on his. It must be ours. All I have is yours, and that will include Makion. We'll decide together, when it's time, how your cradle world joins the Taikari Empire. Ideally, Grant thinks, it doesn't. But he's aboard an invincible mile-long warship that can depopulate entire planets. You have to be realistic about the fights you pick. So the ZKZ Black Pike is paying a visit to Ectora, he says. I didn't want to do this, she whispers. She closes her eyes for a stabilizing breath. He hears her heart picking up speed. I'm afraid. He lifts his head from his squishy little pillow and scoots to her side. He takes her into the hollow of his arms. I think it's here. She draws his arm across her body. Our marriage's big test. I think you're going to see me at my worst. He rests his palm on the delicate curve of her stomach. She's trembling. Promise me, she whispers. Promise you won't hate me. I won't, he says. I could never. And he knows it's true. But he's afraid, too. The black pike comes alive in resolute preparation for the task ahead. The sweep will take them across the sector, from the relative hubbub of the metropole to the outer edge of the firmament, the frontier of the frontier. The last time Grant was this far out, he was a prisoner aboard the Pike. He'll be returning as its first gentleman. Amid the humming glow of the Pike's engine deck, engineers meet with navigatrixes to discuss burn trajectories and exoloads. Across urban warfare obstacle courses, Sakura's Marines sink headshots into holographic targets of Ectoran commandos, their figures and formations downloaded from distant spy drones. Within the rectories, hooded monks lead hymns of safety and prudence before chiseled geometric abstractions of the gods of the firmament and the gods of the pike and the heavenly court of empresses past. In the hangar bay, a steady firefly stream of shuttles arrive and depart as crew return from shore leave or depart in order to spend a final day in the Tolek system before they leave Imperial civilization behind. Their destination has no tributary lanes leading to it, no civilian safe routes. The ZKZ Black Pike's membrane is indestructible. If, on its sweep out, it should run into any unmapped anomalies or debris, it will run straight through them. No smaller vessels are cleared to make the journey. Until the Ectoran annexation fleet arrives, they will be alone in the system. Grant and Sakura join the outward throng, accompanied by the scarred and somber Brigadier Hayeks. She insists on sitting shotgun as Sakura flies. "I don't want you two playing such forceful footsie you crash us into an exo-ring." Sakura rolls her eyes. The shuttle breaks from the ruddy clouds of the gas giant through a thrumming repulsor craft field. It coasts to a halt by a sturdy pier, fashioned to appear rustic and wood-built, and settles on an invisible pad of anti-gravity. Hayek struts from the shuttle and snaps a salute to the Marines who await them. Up a set of limestone steps, a cozy bungalow sits atop a grassy cliff. The home and temporary jail of Winzai, Countess of Korik, and her husband Takani. "Take your time gathering your men, Brigadier." Sakura nudges Hayaks as they ascend. "I have some recompense to make with this woman. We've been keeping the poor thing cooped up under house arrest." "Cooped up?" Hayaks snorts. "The sergeant tells me she and that Kovakin of hers have been screwing half the island." "That's cooped up, when you're used to screwing half the firmament." Takani, Count of Korik, a gentle alien who looks like a squid crossed with a poet, waves at the approaching party from the garden, where he's working with a trowel in his hand and a daughter clinging to his back like a spider monkey. He stands and wipes dirt from the knees of his canvas overalls. "Afternoon, Majesty." He bows, keeping one lime green arm around his kid to keep her secured. "Prince Consort. So good to see you both again." He leads them through the bungalow to the kitchen, nodding to the black-clad soldiers stationed throughout. This house felt a lot bigger, Grant remembers, before a detachment of Marines crammed themselves into it. Countess Winzai hosts them in the obsidian-walled kitchen. Her generous curves are sheathed, as always, in black. It'll be odd, not having the soldier boys around. She sips a steaming mug of coffee. "I'll almost miss it. Always someone in the room to talk to, even if they didn't talk back much." "You accommodated this troublesome staycation with such grace," Sakura says. "I'm very grateful." Being a tea drinker, she's passed her own mug to Grant. He doesn't mind. The Count is an artist with caffeine. Two more kids chase each other into the kitchen, stopping short when they see the Void Princess and her consort. Mava bows with a haste that suggests she was trying to beat her brother to the motion. "Majesty." "Hello, hello, kiddos." Sakura places her oblong gift box on the kitchen counter to crouch and picks the girl up. "How have we been?" "I know how to whistle really loud now," Mava says. "But Mom said don't demonstrate please unless Her Majesty asks you to." Orlo, who seems to have inherited his father's moroseness along with the eye color, looks morosely at Takani. He speaks in a burbling flow of syllables, finishing out with a pop of his tongue. "Orly," Takani says, with gentle reprimand. "It's not polite to speak Kav when we have guests who can't understand it." Orlo switches to Taikari. "Mom and Dad are grounded." "I never told him that," the Count of Korik clarifies. "Yeah, but you are," Orlo says. "The princess was just being careful. We're not in trouble anymore, okay?" Takani gives his son a gentle push toward the garden door. "How about you guys go play outside real quick?" Lady Lakai of Kayan is sauntering down the stairs, in leggings and a slouchy tunic. The slinky little copper-headed pilot is brushing her teeth. An overnight bag is slung across her shoulder. "Oh, hi." "Oh." Sakura cocks a brow as she settles Mava back to the floor. Hi. Lakai reaches the bottom of the steps and delivers a bow. She spits into the kitchen sink and turns the tap. I was just about to take off and be out of everyone's hair. Just had to get cleaned up. You're such a hazard, Lakai. Wenzai laughs. We were hoping to hustle her out before you got here, Majesty, but she kept finding excuses to delay so she could be seen. Don't know what you're talking about, one. Lakai waves at Mava. Bye, kids. Mava waves back. Bye, milady. The little Taikari scampers from the room, seeking her siblings. Lakai giggles. Look at them. Already with the proper titles. She winks at Takani, her other eye flashes. Take a knee, Greenie. He kneels. The Korik Estate's ginger guest strolls into Takani's arms and kisses him, with conviction. Thanks for the coffee, she says. His hand brushes the small of her back. Of course, milady. Lakai turns to Wenzai and kisses her, too. Thanks for your husband's coffee, she says. She starts to pull away. Wenzai grabs a handful of her ginger hair and holds her in place. You're welcome, she says, and pulls Lakai into a second kiss, longer and deeper. Her tail winds possessively around the base of the ladies, looping like a caduceus. The paintbrush tufts on the ends press together. Wenzai finally pulls away. We'll see you again this 5th day. Lakai smirks. I don't know. Will you? Wenzai tilts the younger woman's head back, lengthening the arc of her lilac neck. She plucks the toothbrush from Lakai's hand. We will. Her eyes flash for effect. Fine. Lakai scoffs to cover the tremor in her voice. Whatever. See you then. She turns on her heel and brushes past the bemused princess, giving her another brief bow as she goes. Majesty. Prince consort. Where's my bow, missy? Wenzai calls. Lakai flashes the countess a Metalhorn's hand gesture, the one Grant has been advised not to use in polite company. The stubs of her actual horns peek from her curls as she flounces from the bungalow. Takani shuts the door behind her. He breaks his own rule against Kav in front of the guests to Wenzai, who smirks and pops a short phrase back. My lovely husband just called the lady a floozy for attention, she translates. I hope I didn't scandalize you, Majesty. But I had to call her bluff. Sakura cocks her eyebrow. I see you've kept busy out here. Not much else to do when you're under house arrest. Wenzai says it breezily, then the blood drains from her face. That came out petulant. Thank you for the visitation rights, Majesty. And I understand the need for security. She ducks her head. Truly I do. Sakura takes her tricorn off. You don't need to be afraid of me, one. Now that the bloody business with the Marquis of Entmock is finished, I'd like to go back to building a friendship with you, if you'd let me. With both of you. Color is returning to Wenzai's cheeks. We'd like that. Takani nods vigorously. And if there's any lingering doubt, if you wanted to compel me again, or anything. That won't be necessary, Count. Sakura cuts him off. I recognize your sensitivities around it. And I'm tired of distrusting my subjects. Can't stay paranoid forever. It was an awful betrayal, Wenzai says. We were bowled over when we heard. And Thror, too. God. I'd never have guessed. I'd like someone to talk to about her, Sakura says. To compare notes, I suppose. You were her friend. Wenzai's ears flatten against her head. Has the investigation not closed? No. Sakura holds her hands up. I only mean that I was her friend, too. I thought I was. And now, it's just, I'm mourning a story, I suppose. The lie she told of our friendship. And I wonder if you are as well. The Countess's spine decompresses gratefully. I am. Sakura retrieves the gift from the counter. It sloshes. Would you care to mourn over a glass or two? Wenzai bows. I'd be honored, Majesty. Sure you have the time to spare. Hyaks will make faces at me, but I'm used to it. Great. We'll use the balcony. Wenzai holds up the toothbrush. Just have to go put that harlot's toothbrush upstairs. A toothbrush at your place. Goodness. Sakura grins. From that Ali Kindek? Sure. Wenzai's tail wags as she ascends the stairs. You feed an Ali Kindek often enough. Eventually it wants to be let in. Would you care to join us, Count? Prince consort. Sakura looks Grant's way. It's likely to get maudlin, I warn you. That's all right, Majesty, Takani says. I knew Thror better than I knew Paxia. And I've shed enough tears for them both. He puts his chipped mug on the kitchen counter. I was thinking of getting out to the javelin range, Prince consort, if you throw. Throw. Grant rubs his thumb along the handle of his own mug. I never have, but you've got me curious. Oh, it's a grand time, Sakura says. You should go, Grant. I'll be all right here. May we borrow the sergeant, Majesty? Takani indicates Ajax. I've been trying to convince him to hurl a few. It's my last chance. You may. Sakura fires a quick salute to her marine. I leave my husband in your capable care, Sergeant. He bows. Majesty. Grant follows Ajax to their hovercar. Takani crouches in the garden to be buried in hugs from his kids. Just like old times, huh, Ajax? Babysitting the Makianite. Sergeant Ajax favors a full anti-comp face shield at all times. Grant's never actually seen the guy's face. Still, he thinks he hears a wry smile when Ajax replies. Yes, sire. The Marine gets behind the twin-lever steering wheel. Takani slides into the shotgun seat and punches an address into the consoled GPS. It's good to see you again, sire. Likewise. You seem like you're holding up all right. Despite the Thror thing, I meant what I said to the princess, Takani says. Part of my fellowship with the man was in bonding over the exploitation we felt. Now I realize he was exploiting me the whole time. The hovercar thrums to life and coasts silently across the turf. I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to slot you in as a replacement for Thror or anything, sire, Takani says. Grant stretches his legs out in the back of the hovercar, slouching to keep the top of his head from brushing its roof. We can make Ajax the Thror replacement. Ajax doesn't look away from the road. Not enough arms, sire. You're halfway there, Marine, Grant says. Don't give up. Takani chuckles. I'm glad we can pick up where we left off. Same here. Grant's glad to be heading out on this quick excursion for another reason, too. He has a question. One that he's been brooding over ever since the Ecteran mission began. And he suspects the Kovakin Count is the only person he can get his answer from. Grant releases his javelin. It flies from their balconied booth, shivers pitifully in the air and sinks shallowly into the turf, just inside the widest pale ring chalked into the scarlet grass. It's the spin, he says. I have to figure out how to make it spin. It's all in the release off the fingers, sire, Takani says. Sergeant, I can tell you're vibrating under that visor. Grant wipes his palms on his tunic. Thank you for your forbearance. Ajax salutes. Sire. Ajax here has been lovely company, Takani says. Taciturn but tactful. You know he guarded me first. I like to think I was good training wheels. Ajax inclines his head. You were all right, sire. Just all right. The Count makes coffee. Where's the loyalty, man? Grant scoffs. I'm telling Sakura. Okay, sire. Unless you take a turn on the range. Grant indicates the expanse of hillside they've been lancing javelins into. That's all right, sire. You can tell the princess. Throw one. Just one. Come on. Ajax shakes his head. I'm on the clock, sire. Grant scratches his beard. What if I order you then? Can I order you now that I'm free? You can, sire. Shit. This is my first order, I think. Okay, Sergeant Ajax. Grant steps to one side. Show the effete alien husbands how it's done. That's an order. Takani applauds. Excellent ordering, Prince Consort. You're a natural. Ajax cracks his knuckles. All right, then. Who am I throwing for? Grant holds out his blue-striped javelin. We're Team Black Pike. Ajax slips it from Grant's hand. He steps up to the first line. Check this shit out. He moves like an Olympian, his arms fluid and whipcord as they rocket launch the javelin. Its whistling spin carries it as straight and true as a cruise missile directly into the center ring. Holy shit, Ajax. Grant squints at the distant landing. Can all Marines throw like that? Ajax has returned to his straight-backed formality. The ones who take their throwing seriously can, sire. You're going to teach me this when we're back on the pike, Grant decides. This is something I have to get good at. Yes, sire. Ajax bows. As long as you take more breaks than the flight simulator, sire. It took a whole cycle of badgering to see that, Takani says. But it was worth it. Jax. Grant hesitates. Can I ask you, this is awkward. Ajax waits patiently. Could you give the Count and I a second? Maybe go grab the javelins? Dismissing your subjects isn't awkward, sire. It is for me. Call this practice then. Ajax delivers a brief salute. Be back, my lords. He crosses the second line. A trilling klaxon sounds and the light over the quiver flicks red. The javelins magnetically lock in place. Grant waits until he's sure Ajax is out of earshot. Then he asks it. What do you think of the Empress, Count Takani? Takani stiffens. Not the Empire, Grant continues. I think I know already that you don't much care for it, and I don't either. I'm talking about the one specific woman. The one on top. Takani looks carefully at him. He sees his uncertain face reflected in the Count's amber anticomps. Why do you ask? I guess I'm trying to develop a framework up here. Grant taps his forehead. About what morality means in the firmament. And normally I'd talk it out with my wife, but this is the only thing I'm hesitant to bring up with her. She loves the hell out of the Empress. And sometimes I wonder, I don't know. They watch the Marine dutifully pluck the javelins from the ground. Go on. Takani's voice is soft. I guess I wonder, if she had to choose, who she'd choose. Is that unfair? I don't know how fair it is, Grantide. But it's understandable. Wynn's not as much of an Empress devotee as your wife, I'm sure. But I've had a version of that same doubt, from time to time. You can just call me Grant, if you like, Grant says. Is that a nickname? Grant chuckles. It's my real name, actually. Grantide is the Teokurization. All right, Grant. Takani smiles. Mine's a Teokurization, too, you know. What's the original? Taikanayakinak. Re-Ignite, Takani says. Maybe I'm sticking to Takani. How about Tick? Tick's good, Grant says. Don't try and change the subject, though. What do you think of her? Prince Consort. Takani fidgets. This is the sort of inquiry that makes a fellow nervous. Tick. It's me asking. Me, exclusively. And it is an ask. I won't order you to tell me, because I think you might be my closest friend outside of the pike. Or getting there, anyway. Can I just leave it at it's complicated? How about this? You tell me your secret, and I'll tell you mine. Grant isn't even sure what secret he'd be telling. But the words are already out of him. What's wrong with the Empress? It's not anything wrong with the Empress. The Empress is good. The Empress. Takani smacks his lips and sighs. I suppose the issue is she's too good. What does that mean? All the reforms she's done, Takani says. She's done them, Savvy. She cuts deals, and when she can't cut deals, she isolates and whittles away. She's been very smart. She's made alliances and provisions, and she's done all this stuff to get what she wants. She's taken even more power for herself than any of her predecessors, and she did it without any reign of terror. Without any purges. And I think, perhaps, she should have. Should have what? If she had really wanted to remold the empire, what she ought to have done is taken the people who created and enshrined all those policies she took apart, the hardliners, the misandrists, the tyrant nobles, and killed them. Grant blinks at this hardline pronouncement from the gentle Kovakin. Plenty of empresses have done just that in the past. Cleaned up house when they came in. She didn't. Instead, she's got this careful stasis. Takani laces his fingers. This web, she's got them all trapped in. But she's just one woman. With one mind. That's not enough to manage the entire empire. How could it be? And what happens when she dies? I'd been trying not to think about that question, Grant admits. There are people, powerful people, who want us to be slaves, Grant. You and me. Who want to strip the anticomps from our faces and make us chattel. There are people who call my species inferior, my children abominations. She holds them at bay. Will the next empress do that? The tendrils along Takani's crown have contracted a few inches. How do we know that whoever is next can play the game she played? Can feed the hounds enough red meat to keep their fangs slaked? She delegates and she manages, but her grip is absolute. She's made herself the central pillar of her empire, and it works because it's her. What about when it's not her anymore? Who can take her place? Well, does she have children? Do we know who's next? Takani shakes his head. No children. Not one. She intends to handpick her successor, and she refuses to give out a by-blood claim they can use to subvert whoever it is, once she's gone. That's one reason she's made so many void princesses. To ensure the choice remains hers. But the choice is everything. He gazes across the turf. But he's looking further out at something Grant can't see. The choice decides what my kids' lives become, he murmurs. Grant feels a lesser version of that same miasmatic foreboding. He doesn't have children. He and Sakura aren't allowed them. But he has a wife with a bomb in her head, a bomb that only the Empress can set off. Who gets the keys to that? Takani snaps out of it first. And that, I suppose, is what I think of the Empress. Grant reaches out and pats Takani's shoulder. It's less awkward a gesture than he feared it might be. You've thought hard about this. I'm grateful you shared. Takani taps his hand gratefully and steps back. I wish I was content. I truly do. When thinks I'm a catastrophist, and I pray to the gods of the firmament she's right. Out in the field, Ajax yanks the final javelin from the turf. What's your secret? Takani prompts. My secret. Grant scratches his nose. My secret is that I got where I am with a celibacy strike. Takani grins. Seriously? Don't tell Cora I told you. But yeah. The reason she freed me in the first place was I refused to sleep with her until she did. It took a whole cycle. And she didn't compel you? That's part 2 of the secret, I guess. The Void Princess is a big softie. Grant waves at Ajax as he jogs up the hill, his arms full of clattering javelins. Don't tell the sector or it'll burn itself down. Okay. Vora swallows her bite of lemon loaf. Ectoran sexual trimorphism. An introduction. Pass the chutney, please, Prince Consort. Thank you. The Black Pike Command Group is sharing a working dinner as their vessel cuts through the sweep to the distant frontier. Wayan watches Grant shuttle the stoneware bowl of inacleef chutney across the table. We can just ask Grantide to pass everything. Long-ass arms. How about you ask me, Sakura says. And I ask the Prince Consort. Wayan shakes her head. Overstuffed imperial bureaucracy. Classic pitfall. The most remarkable feature of the Ectoran physiology, compared to ours, is their sexual reproduction. Vora clicks a button at the lip of the table and cycles her presentation forward. 2 hulking, powerlifter forms appear on it. The bigger one's an Ectoran female, and here's an Ectoran male. Hayax surreptitiously scoots the dip out from under the Ectoran male's holographic crotch. Vora clicks again. Here's an Ectoran IMEC. A third silhouette appears before the other 2, much shorter and slimmer than the powerful frames behind it. It's sleek and willowy, flat-chested up top and gracefully curved below, and about 5 feet tall. IMEC best translates as keeper, and typically uses the same lingual structures and pronouns as the female in casual conversation, but a unique set of pronouns in formal and ceremonial contexts. Vora advances the hologram. The petite silhouette backs up and stands in between its larger fellows. Keepers are a middle stage of reproduction. The male inseminates the keeper, who can extrude an ovipositor, allowing her to transfer the fertilized embryo to the female, who carries it to term. The command group watches the ovipositor extrude. Goodness, says Sakura. That's extruded. Vora blushes as she advances the holoprojector and the 3 figures disappear. Wayan munches a flatbread. So in coarse terms, guy fucks keeper, keeper grows dong, keeper fucks girl. In coarse terms, chief engineer, Vora clears her throat. Yes. Sort of. Wayan nudges Hayax. Sounds like it's fun to be a keeper. This is the most common adult family unit. Vora soldiers on. It's 1 male, 1 female, and the keeper they both share a sexual relationship with. The traditional marriage casts the male and female as partners, but not lovers. In modern Ectoran society, that taboo has fallen away, and the triad is more of an equitable throuple. So everyone fucks everyone, Wayan says. The females, being the largest and strongest, have traditionally been the warriors and leaders. Vora gamely ignores the chief engineer. The males kept the hearths, raised the families, and made art, chiefly music. There is an extensive musical tradition among the Ectorans. The keepers are objects of desire and possessiveness among both other genders, commonly stereotyped and sexualized. Throughout Ectoran history, they've also made up the majority of Ectora's clerical class, and while these roles have grown more fluid, the church is still overwhelmingly led by keepers. As a theocratic republic, Ectora's government is still majority female, but with a large and relatively new contingent of keepers. What about the dudes? Grant asks. And could you? He gestures to a tray of lacy biscuits by her elbow. Well. Vora slides him the tray. They have equal rights, if that's any mollification, Prince Consort. Grant exhales. Figures. It's a shame there aren't more patriarchal cultures out in the firmament, Hayax muses. You run into one of those, you can just compel them to hand the keys over. She glances at Grant's expression. What? You can. Sakura's tail gives her brigadier a light thwack. Are keepers affected by compulsion, majordomo? Unfortunately not, Vora says. Which means they have a comparably small population of compellable persons. Hayax clicks her tongue. Another reason this is going to be a tough nut. As if we needed one. When we arrive in system, we're going to rendezvous with the listening post on the edge of their solar orbit, Vora says. She sits back down and picks up a serrated knife to portion out the slab of steak on her plate. We'll be meeting with the science team and taking a tour of the captive colony to help us get our boots on the ground. Grant pauses the sip of amrita he was about to take. Captive colony? Standard procedure with soon-to-be uplifted civilizations, Vora says. We gather a small population to interview and monitor. Grant places his glass back on the table. You kidnap them? Vora nervously divides her bite-sized bit of steak even smaller. Sakura cuts in. We do. We select for a representative slice of the culture. Harvest the lower class from the rural places and frontiers where they won't be missed, and the experts and scientists with bogus grants and research trips that we set up in order to lure them and ensure a lack of suspicion for the duration of their departure. Once we make our approach, we release them back to their civilization. It's how we gain exposure and experience with a species before making an official approach. Vora stutters. I don't know if I'd call it kidnapping, Majesty. I'm adopting a no-sugarcoating policy for my husband's first conquest, Major Domo. Sakura snaps an authoritative hunk of bread off a crusty loaf. He deserves to make his own appraisals. Grant glances at the look of determination on his wife's face. How long have you been holding them? We'll have to ask the science team, Vora says. Likely a few cycles. Grant purses his lips. I'm going to save my judgments until I see the way they're living. I don't love it on its face. But my early days were pretty tricky too. I wasn't aware we were awaiting your judgment, Prince Consort, Hayak says. We aren't waiting for it. Sakura's hand finds his under the table and squeezes it tight. But we aren't ignoring it. I'm glad you're willing to be open-minded, Prince Consort, Vora says. Because I was going to suggest to you and Her Majesty a certain prominence. Grant sinks into his seat. A prominence? The Ectorans are used to a degree of brawniness in their leaders, Vora says. A brawniness the rest of the rulers of the Black Pike don't have. And music. Sakura rubs her chin in thought. They have an extensive musical tradition. And if we present a high-ranking alien male, it'll downplay fears of matriarchy or xenochauvinism, Hayak says. And he's hot, Wayan says. Hot people get treated better. They're tying lead weights to his stomach with every concurring pronouncement. How would you feel, Vora asks, about being the prince of the Black Pike? Grant takes a beat to let Vora's suggestion breathe in his mind. I want to make sure I have this right, he says, carefully. Consort means that I'm just a companion, right? So a prince consort isn't a noble, he's just married to one. Correct? Sort of. Vora worries the hem of her tunic. The peerage isn't entirely aligned on that. But I don't have power of command like a prince would. No. So making me a prince, minus consort, Grant feels the ground teeter beneath his feet. It would be an act, sire, Hayak says. What kind of act? We aren't gonna pretend I'm the one running the show. Right? Not the whole show, sire, Vora says. No. But as a prince rather than a prince consort, you'd be the second most powerful person on the vessel. Your words would carry weight second only to Sakura. Oughta be easy enough to fool them, Wayan says. They don't know the peerage. If we act as though you're a fully fledged nobleman, we could use you as the voice of peace while Sakura plays the part of the looming consequences, Hayak says. I get it, Grant says. The good cop. Good cop. Like good cop, bad cop. The sergeant kindly. Hayak taps her nose. Yes, sire. Exactly. Sakura is rubbing her chin. She exhales long through her nose. No, she says. No, I've decided. No pretending. Vora raises her hand. Majesty, it's a sound idea. If Grant is willing. No, we'll do it. Sakura stands from her seat. But we aren't going to pretend that he's a prince. Wayan's eyebrows go up. Pardon. I married him, and he is a citizen now, and neither of us have any elders that we need permission from in order to award him his proper title. The matriarch of the Black Pike clan is me. Sakura stabs a thumb at her chest. I am the beginning and end of my line. Majesty, Vora is bracing herself on the table like she's looking into a gale. Are you actually going to grant him the title? Yes, I am. Sakura crosses behind Grant's seat. Her hand closes on his forearm. I don't know why I haven't thought of doing this sooner. Now that my husband is free, there are no laws to keep him out of the peerage. Prince Grantide of the Black Pike. Grant's heart is hammering. He doesn't understand, not exactly, but judging by the looks on the command group's faces, this is a big deal. Are you sure that's a good idea? Good idea or not, it's what I want. And short of the Empress, there's no outranking party to refuse it. The tip of her tail slips into his pocket and nudges his hip. I don't like how everyone keeps calling my husband Prince Consort. It doesn't reflect what he's done for me, or for the pike, or how I feel about him. It's high time he was legitimized. Hyak's tail is swishing. It's a rather brazen statement, Majesty. Grantide makes me brazen. Sakura smirks. You've noted as much to me. Majesty. Vora stammers. Majesty, no ZKZ has ever had a nobleman prince before. That's because you can only ennoble a citizen, Sakura says, patiently. And Grant is a citizen. The Empress would not have granted him this if she wasn't prepared for his ascension. This is my decision. And I will respect it as always, Majesty. Vora's recovered. But I'd be remiss not to underline that this would make Grantide the first alien prince. The highest-ranked alien in history. That's right, Sakura says. If he's the first free husband of the void, he can be the first prince. It's all perfectly in keeping with imperial law. Yes, Majesty, but it will attract a great deal of attention. Fine, Sakura says. The nebula behind her head highlights the edges of her hair like a halo. Let them watch. We'll show them what we can do. Majesty. Vora's fingers rap out a clacky accompaniment to her anxiety across the lip of the table. We're all quite fond of the Prince Consort. And he surely earned the recognition when he saved your life, but... Twice, Sakura adds. He saved it twice. I only mean, Majesty, that the Imperial Corps will recognize him. When this command group returns victorious, with a statement of fealty in hand from the Ectoran Republic and 9 billion new citizens of the Empire, thanks to the work of everyone in this room, they will gladly play their part. Sakura's pronouncement has a familiar steel threading through it. The same conviction she had when she swore to Grant the Empress would free him. And now he's free. Grant swallows. Prince Grant. He doesn't even know what it means, barely understands its import. But the removal of that consort is a block removed from the base of his self-image that topples it. You are royalty, Grantide. Not just the husband of royalty. You are royalty. The college dropout son of a washed-up, dead-end outlaw motorcycle jagoff. You are a prince. The feeling is so overwhelming he doesn't know if it's good or bad. It just is. Welp. Wayan sits back. Congrats, Majesty. Indeed. Hyaks executes a sharp salute. We're at your disposal, Majesty. They're looking at him when they say Majesty. Not his wife. Thank you. Still gonna take the piss now and then, Wayan says. Don't execute me, all right? No promises, Chief Engineer. Sakura cuts in. I have another briefing to prepare for, ladies. And the Major Domo has a great deal of paperwork to prepare, I'm sure. Vora's ears twitch. God. The paperwork. Hadn't even thought of it. Sakura tilts her head. We'll adjourn here. The command group rise to their feet. Wayan ambles off. Hyaks and Vora pause by the egress to bow to the princess. And to the prince. Grant follows his wife from the command deck in a quiet daze. The Major Domo is going to need you to sign a few things, she's saying. And we need to get a portrait done of you so that you can be properly portrayed in the peerage. We'll pick out some ridiculous props. It'll be fun. Okay, he murmurs. Sakura glances at him. Dove. Take a knee. He crouches so they're face to face. I don't know if I'm ready to do this prince thing, Batty. Grant. She smushes her hands into his cheeks and rubs his beard. I know I was being grandiose in there. But it was just for the command group. You don't have to lift any more fingers than you already are, if you like. I mean, I want to help. I do. I know, and I'm grateful. But if you can't do it, or if it doesn't work, it's fine, okay? She kisses his knuckle. Because you're my husband. And whatever else you decide you are, you'll always be my husband. And that's enough. You'll be here to keep me the kind of woman you can be in love with. She kisses the knuckle next to it. The kind of woman I want to be. I'm gonna try. He's been wrestling with this. But in Makianite ethics, I'm the bad guys now. Especially now that I'm a prince. If I'm going to acclimate, I need to throw a lot of what I know out. Acclimate, of course, Dove. But don't throw everything out. All right? She pats his thigh as he stands. I'm counting on your honesty. He grimaces. I talked to Takani back on Tolek while we were throwing. I'm trying to put together my code, I guess. And I'm realizing I'm just some guy. Some Makianite trailer trash who never finished college can't really make these calls. It was easy when it was me and what I wanted, and it's going to stop being easy. I'm still gonna try, but I'm not, like, a philosopher. I don't want the approval of Machianite philosophers, Dove. I want just some guy. She does a surprisingly passable imitation of him. I want yours. Okay, but you need to understand. If I'm ever not sure, if I'm stuck, our marriage will be the thing I use to break the tie. He pats her head. I'm going to let you get away with things. She scoots his hand to another part of her hair. He feels the horns beginning to emerge from her head. Don't go easy on me. It's just a fact. It's how I'm wired, babe. You're too sexy for me to properly judge how evil you are. He rubs a thumb over one of the growing nubs. I'm morally compromised. So don't be evil, okay? She giggles. Okay, get up here. Grant closes his hands around Sakura's waist and plucks her into the air. Her gleefully scandalized Grant dissolves into a luxuriating hum as he kisses her. He backs up until he bumps the door into a side room they've used several times after command group meetings. His hands slip beneath her uniform to the humid warmth of her skin. Aha. She pulls away. I wish we could. But I've got stuff to do. He slips under her waistband. I do too. Sakura sighs. No, I mean lonesome stuff. He lowers her to the floor. Busy day, huh? It's all these Ectoran information sessions while we're sweeping. I owe you an especially enthusiastic fuck, okay? She straightens his collar. How horny am I? He glances at the top of her head. About halfway. She TSKS and adjusts her hair to try and cover the horns he's coaxed out of her. I've got a run-through of the ecology of Ectora and its lunar colony. I'll come find you once I'm done. She winks. And we can figure out how much interest I've accrued. Is it anything I need to know, the meeting? I doubt it. Mostly it's going to be looking at pictures of bugs, I'm sure. Anything meaningful, I'll summarize. Do you want me to come along anyway? Sakura bites her lip. She shakes her head. He crouches. What's up, hon? A blush glows on her face. Her eyes slip to the floor. I think I need more practice being away from you, Dove. His brows furrow. Why? Okay, don't laugh. She digs into her topcoat's slouchy pocket and pulls her notepad out. Here are my notes from the meeting we were just in. She opens the pad to neat columns of glyphs, nested bullets, and underlined follow-ups. She flips the page. Here are my notes from the meeting about Ectoran mass media, which you weren't in attendance for. Between sparse, half-written bullet points about bi-weekly liturgies and adversarial news channels, his name is written. Over and over. His name with hearts around it. His name done in balloon glyphs. His name done in one continuous line. His name done with little dots. His name and her name overlaid on each other. It's like a high school girl's planner. He cracks a grin. I see your point. Sakura clears her throat. I find myself distracted by your absences. When I was memorializing with Countess Winzai, my mind kept drifting to you. As loath as I am to admit Hyax has a point, there are some places and times we can't be together. I have to build resilience to it. I need to ensure my command group doesn't think I've lost my mind. Any more than they already do, anyway. And there are situations I want you to take no part in. Situations I don't want your help. His brow furrows. Situations like what? Whoever it was who marooned me, she says. They're still at large. Still in the imperial family. And when I learn who they are, when I confront them, it must be alone. That's a hazard I can't protect you from. Her expression darkens. And a deed I don't want you to see. He glances at her notepad. His name with little butterflies around it. Written by a ruthless murder machine with a family she's convinced plotted her destruction. Okay, he says. He kisses her forehead. Go learn about Ectoran bugs. And build resilience. She snaps her notepad shut. What will you do while I'm out? Grant rolls his shoulders. I have a sergeant to annoy. The arm is the last thing to move, Ajax says. Fast and last. It's later than you think. Doesn't come into play until you're throwing shoulders up over the back leg. Hold on, so that would be, like, here? Grant moves through the gesture. Yep. Lift it as you go over it, and then Ajax imitates the throw, snapping his arm into a blur of predator pounce motion. Jeez. Okay. Grant adjusts his glove and focuses on the sim screen at the other end of the practice hall. The track along which he runs terminates in a screen, and the javelin in his hand is a carefully counterweight handle that's only flies a few inches when he throws it. But Ajax swears this is as accurate as real life, and the flying sim taught him well enough. As long as you're releasing at the line, you can move past the line. Ajax points at the block on the floor. Don't be afraid to let yourself through. Just halt before the scratch. You can stabilize with your, with what? Your tail. Look, never mind that bit. Just use your right leg. Grant crouches and puts his weight into his back leg. He narrows his attention to the sim screen in front of him. 6 loping strides down the field. He rears back and hurls. Sergeant and Prince watch the spear whirl away and into the simulated river next to the target. It spun that time, Ajax says. Good that it spun. Grant huffs and shakes his wrist out. Would you say I'm getting better? Course you are, sire. That's what practice is for. Maybe practice is done for the day. Javelin practice, anyway. Grant unbuckles his glove. He hesitates. Should he ask this of Ajax? Is he ready? He decides to go for it. He's a prince now, after all. He lets that broaden his shoulders and straighten his spine. I want you to teach me how to defend myself, Ajax. Ajax's inexpressive anti-comp plate swivels up to him. Now, sire. Why not? Grant fans himself with the lip of his shirt. I'm warmed up. Ajax is still for a few seconds. All right, he concludes. He circles away from Grant and points at a spot on the practice room floor. Take your mark right there. We'll do lesson 1. Grant stands at the indicated point on the edge of the spear fight circle. He widens his stance on the painted hardwood. Lesson 1. I'm gonna come at you. First thing you want to do is keep me out of your face. Ajax strides into Grant's airspace, shoving his shoulder as he comes. I'm arguing with you. I'm getting real close. Back it up, keep distance. Gods of the fucking pike, your arms are long. Okay, keep me back, keep me back. Good. And if it looks like they're about to engage, like if they do this, Ajax makes a sudden jerking movement forward that makes Grant flinch. You run. Grant's shoulders droop. I run. Yes, sire. Ajax, I'm trying to learn how to fight. You didn't say that. You said to teach you self-defense. The best way to defend yourself in a fight is not get in that fight. And you have got long-ass legs. What if I need to protect Sakura? You don't. She's a trained weapon. What if she's unconscious or something? Pick her up before you run. Grant snorts. You know, I can see why Brigadier Hyax likes you. You're like baby Hyax. You don't need to learn this stuff, sire, Ajax says. Sakura is an expert warrior, and she sticks to you like glue. And you have 100 trained soldiers whose profession is keeping you alive. If you're ever in danger, we'll protect you. I want to hold my own. Ajax taps the holster at his waist. Just keep a weapon on you, then. You're big enough to conceal one, you're high status enough that justification will be simple, and you clearly know how to use one. Like how you did Thor. One clean headshot, I hear. That's good shit for a civilian. I don't want to rely on guns. He hears the skepticism in Ajax's helmet-modulated voice. Why not? I don't want to kill. You're talking about a situation where your wife will be out of commission and your soldiers are somehow out of reach. That's justification for lethal force. I mean the ethics of it. And its effect on me. Ajax taps his foot. Is it the psychological aspect, then, sire? Because we can certainly address that. It might have to be adapted for your Machianite mind, but there's plenty of resilience training we could do, if your wife allowed it. Have you killed before, Ajax? Yes, sire. How did it feel? Fine. That's it. Grant raises a brow. Just fine. Everyone I've killed was under orders. Someone else made the call. I was the delivery mechanism. Grant grimaces. Maybe it would have to be adapted. I don't think that would work for me, the just following orders thing. Ajax chuckles. You sound like a girl, sire. I what? This is how the chicks on shore leave talk about Marines, Ajax says. The fantasy of whisking them away from the military and saving them from all those orders from all those scary officer women makes it hard to find a girl as a Marine. Grant turns this notion over and tries again to plug it into his worldview. What, like they think you're slutty? Yes, sire. They still drool over you. You get a lot of chicks chasing you for flings. But a soldier isn't exactly who you'd take home to mom and dad. A girl isn't gonna want to go steady with a guy who'll take orders so readily from other girls. They want a big burly man in uniform who obeys them and only them. What about, like, your boss? At a civilian job? Well, yeah, sire. Them too. Why do you think it's harder for civilians to get jobs? Except for jobs like bodyguard or firefighter or soldier, of course, and that's a job where you put your body on the line for women you aren't even sleeping with. Like a piece of meat. Ajax imitates a fluttery lady voice. Ooh, brave Marine. Don't you worry. I'll take you out of that big dark void ship and you will never have to kill again. You have a girlfriend though, don't you? Mina, right? Yes, sire. She's crew though. She gets it. How'd you meet her? She was my stalker, sire. Grant decides that, joke or not, he's going to let that one settle where it lies. Sakura said that I'd never have to kill again. Doesn't exactly apply the same way to you, sire. Since any killing you do on the job is for her specifically. Your wife is your boss. That's living the dream. Ajax's fingers drum on his quilted armor biceps. If she says you won't have to kill again, I don't understand why you're in a hurry to. What if I want to take someone out? Like, non-lethally. The Marine shakes his head. Don't think like that. Shoot them. 9 out of 10 times, you shoot someone once, they'll live. And anyone who's attacking the princess or prince consort of the Black Pike has earned at least 1 bullet. I shot Thror once. Okay, smartass. And don't shoot them in the brain. Ajax, did you just call your prince consort a smartass? No, sire. You totally did. A malfunction of your implant, perhaps, sire. Ajax hesitates. Look. Utility aside, I can teach you some martial arts, and it'll be excellent exercise and give you confidence. I'm willing to do that. Grant drops into the stance he remembers from a jiu-jitsu Groupon he used once on a date. All right. Teach me. Ajax sighs heavily. If your wife comes in while we're doing this, it's on you to keep her from executing me, sire. One of his feet pivots back. He loosens his stance. Come at me. Try to get me to the floor. Grant takes a deep breath and lets it out. He pushes off and charges the Marine, going for the waist in an amateur, age-yellowed attempt at a double-leg takedown. Ajax tilts to one side as Grant charges. He leans in with his hips, his arm ratchets around Grant's neck. And both Makianite and Marine grunt with surprise as Grant bears Ajax to the ground. The clatter of the Marine's armor echoes off the bleached walls. Ajax's legs immediately shift up into guard. He tugs an overcommitted Grant into a forceful headlock. A ceramic armor panel scrapes against Grant's cheek. Tap, sire. Grant taps and sits back, breathing hard. Son of a bitch. Ajax gets to his feet. I was planning on humbling you, and you fucking grounded me. Yeah, well. Grant touches his tender face. You just about ripped my head off. I'm a Marine, man. I mean, sire. The bewilderment is clear in Ajax's voice. And you're a civilian. He steps back. Come at me again. Promise you won't dislocate anything. I promise, sire. Grant rushes. Absent any useful technique, he goes for the double-leg takedown again. This time Ajax leaps and rolls over him as he ducks down. The Marine's tail lashes around his neck and armpit and yanks. He tips backward and halts his fall by sweeping out his back foot. He grunts and twists, closing his fists around Ajax's tail and pivoting to pull the Marine off balance. An alarmed hiss of air from his opponent. For a moment, Grant feels like the god of war. Then Ajax's calves scissor around his back leg and pluck it from the floor. He slams onto his back hard enough to drive the air out of him. Ajax pirouettes to his feet. Fuck me. He extends a hand. You're hard to drop, Makianite. Grant catches his breath as the Marine helps him to his feet. Doesn't feel that way. Maybe. Ajax crosses his arms. Okay. I'm willing to admit that maybe training you in CQC isn't a waste of time. For real. You're untrained. You're a civilian. My theory was that there's no way to coach you to a point that fighting will beat running as a survival strategy when the horns are locking. Ajax straightens the askew tuft on his tail. I forgot you're big as fuck. Grant rubs his arm where Ajax's tail lashed around him. He takes a moment to feel his body. He flexes experimentally. Is he imagining things or is he stronger? It's nothing he's noticed visually, but just feeling his body, there's more to it than he remembers. The thing is, Ajax continues, you don't have horns and a tail. The system I was taught is called Tycheresia. That involves horns and tails, and doesn't consider how you're big as hell, which is going to be your primary advantage in any fight. Not against Ectorans. If we have to fight any Ectorans, we're just gonna melt them from orbit. Ajax laughs, and then remembers the sire. Grant grins, but his stomach shifts a little as he absorbs that. What I'd do in your big-ass shoes, if you're really that determined, is hit the gym and get even bigger, Ajax says. Multiply that force. Get some glamour muscles for your girl. And maybe we could get you an Ectron coach once they're in the Empire. Maybe. As long as they don't use their tails, too. Or we could kidnap a Makianite soldier and have them teach you. Please don't. What are you gals talking about? Sakura's big red eyes are peeking into the practice room through a crack in the door. Ajax snaps to attention like a lightning bolt struck him. He salutes. Majesty. Greetings, Sergeant. And hello, Dove. Sakura steps into the doorway. She's got her hair in a scrunchied updo that does a good enough job at concealing the subtly crowning horns atop her head. I hope I'm not prematurely breaking up the dude time. Ajax bows low. We were just finishing up, Majesty. How's my husband's throwing arm? Steadily improving, Majesty. Tactful of you, Ajax, Grant says. Hi, Han, how is the prep? SOSO. With every stride into the room, Sakura decompresses. Her shoulders loosen, her posture widens, her pupils grow. It's like she's transforming or blooming the closer she gets to him. I was wondering if there was any handsome alien around who might want to pick me up and carry me around. He glances at Ajax, who's back in stiff formality. Thanks for your time, Sergeant. You're dismissed. Sire. Ajax salutes and makes as inconspicuous a departure as a fully armored space warrior can. Grant turns his attention back to his wife. She's shifting foot to foot, her hands behind her back as she looks hopefully up at him. He thinks about what he once heard from the departing Marine when he was eavesdropping. Whenever she's not with him, she gets jumpy, thinks she's got a Makianite-shaped security blanket. Well, so what? There are worse things to be than a beautiful princess's security blanket. I was actually thinking about hitting the gym, he says. Now that I'm all warmed up. Oh, her ears perk up. Would you care to bring your wife along? I'd never imagined doing otherwise, Majesty. Her tail wags. I'm a bit formal for the rec room right now. If you'd be willing to swing by the cabin first, maybe your teeny tiny wife could change into the teeny tiniest pair of gym shorts she can find. She tugs on his pant leg and he lowers to a knee. Her voice goes low and husky in his ear, and before we hit the gym, you could help me stretch. She drapes her arms around his shoulders and lets out a delighted little squeak when he cradles her thighs and boosts her up into his arms. And maybe this is what he's for, he reflects, as Sakura kisses his jaw, then skitters monkey-like from his chest to his back. Maybe he doesn't need to be the philosopher angel on her shoulder. Maybe he doesn't need to foil any would-be assassins. Maybe she's right and loving her is enough. He's still not sure. But it'll do for now. Grant follows his wife, now in a form-fitting tank top and her promised teeny-tiny shorts, both in scarlet, out of the lift, and along the curving ring of the hab level to the rec center. Every Taikari they pass stops their chatter or their tasks to acknowledge her somehow. Navy Marines set aside their hand carts and snap salutes. Civilians and specialists pause their gossip and consultations to issue waist-deep bows and calls of majesty. He's already unnerved by the Sire S and the bows that get thrown his way. When he becomes actual Taikari royalty and they become compulsory, he might lose it. The deference continues into the gymnasium, where Sakura returns the hails as the two of them step past the two-tiered main floor into a smaller, private room off the side of the central chamber. I am so proud of us. Look at this. Sakura steps into the room. I was half convinced we were about to spend the whole evening in bed and we're actually working out. Grant looks around the mirror-lined room. Beyond the elegant banners and hexagonal panels of dark glass, it almost reminds him of a Makion free weight room. The only nod to the science fiction future that his life has become is the stationary bike, whose front wheel is a glowing, compact gravity generator. This is nice, he says. Is this your private workout room? Mine and the rest of the command groups. Hayek's heavy bag is over there in the corner. Sakura gestures to a threadbare leather-lined cylinder hanging from a chain. There's some gear in here you can use, I'm sure. Our deadlift bars might be your preacher curl bars, but we'll make it work. Grant ruffles her hair as he steps onto the scale by the entrance. Its dial spins to a figure in kilograms, and he does some quick mental math. His brow furrows. He's been eating, but he hasn't been eating this much. And he and the princess have been engaging in sweatily enthusiastic cardio. Grantide? What's the matter? Sakura's in a deep couch stretch against the burgundy-painted wall, watching him with concern. His perturbation must be showing on his face. Those longevity pill things I've been taking, he says. Do they have side effects? Weight. She switches legs and sinks into her lunge again. They shouldn't. I've gained a lot more weight than I was expecting. Maybe it's a dietary thing. Well, yes, Dove. She grins. You came in a bit skinny, you know. Now you're eating right. Like a Navy nobleman, not a working stiff. I don't think I sampled the best of Makion cuisine when I was on your world. It was mostly some kind of meat and oat slurry. She pulls a face at the memory. Here on the Pike, we optimize for health and strength. Huh. He pinches his stomach. Sakura stands up and drops into a forward fold. And of course you've gained about 20% more weight just by being on the Pike. What? Oh shit. He gazes at the dial between his feet. The gravity's different here, isn't it? Clever Makionite. She straightens out and extends her arms up toward the chamber's vaulted ceiling. The Pike's gravity generators are calibrated to Taikar. And I looked this up because I was curious. Makion's gravity is 84% of Taikar's. Haven't you wondered why you're filling out here and there without stepping into the gym? I hadn't noticed. I have. Her eyebrows wiggle. You don't squeeze your ass as often as I do. My muscles have been a little sore, I guess. But I thought that was just all the sex we've been having. Not just sex, Sakura says. Sex with a weighted vest on. Is the gravity difference going to cause any issues? Grant joins in on the sit-and-reach his wife is doing. Like, are my knees going to fall apart? Not as long as you stay consistent with your medical checkups. I imagine the techs are preparing joint and tendon strengthening enhancements for you. Can you tug on these? She extends her arms. He takes them and pulls his wife into a deep forward stretch. The resulting smoky groan would stir something in him if the woman making it hadn't just milked him dry before their workout. He releases Sakura's wrists and she sits back. Gods of the firmament. I needed that. Okay. She hops to her feet. It's deadlift time. Grab that bar for me, handsome. Grant pulls the indicated barbell down from the rack and sets it on the bar jack atop the lifting platform. I was picturing a more futuristic setup, he says. Oh, there are all kinds of clever toys and gadgets, if you're into that. You can take a tour of the bigger room out there and see everything. Sakura tugs a heavy plate from its peg. The muscles in her arms shift and stand out. But I say, why mess with perfection, right? Two things that our bodies got right on their own, fucking and lifting. She crouches to load the bar and gives her thighs a light slap as she rises. If anyone should stress about their body, it's me. 15 cycles out of the weight room, with lightened gravity. I tried to keep myself in shape with calisthenics, but I've gotten flabby. This'll be a rough first set. Grant looks with alarm from the other side of the bar, where he's helping her load. You're not trying to lose weight, are you? Oh. She smirks and sways over to bump him with her hip. Is my husband worried about the wagon? I mean, you can look however you want, of course you can, but... She chuckles and slides a collar along the bar's sleeve to cinch the plates in place. Don't fret, Dove. I'm hoping to put a couple of kilos on, not take them off. We're going for a big round caboose, big round thighs, and a nice trim tummy. She stands on her tiptoes and tugs his shirt. He leans down. Nice and trim and ready, she murmurs, for the day you make it big and round, too. He gets a little lightheaded. She snickers and nudges him away from the platform. You're so obsessed with me, Grantide. You're obsessed with me, he says. I'd never deny it. Her tail wags as she lowers herself to the bar. The hems of her shorts hug her hamstrings. Grant beholds the symphony along the princess's back, the interplay of locking strength and smushing curve as she sets up. Tomorrow, they arrive in the dark above Ectora, and this little blue woman will dismantle a democracy in the name of her distant empress. Will he stand by and watch it happen? Will he abet it? Yes, he realizes, as Sakura hisses air out and her muscles fire and her blue, but flexes beneath her little shorts. Yes, he'll do what he can to bend Ectora's knee to the Empire. He's told himself it's because he wants to reduce the harm where he can, to ensure that the billions of aliens on the other side of the sweep are ushered into their new lives, their lives as subjects of the Empress, as painlessly as possible. But that's not the main reason. He can't lie to himself about that. The main reason is it'll make his wife happy. Sergeant Ajax's combat-trained eyes are the first to spot the Ectoran system listening post. The shuttle that carries the command group and its complement of Marines is a few kilometers away. Sakura's pilot, a stuffy veteran named Arnak, magnifies it on screen. It's the same chilly slate color as the nebula in which it floats. From the outside, it appears like a slowly turning wagon wheel, its spoke jagged with a thicket of antennae, satellite dishes, and generators. They coast into its membraned hangar and dock at the end of a telescoping landing pad, its suspension bridge span like the legs of a silver harvestman spider. Deep chill rushes through the opening shuttle door, and Grant is newly grateful for the thermal poncho Sakura insisted he bring. A staff of white-jacketed researchers, engineers, and soldiers gather at the walkway's end to bow and applaud as the princess and her servants disembark. She bows back. Citizens, the culmination of your efforts is nearly upon us. Everything that follows is thanks to your diligent work, which has gone heretofore unrecognized. You've honored me. She stands tall. Is Administrator Orta here? A brick-colored Taikari woman hurries forward. That's me, Your Majesty. Such a privilege to welcome you. The privilege is mine, Administrator. Sakura smiles patiently as Orta lays another bow onto the stack. I look forward to meeting the community you've gathered. If you'd care to lead on. Of course, Majesty. Of course. Orta scurries ahead of the party. The white-clad science team parts like ocean surf to let Sakura's scarlet and black party through. Grant feels their fascinated gazes clinging to him. Perhaps word came to them of the princess's giant, but none of them have seen him in the flesh before. He thought he was used to it by now, this attention, but the sterile, clinical walls and the hushed observers send chills along his skin. The whole place reminds him of Archer West. Reminds him of his last days on Makion. Before we bring you to Yuvik, as its inhabitants have named it, I'd like to introduce you to someone. Orta makes a cutting turn into a large conference room and takes point position at a horseshoe-shaped table, its chrome surface ringed with coffee and tea stains. The command group takes their seats across its compass. Their marine guard stays standing. There's a sheaf of papers on the administrator's chair, which she surreptitiously slips to the floor as she sits. It's clear this room has been rapidly cleaned to the best of its harried occupant's ability. It took a few rounds of steadily increasing incentives, but one of our guests has volunteered to be fitted with a language recomposition implant. That's the thing I have? Grant whispers to Sakura. She nods. She's offered her services as your guide into the community, Orta says. If you wish, Majesty. That's quite considerate of her, Administrator, Sakura says. We'd be honored to meet her. Reckon that'd be my cue, rumbles a sonorous voice behind them. Grant turns around and beholds his first Ectoran. The Ectoran is lightly dressed, despite the chill of the facility, in a matching linen halter and pants, worn beneath an embroidered duster with its sleeves rolled up to expose her thickly sculpted arms. A hole in the back of the garment allows her blubbery tail through. Her fringe lays to one side across her head, like a punky side shave. She waves. How's it, folks? The command group stands as the Ectoran tromps into the room. Her thick leather boots give a vibrating rumble to her approach. She's as tall and broad as the hologram suggested she'd be. And just as the command group surmised, Grant is the first Imperial citizen she approaches. Finally a fella I don't got to strain my neck to talk to. Name's Ipkin. Ipkin Mektaka. She extends her hand, palm angled skyward. Grant haltingly takes it. Ipkin Mektaka chuckles at his uncertainty. First lesson, folks. Take the hand, turn it vertical, then bump forearms. Like this. Grant finishes the gesture. I'm Grantide, he says. Prince of the Black Pike. This is my wife and the Princess of the Pike, Sakura. There's a silted clatter as Sakura hops onto the table, which brings her up almost to Ipkin's eye level. She holds her hand out in the same odd fashion Ipkin did. An honor to meet you, Ipkin. I hadn't, well. Ipkin bumps forearms with Sakura, though there's a hesitation to the movement this time. Guess I can't be too surprised that an empire has royalty. Your Majesty. She looks to Grant. Do I bow? Grant holds up a hand. Really no need. It's all right. Sakura gives him a concerned glance, then refocuses on their guest. She departs the tabletop and sits behind it. What do you do on Ectora? Herrick, actually. Born and raised. Ipkin steps into the center of the horseshoe and puts her big paving slab hands in her duster's pockets. I'm a physicist. Grant glances at her thick arms, the banded tattoos across them. Really? Yep. At the Quay Conservatory on Herrick. Or I was, anyway. She scratches her snout. Don't know if they'll let me back in when I don't speak the language anymore. They asked for volunteers. Offered a title to anyone who'd do it. So I guess I'm Lady Ipkin now, but that was incidental. She taps her forehead. The real reason I got the damn thing stuck up in here is 'cause I wanted to grill these people on how the gravity's being generated. Not that anyone's fessing up. No how. Or maybe just no inclination. Oh, you give me a half hour. Wayan brightens. I'll blow the top of your head off. Ipkin laughs, a contralto rumble. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Hyax has a funny look on her face. This might be the first time Grant's seen the brigadier's tail wag. Thuka, you'll meet her, she's a linguist, is drooling. Trying to get me to recall Ectorin so she can get more footholds into the language, Ipkin says. But the medical team kept going on about some sort of complication. Whatcha call it? Cerebral linguistic tingling. They warned me about the same thing. Grant gives a commiserating smile. Sounds bad, huh? Sure does. Ipkin scoots a chair out and sits down carefully. Her seat is clearly custom-built, but it still doesn't have enough surface area for her broad rump. So I suppose I've been, well, I don't exactly have anywhere to belong anymore. The edge of her crest flutters. Can't really talk to any of my people. Don't really know what to say to any of yours. So if there's some use for me, I'm happy for it. It's a brave thing you've done, Ipkin Maktaka, Grant says. The same thing happened to me, but I wasn't so close to others of my people. I can't imagine how lonely it must feel. Ipkin shrugs. We'll work to bring all of it back, as soon as the pathways are settled, Sakura says. It's much easier to learn a language the second time, I'm told. You'll glom onto it at speed. And thanks to the medical longevity we're bringing with us, you'll have as long as you need. Yeah, the crew's been telling me, Ipkin says. You're getting ready to introduce yourselves, right? That's right, Grant says. And you want me to hear you out? Give you a preview and a consultation, maybe? Yes, Lady Ipkin, Grant says, and he notices the little flinch the alien physicist makes at the title. First contact is a tricky time. Any insight you might have on our approach, we'd welcome. Go ahead, then. Ipkin rests her cheek on her palm. Tell me what we're in for. She listens with sober silence to Grant tell her about the Empress and the Empire and the coming of the Black Pike Tactora. He and Sakura practiced this speech a few times. This is a new era for your entire civilization, Grant finishes. An era when your horizons will stretch further than you've ever imagined. The future has come, and you are alive to see it. You are not alone in the firmament, and the empire that has kept you safe while you came of age is ready to joyously receive you. A few beats of unspoken absorption from the big slate-colored woman seated before them. She sits up and folds her hands in her lap. So you're here to conquer my people. We're here to welcome your people, Sakura cuts in unflappably. As the latest piece in a tapestry that spans the entire firmament. The galaxy you're about to discover is peaceful and prosperous. And united. Okay. Ipkin's icy blue eyes flick to the sizable rifle hanging off Ajax's shoulder. Awful lot of guns for a peaceful galaxy. Sakura's smiling charm stays on. Peace is too precious to go undefended. We've been observing your civilization for several Ectoran generations, Grant says. And we're encouraged by what we see. Pious, civically minded, interdependent. Your culture will fit perfectly. Sakura holds up a finger. There's sure to be friction, of course. But we're willing to work closely alongside your council to address any sour notes that may arise if your leaders will work with us. Ipkin's face falls. Yeah. So, take my words with a dram of weck, because I've always tried to tune it out, right? Just sit in my little academic corner away from the council and the politics. But I don't think it's gonna go the way you're hoping. Sakura's brows lower. How do you mean? I wish I thought otherwise. Honest. Ipkin's sad smile shows her rows of teeth. You seem kind, I guess. Heart in the right place, anyway. And me, I'm drooling over peeling your stuff open and seeing how it ticks. I took the offer of your implant because it seems clear, looking at all of this, the way the wind is blowing. But Ectora and the council, she sighs. You don't need to listen to me. I'm just some dame, majesties. With an education that's about to go obsolete in 100 ways, as soon as you make yourselves known. We want to hear from you, Ipkin, Grant says. Anything you can give us will help. Well, Majesty. I think. Ipkin looks out the conference room window into the firmament, at the distant speck of her homeworld. A profound shade of mourning crosses her bullet-shaped face, like the shadow of a thunderhead over a meadow. Her crest droops lower along the side of her head. I think something terrible is going to happen, she says. The prince and princess of the Pike follow Ipkin onto a cavernous, violet-tinted deck, its electric sky circumnavigated by the electric green glow of an aurora borealis. This glimmering skybox shines on a clutch of domed buildings in wood and elegantly curved steel. Each puts Grant in mind of a yurt, a cylinder topped by a vaulting ceiling with an oblong chimney sticking from it, like the bulb of an onion. When smoke rises from some of them, the whirring roar of ceiling-mounted vent fans presses against Grant's eardrums. This is Yuvik, the artificial village the Taikari gathered. Ipkin crouches and holds her arms open for a petite Ectoran dressed in a flowing, colorful poncho, who comes running, her feet tapping across the metal floor. Judging by her stature, this must be Grant's first IMEC. Her crest is a shade of cerulean close to his wife's skin and much longer than Ipkin's. It flows behind her like waist-length hair. Nwek, Ipkin, she cries. Sho, Ipkin rubs the back of the petite Ectoran's head. Ruek. Hey, girlie. She looks to the translator. Tell her we can't talk yet. Brain's still cooking. Ruak's face crumples as the translator speaks. She says something that finishes in a mournful decrescendo. The translator holds up a finger and whispers with Sakura for a moment before answering. Ipkin watches the Taikari with stoic resignation. How is she? She's well, the translator says. I've told her we're going to get you a translation device. We just need to ensure your language pathways are baked in and our linguists have finalized the protocols. They're close, thanks to you, Sakura says. And then you won't need an intermediary any longer. She doesn't look happy about it, Ipkin says. The translator dithers. Sakura doesn't. It's not coming back on its own, she says. She didn't know that. Tell her I knew, before I did it, Ipkin says. That I did it for her and for everyone else. And that I hold on. I'm risking the tingling. Oh dear. Administrator Orda flinches forward. You really ought not to. Sorry, Ipkin says, and Orda flinches again. The big Ectoran pulls Ruak into a hug and murmurs something to her. Ruak shuts her eyes, nods, and holds Ipkin's linebacker shoulders tight. Then she backs away. Ipkin stands up. She fishes out a pair of earplugs and pops them into her blunt ears. See? I'm wearing the earplugs now even. We're all goose clink. Her eye twitches. Orda's tail switches like a snake. Oh no. Ipkin laughs. Just fucking with you, ma'am. Come on. She jerks her head toward the largest of the domed buildings, which is decorated with red and white geometries along its curved walls. I'll show you the meeting house. Ruak watches them as they depart. She's trying not to cry, with mixed success. They move through the sliding slat door into the meeting house. The brisk chill of the outside is replaced with the force of a shoulder tackle by dry, pine-scented warmth. A sizable fire sits in the round room center, penned in by hand-tooled stone. Shadows are thrown out from their feet to undulate across the walls. A half-dozen Ectorans are gathered, in various states of repose and conversation, around the fire pit. One of them is playing some kind of five-stringed instrument, plugged into a compact amp that his thick-socked foot rests on. The assembly looks to the visitors. They see Ipkin. In near simultaneousness, they make some kind of greeting gesture, thumb and middle finger curled in and pressed to their eyes like a monocle. Ipkin makes it back. She takes the group around the circle, introducing each of the Ectorans in turn as they stare warily at their Taikari captors. Here's Pyuk. She worked at a fishery. She's got a good attitude about this whole thing, on account of it's not her day job, and we've been promised a stipend. That's Yukin over there. Veteran artilleryman. Tough piece, that guy. I can't understand anyone anymore, but at least I'm not half-deaf. This is Technol. He's a nurse from Hearth, does pediatrics. Grant raises a hand. Hearth. It's what the translator is turning Ectora into, Majesty, the administrator says. That's where the name comes from. We'll hammer that glitch out. As Ipkin exchanges one of those forearm bump things with Technol, a rumbling cry breaks over the roar of the fire and the bell tones of the instrument. Tamurak. The words bellowed by the scarred male Ipkin called Yukin. His face is pierced and dotted with runic tattoos. Tamurak, he repeats, lower and flatter, like a curse. He points one stubby finger directly at Grant. This is followed by a stutter-step flow of syllables, with those cracks and glottal stops that turn Ectorish into such a percussive beatbox of a language. The translator tries in vain to placate the old man. Ajax steps forward, hand resting on the stock of his rifle, and that's enough to get him quiet again. What was he saying? Grant asks. Old superstitious talk, Ipkin says. Apocalypse myths and such. Pay it no mind, fella. Yukin, there's just a surly one, that's all. They depart the meeting house, back into the chill of the village center. Grant looks back at Yukin, who's standing silhouetted in front of the fire. The edges of his body wave indistinctly in front of its light and heat. His sunken, glaring eyes glint off the artificial sky as the meeting house door closes. If you ask me, she was catastrophizing. Sakura nudges Grant's arm as they dismount from the shuttle, back into the opulent halls of the Pike. Those people looked more than reasonable to me. Hope you're right. Grant nervously sidesteps a pair of Stardock workers, who take a moment from their jogging guidance of an exo hose to bow low to him. Word must be spreading about Sakura's intention to make him a full-fledged prince. The bows are inescapable now. Sakura's tail brushes his leg. She's watching him close, a concerned look on her face. Do you need an ear, Dove? Is it about the Ectorans? No, not really. Grant looks to the rest of the command group, who are holding murmured conversation as the party relocates to the deck for their debrief, followed by a train of young ensigns rattling off dozens of preparations and contingencies. Is there any way I could steal a moment somewhere private? Of course. Sakura turns to the assembly. Get set up on the deck without me, everyone. Grantide and I will be along shortly. They bow. More bowing. Grant's fingers itch. Majesty, if I could borrow your eyes for a moment? An engineer falls into step with Sakura. The decoy probe is almost ready, but there's a disagreement about the... Sakura holds a hand up. Is this a tech hiccup or a tactics one? Tech, Majesty. Whatever Wayan says goes. Thank you, Specialist. The engineer bows and peels off. Sakura leads Grant at last to a pocket of quiet in the hubbub, in an unoccupied muster room off the hangar-level hallway. She locks the door with her tail and hops up on the hexagonal dais in the room's center so they're eye to eye. She pats her leg. Come here. He walks over and leans into his wife's furnace chest. She scratches the top of his head. Take as long as you need in here, yes, she murmurs. It's been a long, troublesome day. Okay. Grant breathes her scent in and lets it suffuse him. He didn't realize the tight fist of anxiety in his chest until the warmth of the princess, her perfume and her sweet sweat intermingled, begins to unclench it. She plays with his hair. This is getting a little shaggy, she says. Do you want a haircut? Do you think I should? She shakes her head. However long you want it, you can have it. No Navy regulations for royalty. Do you like it long? I like it however you like it. But I do sort of miss the prickly sides. She scritches behind his ear. I forget sometimes you don't purr. He imitates her throaty cat noise and makes her giggle. Talk to me, Dove, she says. Tell me what's getting to you. If you don't mind. Grant hesitates. But if she can tell there's something on his mind, he can't lie to her. It's the bowing, he says. Yes. Sakura sighs. The bowing. Is there any way we could get people to cut back on that when it comes to me? I had intended to have this conversation with you. I despise having to upset you, but the bowing is required. I wish it wasn't. What always? Always, Sakura says. Yes. It was all right when you were a prince consort, Grand Tide. But you're royalty now. Officially. For the Navy enlisted, a salute is permissible, but for the civilians and specialists, the bow is compulsory. Especially aboard a ZKZ. If they neglect to, you're within your rights to throw them in the brig. I'd never do that. I wouldn't either, Dove. And I'd never expect it of you, in the unlikely situation they forget or refuse. But you cannot discourage it. You need to practice the way you receive a bow. You can't keep asking people not to or making that face when they do it. What face? That uncomfortable face. Well, it makes me uncomfortable. I know it does. You'll get used to it, I promise. Until then, you need to pretend. It's necessary, Grand Tide. To remind them of their place? To comfort them, Dove, Sakura says. This might be foreign to you, from what you told me about Makianite behavior. But these people are a full sector away from safety and family. They want someone in charge. Someone who has a plan to keep them safe, who has a use for them. They want a ruler who will recognize their love, accept it, and reward it. Like you and the Empress. Yes, she says. And, in a way, like me and you, Grand Tide. Her hand finds his and binds around his fingers. When I give myself to your strength, and I know you won't hurt me. That is the faith in submission that my kind looks for our entire lives. It's the way a Taikari feels safe. He strokes the webbing of her thumb. I could give a shit about the bow, honestly, from people whose loyalty I already trust, she continues. It is annoying, sometimes, watching everyone dip like a rocking fountain before you can hold a conversation with them. But you have to witness it and seem to let it please you. It's part of the job. Make them feel as though you have seen their fidelity, felt it. Do you value them? Are you grateful for their loyalty to you? Yes. Then let them show it, she says. Let them bow to you, dove, and hold your head high when they do. Please. I know it makes you feel strange. But accept it with grace. Accept the burden they place on you. Don't act as though you don't deserve it. That won't comfort them. It'll dismay them. I hate to feel that I'm at a remove from them. She hums a sympathetic noise. But you're at a remove from them, Grant. They need you to be. You can be their friend. I'm glad you want to be. But they won't forget what you are or what their duty is to you. You can't forget it, either. She taps his chest. You can express your humbleness in other ways, once they're more comfortable with you. Just not with the bow. The bow is important. You can't spurn it. This discomfort you feel is the trade-off for the life they allow us to live. The luxury. This is our side of the deal. He sighs and sits at the edge of the muster room table. Okay, I'll adjust. It just seems like a lonely way to live. It was. She nuzzles her cheek against his knuckles. It was so lonely. I cried myself to sleep sometimes. But that was before you. She guides his hand to her mouth and kisses each of his finger pads as she speaks. I won't bow to you. His pinky. And you won't bow to me. His ring finger. And you and I will be equal. Middle finger. Truly and always. Pointer. She pops his thumb into her mouth and nibbles on it. Right? She asks around it. He chuckles. Right. Thank you. She tilts her head forward so that his vision fills with her scarlet eyes. My prince. He gently tilts her head and opens the way to her Concord grape lips. Sakura nudges his shoulder a few seconds into their kiss. Debriefing, Dove, she whispers. We'll fool around after, okay? His hand slips up the silky hem of his wife's dress and squeezes a soft, generous handful of her, but as he lifts her off the dais and back to the floor. Okay. But when they arrive at the scarlet-slatted command deck, a debriefing isn't what awaits them. Sakura's brow furrows as she sees the yellow light over the door. They step through, and suddenly there's a muffling silence, like they've entered a noise-proofed room. The princess ahems. Why is there a dampener on in here? What is this? She squints at the scratchy feed that her command group has pulled up on the monitor. Are we not debriefing? Majesty. We're borrowing the listening post's long-range equipment for this call. Vora hurries over and skittishly repositions Sakura to a point on the floor. There's a situation that's come up. In the prelate system. The Sakura's pupils dilate. Macon system? Black Pike. There's a hissing, compressed voice from the screen. This is Sarnath Yellow 6, hailing the Black Pike. Do we have connection? This is Void Princess Sakura of the Black Pike. The princess stands up straight and adjusts the silver diadem in her dark hair. What is this? What's the situation? The image resolves into an anti-compelled Marine in tactical black carapace. His comrade's helmet camera reflects in his visor. Majesty. He salutes. This is Gefreiter Durek of the Prelate System Defense Matrix. Your humble servants have intercepted a slay-taker runabout departing Makion. A shiver goes through Grant, from the base of his spine to the ends of his synapses. The camera sweeps around to reveal a dark industrial hallway, like a boiler room's guts. A slay-taker? Sakura wets her dry lips. You've ended them, I trust? We have, Majesty. 5 kills. The vessel has been swept. From off-camera, a strangled cry of jumbled nonsense syllables. Grant's frontal lobe itches. But, they'd taken stock. A Makianite male. Sakura's face is a frozen mask of command. Show me. Majesty, he's armed. The Marine glances off-screen. He took a pistol with armor piercers from one of the dead, and he's brandishing it at anyone who comes near. Give me a visual on that Makianite, Sakura barks, and the Marine moves immediately. The camera goes snowy as it shifts, and the command deck witnesses the soldier whose helmet they were stuck on. They spin as they're screwed onto something, some kind of gyroscope Taikari selfie stick. This is carefully stuck around the chipped, darkened corner. Grant's breath sticks in his throat. A fawn-colored Makianite, his dirty blonde hair matted and streaked with dried blood from a cut on his forehead, is huddled in the corner of a brutalist, boiler room-looking ship chamber. He's wearing a pair of Wrangler jeans and a sweat-stained Henley, both crusted with dirt. 2 tracked tear marks descend from his red-rimmed eyes through the soot on his face. He points a compact Taikari submachine gun, held one-handed, toward the protruding camera. A panicky babble comes from his mouth. I wanna go home, you hear me? His hand shakes. Has to fucking casher and you wanna go. The camera sweeps and oh wow, let's avert our eyes please. Grant gets his first look at Taikari Dong. One soldier has stepped from his suit, like Major Domo Vora did once during a spear duel. He's removing his gauntlets and anti-comps. The screen fills once more with the Gefreiter's face. We believe he was taken from the same geographical region as the prince consort. Someone paid out the nose for a prince consort of their own. We have a team preparing to go translucent and subdue him, with an implant ready. Once he understands Taikari, he'll be compellable. You will not put that implant in his head, soldier, Grant barks. There's a clear delay of about a second before the Marine reacts. It should. Who said that? The Prince of the Black Pike said that. Grant takes a step forward. You will return that man to Makion, do you hear me? He's seen us. If he returns without being wiped, if word spreads. A dozen Makionites a day claim they've been abducted by aliens, Grant says. It's our most enduring myth. Nobody'll believe him. Prince Consort. Majesty, Grant says. You will refer to me properly. Forgive my error, Majesty. The Marine's head tilts to Sakura. She nods. You heard my husband, soldier. Your objective is to bring him home. No implant. That weapon he has is live, Majesty. Live and armor-piercing. If we're going to put him back, we need to know where. We are going to need his cooperation, and he can't understand us. Can you project me? Grant asks. Could he see me? Maybe seeing another human will help. A brief discussion between the soldiers. We can do that, Majesty. The camera telescopes around the corner. The filthy, terrified human appears again. He yelps and hoists the gun toward the camera, then his face shifts into confused awe as the visual from the Pike's deck is projected. Grant points at himself. Grant, he says. Grant, hide. The man unleashes a stream of panicky English. Grant points at his ears and shakes his head. Grant. He points at himself again. He points out. The man's incomprehensible please stutter to a halt. His own hand raises shakily to point at himself. Stephen. Grant hide. Sakura's rubbing a worried mark into the dimple of her chin as she stares at the screen. Is there any way you can communicate with Stephen? Is there any English left in you? Tell him we're getting him home. Grant racks his brain, looking for any last scraps of his native tongue. No, it's all gone. His throat thickens. Even the bits and pieces he had when the implant was new have gone. The last scraps of it, blown away. Suddenly he feels how Ipken must. Impossibly far from home, unfathomably lonely. A pressure builds behind his eyes. I'm so lonesome I could cry. Oh my God, Grant says. Sakura's brows furrow. Dove. He bolts to his feet. I am going to be right back. None of you make a move until I'm back, okay? Grant holds up a hand to the terrified Makionite. He watches the screen glitch and chop as Stephen's mouth opens in confusion. He does the same. Grant raises his finger in what he prays will translate as a 1-minute gesture. Don't let them do a thing until I'm back, Han, he says. Please. I won't, Sakura says. I swear it. Where are you going? I'm getting my goddamn guitar, Grant says, and sprints for the lift. 2 minutes later, Grant is sprinting back to the command deck, his guitar letting out a hollow clack as his uniform's tunic fastener clips it. Sakura sees him coming. The look of skeptical disbelief crashes into her regard for him and snaps into determined action. She grabs his chair from its place next to her throne. She tugs it into place before the video feed. What in hellfire? Hyax mutters. Majesty? Vora blinks. What are you doing? Grant's hands tremble as he hastily tunes the guitar. No reason to have perfect pitch, he supposes, but it helps get the shakes out. This man came from near where I was, right? That's what you said? Same country. That's English he's speaking, Sakura says. I'm sure of it. Then I have a way to talk to him. Wei-in chuckles. Fuck it. Godspeed, Majesty. Hey, Grant calls to the view screen. He holds his guitar up. Stephen. Hey, look here. Stephen the Makionite breathes a disbelieving sound, halfway between a laugh and a sob. Holy shit, is that a Mithrican guitar? Yes. Grant hears the one word he still understands. Guitar. That's right. And, God, I hope this works. He points to his ear. Stephen. Listen to this, okay? You know it. You have to. He plays. The words come haltingly to his lips. It's all nonsense now. Just syllabic sounds. But there are some depths of the mind that are coded so deeply to the metal that not even alien technology can reach them. Grant is a prince, now, of an empire larger than he'd ever thought possible. But he was born in a trailer park, and he dropped out of college, and he worked on an oil field, and at this moment he is proud of it all. Everything that he was once ashamed of. Because he may not remember his language, but he's a redneck, god damn it. A redneck with a guitar. And even the might of the Taikari Empire couldn't erase the song from his brain. The first verse, Grant knows he's butchering. But to be fair, Shenandoah River is the kind of name that even Makianites can mispronounce. The man's face crumples in perplexity as Grant plays. Then it unfolds, still desperate and confused, but elated too. He joins in with off-key amateurishness. Across infinite space, the two Makianites sing it together. There's a time lag that puts the other guy almost a line apart, and his voice is shaky and out of tune, but it's working. Grant laughs with triumphant relief as they go into the chorus, and every word clicks in perfectly. Of course he knows them. He's never set foot in West Virginia, and the place he belongs now is right where he is, standing next to his wife as stunned delight spreads a smile across her face. But he knows them. Every Makianite, every human who's ever gotten drunk enough to whip the sixth string out at a bonfire knows them. The last lines of the chorus tumble slapdash from Grant's mouth. Tears cut through the grime on the man's face. Grant slaps his palm against the strings to still their vibration. Do you get me? He points at the screen. These people are gonna, take me home country road. The man lets out a long, desperate babble of syllables, nodding furiously. Put the gun down, okay? Grant demonstrates with his guitar, lowering it to the floor. Gun down and then we'll take you home. He steps back from the guitar on the floor. He points to it. Stephen's red-rimmed eyes blink rapidly. He lowers to one knee and puts the gun on the floor. The soldier with the camera surges forward with his comrades, and the screen blurs into a choppy, pixelated mess. Stephen cries out as his arms are wrenched around to his back. Hey! Hey! Stop! Grant barks. Let him cooperate, damn it. The soldiers loosen their grip on Stephen, who staggers back to his feet. Their commander appears on the cam again. What's your order, Majesty? Get out a topographical map of Makion, Grant says. Have him point to it. Just do it yourself first, and he'll get the drift. Wherever he indicates, you fly him there and put him down as close to a Makionite settlement as you can get. Did he have a communicator with him? One of these. The squad leader digs through his satchel and pulls a battered smartphone from it. We found it in his belongings. Return it to him with the rest of his stuff. He'll be able to find his way home. Majesty, there's a camera on it. What if he captures film of us as we depart? Grant smirks. I'm telling you people. I've seen probably over 100 pieces of footage of aliens flying around. Even if he films your takeoff in HD, nothing will come of it. I will bet my planet's future on that. Understood, Majesty. The Marine salutes. We'll see it done. Grant heaves a shaky sigh. Thank you, Gefreiter. I'll trust you. The camera points to the floor. Terminating connection. The feed dies. Fucking hell. Wayan laughs. Whatever that was, Majesty, it was genius. Grant tied. Sakura is pulling desperately at his sleeve. Grant, look at me. Look at my lips. He does, of course. The princess speaks slowly and deliberately. Are my lips matching what I am saying? His eyes widen. They are. Holy hellfire, they are. It happened so slowly, he didn't even realize. The implant isn't translating anymore. He knows Taikari. My brain is permanently altered. He thinks it's done, and he interrogates his internal monologue, and yes. It's Taikari. He's thinking in Taikari. Dove. Sakura squeals with joy and leaps into his arms. You're baked in. Your paths are done. Do you know what that means? It means that it's all gone. Grant tries to put the same kind of smile on that Sakura has, despite the existential wound opening in his heart. Tell me. It means that we can start putting it back. Sakura snakes out of his arms and grabs his hand. Come on. Come with me. I have something for you. Vora's tail waves. Majesty, we ought to. Half an hour, Major Domo. Just give me half an hour's recess and I'll be back. Sakura is tugging Grant toward the command deck door. Stand down for now, everyone. Thank you. A round of confused bows as Sakura practically drags Grant from the room. As Wayan straightens, she catches Grant's eye and winks. Sakura is practically vibrating on the lift. It's only 2 floors, but she hits the 0G turbo anyway. I've been waiting for this, she says. Well, you'll see. Grant lets himself chuckle. You're keyed up. I don't even know what that means, Sakura says. But yes, husband. Yes, I am. The lift lets them out at the munitions level. Grant looks confusedly at the storage racks they pass. The technicians and engineers shuttling gear to and fro look confusedly right back. Sakura pulls him into a low-ceilinged room full of neat rows of tagged and stacked boxes. Among the stacks, a pair of Taikari men in anti-compel goggles take inventory. They stop what they're doing with nervous haste to bow. Good day, specialists. Sakura forces a patient formalism into her voice. I'm looking for the unassigned scriptomorphs. Are those in this wing? Yes, Majesty. One of the men points the way. Just through that door. Splendid. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sakura throws the indicated door open. Grant, come here. It's in here somewhere. Grant follows his giddy wife into the cramped storage room beyond the wing. She's pulling heavy-looking crates out of their racks and yanking them open, murmuring as she seeks. Do you need help? He asks. What are we looking for? We are looking for this. Sakura triumphantly tugs a hard case from one of her pell-mell crates. She clicks the catch and opens the case, which blooms with bubble wrap. I assigned a team of linguists, she says. They've been intercepting radio transmissions and analyzing them, and I let them borrow one of your books for a while. You lent them a book? They've already returned it. I've got it right here, see? She pulls his yellowed paperback from the box, one of his father's, John Carter's. She digs further into the bubble wrap. And they used it to make this. She tugs free a glass pane set into a frame of black metal, about the size of a sheet of letter paper. There's a button on the outside edge. This is a scriptomorph pane. It's one of the ways our diplomats quickly learn other languages. She hands it to him. Okay, take this, and let's try it. She opens the book to somewhere in the middle and lays it flat on the crate's askew lid. Grant squints at the characters upon it. So strange, how he used to read left to right and not up to down or out to in. Look through the scriptomorph, Sakura says, and hit the button there on the side. Grant presses the button. The words on the page blur and shift. In the span of a few breaths, the book lays in front of him in Taikari. He moves the frame out of the way. Back to Makianite letters. His breath catches. And then with this bit right here, Sakura flips a switch. A calm, tinny voice emerges from the pane, reading the text aloud and highlighting each word as it comes in a blue glow. And you can shift them both around independently. So it can read aloud in English and show you the Taikari, or the other way around, and it should work on all of your father's books, and I hope so badly it helps, because it's been one of my greatest regrets. Taking English from you, I've felt so guilty about it. And I know we can't reverse it, but I made one for me, too, and I thought we could learn it together, you and me, for a half hour or so every night, and maybe. She yelps as he seizes her and yanks her into the air. They spin twice and clatter against a storage room wall. He kisses her with frantic urgency. I fucking love you, he says. I love you so much, Sakura. I love you, but Grant. She laughs breathlessly as his kisses slip down her neck. Grant. Wait. We have to get back to the command deck. His foot nudges the storage room door shut. Does that lock? Yes, but I told them. He pivots their makeout so that he has her pressed up against the door. He reaches past her hip and clicks the lock. You told them half an hour. Dove, there are people just outside. Sakura is babbling her objections, but her horns are out and sharp, and she knows the word to say if she actually wants him to stop. They'll hear. Not if we're quiet. His forefinger presses lightly on her lips. Will you be quiet for me, Majesty? Her inhale rattles. Uh-huh. Her stomach is hot as a little oven where her arching spine pushes it against him. Are you grateful for my loyalty to you? He whispers. She nods vigorously. He hits the catch on her uniform. She squeaks in shock as its fasteners demagnetize and fall away. Then let me show it. He grabs her communicator before it lands on the floor. He checks its dial. It's been 4 minutes. We can get dressed and back to the deck in 2. He steps out of his boots. She clings tighter to him as the motion bobs her up and down. The fabric is falling away from her. His grip sinks into the bold curves of her hips. Her nipples are tight and pebbled against him. His hand slides up her back and pauses on the nape of her neck. His lungs squeeze with a jolt of realization. The choker he put on her. The one from their first party together. She's wearing it. It was hidden under the high cuff of her uniform. Batty. His hand trembles as he traces its silky edge. What's this? Her face is dark with her furious blush. I knew today would be a trial. And it grounds me. To remember. Her embrace tightens. Her arms are too small to fit all the way around his back. To remember who I belong to, she whispers. His heart gallops. He kisses the princess's gloriously exposed chest, right below the little birthmark on her teardrop breast. He slides a storage crate out of its shelf and plops her on top of it. Her toes curl and her ribcage swells, and she's perfect. She's the most perfect thing he's ever seen. Her wide, lovely eyes dance across his hands as they tug her uniform the rest of the way off. What are you doing? I'm seeing how many times my wife can come in 23.5 minutes, he says. The princess of the Black Pike is hanging upside down. Grant's hands tuck under her shoulders to keep her stable. Grant's face is buried in her crotch. Grant's airways are being constricted by her legs as they wrap in desperation around his head, calves crossed at the nape of his neck. Totally worth it. If he dies, he dies. Sakura dangles desperately. Oh my god, Grant. Sho, babe. He kisses the flexing tendon of her inner thigh. Hold on now. Okay. Are you? Oh, Sakura writhes as Grant tugs her higher. Her thighs clamp around his head. The world goes quiet beneath his quivering blue earmuffs. He kisses her mound, gentle at first, almost chaste. Then he grips her butt to anchor her and shoves his face further. His lips part her folds. His tongue slides into her and maps her elegant, shapely cunt as it blushes and blooms. He takes a deep, exulting inhale of her, lets his wife's hot, healthy musk conjure something predatory from the depths of his subconscious. Maybe the brigadier is right, and he is a barbarian. Because the urge is rising within him as he breathes the bouquet of his regal highborn wife to wreck her. To leave this tight, delicate little confection twitching and stretched, molded into his shape and dripping with Makionite seed. He gets down onto one knee and lays Sakura's back across his leg. Her long hair fans off his leg and brushes against his calf. He watches her squirm, watches the birthmark on the underside of her breast hypnotically sway with the motion of her upturned body. Her horns are poking into his quadriceps as they grow out of her head. This is fun, he decides, but he's going for speed, here, and she needs to be comfortable. He stands up again, briefly, and she squeals and tightens her hold, clamping to his jaw like a sexy blue face hugger. He lowers her onto the storage crate lid. Her steel cable muscles relax as she feels the surface against her back. Grant continues the motion and kneels before her, burying his face further between her spreading legs. Her breath is billowing harder now. A gasping groan gilds the edge of each exhalation. He brings her clit into a brief, sucking kiss, and a violent shiver rocks her. Grant. She curls her fingers through his hair, and he's going to keep it long, at least on top, he decides, as she grinds her pelvis across his stubble. Her face is dark and shiny with her blush. Grant, I'm gonna come, I'm G. She clenches with such jerking explosivity that her pussy nearly pushes his tongue out. Her thighs squeeze so hard that he wouldn't be able to stop if he wanted to. She claps her hand over her own mouth to muffle her climactic cry. Her eyes gleam wild and overwhelmed above her hand. He sees them glaze and unfocus and finally shut as her orgasm peaks and coasts. She loosens her death grip on his skull, and he rocks backward to admire his handiwork. The tossed and wild mane, the skin glistening and flushed. The nipples tight and peaked on her heaving chest. That's enough, Grant tied. She blinks rapidly, trying to clear the curling haze. We have to get back. We still have. Grant checks Sakura's communicator. There's a text chain from Bora on it. Going over minutiae while we wait for you, Majesty. No rush. Ignore any texts Hyax sends you. She's being Hyax. Don't fret, Cora. I'm sure he'll love it, smiley face. And a message from Hyax. Whenever Milady is done polishing her Makionites meat spear, we've got an invasion to plan. He chuckles as he dismisses them and checks the time. We still have 18 minutes, he says. You came so quick. Needy little thing. Sakura covers her face. I'm not, it wasn't on purpose. He places the communicator on the ground by her clothes. But it's sounding like you can still form sentences. So my job's not done. Maybe you could, she swallows. Your hands. Do the thing. His thumb stretches the little pouch of softness around her belly button. What happened to that's enough? You ass. She scoffs. Shut up and fingerfuck me. Ooh. Tough girl. He dips a finger down across her labia and she squeaks. I'll do the thing. But you have to be quiet, okay? I'm being as quiet as I can, but you OF. She squeaks again as his hand shoves up against her mouth. He stretches her out across the crate and holds her down. His fingers slip inside her sodden body to the first knuckle. With every sucking inch, the swelling up-down motion of her breath across her ribcage speeds up and the air tingling against his grip over her mouth gets hotter and harsher. His palm presses against the air-chilled dampness of her mound. His thumb teases against the hood of her clit and tears a nonsense plea from her. Shoo, he doesn't slow down. There's people out there. Remember? She moans her pleasure into his palm. He puts his lips to her long, pointed ear. Think of it as practice. We've put our kids to bed in the next room and we can't wake them. Another muffled wail. Her spine arches. Do you like imagining that? He shifts his grip and her face burns as the slippery sound of his motion gets louder. Imagining us together a decade from now? Imagining the father of your children fucking you every night. A melting mom as her hips winch into the air. You are going to be the cutest mom, he whispers. Her tongue laps at his hand. He kisses her neck and pushes deeper. She thrashes as he keeps going. She grips the forearm that's keeping her pinned on her back. He pulls it away, thinking maybe she wants to tell him something, but as she feels the pressure lifting, she gives an urgent tug and he leans back onto her. He glances at the communicator. Halfway there. He opens his fingers around her mouth. Her scratchy tongue laps at his thumb. Do you have another one for me? Drool drifts from the edge of her mouth. Your cock. She's pinched and pleading. Please. Come for me again. His palm presses down on her tummy as his other hand's fingers dig deeper. One more and I'll give it to you. Grant, she keens. It's too much I can't. Her hand lands back over her own mouth. Her fangs gleam as they chew her knuckle. He caresses her as his finger-fucking redoubles. His hand fits perfectly into the curve where her slender, sinuous waist flares into her thick, plump ass. Her cushion jiggles under his palm. A throaty yelp escapes her. Shoo, he gives her hip a playful tap. Be good. A weak giggle rises from her perspiring chest. She pants and whines. She lifts their hands away. You're fucking insufferable. Her stomach flexes and trembles. Her legs bicycle helplessly for a moment, and then she gives into the primal breeding urge flooding her synapses, and her thighs spread as they bend up against her body. Her knees push her breasts together. Her horns are dark and extruded all the way. She's gradually coiling into her favorite position, the one where Grant puts his full weight on top of her and hammers her into the floor like a little blue nail. She's never so comfortable as when she's curled like this, ready to be pressed down and filled up. From what she's told him about the merciless way Taikari reproduce, he presumes the desire for a heavy body on her and the sturdy, snug position she assumes are evolutionary instincts. Her eyes are rolling back into her head. Her insides thicken and bind. He knows what that is, knows what her body is about to do. He kicks their clothes further away. He stops the in and out motion and bends his knuckles to focus on the ridge of her G-spot, coaxing the keening song from her. This is the thing Sakura was referring to, and he's gotten very good at it. He leans forward so that it'll get on him and not these poor archivists' floor. He wants to feel it. Grant, you're gonna make me. Her lips hang open. Her eyes screw shut. He crushes her mouth to his and pushes his tongue down her tight, gasping throat. Her orgasmic cry muffles. Her muscles tweak and pull beneath his palm. A dramatic arching of her spine, a high girlish squeak, and Void Princess Sakura squirts. A warm pulse coats his fingers and forearm and her inner thighs. His little wife stutter sobs his name into his mouth with the involuntary buck of her hips, Grahant. His lips depart hers. She's breathing like she just ran a marathon, hips shaking, mumbling monosyllabic gasps around the loose theme of his name. That's my girl. He kisses her shivering stomach. 9 minutes left. I think I'm going to have to get serious if we're gonna make it to 3. You're gonna break me. Her hips thrust weakly, humping the air. You're gonna break my brain forever. You're okay, baby. He cups her face. You're okay. You need the word. She shakes her head. My brave princess. He kisses her horn, earning another overwhelmed whine from her, and turns her gently onto her side. Her breasts spill softly, one laying on the other, both of them heaving with her breath. He lifts one of her legs as she lays sideways. She's so short that her heel doesn't reach his shoulder, so he holds it against his chest. Her swollen sex throbs against him to the triplet beat of her alien heart as he repositions himself and undoes his belt. He pulls a condom from his uniform pocket and tears its packaging open with a canine. Her ear twitches at the sound. No, she raises herself on an elbow. No, wait. Grant. She takes a ragged breath. Lonesome. He freezes. Is he going too far? Is she only tolerating this? She turns onto her back. Her thighs spread open. Her vulva is blushing and twitching from the marathon he's putting her through. No condom, she says. He exhales. I'm sorta hoping to come too, baby. Come in me, she says. I have panties and leggings and a topcoat. It'll be fine. You want to debrief with it in you? She wags her tail. Uh-huh. I don't want to ruin your underwear. Ruin it. Ruin me. She's shifting seamlessly back into their shared space. Fuck your princess raw, makey a night. Her foot nudges his stomach. That's an order. He grins and takes her ankle in his grip. I didn't know you were the one giving orders here, Majesty. These power plays of theirs, he remembers when it felt awkward to him, when it made him self-conscious. He hasn't become some kind of alpha since then, but it's easier and easier to let her flip that switch in him when she needs it. And it intoxicates him now too. He admits it. The transformation in them both. The look on her face when his shadow encompasses her, excitement and satisfaction and ardor spiced with a minuscule trace of apprehension. I am still in charge, you know. She swallows to clear away the saliva that her body is making, in anticipation of what her husband is going to do to it. I'm the only one on board who outranks you, but I do. Even though you're a princess and I'm a prince. He shakes his head. How is that fair, huh? Because you're a big crude Makianite, she says. And I'm a cute little Taikari lady, and we're in charge. He tuts. That isn't a very nice thing to say, princess. She snickers and sticks her tongue out at him. What are you gonna do about? He grabs her other ankle and drags her to the edge of the crate. She groans and writhes as he kicks his pants the rest of the way off. I'm gonna show you, he says, what big crude Makianites do to cute little Taikari ladies who think they're in charge. His hands slip down from her ankles to beneath her knees. He pushes up and in and folds his wife in half again, the way she likes. Her glowing blush spreads from her face to the top of her chest. You girls think you can just kidnap us and not face any consequences? His cock slides up and past her pussy, coasting between the quivering pillows of her trapped thighs. You're just big. That's all. She laughs breathily and undulates her hips. Her abs tighten and flex as she braces to receive him. You think size matters? We could conquer your planet tomorrow if we wanted. Oh. Sakura's feeling spicy. Before the gift she gave him today, this might have been too much for Grant. But now it just makes him feel spicy too. You know what? I think you owe the aliens of the firmament an apology, little Miss Conqueror. I think I'd like to hear you say, he leans down. Sorry. Her throat trembles. Taikari, don't say sorry. Taikari, don't. He pushes another slow thrust along her, gliding on her folds. But you married a Makianite. He hooks a finger into her choker and tugs her halfway up to sitting. A Makianite collared you. And Makianites say sorry. He observes her carefully. Is this delicious taboo, or is it too far? He opens the door in the back of his head and tarries at the threshold, just in case he needs to get out of the scene and back into doting husband mode. Make me Makianite, she says. He grins. Say you're sorry, he says, and promise you'll be a good girl. And I'll give you what you want. She shakes her head and moans as his cock slips up and past her entrance again. She trembles so hard it rattles the crate rack. Insufferable Makianite. Oh God. He pauses. His head nests in her entrance, and he teases a microscopic thrust. Her head tilts back. Her eyes snap open. Grant, she pleads. We're running out of time, Majesty. He cradles her head. His fingertips caress the sensitive conches of her ears. Say it. I'm sorry. It's ripped raw from her. I'm sorry, another racking spasm takes her. She mews in desperation and writhes to try to push his cock all the way in. Her body's seizing, clinging like it's trying to suck him inside. He stills her with a light but sure hand on the side of her neck. She arches as her cunt squeezes the empty air. Please, Grant. Please, please. And what else? He prompts. His rough thumb pad strokes her jaw. I'll be a good girl. Her voice quakes with the effort to keep her voice down. I won't conquer your planet. I'll do anything you want. I promise. I'll be good, I'll be so good. His hips slam into hers. The molten heat of her insides. Her triumphant wail muffles into his chest as he impales her. He is almost positive at this point that the archivists outside have politely excused themselves, but she's still trying so hard to be quiet. His alpha act is falling apart. His wife is just too fucking cute. Come to me. Her arms are open wide. Husband. The raw vulnerability is obvious on her face. She's rolled over to show her underbelly. She must be feeling the same thing. Playtime is over. She needs his love. For all their bravado, this is what ends up happening half the time. Setting up these kinky dom/sub situations is straightforward enough during foreplay, but now his wife is holding him and licking his face and her flesh is pulsing around him and the feeling of home and comfort is too strong. And they've fallen out of character and become two lovesick idiots again. He can almost forget, when they're like this, what she's going to do when she leaves this room. The conquest she and her minions are planning. No, that's letting yourself off the hook. You're planning it, too. But that voice is quiet, and it's getting quieter and quieter every day of his new life. Quiet enough now to be drowned out by shallow breath and slapping skin and beating hearts. So what if his wife is a tyrant by Machianite standards? So what? He's the only Machianite he knows anymore. His wife is a villainess and he loves her. He loves his evil wife. He wants to have evil kids with her. He plucks her off the ground and holds her aloft as their tongues slide and intermingle. Thank you, he whispers to her. Thank you so much, baby. Their noses nuzzle. He gazes into her dilating eyes. Your gift. I fucking love it. She moans into his neck. Anything. The crate squeaks as she gyrates to meet his body with hers. I'll give you anything you want. I'll conquer the firmament for you. I'll be your concubine. Anything, Grant. What he wants is to make love to her like this for hours. But he reckons Vora won't be able to keep the Brigadier from coming down here and tranquilizing them. He glances at the communicator on the floor. 4 minutes left. He flips his dazed little doll onto her stomach and rests her on the edge of the crate. Her feet dangle. He holds her securely in place. Then he fucks her in rapid, jiggling doggy style across the crate's lid. His fists close on her horns. He holds her fast for purchase and plows the void princess into a whimpering mess. He listens to the rhythmic, breathy oaths she's trying and failing to suppress. He watches her thick heart-shaped ass ripple as he has his way with her. 3 minutes. He loves the way her sweat looks on her skin. How it glistens against the hard-won muscle along her back. Every Taikari woman he's seen is beautiful, but Sakura has taken that beauty and gone further, forged herself. She is a work of art. The hours of disciplined training, written in the proud lines of her shoulders, her stretching biceps. In the tapered chords of her lats as they tremble with sensation. 2 minutes. She denied herself the warmth of a lover for 40 years. She honed her body into a weapon. His little Amazon. His killing machine. The woman he's splitting open could murder him in the span of a breath. He's seen it. And now he sees her submitting to his touch and trusting this warrior body to his care. Making herself soft and open and weak for him. Her dripping folds clutching and relaxing, tugging and coiling. His caveman brain is overheating. She's calling out to him, to God, to the wordless, overwhelming sensation that has her thrashing in its clutches. A patch of her drool is pooling on the crate lid. I'm gonna make you a night marry you. He leans forward. The arch of her spine houses his stomach like they're two interlocking puzzle pieces. I want the wedding we never got. I'm gonna put a ring on your finger and swear an oath to you. I'm gonna put you in a wedding dress and then rip you out of it. Yes. Her voice jostles in time to his rhythm. Yes, please, yes, yes. His mind is fogging. His jaw grinds shut. He sees the cliff approaching and steps on the accelerator, bouncing his wife's cushioned ass against him, chasing this bruising bliss. The pumping flex in her abdomen falters and flutters. Her orgasm is close. He fucks her with renewed determination. He lays his hand on the cold plastic of the crate, and she gratefully presses her face into it, raising her ass higher as his forceful thrusts clap rhythmic shockwaves along it. Her tail wags madly. He rasps into her ear. Inside? You're sure? She turns her head. At this bent angle, they're face to face. Her dark, thick brows are high and pleading. Inside. His hand slips to her neck. He pulls her up into a steep arch. The metal studs of her choker kiss his fingers. His other palm lands on her sweltering belly and tightens into its tiny, sweat-shining paunch. His flushed face must give away the primal fantasy captivating him, because she laces her fingers over his and whispers, "Breed me." The dam bursts. One final deep, burying shove. One final ripple along her round inviting ass, and then he locks her hips to his and floods her. Her eyes brim and widen with lecherous wonder as she feels the swell and the gushing warmth. His eruption carries her over the edge. The song of his wife's climax is different when she's coming on his cock. Smokier and huskier, like an animal being rutted. Their slamming haste melts into a groaning, burrowing half-time as Grant empties himself into Sakura. The percussive sound of skin-on-skin liquefies into lascivious squelching. Her flailing feet twitch and dangle and then relax, her toes fanning out against his knees. Every push is met with another luscious groan and a silky pulse from her tight little core, until he's shoved so deep into the princess that he's nearly on top of the crate himself. Her butt squishes softly outward as his hips settle and flatten her against the lid. Her tail droops across his shoulder like a pageant sash. "You're so heavy," she sighs. He props himself up. "My bad." "No. It's good." Her tail reaches past his shoulder to rub his scruff. "Oh, it's wonderful. If I didn't have to run this big dumb annexation, I'd want to spend the rest of the day like this. Pull out and get me my panties, please, Dove." He slides back and shivers as the copious lubrication he filled her with eases his passage. As he hunts for her underwear, she stretches like a cat, ass arched into the air, arms reaching forward. The shapely muscles in her back stand out. "Three's not bad," she says. "But I'll bet we can beat it, somewhere easier on the knees." Now you've got me feeling competitive. Her pussy is easing back into the tight innie shape it had before he plowed her. His seed oozes from her lilac insides and mats her sculpted pubes. Her tail points up to the ceiling, exposing the snug blue ring of her asshole. She gives him an impish grin over her shoulder. "I'm not distracting you, Dove, am I? You're the one planning the invasion." He tosses Sakura her panties. "I'm the distraction. Long live the resistance." "Oh, shoot," she says. "There goes Ectora, I suppose." Her butt bounces adorably as she shimmies them on. She sees his attention and turns the motion fluid and presentational. She clasps her uniform back on and tugs her leggings up. Grant rests his palm on the back of Sakura's neck as the choker disappears beneath its collar. "Where'd you get that originally, anyway?" "It was near the back of your jewelry drawer." "Oh, I have no clue," she says. "A lot of my things are gifts from some toady or another, and just go into overlooked little corners. I don't recall whether I'd worn it before you. Normally, I'm much spanglier. We could replace it. Something more your style." "Absolutely not." Her palm goes protectively to her throat. "All my favorite things are from overlooked little corners these days." He shoulders his uniform back on while she unlocks the door and peers out of it. He guessed right, the crew who were in here have made themselves scarce. She sighs. "I'm setting an awful example, you know. Coupling is to be done exclusively in registered couples cabins or in a reserved room in the conjugal hab. I'm going to catch Gafrida Reyna driving stick shift in the firing range again, and I won't have a leg to stand on, disciplinary-wise." He tucks the scriptomorph under his arm, along with the borrowed pulp book. "We'll rely on Hayaks. For now, we will." She smirks as she leads him back to the lift. "Don't think I didn't see her ogling all those ectorans." "That thing you do," he asks her, as the lift hums them through the pike. "The muscle thing. Does that have a name?" She nods. "It's called Nura's belt." "Can every Taikari do that?" "Other girls can, flex," Sakura says. "But moving it the way I do took hectocycles to master. It's considered the mark of a nonpareil lover." Princess Nura was one of the greatest bedkeepers of the terrestrial empire. I read her books as part of my sexual autodidactism. They're fascinating and informative. And quite graphic. I still can't believe you learned all this stuff without a soul to use it on. I am a void princess of the Taikari. I am always prepared. I knew I'd find a husband someday. I just needed someone worthy of my gifts. Her grin is broad and smug. Don't you remember what I told you the night you won me? The night you deflowered me? This is how I keep you. The lift slides to a halt. Sakura's tail thwips out to the button console and holds the door shut a moment longer. I wonder how it will feel, she whispers. Her finger traces up his leg to the base of his crotch. Planning the conquest of an interplanetary civilization, with my princes come dripping down my thighs. She slaps his butt and skitters, giggling from the lift. On the first day, the comet streaks across the crushed velvet sky above Riwek, the largest landmass on Ectora. It craters into the southern ice sheet. Its flames boil the frigid ocean beneath. Its passage is marked by a sparsely populated meteorological outpost, manned by a husband, wife, and their keeper. The Thruple's instruments tell them the impossible. They pile breathlessly from their skid ship at the site of the crash. They've been beaten, to the great wound in the ice, by a hunting party from the Nuktaloshan tribe, whose divers are folding their frigid wetsuits by the radiator wagon. Did you find it? The husband worries his fleece cap in his mitts. Do you know what it is? We did. The scarred lead diver is sitting with his dorsal sweating before the iron grill of the radiator. And we don't. Grant knows when he's about to make a blunder at Gravitas, because his otherwise entirely defaced wife's tail wags before he puts the piece down. When she realizes the cue he's using, she insists on tying her tail around her waist. Grant is far from competitive, but he challenges her to an immediate rematch so he can see the face she makes when she wins again. It's a bunch of hurry up and wait, Sakura explains. And we're far enough away from the quantum pylons and the calm lanes that nobody but the most determined bureaucrats can bother me. For the next 10 days, the itinerary is monitoring the Ectoran reaction to our little cat spa, making love to my husband and kicking his adorable ass at Gravitas. Grant rubs the carved ivory of his mercenary carrier as he searches in vain for a move that won't give ground. I'm feeling good about my chances this time. Sakura sits cross-legged and perky in her nest chair, her voluminous silk robe pooling around her. She tilts her head. You're not going easy on me, Grant-eyed, are you? Am I really that terrible? You're an excessively kind man. I wanted to make sure. Untie that tail. I need a handicap. On the second day, a small city of tents and government skid ships encircle the impact site. The Nuktaloshan tribe is forcefully ushered from their hunting ground. Its elders lodge a terse complaint with their counselor, who's vociferous in her complaints to the Security Commission, vociferous enough that they show her the thing they found under the ice and tell her what they think it is. That evening, she informs the Nuktal that there is nothing she can do. No video call. She doesn't trust herself enough to keep her fringe from trembling. Quartermaster Kaimai watches fretfully over Grant's shoulder, or, well, under it, thanks to the heights involved, as the prince investigates the vast food stores in the agro larder. He concludes that Anikbonai peppers are close enough to jalapenos for his purposes. Make sure you de-seed those carefully, Kaimai says, and hastily adds, Majesty. Grant brings his bacon-wrapped chili rellenos to the next command group meeting. The Black Pike's rulers review the intercepted pundit recordings to determine which news stations will be most amenable to Taikari doctrine and have their first taste of Makianite cuisine. Vora gazes with awe at the melty pull of cheese that ascends with her fork. There's so much cheese in this, Majesty. Is it really all that much? Grant scoops a portion off the filigreed silver serving tray the quartermaster insisted on. Kaimai looked at me like I was a madman while I was stuffing them. Vora takes a bite. Her tail wags. It's not a complaint. You're expanding my mind. If you're gonna let a Makianite rule this boat, he says, you guys had better get used to a lot more melted cheese. I need us to do a Makianite night every 10 days if this is how you people eat. Weigh-in spoons filling onto a slice of pepper. Fuck me, that's tasty. I wish I knew enough Makian recipes to make that workable, Chief Engineer. These and sloppy joes are kind of my two tricks. Weigh-in nudges Sakura. We should have stolen a cookbook when you swiped that guitar. Sakura raises her hand. A sloppy joe? I'll make those next. Vora titters. Do we want to know what a joe is? A joe is a guy. It's a Makianite name. Is he particularly sloppy? Sakura asks. Infamously so. Grant nods gravely. He was the sloppiest Makianite to ever live. We write about him in our history books and speak his name in hushed tones. Hyax has been eating in stolid, hurried silence. Sakura elbows her. You like my husband's cooking, Brigadier? It's all right, Hayek says, around a mouthful of ground meat and pepper. All right. Sakura titters. That's her third grand tide. On the third day, the Security Commission presents its findings to the Central Conclave of 50. The probe's been retrieved, deconstructed, diagrammed. The trembling keeper advances the slide. Its nature is unmistakable. The jaunt mechanism aboard, it's past anything we've ever built. It uses materials we lack names for. Counselor Tikia clears her throat. You're telling us it's alien. The keeper cycles the slideshow forward. There are a few explanations we're ranking in order of likelihood, but yes, Counselor. This is alien. There is an extraterrestrial race whose spacefaring mechanization makes our grandest vessels as impressive technologically as harpoons and hake nets. We are not alone, siblings. The project lead presses her shaking hands together and interlaces them in prayer. Gods be merciful. Ect keep us. We are not alone. Some of them pray. Some weep. Some already are engaged in whispered conference on the close and crumbling edge of panic. The extant procedures for a revelation such as this are unsealed and judged and found deficient. It's one thing to idly imagine science fiction invasions and first contacts. It's another to stare at the singed, twisted proof. Grant kisses the nape of his wife's neck and rolls off her. Her ears twitch as she lays gasping in the memory foam dent he pounded her into. He scoops Sakura off her stomach and spoons her into his arms. Come here. She gives a weak, overwhelmed hum in reply. Her tail wags exhaustedly to the rhythm of her blown-out lungs. He brushes a few strands of her mane from his face. Your hair's so long, Batty. Your hair's long, she mumbles. He nuzzles into her neck. Have you always had it like this? He asks. She sighs, her exhalations steady again. I wore it long, but never quite this long. It reached my waist during my stay on Makion. You want to cut it? Oh, I don't know. She stretches smugly and burrows her blue, but further into the crook of Grant's midsection. I like it like this, I think. I do, too. They lay together and watch the firmament drift by. He watches his satisfied wife's horns gradually retract until they're just peeking out from her hair. A minute of deep breathing recovery and Sakura twists around to give Grant that adorable puppy dog face she has when she's waiting for him to kiss her. He obliges. You're doing so much better on the bows, Dove, she murmurs into his neck. I'm doing better at pretending anyway, he says. That's the first step. But I'm not really a prince yet, right? There's paperwork to do. And approval from the Corps. I don't give a toss about the Corps. And neither does the Pike. They've always been ready to accept you. She brushes his lengthening hair behind his ear. All you ever had to do was accept them. On the fourth day, the next to know are the generals. In the High Hall's briefing room, surrounded by hanging, burnished Astrodon bones, they clutch their pelt cloaks and stare with muted, fringe-wilted shock as the cobbled-together team of researchers present the latest version of their much-revised analysis. What if they're hostile? A temple militant rubs his jowled chin. What if their weaponry is as advanced as this jaunt engine? Commander Counselor Kuniag's palms are flat on the table in front of her. Then we lose, she says. Grant finally convinces Wayan to jam with him in the princess's cabin. The chief engineer brings with her a two-stringed acoustic instrument she calls Astrala, whose ambiguous tuning and airy reverberations remind him of Chinese opera. She plays it with a happy-go-lucky jauniness at odds with its haunting timbre, slapping her thumb into it like a claw-hammer banjo to accompany Grant's finger-picking cascades. You've been holding out on me, Chief Engineer, Grant says, as her Strala's wolf call song slips through his strums. How'd I have to find out you play from Sakura? I don't exactly advertise it. Be honest with you, it's a little bit cheating with the hand. I can just program sequences into it if I need to. She holds her bionic hand up on the Strala's neck. Its joints click as it forms intricate musical shapes in the air, sending an arpeggio across the Strala's strings. Issy? Hey. The crowd doesn't care where the tunes come from, you know. My dad's favorite band never actually played live. Just stood in front of the speakers and pretended. Grant absent-mindedly Travis picks along a bluesy chord progression. Wayan tilts her head as he finishes the phrase. What's that one called? I dunno. Just jamming. Wayan blows out an unbelieving scoff. You're improvising, boss? Yeah. Fucking hell. Sakura said you were good, but I thought that was just her being dewy-eyed over her new husband. She examines Grant's fingers against the strings. You are really goddamn good, Prince. You and Her Majesty are going to give me a swollen head. A what? Big ego. Well, this is coming from someone who hasn't rode the Makianite Meat Express. So you know I'm not just honing your horns. Wayan follows his melody with faltering experimentation. Maybe you're a dabbler on Makion. But that means Makion has some incredible musicians. Huh. Grant plucks a slide down his D string. Guess it's just something the species is good at. Big hunks, good music, and entirely cheese-based cuisine. Wayan clucks her tongue and shakes her head. You sure you don't want to just cut us loose on Makion? I think our species would have a real good time with each other. Grant chuckles. I think I pass. I reckon there's more than a few Makionite men who'd be very upset with you if they knew you were the only thing keeping them from arranged marriages to horny little Taikari wives. Entirely possible, Chief Engineer. Grant stops courting in favor of twiddly little pentatonic runs. Someone has to think of the Makionite women, right? Hey, now. Wayan wags a mechanical finger. Don't underestimate Taikari boys. We ladies are built to take a good hard dicking for a reason, you know. Do you have a husband or a boyfriend or anything? Nope. Wayan taps her knuckle on her instrument's crossbar. I got about 2 score fuck buddies, though. When we're done here, I've got a date with a couple of Marines to take turns on me. Grant chuffs a laugh. I can never tell when you're joking. What, just 'cause I'm old enough to be your grandma? Wayan wiggles her brows. That's a little something called seasoning, Majesty. On the 5th day, the Council of 200 are given a limited version of the truth. The nearly intact probe from another world becomes an object of interest. Doubt and discretion, the constant friends of the temple, now wielded against its members. The savvy read between the lines. Whispered calls are made. Contingencies are constructed. Grant and Sakura finish their first full dance sequence without a single mistake. The princess screams in warrior triumph and tumbles into her husband's arms. Vora and Orin whistle and applaud. On the 7th day, a hack journalist publishes the first They're Here article in a seal-whispering rag on Herrick. Sensationalist stuff. No need to move on it. The 8th day is when the story first appears, uncredited, in the Rewek Advocate. They find the writer and disappear him. In the echoing catacombs beneath the high hall they try to terrify a name out of him. But he's still and sedate beneath the black hood they draped over his head. His dorsal stands straight and proud. You're trying to keep control, he says. It's already gone. Grant convinces Ajax to lift with him by promising a spot in the command group's private workout room. The Taikari version of the bench press presupposes a tail. The sergeant looks askance at Grant's, but on the bench version. You lift like how my girlfriend lifts, he says. How's that? A lot more than I expected. On the 9th day, the Ectoran Armada secrets itself into an uncharted spot in deep space for its latest round of combat exercisers. Fan formations and shifting lines of fire. They think they're unmonitored. They're wrong. Grant and Hyax watch the Gauss gun flashes from the Pike's command deck. The Brigadier's eyes are narrow and analytical. There's too much variance between their COs, she says. Teaching drill to the rank and file isn't enough if you don't follow through on regulating doctrine in your command structure. Her hands are folded behind her back. Not that it matters, I suppose. Ask you something, Brigadier? Of course, Majesty. Why the crash and the tendy wait? Why not send down a probe saying hi? The uncertainty, Hyax says. It's useful when monitoring a republic. Identifies the real power brokers, pokes at the cracks. If you let them sweat for a while, they do a fine job at destabilizing themselves. Fractious dioceses are much more easily brought into the fold than a single unified front. No manipulation required. It's different with autocracy. When there's a dictator, we often ride up to the door and knock. Does it haunt you at all, Brigadier? The mustering, the useless preparation. Why would it haunt me, Majesty? Existentially, I mean. Grant watches the alien formations shifting. The nation I grew up in counted itself the greatest military power on Makion. But the Ectorans would crush us. And you're going to crush the Ectorans. What if the Taikari run into something greater again than what you've got? What you've got, he says. Hyax raises an eyebrow. You're part of the Imperial family now, Majesty. He presses. Would you still fight? Why would I do that? Loyalty, I guess. Isn't it your duty to die for the Empire if you need to? Certainly. But my loyalty is predicated on the trust she'll spend me right. If I found out I'd tossed myself away on a hopeless fight, I'd kick her ass in the afterlife. Glory to her. Grant rubs the stubble on the shorn edge of his beard. Makianite stories are full of people sacrificing their lives in the name of doomed causes. Hayek squints. And this is a virtue? Sometimes. You fascinate me, Majesty, Hayek says. So intriguingly counterintuitive. The more I learn of Makion, the more I look forward to commanding human marines. Once we house-train your world, you'll give us superb soldiers, I think. Sakura ambles between them. Brigadier. Behave. Hayek clicks her tongue. I did mean it as a compliment. They don't let aliens on ZKZs, Grant says. Free ones, anyway. They didn't, Hayek says, and then you came along. I'd think one Makianite would be more than enough for you. Not at all, now that we know the trick to domesticating them. The corner of Hayek's mouth hitches up. You fancied yourself such a firebrand rebel. But all we needed to turn you into a faithful Navy nobleman was a Taikari lover. And it's not as though we'd be lacking in volunteers to shack up with handsome alien giants. Grant smirks back, but lets the matter drop. Wayan said the same thing. Is it true she's some kind of sex maniac? Oh, certainly, Sakura says. She's slept with half the vessel. I have a clerk whose primary responsibility is keeping an unobtrusive eye on the woman. She propositioned me once. I told her the command group is no place for canoodling. Hayek gives Grant one of her scar-faced looks. This was before Sakura made you an honorary member. And now it's too late. Sakura nudges her. I think you're developing a taste for seafood. Hayek looks stubbornly ahead at the main screen. Don't know what you're talking about, Majesty. It's some kind of misreading. It has to be. Skorvik stares at the readouts beside the stellar map. Some sort of stellar interference showing electrostat where there shouldn't be. It's accelerating, Skor. His partner is dialing a number on the observatory tower's bulky cadmium-orange radio box. It's fucking steering. Don't play anything right now. All right? I got a call to make. Not even quiet? Skorvik looks up from his console. Ikar's hands are shaking. Her fringe is bleached with fear. He's never seen that before. Help to calm you down, maybe? Ikar shakes her head. It's not a moment for calm. Who are you calling? She pulls the receiver from the Vox and holds it to her ear. I'm calling the goddamn High Hall. Do you reckon, is this it? What else could it be? Her fists bunch and release. Her eyes stare past him and his console and the tower window, out to the sky beyond them. They're here. A side blade-shaped hole in the sky, like an iridescent fingernail shaving, opens. And then the aliens are above High Step. It looks smaller than you'd think, the ship that brings the end of the Ectoran United Republic. It doesn't blot out the sun or dwarf the moon. It doesn't hover in its immensity over the High Hall. From the ground, it's no bigger than an ant. You could miss it easily if it weren't pointed out to you. If the city hadn't frozen like a prey animal in a floodlight. If High Step's auto traffic hadn't ground to a halt, and if the streets hadn't flooded, and if people weren't screaming or praying or just staring in silent awe at the thing in the sky, the thing that everyone said, well, surely they exist, surely we'll see one someday, and never truly believe their words. And now it's here. The end of everything they knew, and the start of everything else. Sakura, Void Princess of the Black Pike and servant of Empress Zithra 19, greets the High Hall Council. The voice rings out in the chamber of the 200, frightening the dorsals off the two humming custodians who were in the middle of polishing the ivory altar. The theater-sized view screen above the obsidian altar on the other end of the room has activated. An alien, red-eyed and fanged and massively broadcast, speaks in smooth, accented Ectorish. We request the presence of High Counselor Kilikmek Ector and any counselors or ecclesiasts she wishes to accompany her. The telecommunication device in her office has been repurposed to serve as a direct link to the Taikari vessel in low orbit over your world. When she is ready to speak, she need only switch it on. This message will repeat. Grant itches his neck beneath his high, brocaded collar. He feels like a total dork in this outfit. Its onyx fasteners, its gold brocade, its sleek scarlet longcoat with the Black Pike sigil on the breast. And the crown. It's just a little silver circlet, but it's hard to ignore. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, they say on Makion, but they never mention how tight it is. Sakura stands next to him in similarly grandiose clothes. She doesn't look like a dork. She looks like the warlord she is, like an Age of Sail admiral crossed with a Starfleet captain. Intricate plates lay upon the great dark waterfall of her hair. Her head is held high. Her eyes and lips are lined in deep maroon. Her tail swishes back and forth behind her, Otherwise, she is still as a monument. They've activated Majesty. Weigh-in calls from the bridge below. We're ready to patch you through. Sakura's hand snakes into Grant's. Her fingers wiggle playfully against his palm. You look stunning, she whispers. Big debut. You're ready. Be bold. He closes his fist around her fingers in a quick squeeze. They pull away from one another as the hollow projector cameras rise from the deck around them like a high-tech henge. You ready, Havnai? Grant glances at their translator, a supermodel gaunt violet woman named Havnai. She bows. Yes, Majesties. Her voice, when it's not the graniform burr required for Ectorish, is unexpectedly gentle and soft. Right. Sakura shakes herself out one last time. She cracks her back and plants her feet. Connect. The monitor displaying the great span of Ectora blinks out for a moment. It's replaced by a huddling group of Ectorans in richly dyed linen, beneath fur-fringed black and white robes. Their jolting reaction comes, no doubt, from the holographic projections that have appeared opposite them in the room, beamed down from the distant pike above them. Sakura waits patiently as they reconfigure themselves and divert their attentions from the screen they'd expected her to appear on. Counselors of the Ectoran system, she says. Havnai's stentorian voice follows along beneath Sakura's in propulsive, stone-hewn syllables. My name is Sakura, Princess of the ZKZ Black Pike. Beside me is my husband and prince, Grand Tide of the Black Pike. We greet you as envoys of Zithra 19, Empress of Tykar. One Ectoran's robe is open more than the rest, revealing more of the gold-colored suit she wears beneath it. She steps forward. Her amphibious skin is scaly and marred by scars in places along her cheek and neck. Her fringe is pierced, golden loops hang from it, attached to intricate ivory charms. She speaks in guttural Ectorish. This counselor before you is Kilik Mekektor, Havnai says, leaning away from her microphone and talking in an impassive undercurrent to the counselor's grand declamation. With me are 3 of my temple's ecclesiasts and Counselor Prana Maki. We welcome you to Ectora. Prana Maki must be the other Ectoran in gold. She's a petite ocean-colored keeper with deep-set, suspicious eyes. We welcome you as well, Grant says. We're here to open the way for you to the firmament. You're ready to join the great concord of worlds that prosper within the Tykari Empire. Yours is a strong people to have made it this far. So many civilizations die in their cradle, never escaping their homeworlds. As much as we have to teach you, we look forward to learning from you in turn. With the discovery of the sweep, you stand upon the threshold of a firmament more wide and wondrous than you'd ever dreamt of. One final step remains. The Empire will gladly accept you into its protection as citizen vassals, Sakura says. You'll be given our technology and our advancements. Your lifespans will triple, your shortages will vanish, and the breadth of the Empire will open to your exploration. All we require in return is your loyalty, which you will give to its rightful recipient, Empress Zithra 19. Grant watches as his wife's words land and ripple through the pond of counselors and ecclesiasts. Eyes widen or narrow. Postures shift. High Counselor Kilik Mekektor whispers to Counselor Prana, then a man by her arm, then replies. Havnai's eyes dart to Sakura and back as she translates. I will interpret your words. You have come here with a battleship to force us to kneel to your Empress. To our Empress, Counselor. She was yours before you knew her. She has kept your system secure and safe from any who would think to harm it. She's allowed you to grow and flourish without fear of outlaws or invaders, free from alien interference. And you have proven yourselves ready to join the rest of her subjects in the vaunted place she has prepared for you. At her feet, Havnai says. By her side, Sakura says. Behind her great bulwark. We'll uplift your people, Grant says. We'll expand their horizons and keep them safe and prosperous. And our clerics will gladly work with yours in analyzing the scriptures and discovering how your faith might join and live harmoniously with those of the larger firmament. Our ways of worship are open and permissive. There are many roads to the divine. Many faces. He pauses as a burst of guttural Ectorish rises from Counselor Prana. The song of the gods is self-determination. The recognition that every person is equally blessed and cursed, and in their own doing may forge their fates in the eyes of the holy ones. How can an empress claim to speak for them? An empress. Is Havnai halts, her eyes dilating. Majesty. Continue. Sakura is terse and clipped. An empress is an abomination, Havnai says. Sakura takes a moment for a deep inhale and exhale. She clears her throat. Grand Tide, join with us now, Grant says, under your own power, and you will have the freedom to forge yourselves in whatever shape you want. Your government has to recognize the ultimate authority of the Empress. But provided you open your borders to the Taikari and share your wealth and resources, as we share ours with you, it may remain in place. And as the friendship and trust grow between us, so will your autonomy and the rewards you reap from your new empire. Kilik folds her arms. You mean to take our freedom, then, Prince, Havnai reports. No, Sakura steps forward. That is what I will do if you deny our offer and refuse our friendship. If I must assimilate your civilization by force, I will take you not as a vassal state, but as an indentured system. What's the difference when we're enslaved either way? There is a great and terrible difference, Sakura says. You will have a brief invasion and many cycles of sorrow and mourning to understand the difference and contemplate it. And then you, or your children and survivors, will realize your mistake and make sufficient recompense to scrub the stain of disloyalty and become the true heart, proud imperial citizens you were always meant to be. Grant inches aside to give her more room. His time in the spotlight, he reckons with no small relief, is finished. A kilocycle from now, Sakura says, you will be citizens of the Empire amid its golden age. You will have journeyed further than you could ever imagine. You will have witnessed wonders. You will be free of disease and famine. You will know the mercy and protection of the Empress's invincible bulwark. Your daughter, Wyken, yes, counselor, I know about Wyken, will have grown up as an imperial subject, will have a child of her own, a child who will be born a citizen of the Empire. A proud citizen. Kilik has begun a burst of infuriated reproof. Sakura gazes with ice-wall patience. Tell her I am not finished speaking. Havnai leans into the microphone, her voice lower register and firm. Your art will hang in Taikari halls, Sakura continues. Your language will be taught in Taikari academies. Your ecclesiasts will sing your hymns in the halls of the Omni-Divine, alongside the priests of scores of civilizations. And this hatred you feel today, the rage that shakes you when you look at me, it will be gone from your descendants, gone as though it was never there. Cured, like the pernicious little disease it is. Her hands behind her back are fidgeting, Grant sees. Her thumb turns a ring on her index. The camera doesn't catch it. Your grandchild will come home from school, having saluted the picture of the Empress that hangs in their classroom. Having learned with Taikari children, having befriended Taikari children. Maybe even having held hands with one. And you, at an age you never thought it possible, will have the strength to pick them up and lift them into your lap. And they will look up at you and ask you. Sakura leans forward. Grandmother, is it true we once imagined ourselves at war with the rest of the Empire? She allows Havnai's translation time to catch up. There is no war, Madam Counselor. There is no rebellion. There is no resistance. There is one outcome. The only choice is how you arrive there. Through joyful union, or through unspeakable calamity heretofore unknown to your civilization. Bring what I have told you to your council. Treat this decision with the gravity it deserves. It's the turning point of your entire species. The keeper by Kilik's teeth are bared. Her fringe ripples as she spits out a string of syllables like they're burning coals. Havnai's ears twitch. The counselor says. Sakura holds up a hand. I don't need to know what the counselor says in the passion of this moment, Citizen Havnai. And I suspect if I did, she'd look back on it later with heart-shaking regret. She smiles at the venomous glare. So let's allow her time to think and to choose her words. The Ectorans are frantically murmuring among themselves, their whispers full of the grit that comes with the urge to raise your voice. One of them is humming, Grant realizes. Humming some tune under their argument. A prayer, maybe. Hayek steps forward to the edge of the circle of cameras. Will we provide the ultimatum now, Majesty? Not yet, Sakura says. Citizen Havnai. Their translator bows. Majesty. Inform the counselors that this telecom is now an open channel. They might want to move it out of the High Counselor's office. I will expect their acquiescence by tomorrow morning at 0900, and we can begin to negotiate their integration with the Empire. If we're refused, she nods to Hayek's. The ultimatum. Havnai's bold-type translation snares the fractious attention of the Ectorans. Kilik steps forward to speak. Sakura turns from the screen. The crossed pikes on her back flash, like the forbidding gesture of storybook throne guards. Terminate the call. She strides from the circle. The main screen fuzzes and the view is replaced by the glacier blue planetary span of Ectora once again. Well done, Citizen Havnai. Havnai blushes and goes back to her breathy Taikari voice. I only hope I was able to broadcast your intent as you wished it. Sakura tilts her head. I do believe they got the message. You may return to the listening post. My Marines will escort you. That went about as well as we'd presumed, Vora says, as the translator bows from the command deck. Sakura huffs a humorless laugh. Let's give them a chance. I don't imagine they'll accept. Her tail wraps around Grant's leg and gives it a pulsing squeeze. But miracles happen. She releases her hold on her husband and steps to the command deck's balustrade. At ease, Bridge, she calls. You've all done well. Take a half day and rest. We're about to have an interesting tendy. A chorus of yes, Majesty, and a field of bows. Take us up, Wayan. Sakura nods to her chief engineer. Hyax, are you ready to present our timeline? Hyax's eyes beam grim anticipation through her mask of scars. Yes, Majesty. The command deck rumbles as it lifts from the bridge. Its shadow elongates, sharpening like a spearhead pointed at the planet below. Grant crouches to Sakura's ear. Excellent villainous monologue, babe. Sakura smirks. A little harsh, but I believe I made my point. They'll answer us with a no or an orbital bombardment, and they'll see how quickly we shrug both off. Do you truly believe all that? What you said about the future? I do. She gazes at the Ectoran horizon off the Pike's massive prow. Her voice drops to a whisper. I want this one to be like the Kovakan one. I want to have dinner one day with a happy Ectoran Baron and his Taikari wife and their adorable re-encoded children. I want my brigadier to get screwed out of her mind by a big sexy fish woman. When we have babies, I want them to grow up with Ectoran friends, a favorite Ectoran meal. I want them to be mystified at the idea of a Black Pike sector without its Ectoran citizens. And if that means scaring the ovipositor off a nattering noble, I'll do it. Counselor. She snorts. Same difference. What's this timeline Hyax is about to present? Sakura's lips press thinly together before she speaks. This timeline, she says, is what the Taikari do to worlds that tell us no. We begin, Hyax says, with a show of force. She hits the trigger on the command deck table. The Ectora system unfurls from its projector. Ectora itself is so small in the three-dimensional star map. Like a little bauble, and not the massive world before them. Grant's view of the genuine article's great blue span is marred, somewhat, by the ships. There are more of them than he can count, filling the digital windows around them like a dot matrix. Lumpen and cubic and bristling with weaponry. They surround the Pike. Their weapons are live and pointed directly at the ship. The Taikari at the command group table pay them no mind. Hyax points to the simulacrum lunar body on the star map. This moon will do nicely. Ectora's largest. Not that one, Sakura says. Hyax's brow raises. Doctrine is their homeworld's moon, Majesty. Overruled, Brigadier. Sakura folds her arms. Too many spiritual connotations. It's the celestial palace for an entire wing of their deities. We don't need that religious acrimony as our first action. Hyax bows. Well argued, Majesty. But Grant sees her glance at him as she straightens. Perhaps this one. Vora points to another planet and Wayan highlights it. Tiken. A 28 arc-minute moon and roughly 4 million inhabitants. Plenty of observers. Grant leans on his palms against the table. Are you going to blow their moon up? Of course not, Majesty. That'd wreak havoc with their axial tilt. No. Hyax gestures to the dual-glaive logo embroidered into Sakura's topcoat. We'll carve our princess's sigil into it. Grant stares at the blazon across his wife's back. Holy shit. They will, of course, dispatch as many orbital and galactic defenses that they can muster to stop us. Hyax does a slow turn, gesturing to the vessels that menace them. The Ectoran fleet will witness their action firsthand. Grant's eyes dance across the armada arrayed before Ectora. Is this our first battle, then? Hyax shakes her head. We'll ignore them entirely. The only casualties will be if any of them get in the way of our plasma discharge. They'll hammer our membrane for a few hours while we carve. When we're finished, we choose whichever world has the smallest population and park ourselves in its orbit. That's Tiken again, so we're already there, Wayan says. Handy. Hyax moves the display to the planet one place closer to the sun. Here's our target, then. We bathe its settlements in telecom waves. We announce from every device and loudspeaker we can reach, which is all of them, our ultimatum. Sakura's hand finds Grant's and holds it tight. One cycle, Hayek says. 20 days, 520 hours. To evacuate or to come to the table and discuss terms of surrender. For the more dysfunctional or chaotic civilizations, we extend that timer up to 2 full cycles, but that won't be necessary with the Ectorans. At the end of the cycle, we desolate Tychon. Grant stares at the scarred brigadier. What does desolate mean as a verb? It means we render it uninhabitable, Hayek says. We'll turn the full power of the Black Pike upon it, the power they just witnessed, and we'll boil its biosphere. Nothing survives. A stiff silence around the table. Hayek punctures it with her emotionless exposition. We counted down for them. Every morning. The only actions we take are to ensure the safety of any evacuating vessels. Any vessels or armies they send, we ignore. Any ordnance they launch, we allow the membrane to absorb. We make them understand the extent to which we can defend ourselves. We let them take their best shot. That's when the Kovacans gave in, Sakura adds. They had this marvelous flagship. It had taken a full hectocycle to build it, that they'd ordained as the ultimate defense of their system. And it was quite impressive. They'd come up with this ingenious hard light point defense system. Something the Taikari had never even considered, although our membranes are strictly superior. When we delivered the 20-day ultimatum, they gave us 3 in return. They had banks of atomics. They'd figured out rail tech. I think they even had a plasma cannon, right, Chief Engineer? Wayan's half paying attention, intent on her tablet readouts. Day 3 came, and they launched it all, Sakura says. 2 hours of constant bombardment. And the discharge clouds cleared, and the ZKZ was standing without a scratch on it. They surrendered the same day. You can still see that warship. It's in an orbital museum on Kovik. It's quite beautiful, shaped like a crescent moon. Her face when she looks at Grant has a quiet desperation to it. She's watching his reactions closely, he realizes, as her brigadier relays the horrors planned for the Ectorans. Perhaps I could take you sometime. It's a Kovacan shipwright company that designs all our interceptors, Wayan says. Don't let those placid squid gals fool you. The Kovacans were proper scary in their day. That's one reason we bring only a single ship, to begin with, Hayek says. Even a huge one. Large enough to terrify, but surely one ship has a weakness. One ship can be felled. One ship isn't the end of the line. It's useful to see how a regime acts when they still have a kind of hope. And how it reacts when it becomes clear they can't hurt us. You make it sound so monstrous, Hayek Svora says. It is monstrous, Major Domo, Hayek says. We're here under the command to be monstrous. She cycles her holographic presentation. Once time is up, the selected world is glassed. We drop sufficient ordnance on it to destroy everything and everyone that didn't leave. We leave it an inert lump of rock, like the vast majority of planets in the firmament. Grant's fingers are tapping on the lacquered wood. How many people does that usually kill? It depends, Majesty. If they evacuate as ordered, none. He stills his drumming. I'm asking usually. Hayek's posture stiffens. On average, it's a few thousand. But that average is skewed by the Makist incident. Most often, the evacuation encompasses the whole planet, or Makist incident? Grant looms over the system projection. An infamous incident, Majesty. Hayek is expressionless and matter-of-fact. The Malkesti refused to evacuate their colony and shot down any ship that tried before it could leave orbit. It stands as the costliest and most ignominious annexation of the Zithran expansion. 12 million Malkesti died in the desolation. Grant feels a numb chill, like Hayek has appended a bucket of ice water on his head. 12 million. That will not happen. Sakura's tail is tightly wrapped around Grant's wrist. This is not Makist. This is Kovik. Once the bombardment is complete, we offer lesser terms, Hayek says. One last chance to enter the Empire as parolee citizen subjects, under permissive but watchful occupation. And if we are still refused, the invasion fleet assembles in the Imperial Corps, and the Black Pike prepares the way for them. The minuscule simulacrum of the Pike blooms with virtual cannon fire. In the days it takes for the main fleet to arrive, we destroy every satellite, bomb every spaceport, obliterate the repulsor lanes that allow them to sweep safely. As Hayek speaks, a growing nimbus of red encircles Tychon. We transform the interplanetary republic into fearful isolated pockets, their networks dark, their colonies unresponsive, their atmospheres blanketed with curtains of their own satellite shrapnel and pike-release chaff that will hamper any launch. Over the next few days, as our full invasion fleet sweeps into the system, their supply lines, already strained by the mass relocation we caused, break down further in the absence of the satellites their telecoms relied on. No need to destroy production. We want to keep that where it is, to ensure speedy recovery. We aim for their distribution. Grant is trying to picture this happening to Earth. His mind isn't equipped for it. We never leave the pike, Hayek says. We remain here, behind our invincible membrane. There is nothing they can do to harm us. Casualties here range from the thousands to the millions, depending on the severity of societal breakdown. What's the estimate on that for Ectora? Grant asks. Hayek clears her throat. Majesty. This isn't exactly my field of expertise. Brigadier, Grant says. I know there's an estimate. Hayek glances to Sakura. The princess nods. Considering their hardiness and close-knit temple communities, the listening post researchers figure approximately 10,000. The brigadier's mouth twists. Optimistic, in my estimation. Our ground annexations and aid efforts begin within days, before the deaths by famine begin, but the distribution systems we break aren't fixed overnight. And a republic can foster a sense of individualism as easily as collectivism. Vora nods. Those same dioceses that are harmonious now can go territorial quick. We detain or destroy every vessel that somehow gets past their shrapnelized atmospheres, Hayek says. By now, our invasion fleet has arrived, and firmament-based resistance is impossible. The system is already under our control. The Void Princess and the Princess Margrave in charge of the ground invasion become joint commanders. Sakura's expression darkens at the mention of a Princess Margrave. The assassinations are next, Hayek continues. The demagogues, the high-ranking military, the counselors who led the resistance to our ways. This is the moment they find out about our invisibility and our compulsion. Whoever remains is now terrified of unseen Taikari assassins or hypnotized male sleeper agents. They are blind, they realize. They are deaf and mute as well, because all of their satellite infrastructure has been destroyed, and they haven't yet discovered data decryption or quantum communication. The shelves are empty. Confusion, panic, fear. It's time for us to give them one last chance, case by case. We broadcast into every radio tower, every communicator. We plaster it onto every snowed-out screen. We relate our terms to every isolated leader. We'll use the temples and their counselors for this, Vora says. There's 200 of them across the Ectoran worlds. The first few to willingly join the Taikari Empire will do so with full citizens' rights, with access to our medicine and our technology. Say the first 20. The first 50, Sakura says. Vora bows. As you say, Majesty. We bring them wonders, Hayek says. We show them everything they have gained by their fealty to us. We supply aid and communications. We help them rebuild what we broke. Families reunite, profiteers and pilferers are punished, injuries and diseases are cured, everyone's fed. The communities that resist are smashed, their populations made prisoners, house arrested on their worlds, monitored and separated. Wayan's mechanical hand raises. If we get to this point, I recuse myself. I'll set it up with my specialists and they'll take it from the ground invasion on. I won't be a part of it. We have to be chief engineer, Vora says. That's what our commissions demand of us. Major Domo. Wayan scoffs. With all the respect and love for you in the world, fuck off. I've been in the Navy longer than you've been alive. I've given more than enough. I don't give this. That isn't your prerogative, Wayan, Hayek says. You don't pick and choose your service to the Empress. You can fuck off too, kiddo. Wayan parks her scuffed boots on the table. Her Majesty can execute me for it at her discretion. This is needless quarreling, command group, Sakura snaps. We'll do our jobs and do them well, and it won't come to that. We're the ZKZ Black Pike. We will bring the Ectorans into the fold bloodlessly. A trilling tone asserts itself into the silence that follows. Grant barely hears it. His gaze is fixed to the projection. They made him a prince. They gave him power. Now he needs to figure out how to use it. He will not allow this to happen. The trill again. That's our council connection, Majesty, Vora murmurs. I know. Sakura steps to the table console and hits a switch. This is the command deck. Read, bridge. A monotone reply, yes, Majesty. Accept that hail, Sakura says. And patch me through to Citizen Havnai for translation. As you say, Majesty. Hold for translation. Grant steps to the window and stares at the world below them. He folds his hands to keep from trembling. A tiny blue hand settles across his knuckles. I know, Sakura whispers. I'm here. It's going to be okay. A percussive wash of dissonant chords pipes into the bridge. The guttural ectorish pronouncement follows, ringing through the prow of the pike. Havnai's hushed translation accompanies. Alien vessel. In the name of the gods and the self-sovereignty they champion, the Council of 200 refuses to accede to your demands. Leave Ectora's orbit immediately or be destroyed. Inaki floats to the Rivenland's cramped bridge deck and grips a handhold by the NAV computer. No navigator today. War crew only. That's her and Tenek and Sukin, who's already at her missile banks, checking and rechecking again. Everyone has their rituals, Inaki guesses. She looks out at the huge splinter of dark metal that has lodged itself in her world's orbit and wishes she had more of one. Tenek is strapped into his captain's chair. She nudges a caffeine bar into his hand. You good, Cap? He nods mutely as he unwraps the ration. He never remembers to eat, her captain. All vessels. This is Admiral Khan of the flagship Lacrimal. The Vox crackles and comes alive. Behind it are the low war-calling drums. Inaki's heart sinks to them. The Council has concluded that the alien spacecraft is unwelcome in Ectoran orbit and must depart or be destroyed. I have the utmost confidence in this battle group's ability to execute their order. Captains to your bridges. Warriors to your stations. Prepare to open fire. Tenek chews, never turning from his place, staring out at the monstrous shape in the sky, surrounded by their siblings in war. But Inaki sees the knuckles go white on his armrest. He releases the wrapper and lets it float by his ear. Get to the main battery, Gunner. Can you keep that music going? She asks. The stuff the Admiral was playing? Tenek shakes his head. Not how I want to be right now. Cap. Are we? She slows to silence as Tenek's solemn eyes turn to her. She sees in his face the answer he'll never say aloud to the question she's too afraid to ask. Gods protect you, Captain, she says. Tenek clasps her palm and presses elbows. He tips his forehead against hers. They take a silent moment. Go, Nak, he says. Go with Apkar. Inaki goes. Hand over hand, she clambers to her hatch and tucks herself inside. She cinches the straps across her midsection and latches herself to her turret seat. She flicks the war god figurine glued atop her left zoom scope and lets its gun twirl in the 0G. She watches it turn as she pivots her Gauss repeater to the floating ship. Whatcha think, Lord? They're just sitting there 'cause we're just about fucked, huh? It's so huge in her crosshairs. So impossibly massive. There are hundreds of ships arrayed before it and it's still as a sledge pull. They're not afraid. It's not going to work. She's going to die. She tries to keep that disaffected Aurora Armada cool. She tries to ignore the pulse in her throat. Just another target, that's all. Just another piece of space junk. Fuck it. Why pretend? Nobody's here. Nobody's here with her at the end. The first tear cuts through her face. Fucking come on, she scoffs and wipes it away. But here's another, and the alien ship is blurring now, and she isn't sure whether to be glad that no one is here to see her cry, or torn up even more that she's about to die alone, unseen and en masse, and it'll be like she was never there. Like she just disappeared. She'll be one Ansai's name on a massive memorial. Her shaking hands dig her music player from her pocket and her prayer not from beneath her uniform scarf. Don't be greedy for mortal praise. The gods are with you. They're witnessing you. Act, Queen of Creation. Watch over your children. Apkar, Lord of War. Don't take me yet. Tenek, guardian of my family. Bring me home. She holds on to her prayer not hard enough to dig its familiar tangle into her palm. She tries to sing it along with the wordless chantry song in her ears, tries to let it calm her, but her voice is shaking too badly to stay on tune. Act, Queen of Creation. Watch over your children. Apkar, Lord of War. The Ectoran pronouncement echoes through the black pike and settles in Grant's gut. He never expected the Ectorans to just roll over. None of them did. But hearing the confirmation fills him with a dizzy vertigo feeling. Hyax shakes her head. Here we go. Way in a hemps. Permission to lower the platform, Majesty? Looking like we're about to see action. Sakura's eyes are glued to the window. Granted, Chief Engineer. Let's prepare the vessel for zero-G Majordomo. All decks. Vora bows and scurries to her intercom. Wei-in plugs into her console. Her eyes glaze over. Hayek squares her shoulders and steps to Sakura and Grant's side at the window. The three of them watch the Ectoran Armada's positional thrusters ignite. This will come as no surprise, Majesty, Hayek says. But that's fusillade formation. They're about to open fire. All decks, prepare for zero-G. Vora's voice doubles over the echoing PA. All decks, zero-G in 60 seconds. She leans away. It's rare we go full vessel. Zero-G in the daycare level. Are they gonna be okay down there? Grant asks. Oh, sure, Vora says. The kids love it. The caregivers, less so. Sakura's tail taps him. Boots, Dove. Right. Right. He clicks his heels. Oh shit. Sakura slaps herself in the forehead. Behind her, a lance of blazing energy is curving up from the orbital emplacements of the distant city. I owe you zero-gravity maneuvering lessons. The first shot of the Ectoran invasion slashes into the Black Pike's membrane and cascades mad whirls of pale light across its membrane. Totally slipped my mind, Sakura says. The panoply around them flares into a constellation of violence as the Ectoran Armada opens fire. The main monitor goes blizzard white with the sheer force it's absorbing. At the edges of the absorbing galaxies are fuzzy granular rainbow eddies that cascade like mandala sand across the ZKZ's envelope, meeting and twirling in refractive galaxies. The command deck rumbles downward, beginning its slow descent to the bridge level. Sakura's cloak and hair flow upward as her boots keep her stuck to the platform. Beside her, Grant surreptitiously tucks his tunic hem further into his belt to keep his stomach from showing. A rustle of uniforms in motion as the entire bridge pivots to salute Sakura, several of its zero-G maneuvering members anchoring themselves by their tails to complete the motion. Sakura returns it and glances at Grant. He does the same. Hayek kicks from the balustrade and floats on a diagonal down into the bridge's pit, catching a handhold erected by the gunnery deck and entering low-voiced conversation with her ensigns about the bombardment they're weathering. Good afternoon, crew of the Black Pike, Sakura calls, and the monitor view switches to a visual of her. Grant sees himself beside her and straightens his shoulders. As the lower decks may have guessed by the call for zero-G, the Ectoran Republic has begun its armed resistance against this void ship. The next cycle will be a crucial one for the fate of this system. Remember that the same aliens who now bombard us will soon be our fellow Imperial servants. Until our doctrine demands we raise our hands against them, we'll treat them like the friends they will one day be. Stand firm, stand proud, and stand by for the command group's orders, and we'll deliver this civilization intact to our Empress, warriors, and all. I have every confidence in you. Gravity will be restored once we begin the sweep to Tychon. Glory to the Black Pike. Glory to the Black Pike, comes the chorus. Glory to the Empress, Sakura says. Glory to the Empress. Grant repeats it, too. The bridge crew returns to its duties. Sakura strides to her throne and eases herself into it, buckling a belt across her waist to keep her steady. Grant tromps across the deck to stand next to her. Maybe we can try some easy little launches, Sakura muses. Just to get you used to the flow. I'd rather stay stuck to the ground, Grant says. I have a feeling my lack of tail is going to mean hard mode. Oh shoot. Sakura glances at the empty sheath on his topcoat where his tail would be. Very true, Dove. We need to move further out of orbit, boss. Wei-in's voice crackles over the comm by Sakura's head. Our asses are getting tickled by atmospheric interference. Sakura looks to her inert chief engineer. We're well within tolerances, aren't we? It's just a few points off the dial, boss. But if we're soaking up orbital defenses, I'd like peace of mind. We want no impression of our retreat. Hayek has curved back onto the command deck. The bulwark is holding firm. Eyes on morale, not membrane. Sakura checks the readout over Wei-in's shoulder. 5 more minutes of ineffectual fire. Can you give me that? An uncomfortable hum from Wei-in's digitized voice. We're gonna drop below 95 if we're not careful. I want to make that clear. I hear you, Chief Engineer. We'll reposition soon. Majordomo, can you fetch the navigatrix for me? Vora bows and kicks off from the command deck. 95%? Grant glances at Sakura. Is that some kind of tipping point? Sakura exhales. It's the point Wei-in tips over into getting mad at me. He chuckles. The bombardment abates after a couple of minutes, and then intensifies once more as the disbelieving Ectorans relay commands and, presumably, panic. Sakura unbuckles herself to speak with the navigatrix on duty, a somber-faced male Taikari with his horns decorated by minuscule brass studs. Half burn on the sweep, I think, Sakura says. Gives us time to replenish our membrane before we re-emerge. Thank you, Ensign. Majesty. The navigatrix clicks his heels and disengages his magnetic boots. Navigatrix is the feminine term, right? Grant asks Sakura, as the man floats back to his station. Sakura says. But it's the official title, and their guild declined to masculinize it when they began accepting gentlemen. Too matronizing, I suppose. Patronizing. Patronizing. Sakura chuckles. I suppose on Makion that would be the word. Majesty, we're at 97 to 98 holding. Decline is 0.03 per second. Wayan's voice is more strident now. I want us out of low orbit. There's atmospheric interference. Atmospheric interference under fire. Steady on, Chief Engineer. Hyax holds her hand up. Trust the pike. Let it do its job. Let me do mine, Hyax. Easy, command group. Sakura's magnetic boots plant themselves between her quarreling officers. 0.03 what? Grant asks. Percent, Sakura says. We're close enough to the atmospheric interference that we're losing 1% of our membrane integrity a minute. As soon as we're back out on high orbit, we'll recalibrate and regain it all. Wayan's tail is lashing the air as the minutes tick down. Grant's never seen the woman look this agitated, especially when plugged in. Sakura calls Hyax over and enters murmured conference. Grant leans in. The brigadier glances at him askance. He's a prince, brigadier, Sakura says. Go on. The more they shell us, the quicker they'll understand its uselessness, Majesty. We can't seem to retreat. I know, brigadier, but we're giving Wayan conniptions. Let's go slow on the maneuvers and make sure the cannons are superheated once we're out of sweep. If we carve immediately, we'll clarify that we're still in control. Hyax folds her arms. As you command. But Wayan needs to adjust those risk parameters someday. Makes us look weak. Sakura moves to the balustrade edge. Reposition, helm. Lift us out. Aye, Majesty, comes the reply, and the void ship vibrates as its thrusters carry it out of low orbit. 93%. Wayan's fist yanks out of the console. We've dropped below 95 on our membrane integrity. That's the atmospheric interference I warned you about, Brigadier. Gonna take the whole fucking sweep to recalibrate it. God damn it. I take responsibility for it, Chief Engineer, Sakura says. Hyax's orders were at my discretion. It was a 20th of our protection for an important psychological impact. I take that trade. A 20th of the way toward death in vacuum, Sakura, Wayan hisses. A 20th of the way toward every single one of your subjects dying in the worst way you can die. Soldiers, civvies, kids. Do not call me Sakura in public, Chief Engineer. Sakura's frown is deep cut. I hear you, but mind yourself. You have my objection to the way we handled the membrane, Majesty. Wayan gives a terse bow. We're invincible on here because we're smart. This wasn't smart. Sakura exhales. I acknowledge it, Wayan. We'll be more careful from now on, I promise. Good. Wayan stretches her back. I'm taking a fucking walk. Be back once we sweep. The chief engineer stomps away, muttering under her breath. Outside the main window, the barrage continues. 7 minutes since it began. 7 minutes, and the Pike's membrane integrity has dropped 7%, and only because of the atmospheric interference. Grant stares at the storm being hurled their way and tries to see past it to the ships that uselessly attack them. He wonders how many of them understand what's happening and what they're witnessing. How many of them realize they've already lost. Grant sidles up to his wife as she watches Wayan storm off the command deck. Chief Engineer's kind of intense about the membrane, huh? Let's not get touchy with her over it. Sakura sighs. It's her job, after all. And she knows what happens when a membrane's integrity fails. She was a specialist on a ZKP that broke up in an engagement with rebels on the North Spin. 200 deaths. She floated in a vac suit for 3 days, trying not to bleed out from her lacerations. By the time they'd recovered her, the arm had to go. Grant squints at Wayan as she paces up a wall. Jesus. Jesus, indeed. Whatever that means. Sakura pats Grant's hand. It's not just the membrane, anyway. She's having a tough day. We all are. Would you mind terribly if I went to go speak with her one-on-one? He shakes his head. Not at all. Once the bridge crew calls out ready on sweep, have the navigatrix initiate immediately, yes? And we'll get that gravity back on. You want me to give that order? Why not? Sakura's eyes light up. Ooh, Grant. I just realized. It'll be your first, won't it? Your first ship-wide order. He nods uncertainly. I've changed my mind. Wait until I'm back. I want to watch. She kicks off the deck and calls over one brocaded shoulder. Look authoritative till I return, yes? Oh. Okay. Grant puts his hands on his hips. It's just an order for a sweep they already figured out, to the next world in his wife's plan. It's fine. Grant's palms don't need to sweat this much over it. Majesty. Hayek's boots clatter to his side. Do you have a moment? Grant folds his arms instead. The hips pose is too much. Sure. Hayek picks an errant thread from her uniform. I want to register my concerns, sire. I fear you're in danger of influencing Sakura away from standard imperial doctrine for annexation. Grant raises a brow. Is this about the moon? I didn't even tell her to do that. Do you have a problem with her logic? No, Majesty. But the way she arrived at it worries me. Hayek folds her hands behind her back. She needs a husband who will stand by her without question. For the sake of the mission. She adopts that clipped, didactic tone he remembers from his first day with her on the firing range. If this invasion progresses to the point of action, we cannot have a princess who dithers, who has one eye on conquest and the other on her Machianite's feelings. End this task. I wonder if you'd speak like this to Sakura, Brigadier. Grant leans forward. I'm not a prince consort anymore. I'm your prince. Don't forget that. I meant no disrespect, Majesty. Hayek shrinks back. Forgive my lapse. I'll mind your station. Grant isn't entirely sure what to call the emotion he experiences at Hayek's deference. He settles on satisfaction. All right. Go on. It's only that this might be the most fraught and difficult task the princess has taken on since her commission, Hayek says, and I worry for her. These procedures are well-tested and proven. And for the servants of the Empress, they're obligatory. We all have the princess's ear, but you most of all. You trump her command group. I request only that you be cautious with that power. This goes beyond business as usual. It'll be a hard cycle for all of us. He hesitates. The word exists for a reason, Grant. For impossibilities. I'm sorry, Hayek, he says, and watches her cringe. I am. But I have orders that outrank yours. Sakura says I'm to be her conscience. That's what I'll do. I can promise you I'll keep what you told me in mind. And that I want this to go well. I'm as dedicated to the Ectoran annexation as the rest of you. But I can't suborn myself. Hayek looks poised to reply. She bites it back and chews it over. I ask only that you and the princess recall my misgivings when you have cause. She bows. I give them as your concerned servant. When she straightens, there's a new look in her eyes. Grant is witnessing some kind of alchemy behind them. An intentional reordering of her internal universe, slotting him out from his old, bumbling position as her captive and placing him above her. He returns the gaze of the scarred, hard-bitten veteran warrior and feels an absurd sense of protectiveness. Because she's your servant, Grant. Your subject. Your responsibility. All right, Brigadier, he says. I'll keep the Machianite moralizing put away for the small stuff. Everything's small from your vantage point. Hayek snorts and some of that old Brigadier flows back into the new admixture. Such a loomer. I'm going to miss the days I felt entitled to push you around some. He chuckles. You can push me around some, Brigadier. I see how you do it to Sakura. Don't know what you're talking about, my lord. Hayek nods past his shoulder. 180 north. Wife incoming. The princess is returning, floating through the air like a blue cherub, her face contemplative after whatever words she exchanged with the grousing engineer who raised her. When she sees him looking, she brightens up and waves. Thank goodness. I didn't hold anything up. Her tail wraps around his shoulders to reposition her descent, and she floats bridal style into his arms. Sweep is ready, Majesties. The gravelly call from the navigatrix. Sails extended. We're standing by. Right. Grant removes Sakura's tail from his arms. She pouts confusedly. I don't think you should be in my arms like a kindek for my first order, babe, he says. She tuts and drops to the floor. Fine. Grant clears his throat and looks out at the expectant bridge. Initiate that sweep, navigatrix. Let's go, Brandamoon. Yes, Majesty. The navigatrix snaps a salute. The sky full of attackers smears before them, abstracting to bismuth geometries that break into a dazzling rainbow spectrum as the Black Pike rockets into the sweep. Tell Vora gravity on in 30 seconds, Sakura whispers. Gravity on in 30 seconds, please, Major Domo, Grant calls. Of course, Majesty. Vora unhooks her microphone to broadcast the countdown. Sakura bats excitedly at the hem of his topcoat. How'd that feel? Unreasonably nerve-wracking, Grant says, honestly. You'll acclimate. She kisses his knuckle. Brigadier, prepare the gunnery crews. I want our cannons heated and prepped by the time we're out of sweep. High expos. Immediately, Majesty. The bridge is yours, command group. Make sure Wei-in comes back down so she won't break her neck when the gravity kicks in. Sakura taps Grant's leg. Let's get out of here, Dove. Where are we going? She tugs him to a crotch. Our cabin, she murmurs. I need to be alone for a while. Does that include me? Of course not. She lets him up and starts for the lift. You're my comfort. The prince and princess of the Black Pike stand before the floor-to-ceiling windows in their cabin and watch the garish light show that accompanies their travel. What's Makis like these days? Grant asks. It's across the Empire on the far side of the sector. The lights slide across his wife's face. And it's a paradise. The waterfalls, the mountains. I'd love to take you. The Malkesti are citizens now. It took kilocycles to happen, and there were tragedies and atrocities, and their culture and stories and myths have resisted all misguided efforts of expungement, and the Void Princess upon whom the task fell resigned and took the cloth. But they joined us, and they healed, and they are citizens. They haven't forgotten, though. None of us have. It's the deepest scar of the Third Imperial expansion. But the anger is cured. And it'll be cured here. We're going to make these people whole. What about Thror? Grant remembers the Amidari's cruel, vengeful grin from the other side of his shotgun. That was an anger that wasn't cured. The Amidari uplift, it was difficult. Sakura's tail scratches her arm where her topcoat's stitch left a worming mark. The Empire's arrival worsened fault lines that already existed, and their unified civilization shook itself apart rather than give a firm answer to the ultimatum. They fully evacuated their world, but it was one with a complete biosphere that was eradicated. And their surrender was slow and fraught and piecemeal. 2 kilocycles later, and there are still scars that still have a ways to close. This one will be different. Not the Amidari, not the Malkesti. I'll see to that. Takani seems sort of morose about the Kovakin annexation, Grant says. And the compulsion. That's going to be an unfamiliar weight hanging over their heads. Takani's a morose man. Sakura smirks. But the Kovakins are a success story. He's a success story. He lives a different life than he might have, yes. But a better one. I believe that with every fiber of me. A longer and wealthier life in the care of a loving Taikari wife. And perhaps it's a more submissive one too. But there is a profound joy that can be found in submission. She raises his hand and gently places her chin against his knuckle, so his fingers are brushing her neck. As long as it's to the right people. He slips his thumb along her jaw. The Taikari don't always think like the rest of the firmament, I know. Sakura's tail flicks her tricorn off her head. He sees the nubs of her horns. But I hope you can feel that too. At least a piece of it. I do, I think. Her eyes flutter shut. She leans into his touch. That was good of you, he murmurs. The moon thing. It's the right move, she says. We don't need any further provocation. And, she huddles against his legs. The tiny Grant in my head told me to. His palm slips up into her hair. He pets her silky head, getting behind the ear where she really likes it. He feels the gentle vibration of his wife's purr against his thigh. I hope, she blinks her eyes open. I hope you see why this is necessary, Grantide. All of this. He smirks. That's a loaded sentence. Well, it's true. I don't know how else to say it. This is doctrine. This is what my Empress spared my life for me to do. I'll execute it as mercifully as I can, but I'll execute it. And I'm praying you'll be merciful with me. I will be. Grant sinks to one knee. I've had conversations. I've done some thinking ever since I met her. I guess I have a tiny Batty in my head. And what you said, he takes a stabilizing breath. I think I'm ready to call myself a servant of the Empress. Sakura's eyes widen. You are. He nods. Oh, Dove. She throws her arms around him. He feels her heart beat fast against her silk tunic. Come here. She takes his hand and pulls him toward their bed. He lies facing her and snorts a soft laugh as she touches his face like she's trying to memorize its contours blind. Thank you, she whispers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She is infinitely blessed to have you. And so am I. One thing, he says. I want to be a servant of the Empress. Not the Empire. Her brows furrow. It's the same thing, surely. He props himself up and tries to think of the Taikari way of saying this. I mean that want to be the kind of servant you are. The kind that isn't afraid to interpret her words. And one of the reasons I'm so ready to serve her is that I think she wants to avoid as much pain and death as she can. So I'll break from this doctrine, if the way it unfolds runs counter to that. And try to convince you of another way. That's your right, she says. That's why I made you a prince. You answer to me and to Zithra 19 and nobody else. Her tail wags against his thighs. Your two favorite ladies. He lowers himself back down. I don't know if she rates that high. You see. She gives a feline grin and wiggles her hips. You can spout imperial heresy, and I will be so relaxed about it. Your mercy is unmatched. Grant. Would you? She rolls onto her stomach. Would you squish me for a while? I'm too overwhelmed for sex and we ought to go back soon. But just lie on me. Is that all right? Of course it is. He repositions and lowers himself. Like this. She groans gratefully as he lies on top of her. Yes. Oh God. I needed this. Her limbs splay out. I'm not hurting you, right? No, Sakura's voice flits up from beneath his chest. No, this is perfect. I'm going to hide underneath you like you're a big, sexy rock. And nobody will find me. And this will all be someone else's problem. They'll all say, where's the princess? And I'll be down here hiding from the firmament and milking my Makianite. He laughs. Gross. Her but cants back and forth. I'm going to be a gross cave dweller. This is my cave. He lays his head on his folded hands. Batty in her bat cave. Her ear twitches. Bat cave. What's that? That's a kind of animal. It's what your nickname comes from. He shifts. I could show you. Don't. Her tail pokes him. I like it too much. I wish to live in ignorance. They're cute, he says. I'm cuter, she says. True. They lie together. She is warm and solid and breathing gently underneath him, and the quiet miracle that Sakura is alive, that she's here and she's real, unfolds again in his mind like the title page of a favorite book. Eventually, he feels her shift and turn. Damn it all. I have to pee. She taps his chest. And then I have to bomb a moon. Oh well. Cave's caved in. He leans back and sits on his knees. Grand-tide. She catches his sleeve and stills him. She sits up. In English, she says, you were my husband. He chuckles. Yesayam. They've been working on this together, relearning his old language. Grant's picking it up quick, like a half-remembered story from his childhood. Sakura makes up for her lack of experience with enthusiasm. I love you, she says. I love you too, Grant says, and wonders how he spent so much of his life speaking such a start-stop language. I think it's just I love, not I am love. Love's a thing you do, not a thing you are. Well, if that's what the English think, I'm glad I stole you from them. She tugs him back down to her lips, and they linger in each other for a moment. Then she hops to her feet and skitters to the bathroom. Outside the cabin window, the singing rainbow tessellates and resolves into recognizable reality once again, as the black pike scythes into orbit above Tychon. The warmth of his wife's kiss still lingers on Grant's lips. He gazes out at the medallion-yellow world she's preparing to destroy. People of the Ectoran Republic. The voice from beyond the stars cuts through the Rivenlance bridge box. It's grammatically perfect and smooth, and unmistakably alien. There's no grit to its vowels and uncanny softness to its trills. And there's no music under it. No war drums, no pomp, no nothing. Inaki pops the hatch on her gunnery station. Tenek has frozen at his controls. An offer has been made for peace between our people. A place is kept for you as citizens of the Taikari Empire. The Council of 200 has refused both and instructed you, the populace under its supposed protection, to attack the Zek Kanzek Kana Terakai. Inaki's fringe curls as she climbs into the cockpit and reorients herself so Tenek's on the floor instead of the wall. Fuxakana Terakai? Tenek squints out the window. Reckon it's the big-ass alien warship you've been shooting all our slugs at, Gunner. Despite the aggression that met our call for sisterhood, we remain eager to welcome you into the wider firmament. But our patience and our mercy have limits, and we are prepared to return in kind of violence. The voice of the Lacrimals comms officer cuts urgently through the broadcast. All vessels, emergency encoded channel. Switch now. I swear to the gods if I stay up there counting the warheads and listening to my focus music, I'm gonna drive myself deep dweller. Sukin's lithe form emerges from the missile pod. Should we? Sure. Tenek holds up a hand. In a moment. Their petite missile tech squeezes in between the two bigger crewmates. Hey, Han, she whispers to Inaki. It's been a few weeks since she started calling Inaki Han. The gunner still isn't sure what that means. Probably nothing. She calls Tenek Han too. Sukin's not the sort of woman to be careful with her words or withhold her affections. Hey, Ken. Inaki makes room for their crewmate. Somehow, Sukin's slender thigh still ends up nudging against her hip. The absurd impulse rises in Inaki to rest her hand on it, to whisper into the keeper's ear the secret, illicit hope she's been sitting on all this time. It's just three of you. A man, a woman, a keeper, all alone in a leaky boat at the edge of a great civilizational nightmare. One of the oldest songs there is. If not now, when? You all right? She asks instead. Right as I can be. Sukin gestures to the vast alien obelisk hovering on their horizon. With the apocalypse and such. Starting immediately after this broadcast, a countdown of 446 turnings will begin. The droning voice continues, dry and tuneless. If no agreement to commence annexation has been reached at its conclusion, the Kana Terakai will open fire upon the world of Tychon, destroying every living being and structure on its surface and rendering it uninhabitable. To those on Tychon, we urge you to evacuate the planet as soon as possible. Our vessel will take no offensive action against you until the countdown ends. A demonstration of the destructive power of this warship will now begin. The silence hangs heavily across the bridge. We ought to switch to the emergency encode, Inaki murmurs. Uh-huh. Tenek flicks the radio and the military chatter blooms back into the room. They listen to the chatter between the fleet ships. You think any of this stuff's gonna do anything? Sukin asks. I sorta reckon not. I mean, how much ordnance did we just sink into that big bitch? Tenek shrugs. Could put some tunes on instead, Inaki says. Get one last go of tooth and tail in before they nuke the Armada station. If they try to nuke 88.80, I'll fly us into the warhead on some Book of Thorn shit, Tenek says. The cabin breaks into fevered laughter. If I hear tooth and tail, I'm a mutiny and nuke them myself, Sukin says. When we're all radioactive dust, that song'll survive like an ice slug. Come on, Tenek says. With the way that chorus hits? That's why it sucks, Sukin says. I turn on the radio. I'm not trying to suddenly get all misty-eyed about the service. I already fucking joined, didn't I? Inaki chuckles and reaches for the handhold near her to pluck herself out of the cramped command module and back to her station. Sukin's leg shifts. Their missile tech has never been the sort to say one word when 10 will do, preferably at a volume you can hear from across a feast hall. So when her calf hooks around Inaki's to keep her where she is, and when she quietly and simply asks, will you stay, Nak, it boosts the gunner's heart into her throat. Sukin's eyes flit to the captain. Inaki glances in his direction. Tenek glances back. Sukin's hand is in his. Inaki stays. The three of them hang in the weightless cabin, linked by the most tenuous of touches, as the blinding beam of violet light lances from the alien vessel to the surface of the moon. Grant's been struck, at times, by the casual cheer aboard the ZKZ Black Pikes Bridge. When a bandit opens fire on them, or an asteroid pings off them like an oversized billiard, it's often accompanied by a spirited choral ooh and a smattering of applause. As the pike carves Tychon's moon, there's nothing but blinking silence. Perhaps they're picking up on the royal couple and their command group, who watch the bombardment with taciturn anxiety. The Ectoran Armada has finally caught up with their short-swept jaunt, taking hours to reach what the pike arrived at in mere minutes on a quarter burn. Socorro held the ultimatum and the plasma cutter until the orbital lanes around Tychon were thick with the battle groups of two worlds. They've been holding their fire in eerie stalemate. With the flaring plasma cannons and the lunar bombardment, the assault has begun again. Through the crackle and glow of the membrane, the great pale marble of Tychon's moon boils beneath the pike's guns. Thick clouds of combustion and dust are dimming the equator where the mark is being made, but the signet shape is still visible. The Armada's efforts to halt the branding disfigurement of their moon are as useless here as they were above Ectora. Even more useless, if anything, without the atmospheric interference. Wayan's recalibration protocols are enough to keep them protected indefinitely. The chief engineer returned to the deck in stony, professional silence, but she's warming up again little by little. Majesty. Her tail nudges Grant's leg. Is it my imagination, or are those halves uneven? Grant peers at the moon. Maybe a little? On the left. Hear that? Wayan prods Hyax. Your gunnery team's being asymmetrical, Brigadier. Hyax frowns. We're not exactly using a grease pencil here, Chief Engineer. Orbital bombardment isn't usually the realm of the fine arts. Not in the way you're doing it. Wayan points at the monitor. Just round it off down there. By that canyon. It's fine, Hyax says. If we don't glass this world, these people are going to be looking at your handiwork every lunar month from now on, Wayan says. Fine, if you want to settle for fine. Hyax scoffs, but surreptitiously unhooks her communicator. Hyax to gunnery. Extend that left hand haft further down the southern hemisphere. Beneath Grant's bolstering palm, Sakura's shoulder blades loosen as the chief engineer natters with the Brigadier. His touch is light on the brocade version of the same sigil they're carving in massive magnification. We're gonna have something in common with the folks down there, he says. We fall asleep with the halberds on a tapestry over us. They'll have it on the moon. If the world's still inhabitable in a cycle, Sakura says. A polite ahem from the approaching major domo shoots a spark of tension back through them. Majesties. Is this a bad time to make a strategic suggestion? Vora's tail swishes on the hardwood command deck. Sakura slaps a smile on. Never a bad time if it's from you, Major Domo. Vora shuffles closer and lowers her voice. I hope this won't come across as viciousness. But I wonder if we're erring in our care around their religion. To hear the counselors tell it, their gods are diametrically opposed to imperial annexation. We may do more harm than good in accommodating it. Perhaps we ought to pull it out from the root. We've done it before. Grant crouches to join the huddle. Have you ever done it with a theocracy? Vora pushes her glasses up her nose. Not to my knowledge. Grant sucks air through his teeth. I have to imagine if we pull this root, it'll take a whole heap of their civilization with it. Grantide's right, Sakura says. We'd be advancing past our remit. The goal is to preserve as much of Ectora as we can in their transition to imperial citizenship. It's just, Vora spares a look toward the planetary horizon before them. I have a foreboding feeling that it's going to interfere with the complete evacuation of Taikan majesties. Religion is fine in the high times, Vora, but I'm blowing their moon open. Sakura steps forward. Her silhouette frames in the blazing light of the Black Pike's plasma battery. Eventually, their material reality will lead to a doctrinal shift. The hour will come, and the gods will be silent, and they'll realize the need for less than divine salvation. Vora chews her tablet stylus. I hope you're right. I've been studying their texts some. The Library Sacrosanct, it's called. And there's this one book, the Book of Thorns. It's about martyrdom, Majesty. Religious martyrdom. I've taken the liberty of noting it down as a keyword for our media broadcast monitors. In the hours since our ultimatum, it's cropped up again and again on the collective airwaves of public access news and entertainment. Across ideological lines. This was a minor entry in the canon. It's growing. Sakura's mouth twists. These are not unreasonable people, Major Domo. Not yet, Majesty. But we're cornering them. They're about to have a full cycle of futile effort, Sakura says. Do I believe they're ready to sacrifice themselves for a valiant cause? Certainly. But I can't believe they'd be eager to toss their lives away for mythology. Grant remembers his conversation with Hyax. Her frowning inability to understand the willingness to die for a doomed cause. Maybe the rest of the command group can't imagine it. But Grant grew up watching documentaries about poisoned Kool-Aid and purple-shrouded bodies. And maybe the Ectorans are more like Makianites than Taikari. This library sacrosanct, Grant says. It's machine translated? Do you have a copy? I do. Vora holds her tablet up. Can you look up a word in there for me? Vora's pen hovers above the tablet's surface. Certainly, Majesty. Tamurak, Grant says. She blinks. How do you spell that? I have no idea. Vora chews the edge of her pen. What does it mean? I'm not sure, Grant says. Some apocalypse myth, I think. Well, Majesty. Vora fiddles with the tablet's interface. I haven't seen much in the way of apocalypse stories, but it may have been swept into some odd translation, or not translated at all. Surely something exists along those lines. It's such a common theme in mythological texts. I imagine the researchers at the Listening Post would know more. Can I talk to them? We're trying to minimize communications. Sakura cuts in. The ectoran capacity for interception isn't fully known. The one vulnerability we have in the system, the one place they can hurt us, is the Listening Post. Its membrane is much weaker than the Pike's. Weak enough that ectoran weapons can harm it. I don't want the blood of those people on my hands. We need to do what we can to ensure that it stays hidden. Grant squeezes the end of Sakura's tail. Would you pardon us for a moment, Major Domo? As you wish, Majesties. Vora has mastered the art of genuflection while backing away. Batty. Grant gets on his knees and lowers his voice. I have this pit of dread in my stomach. That feels like inevitability. I think this won't work, this ultimatum. Or if it does, it'll be flawed and incomplete, and will kill a lot of people. Sakura tucks his hair behind his ear. This is proven doctrine, Dove. It works. It's not proven on Ectora. It usually works. Grant rubs his stubble. Hyax is looking over at them. He drops into an urgent whisper. How many theocracies has the Empire annexed? How many have been strong and disciplined enough to unify their system? This is so new to you, Grantide. I completely understand why you'd feel this way. Sakura glances at the chiseling moon. But it's new to you too, isn't it? Have you ever desolated a world before? You threatened to do it with mine, I know, but was that bluster? She clears her throat. Yes, it was. Pieces are falling into place behind his eyes. A slow-rolling idea he's been building since the day he learned about the Ectorans. He rests his hands on her shoulders. Do you trust me? She tilts her head to nuzzle his knuckle. With my life, Dove. I think, Grant says. I think I have another way. Sakura steeples her fingers against the soft curve of her lower lip. You're asking me to do something against doctrine, aren't you? I'm not asking you to do anything. This is all me. I'm only asking you for permission. You're the only one here who outranks me. Remember? His knuckles brush her midsection. She leans into the touch. I think there's a way to reach them. I think there's a different way to go about this, a way to get them to capitulate without having to blow one of their worlds into ashes. Sakura's fawn glows in the pale light of the scarring moon as she chews her lip. You know I don't relish this thing I have to do, Dove, but this thing we have to do, Batty. Grant takes his wife's hand into his. I'm doing it with you. I'm a prince of the Taikari Empire now, and I'm here to conquer Ectora. I'll work to make these people imperial subjects. I will. I'm not asking for us to leave them alone. I'm not arguing in favor of their self-governance. All I am asking is that you give me a chance. And if it works, we won't have to destroy Taiken. We'll conquer them without a shot. We'll let them feel all right. He puts Sakura's palm on his chest. Like you let me. Meeting in the middle. Grantide, let's come on. Sakura tugs his sleeve. I don't want to be on the deck for this conversation. Hyax is watching them as they depart the bridge. She catches Grant's eye. She salutes. He salutes back. Sakura pads across the carpeted hall beyond the command deck and beckons Grant into a side office they've furtively banged in a few times. He ducks his head habitually as he enters, but there's no need. Under the princess's strident orders, the archway has been resized to accommodate him. Grant. Sakura parks her butt on the table and sits cross-legged. He takes the chair before her, which, sized as it is for a Taikari male, barely fits him. If we fail to follow through on the imperial procedure, and it leads to disaster, we're sunk. She leans forward. Her red silk sash rides up her stomach. That is the sort of quagmire that ends a Void Princess's career. And I can't even imagine what they'd do to you. They might revoke your citizenship. I can't countenance that. You can't countenance mass murder either, Sakura. I know you. We don't know what will happen as the clock winds down. She twists to one side, her arms sweeping to encompass the attacking fleet. As their attacks continue to fail and they realize how badly they're outmatched, as the hours draw near, they'll see sense. The Malkesti didn't. The Malkesti are alien. Really alien. God love them, and their tapestries are quite gorgeous, but they're Mickeyonite-sized high-brained arachnids, Dove. You look into their eyes, and there's nothing recognizable. We met Ipkin. We saw that anger and fear in the counselor. We did, he says. But we're missing something. Maybe the faith they live with. They've never shed it, and I kinda see why. A religion that holds choice sacred. I might have stuck to that if I'd grown up with it. She smirks. Knowing you, I don't doubt it. Machianites and religion have a long and complicated history, he says. Some of our most beautiful creations, some of our worst atrocities. And those religions weren't globally unified, and they didn't maintain the same chokehold that this one has even after globalization and democracy. From what I understand of the omni-divine, it's sorta universal, right? Like it's the blanket name for a whole quilt of religions you borrow and bind. She nods with new hesitation. As he's been talking, her certainty has ebbed. This isn't that, he says. It's specific. In ways I don't think we fully understand yet. And it's strong enough to keep an interplanetary civilization in its bounds. That's not something either of us have ever experienced. I think it'll sink us if we let it. But it could also save us. He scoots his seat in. She unfolds her feet past the lip of the table and rests them on his thighs. All I request is you let me work on this myself, he says. I swear to you I won't take up space. I wouldn't be trying this if I didn't have confidence. You can keep preparing for the official method. And if the clock winds down and it still hasn't worked, let me present it to you and the command group. And you make your decision then. And you'd accept it? Sakura's red gaze bores into him. If I pulled the trigger as my Empress demands, you'd accept it? You'd stand by me? He takes a deep inhale. I would, he says. If you're right and they evacuate, I would. A tremor clatters the golden hoops in her long ears. What if they don't evacuate? What if I kill millions? What if this is Mockist again? You won't. I can't believe you would. You told me when you threatened as Kai Trimond. This isn't as Kai Grant. This isn't something I can say no to. Sakura. Just tell me. She leans further forward. Her forehead is inches from his. Please. I would try, he says. I would try really, really hard, but I don't know. I will always love you, but I don't know if I could stay. Her eyes close. Her chest rises and falls. Do it, she says. Make your plan. Any resources you need, tell me and you'll have them. Thank you, Batty. He kisses the bridge of her nose. I won't let you down. I swear. And I won't let the Empress down either. That summons an uncertain smile from her. What are you planning to do? If I tell you, Grant says, you are going to either laugh in my face or throw me in the brig to keep me from doing it. Oh. Sakura sits back onto her elbows. Lovely. I need time and space and help to prove I'm not being totally nuts about this. What I really need is a connection to the listening post, somehow, but if it's too much of a risk, I'll make do. We have that translator, haven't I? I can work with her. And maybe some of the chapel clerics. There's a lot I need to understand about the omni-divine and the way Ectran religion works. I don't. She blows a curtain of air toward the ceiling. I don't know about the clerics, Grantide. He cocks an eyebrow. Why not? She turns herself around on the table so her head's dangling from the lip and she's laying looking at him upside down. The clerics, of course, are essential servants of the Empire. Of course they are. But they're some of the only people on the ship that aren't my direct subjects. If you're going to attempt this, I want to ensure word about it doesn't get back to the Imperial Corps. It would reflect poorly on you if this was a failed attempt. What if it works? Well, if it works, it'd reflect poorly on you anyway. But you'll also have conquered a solar system, so there's only so many spears they can throw at us. Either way, I'll defend you like a rabid cave wolverine. Her tail swishes in emphasis, hissing along the silk of her tunic. And you will. Have your cleric. There's only one I trust to keep mum about this thing you're attempting. It'll take a couple of days to bring him here, but I'll retrieve him for you. Who is he? Brother Timar of Vindric. Brother to all the firmament. She reaches a finger up and pokes his chin. Brother-in-law to you. Am I about to meet the last member of the family? You are, she says. And the only one I'd happily claim. Timar is a lovely man. He's always told me he'll be there if I need him, and it's always been a quiet guilt in me I've never called on him. I don't think we should fly him to the pike, Grant says. There's so many eyes on it. What about putting him at the listening post? We have stealth transports, Dove. It's a bit of a risk, but even in the worst case, I have every confidence in our pilots to run that blockade. Their spacing is quite wide. Slipping through should be elementary. It might honestly be less of a risk flying to the listening post than beaming a message to it. We have the measure of their ships already. I'm going to get on one then, and I'm going to fly to the listening post. I'll rendezvous with your brother and with the experts there, and with Ipkin Mektaka, and we'll put together a proposal. Grantide. She clicks her tongue. I can't just up and ditch the pike in the middle of preparations, Dove. There's so much to get ready for the Ectoran surrender. Batty. She gesticulates as she speaks. And even more if they refuse, God knows. Batty. He catches her hands. I mean just me. What? But Sakura's eyes widen and dilate. Her spine compresses. Grant's tiny wife shrinks even tinier. You'd leave me alone? Grant's heart does a U-turn. Maybe we could fly the team from there to the pike. I know there's a no aliens rule, but... No, Sakura blinks rapidly. No, I'm being ridiculous. She shakes the coiled tension from her shoulders. No, Grant. It's a good plan. It's what you should do. It's good. Are you sure? She nods. You'll figure it out in no time, and I'll see you soon and you'll have something brilliant for me. And we'll just have a little while in the meantime. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. To see how much of that resilience I've managed to build. That's all. It'll be okay. She sounds like she's trying to convince herself most of all. I'll call you every day, he was about to say, but he can't, can he? Not with the threat of discovery looming over them. I'll work as quick as I can. She slides off the table and into his lap. You're not gone yet, darling. And it'll take a couple of days to get word to my brother and retrieve him. Her but nudges into his crotch. Her thighs are warm atop his. And we are going to spend those 2 days stuck to one another like lampreys. She settles back against his chest. He rests his chin between her budding horns and gazes with her out the conference room window at the progress Hayek's gunners are making. We should return to the command deck, he says. She shuts her eyes and doesn't move. He buckles his hands across her stomach. The plasma of the pike's cannons flare as they drag north along her sigil's left axehead. He watches his wife's warship inflict the largest scale destruction he has ever witnessed. So far, nightfall never comes to Lauder. The sun cycles down and the dark doesn't come. High above the planet, a thin strand of light lances from the invisible alien vessel to Winver's distant chalky surface. So bright is the destruction that the half-formed landscape glows in eerie, flickering violet. Rock gazes out the vast vaulted window above the obsidian altar. The huddling contingent of ecclesiasts and cerebrants are vastly outnumbered by the chattering throng around the ivory altar that faces it. He's seated in the middle of the kirk. Moran's hand is tight in his. Her thumb draws little circles on his wrist. They were going to stay home with Akva today, pigging out on roe cakes and watching horror serials. Then the TV became an alien's face and the message came down, and Akva had to buckle her armor on and run to work, and Moran couldn't stop crying, and now they're at temple watching the sacred exchange. The argument tonight is the only argument anyone's having. My mother and my mother's mother spent their lives making this world habitable. A woman he doesn't recognize has jostled her way to the ivory mic. They want to glass it. They're gonna glass me with it. What kind of world do we have waiting around for us on the other side of this? Huh? An empire? No, ma'am. There's one last choice before choice is gone. And I'm gonna take the one that matters. I'm gonna take the one that shows those sky slavers up there who the children of Ect are. To send a message to the ones above and the ones who are left. If I have to burn to shed that light, I'll burn. A rumble of voices follows. Consternation, sure, and disunity. But strains of approval, too. In the long oval pews, singly or in pairs or threes, Rock's temple family are scooting toward the kirk's ivory side. The humming music changes, rebalances. Its minor key sharpens. Rock chews his surleaf nervously. Moran's the big Zer fan of the household, but he's found himself in need of it more often. Otherwise, the music feels like it's leaving him behind. Siblings. Please. A slate-colored keeper, her fringe mottled with worry, has captured the obsidian altar. If we don't let people flee the planet, is that not as egregious a sin as the one they're threatening? Keeping the ports locked down is complicity. Complicity? An unamplified man bellows to be heard from the ivory altar. We got laws, sister. Ain't none of those attempted flights are authorized. Nobody's got to tolerate piracy or unlicensed takeoffs. But they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to escape. How can we blame them? There is no escape. That's Sister Maki. She taught Rock algebra. Not from this. The skies will show to burn and melt the edifices of Ect, and they are. All the blades of the children of Ect will turn from its hide, and so it's been. You all know me. I'm proud to know many of you. I've never been a brimstone sort of woman. Snorted at the Armageddon folks. But we were given eyes to see. And goddamn if it ain't the Tamurak. Tamurak is here. Anybody who doesn't think so is dunking their heads in the murk. Siblings. All Ecclesias Noma needs is the one word and the churning voices are silenced. The wizened keeper stands in the center of the room, at the gray altar, framed by the darkwood shelves of the library sacrosanct. She lifts the golden mantle from the altar's surface and lays it across her shoulders. The gazes of the Kirk solidify and bond like freezing ice. Noma has slipped from Kerr day-to-day identity and identifiers. Huey now speaks with the breath of the gods. The verse of the sacred word. A sharp inhale from Rock's keeper. Moran idolizes Noma. Who doesn't? The chant tells us the holiness of the gods below is reflected in the self-determination of their children, Noma says. That's what separates us from the beasts of burden and the stones and the evergreens. The Song of Aeons, you folks know your Song of Aeons, don't you? Song of Aeons says, such was the world made. Ecclesias Noma only needs to sing the first few words for the whole Kirk to join in tripart harmony. That the fate of our children might rest within their own minds. That by their hands a paradise is built, atop the ice and below the ice. The belonging flares in Rock's chest with the syllables joined with his neighbors. The unity. Beautiful siblings. Beautiful and true. Noma slaps Kerr palm on the lectern in time to the song. But I want to read to y'all from another songbook. I want to tell y'all about what to do when the sky sets on fire. When paradise melts onto your feet. I want to talk about one of the most sacred choices you can make. A rustle of anticipation and bated breath. Rock finds his lungs as arrested as his neighbors. Noma stands on tiptoe and reaches to the high shelf of the library, to a book limned with dust that shines in the bonfire light like the luster of prophecy unveiled. The spindly little ecclesiast drops the book onto the lectern with a leaden cemetery gate clunk. I want to sing to you from the Book of Thorns. Brigadier Hyax turns a heretofore unseen shade of purple when Sakura announces her intention to accompany Grant off the pike. I'll turn right around. Sakura buttons the topmost fastener on her flight suit. I just want to give him my goodbyes. You can give him your goodbyes on the hangar deck, Hyax says. I'll hardly be in any danger. Sakura rolls her eyes. Arnak's flying me. He threatened to resign his commission otherwise. Hyax's armored finger tings fretfully against her pistol holster. Can I threaten to resign my commission to keep you here? You can, but I won't believe you. Sakura shoulders her harness on and buckles her gun belt. What will you do without the Void Navy? Command a particularly draconian homeowners association. Hyax has marshaled the blood back out of her face. She keeps her expression impressively blank. Maybe. I will be fine, Brigadier. If I'm shot out of the sky, you have my permission to execute me. Fair enough. Hyax bows to Grant as he approaches across the hangar bridge. Looking very Machianite this evening, Majesty. Artifacts of my old life. Grant hefts his go bag over his shoulder. It clatters against his guitar case. I used to love camping. Sakura's eyes widen. I want to go camping. Excellent way to be assassinated, Hyax says, sotto voce. We were about to, you know. Grant touzles Sakura's hair. Before you abducted me. I was gonna drive us into the woods, live on the lam for a while. Sleeping in the chilly outdoors with no underthings on. I should have waited to summon the ship. I could have seduced you far earlier. You were covered in blood and hadn't showered in a decacycle and a half. I had so. Sakura folds her arms. They used to spray me with a big hose every few nights. The chrome skin of the stealth fighter warps and refracts as they cross the hangar's lip of light and slip into the firmament black. Arn, Sakura's personal pilot, is stolid and motionless, but for the twitching manipulations of the flight stick in his gloved hand. Grant has exchanged about a dozen words with the guy, mostly variations on "Good afternoon, Majesty." Sakura reassures him that's just how Arn is. The Armada's guns have silenced again, now that the Pike has finished its bombardment. The vast scar is permanently seated now on Tychon's moon. The dust storms swirl across its surface and obscure the sigil, but the contours are faintly visible through the dim. On the stealth ship's monitor, the navigation computer has extended the Ectoran vessel's sensor ranges in scarlet wireframe cages that mushroom from their distant fuselages. Without their virtual presences or the spitting flares of their weaponry, the mighty Ectoran fleet's individual vessels are so diminutive that even the closest are nearly invisible in the vast dark of the firmament. They're all dwarfed by the slender span of the black pike, but even Grant's home is reduced to a silvery toothpick by the vast distances at play. Home. That's his home. It's more his home than any apartment he's ever had. How quickly that happened. They pass the blockade and into open space. A slow decompression of Arn's chest clues Grant into the breath he's been holding. He flicks the black plastic cover from the sweep switch and toggles it. The abyssal night furls and folds and gives way to the rainbow kaleidoscope. Sakura stays in Grant's lap the entire time, warm and solid and spread out like a sunning animal. Her eyes are closed. She's pressed tightly against him, her fingers fanned out on the tops of his thighs like she's trying to maximize the surface area of their touch. He listens to the slow, purposeful sound of her breathing. She's trying to get as much of him as she can before he's gone. He shifts below her. Have I ever told you about my brother? She opens an eye. The bandit? Yep, Grant says. You think I'm a rebel, you should have met Joshua. Joshua. Sakura sounds the name out. Joshua, Grant says. Shh. Zhhh. He chuckles. The sort of stuff he used to get up to back when we were kids. There was this place called Florida. The rainbow fades. Majesties. Arn's gruff, unsparing voice. We have arrived. Grant's mouth hangs open. So fast? It was an in-system jump. Arn adjusts his gloves. Simple. Could have done it quicker if Her Majesty would let me practice more often. Sakura sighs and climbs from her husband's embrace. She peers out the cockpit window at the turning spindle of the listening post. Her look back to Grant is full of the same unfortified anxiety he's feeling. I thought we'd have more time, she says. The fighter taxis into the stark white hangar of the listening post. Such contrast from the grandiose scarlet and brass trappings of the pike, Grant reflects, as he and the princess disembark. Waiting for them in customary bowing supplication are the staff of the listening post, accompanied by a stranger in a sleek saffron frock, with his long hair in a tight braid. His eyes are covered by the anti-compel goggles that the men of the Empire wear habitually, but Grant can see the princess in what's visible of Timar's face. He has Sakura's silky, dark hair and her delicate, upturned nose. And he has her smile, too, when he sees Sakura jog forward and open her arms. Cora. He takes a knee. Time. Sakura folds herself into Timar's embrace. I've missed you, brother. The feeling's mutual. The plain steel bracelets on Timar's wrist clatter as he pats her back. But it's been so lovely to hear the ways you've shined. Your disappearance was only recounted to me midway through the occurrence. News travels slowly to a hamlet like mine. He glances over Sakura's shoulder. I did hear about your husband. And here the gentleman is. He stands up and extends his hand. Brother Timar of Vindric. Brother in a couple of ways to you, sire. It's good to meet you. Grant shakes his brother-in-law's hand. There's dried ink crusted against Timar's cuticles. Likewise. We're sheltered, somewhat, at my monastery. The only aliens I meet are the pilgrims, and there's precious few of those in a backwater place like Indrik. You'd never have met a Makianite regardless, I'd say. I'm the first. Timar's nose wrinkles. The motion is so disarmingly like Sakura's. You don't have Makianite parents? The first in the firmament, I mean. I know. Timar retrieves his hand and gives Grant a playful tap on the arm. Just rustling your robe, sire. God's wounds, you're tall. Grantite here is a majesty, you know, not a sire. Sakura smugly pats Grant's thigh. He's the first alien prince. Timar bows. The honor is doubled, then. Sakura's enthusiastic. I'm not a prince just yet. Grant gives his wife a gentle nudge. We have a situation to sort out before I can feel comfortably coronated. That's why we've called you here. I'm at your disposal, Timar says. Sakura gave me the broad outline. That's all Grantide has given me. I'm monstrously curious. Sakura sighs. But he's staying cagey until he's sure of himself. Oh, before you go, Cora. I've got something for you. Timar unzips his sizable duffel and digs through it. He removes a folded robe and a set of leather-bound and gold-leaf tomes. Something that sloshes. Here we are. Sakura's face lights up. You didn't. Oh, but I did. I traveled light, Cora, but not so light. Timar tugs a weighty-looking jug from his bag. Behold the bounty of the Omnidivine. Indrican cider. Sakura's eyes dance. Oh, Grant, you're going to love this stuff. Uh-huh. A whole tri-liter of it. I had to take all of my books on comparative religion and conflict resolution out of my luggage to fit it. Timar bounces his eyebrows toward Grant. We didn't need those, right, Prince? It would have been nice, Grant says. But I understand priorities. You're certainly going to understand when you taste this stuff. Sakura's little hands make the jug look cartoonishly huge. It is delicious, and it is strong. You'll save me some? Oh, I'm saving every drop, Dove. We'll crack it open to celebrate your triumphant return. She hugs the cask to her chest, then places it on the sterile metal floor behind her. Thank you, Timar. With this much, I think I might finally get my husband drunk. She kisses Grant's wrist. Bring him back with you, why don't you? I'm quite overdue on hosting him. I'd love that, sister. Timar says it over his shoulder as he repacks his lumpy duffel bag. It's been far too long. That it has. And theirs. I have need of your counsel, I think. Sakura's touch lingers on Grant's fingers. Recent events have me somewhat faith-curious. Timar beams. I'll bring my full catalog. We can go dogma shopping and pick you the perfect scripture. Sakura's laugh is light and unburdened. You're giving Grantide the wrong idea about the Omnidivine, you know. I'll have plenty of time to give him the party line, I'm sure. You're going to tire of me, Majesty. Timar tucks his robe back into his rucksack. As her brother rummages, Sakura draws Grant to a knee. Her lips find his. They ignore the silent aversions of the eye from the researchers standing vigil. He finds a moment of tranquility in his wife, in her scent and the warm dark of their kiss. He holds her and wills himself into the present, as if he could slow the time before their parting by counting the seconds. The princess's dark, sweet-scented hair whispers softly against his face. I'll miss you. She presses her lips to the point of his nose. But I'll be okay. And it will be worth it. You'll focus on your idea. On your mission. And then you'll come back to me. And I'll leap into your arms and kiss you again, and you'll give me a way out. And we'll annex Ectora in peace and sisterhood, and we'll make love in a sledgehouse on the ice of the South Kanak Sea, under the light of the aurora. He brushes the cursive span of her neck. That's right. She releases her grip on him and steps back. She clutched him so tight her nails have left crescents in the skin of his forearm. Take care of him, Timar, she says. As best as my faculties allow, Sakura. The cleric bows. I love you, Sakura says. Both of you. She bows low at the waist. Be safe. And be extraordinary. Orda leads the cleric and the prince to the edge of the artificial village of Uvik. At the edge of the artificial village, she holds a hand up and presses a golden button by the wall. Up in the artificial sky, a star blinks yellow with a regular pulse. Over the middle-distant sound of woodfire and music, Grant hears footfalls approach. Ma'am. A man's voice from the air in front of them. Grant squints and marks the subtle ripple of an invisible Taikari. Hello, Zeros. That's Zeros, right? Yes, ma'am. The prince is looking for a visitation. How are our guests today? A tail appears and taps against the floor. That's the mostly invisible equivalent of a bow. Tense, but within tolerances. They're all worried about Taiken, of course. From what I could pick up, there's hope we'll finish up before the scouring. That's good, Orda says. And how are you, Zeros? Freezing my balls off, ma'am. Orda laughs nervously. In front of His Majesty, Zeros. Really? His Majesty has balls. He gets it. I do. Grant half bows at the approximate location of the Marine. Can we let him off early, Administrator? I think we'll be all right in there. Very well. Orda steps back. Let's give the gentleman space, Zeros. You can clock out and warm up. Ma'am. The tail thwacks again, and the invisible Marine's bare footsteps tap down the service hall behind them. Orda bows Grant deeper into the village. Outside a wood smoke-scented cylindrical cabin, the language-implanted Ectoran Ipkin Mektaka sits on a long carved bench. Ruak, the keeper she was worrying over the last time they met, has her head laid in Ipkin's lap. The keeper's munching on slices of smoked fish. Ruak's humming to Ipkin between mouthfuls. Ipkin joins in now and then, a winding up and down tune an octave beneath Ruak's. Ipkin waves. Hey there. Look who it is. How's it, Majesty? Lady Ipkin. Grant inclines his head. It's going all right. You can't complain, far as alien abductions go. Ipkin spits something into a basin by her feet. What's that you've got there? Grant peers at the juice Ipkin's wiping off her chin. Little bit of Zur, Ipkin says. Makes food taste better and music hit harder. She reaches into her pouch and holds some out. You want to try? Grant remembers the dirty brown teeth his dad's drinking buddies always had at the end of their chaw pouches. I'm good. Orda clears her throat as she takes in the scene, the pads of paper and the pens lying around the two ectorans. You're not trying to communicate with her, are you? Ipkin snorts and takes another bite. No, ma'am. Just eating together. Little ditty. She dangles a strip of creamy white fish over Ruach, who obediently opens her mouth. Ipkin drops the piece of fish, and it plops partway onto Ruach's cheek. They laugh as Ruach pokes the fish the rest of the way in with a thin finger. Ipkin smiles down like the sun rises in the little keeper's eyes. She scoots a sketch pad out of Ruach's hand. She glances back up at Orda. Pictures are okay, right? Possibly. Orda frets at the lapel of her cream-colored uniform. Depending on what you've drawn. If it's glyphic. How about this? Ipkin flips the sketch pad to a previous page. A stick figure version of the administrator with her hands on her hips and an exaggerated scowl is disgorging a speech bubble full of cruel-looking murder weapons. Orda's hands go momentarily to her hips. That's permissible. Thanks, ma'am. Ipkin licks her fingers off and picks her pen up. Your empire's got some fucking amazing fish, you know, Majesty. I'm glad to hear it from an expert, Grant says. The cuisine I've tried has been strangely lacking in seafood. You folks are going to bring a much-needed corrective to the Taikari diet. Ipkin doodles idly in her notepad. Didn't expect to see you back before you took over the world. Are they keeping you informed about our progress? No. Ipkin's polar blue eyes widen. The edge of her fringe leaches its color. It's not over already, is it? It's not. It's only just begun. That's why I'm here. Ipkin's face falls. Trouble? Nothing catastrophic has happened yet, Grant says. But I think I've caught the foreboding you had when I met you. Ipkin scratches her snout with the pen cap. Sucks, don't it? It does. Grant checks what Ipkin's drawing. It's him, he thinks, by the scribbly whiskers on the figure's face. He's still the only alien he's met with facial hair. Last time I was here, that scratched-up guy at the meeting house called me something. You remember? Old Yukin? Shoot, Majesty. Ipkin laughs nervously. He didn't mean nothing. No. It's all right. Grant holds up a placating palm. But he said Tamurak. A ripple goes through Ipkin and Ruach. Tamurak, Ruach breathes. A half-sentence drops from her before she can stop it. She bites it back and looks guiltily at Orda. Ipkin's forehead wrinkles. I remember. I need to know what that is, Ipkin, Grant says. I need your help. Anything you can tell me about your religion and its end times mythology. There's a lot riding on it. Well, hell, Majesty. She shifts. Ruach grumbles and sits up as the thigh she was using as a pillow departs. Whatever I can do. The Tamurak is he's like a brother to the gods, or a son, or some piece of the darkness that broke off and got itself a mind. Depends on what version of the mythos you're paying attention to. He's destruction. Tamurak. Ruach reaches for the pen. Ipkin passes it. There was a movement for a while to make him more than that, she continues. But, not something that lasted. The Tamurakists. Grant's mind races. What was it that Hyax told them at the initial Ectoran briefing? A prelite religious schism of some kind slowed them down. Now when you say more than that, Timar has produced a tablet from his ruck. His stylus is poised. I'd love to hear more. This is all before my time, you understand, Ipkin says. But it used to be he was more than just a boogeyman. Used to be you'd worship him, too. Like, he's there to burn everything down for what's next. A cleansing figure. Timar scribbles rapidly in some kind of shorthand that Grant can't parse. The executor or custodian of a cycle, perhaps? Yes, sir. Ipkin glances between the cleric and the prince. You know, sometimes shaping the ice, shipping at it, isn't enough. You gotta melt it to freeze it into something new. That, for a time, was the Tamurak. Same fire that burns your life down can warm you in the dark. Fascinating. A fascinating archetype. Timar's tail is a wagging blur. Everywhere it appears. Ipkin grimaces. If you say so. Forgive my enthusiasm. Timar adjusts his anticomps. I don't mean to imply that this Tamurak is less notable by association. He's arresting enough of a force that he appears elsewhere, with other faces. Other facets. His name among the Kovakan Mezists is Uivik, Ntavi. In his form as phenomenal nature rather than a figure, he's the Lothrian tempest of the Amadari Sandbreathers, or the Genesis flood of the Makianite Christians. Grant's heart flips a zero-G switch. You know about that? Your wife, Timar says. When she retrieved that gift for you, the instrument. She got me something, too. I'm one of the individuals she contacted about translating Machianite's English. As a cleric of the Omni Divine, that's one of my specialties. Although it's dense enough that I'm afraid I've only translated a piece. I'm still on the Old Testament, on Isaiah. But it has patterns and motifs and common traditions the same as the Ectran religion. These are the threads my order has sworn to weave. The ones that bind the firmament. His breath, outpaced by his enthusiasm, turns firmament into a croak. He takes a moment to inhale. This tamarack expresses the destruction that brings a purer creation. One of my favorites. Well, that's a pretty thought, I suppose, Ipkin says, though her tepid expression suggests otherwise. But not one in fashion anymore. There was some nasty business around when the final unification happened. The Tamaracist rebellions. Some ecclesiasts took things too far, thought that the cleansing had to be brought forth in his name. Bombings. Things like that. Once the smoke cleared, I suppose the appetite for worshipping him ended. Ruach is drawing Ectora. Grant recognizes the continents. The world is breaking in half in a cartoon explosion. She looks up at Grant and points her pen to the drawing. Tamarack, she says. Grant glances back to Ipkin. Is there a book dealing with this in the library sacrosanct? Not a recognized one. Not anymore. They expunged it. But, there's copies. Ipkin shrugs her bolder shoulders. Around here. Can't imagine there would be, Ipkin says. But you got a team. I know they fetched stuff for us before. I only wish I could tell you where to look. I'm not gonna give up that easy, Grant says. We need to canvass the village. If anyone has any sort of lead on the Tamarakists, we need to follow it. Ipkin, I think you have to be present. With apologies to the administrator. Administrator Orda bites her cheek. That's quite all right, Majesty. As long as she keeps her earplugs in. I can do that, Ipkin says. If it'll help. What do I do? Just sorta. She folds her arms and puts a stern expression on her face. Like this. Grant pats her tattooed arm. At ease, Lady Ipkin. I don't need your muscle or your mediation. They trust you more than they trust any of us. Just stand with us and look like you're invested in the process. Ipkin licks her sawtooth chops. What process am I investing in? Melting Ectora down, Grant says. And freezing it into something new. The first day they have no luck. Even with Ipkin by their side, the translator needs only to say Tamarack for whatever wary Ectoran they're communicating with to clam up and close off. Do you reckon there's a different way we should go about this? Grant conferences with Timar outside the meeting house, in the artificial violet of the evening. Just be around them today, I think, the cleric replies. Just be present. We can't blame them for being insular. Maybe not, Grant thinks. But our time is running out. 16 nights left, and then the death of Tychon. He goes to bed with plans and implementations and anxieties crowding his head. Normally, when a day ends with this much consternation, he lets his wife's sleeping breath against his chest carry it all away. But Sakura isn't here. For much of the second day, it seems like it's going to be the same thing. Grant and Timar and Ipkin and their intermediaries speak to blank faces and downcast eyes. Is there something I should do differently? He whispers to Ipkin. She shrugs. If I could talk to them, I'd tell you. Grant sighs and squares his shoulders. He looks across the flickering bonfire to where the omnipresent music drifts from Technol's amplifier. He approaches the man. Can I try? Would you let me give this a shot? He holds his hands out. Technol gives a slow, considering blink. Then he lays his instrument into Grant's outstretched palms. What's this thing called? Grant carefully hugs it to his chest, mirroring Technol's playing posture. Quack, Technol says. Quack, Grant repeats. He taps a knuckle against it and listens to the resonance. He plucks a string, and its spectral song crackles from the little shoebox amplifier. The tuning is drony and microtonal. There are no frets to guide the notes into a scale. That's okay. He's played a fretless bass a couple of times out of curiosity. He traps his tongue between his teeth as he explores the neck. Technol, who'd been shifting from foot to foot, pauses as Grant finds his groove. Grant plays a simple pentatonic along one string, finds his interval on the next, and strums a chord that makes the big soft-bellied Ectoran grin and let out a string of gritty syllables. He says that's very pretty, the translator reports. Grant rises his plucking along the instrument's neck. It's a very pretty quonk. Technol laughs. Quack. Grant gives a self-effacing shrug. Technol starts to hum along with the music, a low and resonant tone that climbs and sinks like an auto-tune sine wave. Perfectly pitched. Grant grins. You play that thing funny, Ipkin says. I don't use the same notes or structures you all do, I'm sure. Grant slides down the lowest string. It's nice, though. Lilting. Ipkin hums along with Technol, and that same warm, sonorous slide comes out. Maybe Ectorans all have good voices. They're departing the meeting house when a limber Ectoran woman with a sleek fringe and a squinting, seeking expression takes the translator aside, into the shadow cast by the meeting house's garlic bulb roof. Royeb is the translator starts, and the woman hisses her to silence. One moment. This way, please. The woman leads them to one of the white-topped buildings clutched like a cluster of eggs off the side of the meeting house. She ducks into the furthest out building. Grant follows and is buffeted by a wall of sweltering, pine-scented air. The single room beyond is an uneasy amalgamation of synthetic creature comforts. A patterned rug with too perfect, machine-finished stitching. A kettle over a fireplace whose flame is an obvious hologram under a heating element. The Taikari have tried their best, but this isn't anyone's home. Royeb thinks she knows where to look for this book, the translator says, as their hostess murmurs over the fake fire's recorded crackle. She says her cousin is caught up with a Tamuricus sect on Ectora, that she's always had a cache of unapproved literature. The Book of Renewal is among it. Timar's face lights up. Is that book of the same structural prefix as the rest of the library sacrosanct? The translator nods. Fuck yes. Get that location from her, and then tell her thank you as effusively as you know how. Grant extends his hand. Thank you, Royeb. I can't tell you how much this means that you're giving it to us. I mean, I literally can't tell you. But I wish I could. She takes his hand like it's a live wire linked to some sort of high explosive and completes one of the most incredulous handshakes Grant's ever taken part in. T&I iknamak tniki, she says. The translator's brow furrows. A fish from the sky is still a fish. Ipkin titters. It means blessings can be fucking weird sometimes. It'll take a handful of days to get their hands on the Book of Renewal. Timar and Grant take a break from poring over what parts of the library sacrosanct they've already got in order to eat together. If I'm taking a hiatus from the pike on this weird religious study, I'd like to get an education in the Taikari ways, too. I want to know more about the Omnidivine. Grant tinkers with the cutlery his hosts have supplied. They offered Taikari rations, but Grant requested Ectoran food instead, which means he's using an Ectoran hand hook to eat it. How does an empire develop such a universalist approach to religion? The Makianite way has always been a lot more exclusive. Our permissiveness began as a matter of necessity. Timar spears a steamed root vegetable the color of the fake sky. When you're unifying a world, a universalist approach, as you call it, that's important. Long ago there was a thicket of Taikari religions, and the Church of the Omnidivine was a veritable melting pot. But on a long enough time span, things melted, I suppose. And I am the agglomeration. It does my heart good to see the halls of my order fill up with the monks and missionaries from new civilizations. Grant pops one of the purple veggies into his mouth. It crunches and unleashes a thick oily roux into his mouth that tastes like almonds. Timar takes another portion. As aggressive and expansionist as my species is, religion as a weapon, to unify a culture against its outsiders, this isn't the Taikari way, because it isn't necessary for our warriors. They're eager to obey. Individuals are as easy to rally round as dogmas. Is that a virtue or a vice? I'm not sure, but it's allowed us to build a church of tolerance. I've read treatises on freedom and self-reliance written with such eloquent facility from our sister species. I'm sure that Makion has its own share. It's somewhat like reading about desire from my place of asexuality. Grant settles his hook across the shingle they're eating off of. Do you take Kwart like Narika? Timar shakes his head. Just my natural inclination. That means Sakura's the only one of Anatoma's spares who are getting any. With luck, you're knocking boots enough for the whole family. Grant coughs and sips some of the storm-dark, savory tea that they've been supplied. Handy enough as a cleric, I can tell you, Timar says. My submission is to the Omnidivine exclusively. What about the Empress? The Empress is an Omnidivine facet. Closer to the inner core, she's the deity of a score of imperial cults and, of course, the heavenly court of empresses past has a seat for her, once she's, well, past. The Amadari of the Feckle Cliffs have a religion that revolves around whoever you love as your deity. So in a way, my sister's the omni-divine too. As are you. That's omni for you. Is that how it works? What you said to Sakura about dogma shopping. Somewhat, Timar says. I'm not exactly denominational. The clerics of the omni-divine are sort of counselors. Our place is to keep harmony between the various faiths and to shepherd the curious or the doubtful to whatever facet of the omni-divine best suits their personal relationship with God. Or the gods, as the case may be. For most Taikari, that's the ancestor worship of the heavenly court of empresses past. But it's a point of pride within my order that there are Taikari supplicants to nearly every religion we've incorporated. I've made a study of every civilizational aspect of the omni-divine. I'm excited about encountering another. I can't wait to investigate further into your species collection. Christianity fascinates so far. Yeah, the holy book is rather dense in parts. I won't lie. A lot of begetting. But there's such gorgeous poetry in it. And crystal clear familiarity in many places. The Garden of Eden, the original sin. I think I'm learning a lot about your people. The recognition of mortality's intense flaws, the longing for transcendence past the needs of the flesh. The striving. He nods thoughtfully. I appreciate all your striving. I see why Sakura is so fascinated by you. I'm not exactly a religious guy. Perhaps not. But through reading these stories and understanding these perspectives on the metaphysical, we can learn our commonalities. Throughout the firmament, do you know what surprised me over and over? What's that? How similar our souls are, Timar says. All over. The eyes are different, but so much is the same behind them. Different versions of the same fundamental stories. He pulls a cheap, glossy-covered copy of the Bible from his rucksack. That's what I love about this. How clearly it's such a conglomeration of ideas and sources and voices. Some holy texts all stem from the same pen. They're cohesive, but they aren't intriguing. There's nothing to grab onto but the handholds that were chiseled for you. Your people's book reminds me of Taikari Oak Zionism, actually, the way it depends on archaeology and reinterpretation. So many voices. So much intrigue. He chuckles. The Song of Solomon was quite the eye-opener. Is that the one that's just porn? It's not just porn. But it's surprisingly explicit, yes. Timar places the book on the table and picks his hook back up to spear another creamy strip of whitefish. You're afraid of the Empire coming for your home. I understand that. But I'm excited to learn from your clerics. I hope that by the time your cradle world has joined with the Empire, I'll know enough of your language to pray with them. My dad used to say he was a born-again, but he practiced none of what he preached. It gave me an odd taste. Seeing beliefs so boldly spoken and tepidly practiced. Lip service is the common pain of the parish. You get plenty of that with the omni-divine. Your wife, divine keep her, wishes grace and blessings without actually feeling the import behind the words. No judgment from me. She's already under so much pressure to serve the flesh and blood of the Empire. She's always told me that having spiritual masters stacked atop her material ones seems like a recipe for a nervous breakdown. Perhaps it would be. All of Anatoma's bastards share a dogged approach to loyalty, I think. It can make us single-minded. But I hope someday to show her the succor one can draw from it, the practices and preachings. Grant rests his chin on his fist. What do you believe in, Timar? You personally, I mean. Timar gives this question slow and careful consideration. You, Majesty. He smiles. I believe in you. Grant returns to his room. In its simple and Spartan accoutrements, it reminds him of the cell his wife threw him into on his first night aboard the Pike. Taikari seem to favor their sleeping situations recessed. In the absence of an architecturally included pit in the floor, they've supplied a low lip around the bed that puts Grant in mind of a crib. Strange how quickly he got used to the luxurious silks and fabrics of his wife's nest. The dorm room feeling of this bed bothers him more than his low-born blood cares to admit. In the pocket of his discarded tunic, his communicator chirps. Grant blinks. A moment of panic lances through his chest. He's not supposed to have any outside contact. All the names in his communicator are aboard the Pike. Is someone disobeying the blackout? The communicator chirps again and then solidifies into a call tone. Grant mantles the low wall of the bed and retrieves it. His chest compresses. My beautiful wife is calling him. He presses the side switch, and the call connects. Oh, Granty-eyed, his wife's dark chocolate alto sings over the line. Guess who? Baby, I thought. Grant's smile aches the edges of his mouth. I thought it was too risky for us to talk. In the latest survey report, They told me we'd be fine as long as I keep to closed-band audio only, Sakura says. So I can't see your face, but I can at least hear your voice. There is a minuscule risk of signal interception, but forgive me. I need this. I do too. I missed your voice so badly. I missed yours. What's this book of renewal you're chasing, Dove? Grant rolls onto his stomach and props the communicator up in front of him on the bed's nesting border. Are you snooping? You may have been my second call. The first was a request from the listening post for resources and a quick confirmation of your command. Confirmation? They had to run it by you. He scratches his nose. He surprises himself at how frigid his touch is in this cold-ass facility. That feels like some princely disrespect. I know it does. Do try to forgive them, Dove. They need to get used to obeying an alien male. And I am glad they called. If a mission calls for a plan of fall, I want to make sure it's Pike boots on the ground. They're the ones I trust. Sergeant Ajax has insisted on leading the effort, in fact. He has? Wants to deliver the package himself. You know what I think? He misses you. God knows I do. Grant grins. You think. Don't tell him I told you. Grant chuckles. He's such a sweetheart. He is. I didn't realize. I suppose because he's a protege of Hyax's, I thought he was a natural hard case. Anyway, I'm sure you'll see him soon. I instructed him to bring my fond regards. A shuffling acoustic burst accompanies her repositioning on the other end of the line. Do you know something ridiculous? I'm here getting everything ready to bomb the hell out of Tychon, and you're there looking for a way to save it. I'm the damn antagonist again. It doesn't feel like it. That's because I'd love for you to come home and stop me. You could tie me to the bed and keep me away from my orbital cannons. That's a solid plan B. I might tie you to the bed regardless. Would you tell me what it is you're planning yet? I'm close to giving you something real. Let me make sure I'm not chasing my tail, and I'll fill you in. You don't have a tail. It's an expression. A rattling rustle as she moves the calm. I think Makianites have tail envy. I think Taikari wish they weren't so shrimpy. Shrimpy. She gasps. Okay, now we're actually fighting. Let's agree whoever gets their way on Tychon is in charge of dinner for the next 10 days. To make up for it. That's psychological warfare, Sakura says. You're bribing me with cheese to let you win. Their laughs mingle and fade across the unimaginable distance between them. The first time we made love, you told me I'd never wake up alone again, she whispers. Do you want me to give you a call in the morning and wake you up? No. I'm being foolish. I'm an adult. You'll be back in no time at all. And you're never the one who wakes up first. My big sleepy husband. If your pillow purred like mine does, you'd stay in bed all morning too. I miss you, she murmurs. I miss your face. I miss your eyes. I miss your hands. They're so big. Her breath thickens. I'm thinking about them and touching myself, and I'm too small. I miss how small you are. I miss picking you up. I want to be picked up so badly right now, Grantide. I miss your beard. I miss your scent. You have so many of my shirts. I should have stolen your pillowcase or something. I miss how heavy you are. I want to be underneath you again. I want your shelter. I miss your ass. I miss your ass. I want to wrap my ankles over it while you're crushing me. I'll be back soon. I'll come home, and we'll have a big dumb cheesy Makianite dinner, and then I'll bend you across the table and fuck the twist out of your tail. They stay on the line and whisper the things they want to do to each other until Sakura's voice cuts out and Grant hears her gasping exhalation in a tangled rush of static over the line. He breathes with her a while. God, we're ridiculous. Calm sex, like desperate teenagers. She giggles weakly. What's wrong with me? My whole life by myself, relying on myself. And then you're here for half a decacycle, and suddenly I'm falling apart without you. You bring me something that works, Dove. Okay. And don't let Timar God bother you too much. I told him you already had a Makion religion, so he'd leave you be, but I think that just excited him. It's been so long I forgot how inquisitive a man he is. He's been nothing but helpful. If anything, I'm the one pouring the questions on. You're delighting him, I'm sure. Sakura's voice saturates as she moves closer to her receiver. Could I ask you for something? Of course. I'm sleepy, and I'm sure you're sleepy too. But could we stay on tonight? All night? Just put the comm by the pillow. So I can listen to your breathing. He laughs gently. Okay. He rests the communicator next to him. They don't speak much more after that. Just a few whispered endearments before she goes unresponsive and her soft snoring pulses across the line. Sleep finds Grant much easier than it did on the first night. He dreams about Richard Hyde. They're at the mall, at the kind of mall you see in movies where there's people everywhere and stores stocked full. Not like the malls Grant has been to, the half-dilapidated liminal ones. Dad keeps getting lost, and he keeps having to ask people, have you seen a guy who looks like older me? He's sick and I have his meds. Have you seen him? He's pointed all over the place. When Grant finally finds him, he's crouched on the ground. A little Taikari girl is teetering toward him. Come here, kid, he says. You got it. Come here. She has hazel eyes, Grant's daughter. That's how he knows this is a dream. When she comes, they'll be red, like her mother's. She's growing fast, Richard says. The Taikari words are so strange coming from his smoky drawl. Not as fast as I did, Grant says. Making sure of that. It's hard, boy. Hard as hell. There's so much you just gotta figure out, and so many people know exactly what you gotta do, but nobody has the same advice. And everyone's so confident. Hard. You wanna tell me about hard? You knocked up a Chili's waitress. I'm challenging an interstellar empire for my kids. You never wanted me. And I want mine so goddamn bad. You think you're gonna be such a good dad, huh? Gonna do all the shit I never did, make none of my mistakes? I could make them all, Grant says. I have Sakura in my corner. They'd still end up surpassing me. And I'd still be a better man than you. No, someone says. Grant turns around. Thror, the Marquis consort of Entmach, is standing in the aisle. His head's open like a rotten melon. His one remaining eye is wide and accusatory. Grant's throat goes numb. He can't talk. No, Thror repeats, in his wife's voice, and Grant sees through the gory hole in his head, out to the other side of the aisle, and Grant's eyes open. A staticky sound of motion from the communicator. No, Sakura mumbles. No, no, no. Grant blinks the lingering dream away. Batty. He fumbles for the communicator. Batty? Her groan resolves into a wail. No. Grant's heart bungee jumps into his guts and back up his throat. Sakura. His hands scrabble for the communicator. Sakura. Baby. I'm here. What? A shifting hiss from the other side. Heavy breath. Oh God. Are you okay? What's going on? Grant forces a full breath to calm his galloping pulse. You were screaming. Just a bad dream, Dove. A wet sniff. Just a dream, she repeats. 2 nights away from you, and I'm having nightmares about that shitty cell again. Fuck. That's terrible. He sits up, cross-legged, his communicator cradled in his lap. No, it's not. It's fine. It's just my stupid brain being pathetic. Her voice shakes. I thought I was strong again. I thought I was all the way back, but I'm not. It was all fake. It was just you. You're what was keeping me above water. And now I'm falling apart so quickly. Everyone needs so much from me, and I'm messing up, and I keep on starting some lame joke or aside to you, and then I remember you're not there. This is what I was afraid of. That I'd shake apart without you. I'm so weak. You're not weak. I'm your husband. I'm supposed to be there for you. It's not your fault. Grant goes ahead and says it. Should I come home? Should I give this up? No, don't. It was just my mind being silly. Just a nightmare. I'm not a child. Sakura attempts a lightness in her tone, but she can't keep her voice from quaking. I just need to stiffen my chin. What you're doing is a staticky sigh. The evacuations are just a bare trickle. The takeoffs are all private luxury vessels. Any public efforts have stalled out. And what's worse, there are no riots. No holding of the takeoffs by force of arms. The people who are left aren't being kept there. They just aren't leaving. Her words put a vertigo feeling in Grant's stomach. This isn't a plan B anymore. She needs this to work. These counselors are trying to call my bluff, or find some backdoor weakness, or else they're crowing about this book of thorns. Sakura's sharp scoff hisses the connection. I wish Vorad never said that name to me, because now it's all I can think about. The mentions are endemic now. Those numbers crawling upward. What about Tamurak? Tamurak's there on the edges, and it's growing too. I don't want to put anything on you, but whatever your alternative option is, I'm praying for it. A stuttering laugh. Actually, praying, I think my big dumb brother's influenced me. He's a sweetheart. And he's smart. We're going to figure this out and I'll come back. I know you will, she whispers. I love you. I love you too. My whole life, the pike's been home. A home I've brought with me wherever I've gone. My deepest fear on Makion was that I'd return, and that feeling would be gone. And then I set foot back on the pike and I thought, thank God, this place is still home. And it isn't. I fooled myself. I changed. She sniffs. He hears the tears gilding her words. You're my home now, Grant Hyde. His fingers are so longing for her softness beneath them they flex involuntarily. You aren't allowed to leave again, okay? She whispers. Not until you give me a son. Okay. With your eyes. Her voice is getting bleary again with fatigue. So that I can see them while you're away. I'm hoping they'll have your eyes. Her words have a soporific slurring at their edges now. That's why we're gonna have 3. 3? I'd do 3. Like 1 and tick. He hears the sleepy smile on her face. They seem happy. They seem so happy. She's mumbling at the edge of coherency now as she drifts away. I want babies. I do too. Come get me pregnant. He chuckles. Be right there. A wordless, drowsy hum from the princess. She's slipping under again. Grant rolls onto his back and looks at the shadows shift across his ceiling and imagines the weight of his warm little Taikari wife across his chest and feels lonelier than he's ever felt. The shuttle slides into the fluorescent span of the listening post's hangar. Grant remembers the first time he saw a Taikari vessel, how silent and foreboding it was. The chattering calls of the hangar crew and the roar of the unfurling landing equipment and the whooping safety siren are a stark contrast. The shuttle lets out a hydraulic hiss as its bay doors open. Brother Timar stands by Grant's shoulder. The two watch the Marine squad pile out from its crimson interior and file across the gangplank. Always so goddamn cold, this system. The Marines aren't easy to tell apart in their full armor, but Grant recognizes the squad leader's voice and the shape of his horn sheaths. Sergeant Ajax. He raises his hand in greeting. Majesty. Ajax salutes as he strides down the gangplank. There's an emergency red hardshell case in his other hand. Brought your book. Hope it's a page-turner. Outstanding. Grant holds his hands out and the sergeant places the case into his grip. The visible billow of Grant's breath dulls its metal patina. Any trouble retrieving it? No, sire. Simple homestead, easy in and out infiltration. Ajax taps a knuckle on the case. Just about froze a bullock off when I stripped down for the camo, but that was the only threat of casualty. Well, I'm thankful, Sergeant. Grant inclines his head and dips his shoulders, the superior's bow, what a 5 that Sakura taught him. The princess told me you personally requested to take this on. Just wanted to make sure it went right. Her Majesty impressed the import, and I don't know these listening post boys. A wry tone edges into Ajax's terseness. Back to the training wheels. That's right. We'll make a stuffed shirt bodyguard out of you yet. Grant puts a hand on Ajax's back and pivots them to Brother Timar. This is Sergeant Ajax of the Black Pike. Honored to make your acquaintance, Sergeant. Timar shakes the Marine's hand. Are you His Majesty's valet? Grant snorts. Ajax's spine stiffens. I'm a Marine. Is it not possible to be both? Let's just call him my friend, Grant says. Ajax's helmet pivots his way. The Marine's face is, as always, hidden. Timar gestures to the hard shell in Ajax's hand. May I? Ajax snaps the clasps open and passes the case to the cleric. The 3 men behold the Book of Renewal. The Book of Renewal is a slim volume in carnelian red. Its pages are dog-eared and crinkled. Someone's gone over it with a highlighter and pen, scrawling notes in the margins in a spidery hand. In the conference room, which has steadily reobtained the workday clutter that was cleared away for the previous visit, the listening post researchers huddle over it, murmuring and passing instruments over its quilted cotton cover. The subtitle is Songs of the Coming Thaw. Orta gestures to the golden deboss in blocky ectorish font. The horizontal canting like this is used for sacred texts or sagas, to represent the immortality of the songs within. Forward into forever. We can't trust a raw machine translation on this, Grant says. We need to be exact. Can I give this to your team, Orta? And get a translation as soon as possible? Focus on anything dealing with this Tamurak thing. I want that first. The rest is lower priority. Orta bows. I'll have selections for you tomorrow, Majesty. I'd like to accompany you, Administrator, if I may. Timar clasps his hands together. From what I've read of the Ectoran canon, they enjoy wordplay and double meaning in their scripture. I think a theologian's insights might come in handy. He glances to Grant. If you can spare me, Majesty. Course, man. Grateful for any help you can give. Grant extends his fist. Timar hesitates at the gesture, then experimentally bumps it with a smile. Grant leaves the room and finds Ipkin Mektaka where he left her in the hallway outside. She's seated on a bench far too low to keep her knees from raising, reading a slim book called The First Empresses. This writing's a trip, man, she says. Spirals from out to in. That's just the printed version, Grant says. When you write it out longhand, it's vertical, just like Ectorin. Why'd they do that? Ornamentation, Sakura says. Grant helps Ipkin to her feet. You start a spiral on a page, it's a sign of confidence you've thought carefully about what you're writing. Now it's all just word processed, but it's stuck as the fancy structure. Ipkin shuts the book. Gotta get used to it, I guess. She glances uneasily at the door Grant left ajar behind him. Add that to the pile. Ipkin. Grant eases the door shut. I know we're about to get extremely heretical. But we need you on this. We need your help. I know you can't be in the room. It'd wreak havoc with your implant. But I'm hoping to have you on call as a resource. Ipkin runs her hand down her snout. Majesty. Grant. Please just Grant when it's us. Grant. She slips a slim wood-handled tool out of her pocket. A dental implement, Grant thinks. He's seen Ectorins pick at their razor teeth with it. This isn't good, man. This is a bad book. Like, the final war my people fought was over this book and the music in it. I don't understand the help it'll give. The Tamurak is the legend being used against us right now. The Book of Thorns version of the Tamurak. There's a story being told, and we need a different story. If we let it go unopposed, it's going to get people killed. Sometimes that's what has to happen. Grant frowns. What do you mean by that? The world you're making. Ipkin slides the tool into her maw. There are people who want no part in it. You gotta understand what we're all about to lose. Do you know how I became Sakura's husband? How's that? She escaped a Makianite facility and killed everyone inside it but me. Then she kidnapped me. She tore me away from my home planet. She threatened my life and told me I was her sex slave and that she'd enjoy watching my will break. Ipkin's tooth-picking has frozen. Fucking hell. But that was all fake. It was all based on a miscommunication. And when we finally understood each other, she became the sweetest person I've ever met and the love of my life. And she's changed. We've changed each other. What are you telling me, man? I've lost a lot, too. I lost everything, just about. My language, my old life. I was from a republic, and now I'm an imperial subject. And I know firsthand how shitty the Taikari's first impressions can be. She lowers her toothpick thing. Her fringe is curled up at one edge. It's not ideal, all of it, Grant says. My new life. But I'm happy with it. It's going to take a fuck ton of change, and it's going to feel unfair and weird, and there'll be conflict and negotiation, and they're going to have to change. Maybe too much. Maybe you're right, and the people would have been happier cooked alive, and they would never have had a place with the Taikari. But your people need to be around to find that out. And if it goes right, you'll have the chance to change the empire too. I think it needs changing. I'm trying to change it. And if there are like-minded people in the sector, if you become my subjects. That's what he's asking. He's not just asking Ipkin to be the subject of a concept or a distant woman on the other side of the firmament. He's the prince of the Black Pike sector. The Ectorins will be his subjects. The dizzying existential dread of this realization collides with a strange, defiant satisfaction. He's not just blowing smoke up Ipkin's ass. Ectora is about to add billions of new citizens to Sakura's sector. And he's in a position to decide how the Empire treats them. I want to communicate with your people, he says. Really communicate. I need them to understand our intentions. And I think that language isn't cutting it. We need to operate on the mythological level. On symbols and songs. I'm not an ecclesiast or anything, Grant. But you're a woman of faith. Right? She sighs and nods. I'm not ordering, Grant says. I'm asking. If you need me to, I'll beg. I'm hoping I don't have to, because I'm out of practice. She sighs again. All right. But, look. She gestures him in and lowers her voice. I'm doing this for my people, right? And because I think you're the best advocate they've got in this fucking nightmare invasion force. I'm gonna try to be. Not because you're royalty, I mean. I don't cotton to that. And I don't know if I ever will. Something in you makes me think I can admit it. She shrugs her thick shoulders. And if I can't, I figure you need me too badly to chop my head off. The sound of drilling and welding and heavy machinery echoes through the riven land. Tenek's voice, muffled through the layers of metal, is audible occasionally in the pauses, talking to the engineers who cling to the ship's exterior. Inaki does everything in her power to tamp her curiosity down. You're just a gunlugger, girl. Let the grown-ups talk. Heya, Han, Sukin's face appears, upside down in the hatchway. Her silky fringe floats in the zero gravity. Room for me in the gun pod? Shit's too loud in the office. Sure, Inaki says. All right. Scoot that big sweet butt over. Sukin climbs into the pod. Her tail tugs the hatch shut behind her and muffles the yowling machinery. Inaki grabs her gun seat's strap and tugs herself further into the pod. Sukin twists herself in the air and slips her lead into the gun seat, next to Inaki's. Inaki offers an earbud to Sukin. You want I should put something on? The keeper shakes her head. Half the airwaves are playing that spiky Book of Thorns crap. My head needs a break. Let's just sit, maybe. Inaki sits with her. You know what they're doing out there? Inaki asks, after a minute of muffled clinging. Some kind of retrofit, Sukin says. If they're fucking around with my defaults, I'm gonna kick next teeth in. Inaki chuckles. But there's a brewing question in her, tamping the laugh down. Calling him Neck a lot lately. Sukin's face becomes carefully neutral. Uh-huh. We're supposed to call him Captain. We are. Sukin shifts. You gonna lecture me? No. Of course not. But is there something going here? Inaki tries to keep her tail from twitching. Between you and the captain? The little engineer shrugs her sinewy shoulders. I don't know. I guess we're both feeling kinda small. Regulations don't feel as important. Inaki watches the stars twist in Sukin's eyes. I guess they don't, she says. Sukin's head tilts onto Inaki's shoulder. If there was something. And I'm not saying there is. But if there was, like in the near to medium term. Her fringe ripples and lays flat across her head. Would you want to be part of it? She waits patiently while Inaki tries to find the heart that boosted into her trachea. Inaki attempts a casualness that comes out brittle and nervy. Why not? Sukin's face lights up. Her giggle shows her pearly little teeth. Why not? Fuck it. Why not? Inaki has a drifting flutter in her chest that reminds her of her early days in 0G. We're gonna get blown to bits any second. There's some things I want to get done before I go out. There's so much that she's worried if she starts up now it's all going to come spilling out of her, and it'll take a whole turning and she'll be a deflated little balloon at the end. There's some stuff I should say. And it's feeling like there's not a lot of time to say it. Don't talk like that, Nak. Sukin's eyes go to where their tails are touching. I don't want to do this on the assumption it's all gonna stop mattering. She looks up with an expression of such needful sorrow that Inaki's throat closes up. I want to matter to you. Inaki's hand creeps towards Sukin's. I want to matter to you too. Their thumbnails brush together. Sukin's fingers are so thin and tapered compared to Inaki's stubby digits. Inaki's thumb slips on top of hers and covers it completely. They stare at one another in the emergency-lit dusk. A basso profondo rap on the gunnery pod's hatch jerks their faces apart. When did their faces get that close? Inaki doesn't remember. Ship meeting. Tenek's rumble cuts through the metallic echo. Heard, Sukin calls. She leans back into Inaki's ear. We'll talk, okay? She whispers. This is just on pause. We'll talk. Okay, Inaki says. She feels Sukin's breath on her cheek. You should kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her right now. But her crewmate is already spinning the hatch open and boosting herself out of the pod. Inaki follows. The ship's gone quiet again, and she can hear her own heartbeat, insistent and elated in her ears. You cleared to tell us what that racket was about, Cap? Sukin asks. Cable from command. Tenek slides into his pilot seat. They needed volunteers to get a jaunt drive installed on their vessel. Our chassis is approved for the retrofit, and I'm trained in its use. So we're signed up. That racket was getting us ready for jaunt. Shit. Sukin eyes the lumpen new addition to the Riven Land's engine block, the telescoping array jutting out from it and through a jury-rigged ceiling port. They fucked up my baby. Tenek snorts. This is the Armada's baby. They're absentee then. Sukin folds her arms. I bet if we both said Semir it'd crawl to me. What's done is done, Tenek says. And now we get to be useful again, maybe. He frowns out the window at the alien Goliath. Get away from all this. Where are we going? Tenek zooms out into the solar system view of the navigation pane. Out past Tlaku boundary. He flicks the new control pad soldered to his seat console and squints at it. Jaunted once already. Not a lot of pilots can say that. I'll see us through. That was in a single-seater fighter, though, wasn't it? Sukun is examining the weld work on the jaunt drive with a critical eye. A ship of this size? Are we sure we won't rip in half? I am assured that the Riven land can handle it, Tenek says. Do you believe it? Inaki asks. I'm assured it. Inaki scoffs. Great. Nak. Hey, girl. Eyes here. Inaki's never been great with eye contact, but the gentleness in her captain's voice pulls her gaze magnetically to his. These are the times it's written about, Tenek says. This is the part where we all find out who we are. I have an idea of you. And you have an idea of me. The scar over his eye is darker than she remembers. Is his face coloring? And I hope it's a good one. It's a good one, she says. Then I'm gonna have to rise to it. He sits back. I'm your captain. I'm gonna look after you both. It'll be okay. Dial, would it be okay if we prayed together? Sukun drifts over from the engine. Is that an overstep? Tenek thinks about it. He shakes his head. Not an overstep. Could use a prayer said for me. All right. Sukun crosses her legs and floats in the air like a monk. My family god is Nukani. Inaki smirks. How'd I know you were gonna be a Nukani girl? 'Cause she don't know how to finish a story, Tenek says. Sukun blows him a raspberry. What about yours, Ken? We've got a private one. Just an old hand-me-down from the Sledge tribe days. What's their name? Tenek. How about that? Kinda sounds like Tenek, huh? Sukun's tail nudges Tenek's. Must be why she's so obsessed with you. Inaki laughs in giddy disbelief at the brazen keeper. Don't be irritating. How about you, Cap? Sukun prompts. Tenek folds his hands in his lap. Lurian. Is that a nomad name? Uh-huh. Means compassion. Inaki leans across the stodgy, recycled air of the bridge. I didn't know you were nomad. There's a lot you don't know about me, Tenek says. Guess we should try and learn quick, huh? Sukun says, quietly. Guess so, Tenek murmurs. They lapse into silence. Tenek clicks his tongue. Let's get some praying in, and then let's fuck off out of this orbit, huh? He holds his hand out. Inaki takes it. Sukun's palm is in her other hand. Sukun. Tenek looks to the engineer. You wanna lead? Oh, sure. Make the keeper do the chant. Typical big folk. Like you haven't been itching to. I see you at the morning appeal. Looking over like he's doing this shit all wrong. Guilty. Okay. She clears her throat and finds her pitch. She intones, crystalline and beautiful. Gods of our families. Your petitioners come together. In your names and by your power, keep these your children safe as they keep one another. Lurian. Tenek. As I trust my body to the hands of your children, I trust my soul to your custody. Tenek and Inaki glance at one another. This isn't the prayer of comrades or coworkers or friends. This prayer is bringing something else out. May we find comfort in one another's embrace, Sukun lilts. May we be the shelter for one another from wickedness and want. In your names we petition. In your names we petition, the other two repeat. That's a nice voice you got there, Ken, Inaki says. The keeper smiles at her. Doesn't say anything, just smiles. Tenek's scarred knuckles fidget. Thought you were going to do the comrade's prayer, soldier. Yeah, well, I did too. But the gods toss out the prayer songs that don't match how you feel. Sukun straightens her legs out and kicks off a guardrail back to her engine bay. When we get back to Ectora, you can court-martial me for conduct unbecoming. If the Armada still exists. Inaki pauses before she follows the keeper out. What are we investigating, Cap? You cleared to tell me. Sure. Tenek punches a series of calculations into the pad by his elbow. Codebreakers picked up on some kind of broadband being sent from the flagship. Lasted a few turnings longer than anything else they've been throwing out. Might be that it's nothing. Might be that there's something to find out there in the dark. Not much to hang your hook on. Can't just sit on our hands, right? Ectora ain't gonna save itself. She laughs. Sure. We'll be all right. I'm taking care of you, Nak. Tenek's turned from her now, focused on his instruments. Brusque and clipped. Taking care of you both. He snaps a few switches and the growl of the engine rises into the roar that's always put Inaki's peak up, the way it sounds like a voice raised in anger or in grief. It's called a Gordy how-hat trick, Grant says. He's getting the second conto under his fingers, talking while playing helps he finds. You get a goal, an assist, and a fight in the same game. Ipkin Mektaka is holding up a sheaf of stapled pages translated from the Book of Journeying. Like every Ectoran holy book, it's in song. Grant spent a few hours getting used to Ectoran notation, but it's simple and intuitive, and he's caught on quickly. It's written for voices and not the guitar, but the wiry horizontal bars suppose such close and coherent harmony that transposition has been painless. His living music stand turns the page and scratches her calf with her big blunt digits. They named a prize for it and it involves breaking the rules? It's not really a prize, Grant says. Not a formal one anyway. Hockey fans love a fight. The whole goon enforcer thing slowed down after '04. By the time I got into it, you weren't really guaranteed a fight every game. But my dad had these video collections of the craziest brawls. We wore the tape out on them. Ipkin chuckles. You're making me feel better about this empire, a chaos creature like a Machianite making it. Grant hits a discordant sour note and backs up. Do they not fight in Konkana? Oh, they fight a ton in Konkana, Ipkin says. It just ain't against the rules. I think that's part of the appeal for Machianites. That there's an authority you're pissing off. Whoever left these notes in the margins is rather deranged. Timar looks over his shoulder from his seat before the partial translation of the Book of Renewal. There's a square loop in one hand and a ballpoint pen in the other. That tracks. Ipkin shakes her head. Takes derangement to be a Tamuricus these days. She shakes her head again, like she's trying to dislodge something from it, and glances at Grant. Maybe we can change songs, she asks. I don't really know the words anymore, but it still works on me. Gets me maudlin. Grant puts the guitar aside. Can I get your thoughts on this passage, Majesty? Timar gestures to Grant. Musically speaking, I mean. Grant scoots his seat next to Timar's and peers over his shoulder. Geez. There's a lot more complexity to this line. All the stuff in the library's sacrosanct was a lot more cordial and straightforward. Uh-huh. Ipkin shuffles the translated papers of the Orthodox tomes back into order on her lap. The Temple of the Renewal, that's what they were called. They made it more difficult because they didn't expect you to sing along to it. Their ecclesiasts led and you listened. She tsks. One vocal line? A lead? That's not proper. Not at all. Why's that? Why you think? Ipkin clicks her tongue. Gotta be careful when you're making music. Especially sacred music. Centering the whole melody on one person, above and apart from the chorus, that was one of the Tamuricists' deviances. At the modern temple, you sing along with it all. Everyone. Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. She grins. There's a tripart harmony, one line for the fellas, one for the ladies, one for the keepers. A full congregation, full-voiced? You can shake the chandeliers and everyone knows the She pauses. Grant looks over. Ipkin has frozen, her eyes on the alien glyphs below her fingers. The ones she's sabotaged her brain to understand. Everyone knows the words, she mumbles. She stands up like she sat on attack. Excuse me a sec. She strides from the room, muttering a curse as she ducks the Tulo header into the hall. The door slams shut behind her. Oh dear. Timar lowers his pen. Poor woman. I know the feeling, Grant says. That implant. It seems so cruel. Timar nods. You know what it started out as? What's that? A weapon. Timar taps his temple. Jam it into an enemy alien's head so you can compel them. Interrogations and infiltrations and turning warriors against their comrades. The version we have now, the one that's designed to repair as it breaks and keep the brain from bleeding to death, that's only a few kilocycles old. Jesus Christ, Grant murmurs. I haven't gotten to him yet, Timar says. But if that's a blasphemous statement of shock, I concur. Grant pushes his chair out. I'll go to her. Timar squeezes his shoulder. Good idea. Grant doesn't have to go far. Ipkin is seated outside, a few doors down the listening post's gravitational ring, her face buried between her knees. Hey, he says. She looks tearfully up through her fingers. I'm sorry, man. Just 1 minute, okay? Please. Do you want to talk about it? He sits across the dingy hall from her. I've been where you are. I'm listening. I fucked up, she sobs. Her massive shoulders tremble. I'm so lonely. I'm so fucking lonely. Grant rests his elbows on his knees and waits out the tears with her. I try to pray in this language and it comes out all wrong. The tune, the rhythm. It's so weird and clumsy and it doesn't work. They don't understand me. Inaki hiccups and wipes her snout. I think the gods don't understand me. Just sing them how you know them, Grant says. Sing them the way you love them. Inaki peeks through her fingers. The administrator. Grant glances down the hallway both ways. With all due respect to her and the crucial work she's doing, fuck the administrator. I never lost my songs. Not even when I was all baked. I sang loads when I was first implanted. I think the words sit in a different part of your brain. A universal one, I guess. The words leave his mouth and he lapses into thought. Ipkin's reply jolts him out of his ridiculous imaginings. Could you repeat that? He asks. I said, would you play with us? Ipkin asks. Your what's it? Guitar. My guitar. He sits up. Yeah, sure. You want me to go get it now? Not yet. There's a service tonight. I usually go with my earplugs in, just to sit by and watch. But maybe I could take em out for the music this time. And you could play along. She tries to smile. Sounding pretty good on that book of journeying lament, you know. I could use a little catharsis. She wipes her nose on her sleeve. A lot I gotta mourn for, she says. I'm not going to order you, Grant says. Then I'm not going to eat it, Ajax says. Are you nervous about showing me your face? Why would I be? Ajax crosses his arms and leans back on his threadbare conference room office chair. I've got a thing about meat. That's all. Mina told me that was just for lab-grown stuff. Grant gestures with the ecterin meal hook he's skewering his lunch with. A shingle full of gleaming, freshly seared fish sits before him, its tender flesh flaking and bright. This is wild caught. Ajax snorts. Mina ought to wave her own tail. What's that mean? Means she shouldn't be running around telling my boss about my hand-ups. Come on. Give it a try. It's really good. Fresh. I have a theory. Is that an order? Fine. Grant clatters the hook onto the shingle he's eating off of. I order you. All right, Ajax says. He pauses at the catch of his visor. Don't compel me. I'll show mercy. Ajax flips his visor up. There's a softness to his light purple features that catches Grant off guard, an open, youthful quality. If his nose hadn't clearly been broken and reset in the past, and if he didn't have a scar sliding along his chin to the peak of his lower lip, you could almost call him a babyface. His eyes are upturned and golden. He points to a stripy fishtail. Past that. It's odd to hear his voice without the helmet's muffling modulation. Here we are. Grant slides the shingle forward across the conference room table. Skewer and scoop. Ajax stabs the hook into the fish and brings it to his mouth. He chews and furrows his brow. Nope. Not into it? I'm picky. Ajax slides the plate back to Grant. Mean would like it, though. She's carnivorous. Timar peeks around the corner, the book of renewal and his ever-present notepad in his hands. Is this the anti-comps off room? He slips his up his forehead. His eyes are a lighter, more magenta shade of red. Hello, gentlemen. Hey, brother. Grant waves Timar over. A cleric, a marine, and a prince. Any bars we could walk into on this station? Timar takes up another spot at the conference table. I'm afraid I may have sent the only alcohol present away with Sakura. Timar. Grant holds a cut of salmon tone fillet up. You try this yet? I have. Timar gently lifts a warding palm to the proffered hook. Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm putting together a theory that Taikari don't like fish, Grant says. It's divisive for sure. Slimy. And a rather strange flavor. We didn't have them on Taikar. Me and the Ecterans are going to have to correct this way of thinking. Timar laughs. One of many changes our new family will inflict on us, I'm sure. Grant leans forward across the tea-stained conference table. I'm wondering something. How many subjects currently live in the Black Pike sector? About 40, Bill, Ajax says. Right? Thereabouts, yes, Timar says. So once they're annexed, a full fifth of the sector's population is going to be Ecteran, Grant says. Correct, Timar says. Well, at first. A subset will emigrate outward, I imagine. Grant looks out the conference room window to the Ecteran Potemkin village below them. So this is going to be a big change, right? It certainly is, Timar says. But a managed one. Sakura will enforce restrictions on their travel outside their own system. Starting strict and gradually loosening as time goes by. Unleashing a full cavalcade of Ecterans upon the unprepared sector isn't a recipe for a smooth transition. Full integration will take a long, long time. Maybe our whole lives. We're going to have to extend a lot of doorways, Ajax says. His Majesty banged his head on one once. And the fish faces are even taller than the Makianites. Grant remembers what Count Takani told him about the day the Countess came to take him away. The only thing that scared me more than saying yes was saying no. There aren't many ways off of a vassal world. Sakura and I had a whole speech about the journeys they'd take, he says. I didn't lie to them, did I? Of course you didn't, Timar says. The firmament will open to them. Just gradually. Much quicker than if they'd never been uplifted. We're knocking a score of kilocycles off their timeline. They'll have our repulsor lanes and membranes to keep them safe as they explore the Empire. And our longevity drugs to ensure they're alive to see it. Who decides the pace of these restrictions lifting? Is that Sakura's call? It is. She'll steer most of this process, provided she's able to secure a bloodless annexation. All right then. Grant folds his hands. An unexpected acceptance relaxes his shoulders. If his wife is the one making these calls, he'll abide by them. And influence them, a rebellious little corner of his brain reminds him. I'll tell you what, he concludes. The Black Pike sector is about to eat a lot more fish. How many Makianites are there? Timar asks. We're adding you too someday. 8 billion, I think, Grant says. On one planet? Timar whistles. That's core world density. Impressive. Grant tries to find a way to smoothly transition into the troubling thought Timar's question has brewed in him. Ajax joked about this earlier, and it got me wondering. That's a good tactic, he hopes. Has there ever been a male capable of compelling? Or immune to it? Timar says. He rubs his chin. How to put this? The orthodox answer is no. Because males are compelled. He gives an apologetic smile. This might be where the implant is complicating things for you. Putting aside the self-expressions of man or woman or boy or girl, the word for a person who can be compelled is male. That's our convention. Aren't there intersex Taikari? There are, Timar says. But the social classification doesn't care about that. Only these. He points at his eye. And these are invariably one or the other. Females compel. Males are compelled. Nobody has ever been born who could do both? Or neither? Both, no, Timar says. Neither, sure. The Suin are agendered and parthenogenetic, and they've escaped the net. Ectoran keepers are immune, I gather. And dimorphic alien females, of course. A Makianite female would do neither, I assume. Grant's stomach drops further. But no Taikari? Timar shakes his head. Quite a lot of effort has gone into giving male-born a way out of the affliction. Nothing has let us switch it off. You are compelled or you aren't. Everything else is fungible. He tugs one of his eyelids. This isn't. Spermatogenesis means you're vulnerable. There is something fundamental and unfixable about it across every sexually reproductive life form. No, Grant thinks. There isn't. No bioengineering produces a viable fetus, Timar continues. No surgery fixes it without catastrophic, life-ending neurological damage. There are corneal anticomps now or full synthetic ocular replacements, but they're cumbersome and obvious, and they come with many complications and biases attached. And there's the other problem. Even if a perfect solution was found, a vast chunk of the most powerful people in the Empire would react with vicious consternation at any attempts to implement it, for fear of the civilizational changes it'd bring. It's a sorry state, I know. He shrugs in resignation. But we're stuck. Grant already understood this in the abstract, but it dawns on him the degree of shock he must have caused the command group. His species breaks a fundamental rule of their universe. He tries to keep his face neutral through the realization. He's always thought of himself as fitting neatly into a comfortable, unquestioningly masculine box. For the first time in his life, he feels the queasy, ground-shifting feeling of an identity at odds with the one his society would give him. From the Makianite perspective, he is male. From the Taikari perspective, he is not, and what really throws him for a loop is that he'd never want to be. He's fiercely proud of his Makianite immunity. He tries to grapple with this, momentarily, and then gives up, because Ajax is offering him another half-eaten piece of fish, and he thinks his mouth might be hanging open. He chews pensively, and swallows his doubt along with his yellowtail, or whatever this is. He is male. He's a manly male, and he has a beautiful wife who's obsessed with him, and a big badass void ship, and the royal title of prince. And if the Empire wants to quibble with that, once they know the truth, they can fuck off. You know what I'd do if I could compel? Ajax says. I'd compel the medtechs to ease up on the teeth. You have an appointment yet, Majesty? They did a 3D scan of my mouth and said to keep flossing, and they'd figure out how Makianite orthodontia worked. Brace yourself. They go at these things like they're digging for neodymium. And when you complain, they shame your habits. I'd flash them and tell them to slow the fuck down. Your mouth be full, Timur says. Ajax scratches his chin. Shit. I'd compel people to forget my handshake failures, Timur says. I never know whether to bump or grab or shake or what have you. And I remember any failed attempt for a 10-day at minimum. The making people forget thing. That is handy. Ajax nods. I have some COs I'd love to cuss out without consequences. These are illegal uses of compulsion, Grant says. That you're proposing in front of the prince. Ajax bulges his eyes in a half-assed impression of compulsion. Forget the last 30 seconds. Majesty, ah. Orda's head appears in the doorway, then jerks out of sight the moment she makes eye contact with him. Just as automatically, Ajax slaps his visor down across his face and Timur slides his anti-comps on, with practice speed. Grant fumbles his own goggles on. Come in, he calls. I didn't realize you were, eating in here, gentlemen. Forgive me. But there's she glances at the Marine and the cleric with near-frantic concern. They're fine to hear, Administrator. Grant gives the newly amber-tinted Administrator as reassuring a smile as he can manage. What's the problem? A ship, Majesty. She wrings her little cyan hands. It just swept in, a few clicks out from the boundary. Grant shoves his seat out. An Ectern ship? Yes, Majesty. With its scanners at full power. It's hunting us. Orda's eyes are wide and fearful. And it's getting closer. We'll send word to the pike immediately. Orda hurries in Grant's steps as they enter the ready room, to a ripple of deep bows from white-clad researchers. They can dispatch an interceptor on triple burn and it'll be here in minutes to blow them out of the sky. No, Grant says. We're not wiring the pike. We don't have time and they can't depart Tychon anyway. They swept in. If they find us, they only have to sweep out again, and we're hosed. And we're not telling Sakura. Not yet. If she knows her call did this, she's going to fall the rest of the way apart. She's going to lash out at the Ectorans for even daring to threaten him, knowingly or not. Grant loves Sakura more than he's loved anyone. Which is why he needs to keep this from her, and why he hates himself a little for it. He promises himself that he'll let her know once he's back. We handle this ourselves, he says. What are our options? They're getting closer to our defense emplacements. The security chief of the post steps forward. He's a frowning, slender Taikari with a tight regulation braid. If we reroute power to the turret demon, we have a strong chance to have them zeroed in before their sensors even find us. Say the word and we'll blast them out of the sky. Okay. Grant isn't sure what a demon is, but the man seems confident. That's plan A. But is there a way to take them in? Military prisoners and captured technology. An Ectoran sweep engine. We can use that. He glances at Ajax, who's silent by his side. This is an excuse, but a good one, he thinks. And I don't want to be responsible for the first Ectoran casualties of the campaign. Nothing that risks the Pike's mission. Our point defenses are lethal, the security chief says. Especially on a ship this small. We need an interceptor, and we don't have one. We have the drop shuttle, Ajax says. Not exactly an interceptor, but that thing out there's not exactly a ZKP. We have the speed. Begging your pardon, Sergeant. One of the post's Marines ducks his head in a quick, apologetic bow. But you came here on assisted auto, yes? It's not like we've got an interceptor pilot in this outpost. Grant takes a deep breath. He looks at Ajax. The Marine's helmet inclines in ascent, just a fraction of an inch. Yes, you do, he says. Get that drop shuttle prepped. I'll fly it. An uncertain stillness meets his words. Orda breaks it. Majesty. Your prince gave you an order. Ajax's helmet-modulated bark cuts her off. Prep the drop shuttle. Orda snaps into a downward bow like her head has suddenly magnetized toward the floor. Immediately. Grant sidles over to Ajax as the listening post-Taikari scurry from the room. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Sergeant. I'll try to live up to it. You are my prince, Majesty. And you're the crazy bastard who cleared the belt in under attendee. We'll be fine. Ajax holds the door open for Grant. Can't lie. Kinda hones my horns to get royal orders from another dude for once. Grant strolls past him. That's good, right? Hones your horns. Ajax snorts. It's good. The hangar is a hive of activity. Workers swarm the shuttle, running through checks and checklists. Grant zips his flight suit on and plucks his Makianite-sized helmet from the ready rack. A knot of Marines stand by the shuttle or lean on the catwalk rail, speaking in low, amused voices as the hubbub unfolds around them. Tighten up, gentlemen, Ajax calls, and they come to rapid attention. He points at two of his Marines. Talum, Pentine. With me. The selected Marines salute and retrieve their kit from the nearby stack of footlockers. All right, Majesty. Ajax steps aside to let a hurrying dockworker past. We'll disable that alien vessel and launch ourselves on. Get you some prisoners. Launch yourselves? Grant's brow raises. Like through space. Shuttle's got a sling system on it. Once we knock out the engines and the weapons, we can fly to the outside and breach. The targeting computer makes it simple. Don't even need to crack a membrane. You hate flying. Ajax press checks his rifle and peers down its sight. Sometimes you hate your job. It's still your job. We don't know how many crew are on there. Is 3 enough? Yes. Ajax folds his stock and snaps his gun across the magnetic rail on his chest plate. His chosen team is forming up in front of them. Okay, boys. I'm Point Talum's assault, Pentine slack. His Majesty wants living captives. So it's negotiations to shock rounds to takedowns. He holds his fist out, knuckles up. Pikes up. His 2 Marines clatter their gauntlets against his. Pikes up. They look upward to Grant. He puts his fist in. Pikes up. Let's catch us some fish. Ajax steps out and salutes. By your leave, Majesty. Grant ducks into the shuttle and squeezes himself into the cockpit. His knees come up past the lip of the console. A little tight in here, Sergeant. Uh-huh. Ajax steps to his side. Controls aren't Machianite-sized, but they'll be familiar. Grant's hand lingers over a bank of camera and trigger mechanisms. These aren't. Those are the chain gun controls. Don't touch them. I'll handle it from the turret. You're trained on that? Yes, Majesty. Can't promise I won't kill anyone while I'm disabling the weapons and the engine. But it'll give them a better chance than those defense turrets. Grant eyes the 3D wireframe of their prey, projecting up from the center of his pilot console. Do you even know where the engines are on that thing? That thing's a standard Kuhner cruiser, Ajax says. Looks like the newer model with the missile pods on it. Those are on its upper plate there. He points. Which means the engines are right there, below. The projection out on the rear left there must be the sweep sail. I'll take that out too. Jeez, Ajax. You did your homework on these guys. That's why you employ me, Majesty. Ajax indicates a boxy control by the gun controls he's not supposed to touch. When I tell you, engage that. It'll turn on the sling system. You got it. Grant's hands are tight on the undersized joystick. The gangplank folds in, and the shuttle raises and orbits to face the vast night. Grant floors it. They plummet through the firmament. The glacier blue nebula swirls around them. A strident klaxon sounds as the heads-up display magnifies the cruiser and outlines it in fire engine red. Grant's heart climbs to his throat. It didn't feel, as he was formulating the plan, like he was heading into combat. Suddenly, it does. They're a few clicks out when the orange glow on the cruiser's infrared display flares. They've seen us, Grant reports. All good. Ajax is cool as ice. Little closer, Majesty. Tracer fire spirals through the void and splashes pale against the membrane. Grant watches the percentage tick down, faster than he'd like. He pitches into an evasive plunge. Ajax's targeting reticle dances across the dark and chimes as it locks onto the cruiser. Grant sees it appear on the wireframe and slide across the boxy canopy to the gun turret on its underside. Ears, Ajax says. Button on the left of your chin. Grant hastily presses it and the world muffles. Ajax lays into the joysticks. The twin-linked chain gun's screaming rebuke fills the crammed metal box. Thing called aiming, sir. One of his Marines says, light and casual on the radio line. I'm aiming, Private. Focus on yourself and cut the chatter. Helm 50 clockwise. Ajax's voice loud and metallic in his ear. That's you, Majesty. Stay on them. 50 clockwise. Grant rolls them into position, flicks the NAV computer on, and watches the interception parabola it paints into space in front of him. He tugs the yoke and blazes a wide loop through the firmament along the glittering virtual path. Ajax's chain gun bellows and the distant tracers fall silent. The cruiser's gun turret is out. Missile pods are rotating. Ajax has a hardline urgency. Launch, launch, launch. Grant slaps the evasive path router and carries them across its computerized countermeasure. Twinkling chaff spins from the shuttle like a galaxy. A flock of micromissiles flashes past them like an incensed hornet's nest and spirals off into space. Could that have gotten through the membrane? Grant calls. Let's not find out, yeah? Level out. I have my shot. The nebular clouds corkscrew as Grant twists them round and locks them in. Another whining howl from the chain guns. Solid hit, Ajax reports. Missiles out. Those engines still flaring, Majesty? Grant watches the infrared glow sputter and die on their target projection. You got them. That there's a neutralized vessel. Whooping applause from the carrier bay. Good shit, Sarge, a Marine calls. Yeah. Ajax swings down from the turret hatch and pulls his rifle off the magnetic rail. Don't think I forgot you mouthing off, Talum. Have your ass doing burpees with a weighted vest. I hate burpees, Talum grumbles to Pentine. The sergeant taps the back of Grant's headrest on his way to the carrier bay. Sling button, please, Majesty. Grant hits the button and a section of the shuttle's wall flips and slides with a buzzing, clattering cacophony. 5 pod-off harnesses are on the other side. As the Marines step into the middle 3, their armor shifts and locks into the inlaid mechanisms. The men strap themselves in and ready their brutal, boxy weapons with workmanlike calm. Ready, check. Ajax rattles it off with the air of a memorized ritual. His Marines chorus in reply. Ready, sir. Harness check. Harness locked, sir. Route check. Route clear, sir. Kit check. Kit primed, sir. Horns check. Horns pointy, sir. Pointy as shit, sir. Tighten your tails, gents. Ajax nods up to the cockpit. Hit the button again, Majesty. It'll transfer the trigger to me. Grant obeys. The buzzing rattle intensifies to a low roar. The pods rotate. The Marines are invisible, now out on the other side of the shuttle, in cold vacuum. Over the sound of the machinery, Ajax's voice is clinical. Bored, almost. Sling in 3, 2, 1, out. The shuttle rocks on its gyroscopes. 3 red and black blurs blast outward from the vessel. Fucking hell, Grant says to himself. He looks out the cockpit window at the streaking formation of Marines rocketing toward the drifting cruiser. Majesty. Ajax's voice bumps and jostles with the furious speed of his flight. Do me a favor. Oh, anything. Grant's forgotten he's on a live feed. Don't ask me to teach you this one, Ajax says. A loud trilling beep sounds from the dashboard as if to punctuate his words. The sling system's light flashes blue. Someone's voice, Pentine's maybe, contact. It takes Inaki a few seconds to understand. She thinks something has fallen on her at first, when the ratcheting tack-tack-tack of the bullets sound and the sparks kick out. But how could it have, Nak, you dimbulb? You're in zero gravity. She's been shot. For the first time in her life, Inaki's been shot. For the first and second time, she realizes numbly. Maybe third. Hard to say what's happening down there below the spreading stain. It doesn't hurt as much as she thought it would. It's almost like a dream. She experimentally pokes around the edge and there's the pain. Okay. She's pretty sure she's dying. She thinks about staying in the turret, but the thing's fucked. She can hear the muffled burp of the ammo cooking off in its exterior silo. She opens the hatch instead and floats into the bridge. She wants to see Tenek and Sukin before it's all done. She leaves a trail, a constellation of dusky red jewels hanging suspended in the air. She watches them dance blobbily against their surface tension. Beautiful, she thinks. That's from inside me, and it's so beautiful. I was beautiful. A scream jolts her. That's Sukin's voice. Inaki. The keeper speeds through the air and catches Inaki by the tail. Oh no, no. Tenek, she's shot. Get her back here. Her captain is calling from the cockpit. A blanket of safety drapes across her and muzzles the gnawing pain. Tenek is going to take care of them, like he said. Sukin pulls Inaki into the cockpit and holds her still by the vacant captain's chair. Tenek is loading shells into his shotgun, his disciplined breath rhythmically puffing across his helmet's transparent front. What's a gun for? Inaki's tongue feels thick and blobby in her mouth. They're boarding. Tenek takes his hand away for a moment to reach for a medical kit, already open, its contents drifting balletically from it. Ken. Tenek catches a pack of pressure patches and pushes them through the air to Sukin. As the keeper hastily works and tries to stave off her panic, Inaki notices the tourniquet around her leg. Oh, Ken. Honey. Inaki reaches weakly for Sukin's hand. They got you too? They didn't get shit. I'm fine. Just a scratch. Sukin catches Inaki's grip and redirected downward. Hold that down for me, okay? Sukin puts both their hands tight on the pressure patch where it's slapped across Inaki's stomach. She's singing under her breath. A calming medicinal hymn. Inaki drifts on her gorgeous, silvery voice. A roaring crack from the shotgun. Tenek cycles the shell, which somersaults out of the gun and tinks parabolically off his console. Sukin's hands shake and her singing catches, but she recovers and keeps going with both. Tell you guys a secret? Inaki says. The singing pauses. Of course, Han. If I didn't have this stupid fucking space helmet on, I'd want to kiss you, Inaki says. I'd kiss both of you. I've wanted to kiss you since our first week on the Riven land. Gunner. Tenek adjusts his grip on his shotgun and glances away from the doorway he's got it zeroed on. That can't be the secret. Come on. Better not be. Sukin giggles and shakes her head around to scatter the zero-gravity tears that are cluttering her vision. Babe. It was so obvious. Inaki laughs and winces. If it was so goddamn obvious, why did you fuckers wait? Regulations, Tenek says. I just like watching you get frustrated, Sukin says. Inaki blinks slow. I'm gonna find you, she murmurs. I'm gonna wait by Apkar's bonfire. Find you both. We'll go to the river together. Her eyes droop. Kiss you then, maybe? Sukin's helmet tilts down and clonks into Inaki's. We'll kiss after this, okay? Stay awake for me. And we'll kiss after. Promise? Promise. Nothing sexier than a lady staying awake through trauma injury, Tenek says. Sukin laughs wetly. That's right. You're being a dreamboat right now. Howdy. The voice echoes tinnily from behind the lip of the bridge door. Who's that? Tenek calls. My name is Ruak Naitaka. A keeper's voice, warped by radio waves and the echo through the metallic hallway. They're asking me to talk to you. Who's this? Captain Tenek Nuk Highstep of the Ectoran Armada. Ooh. Highstep. Nice. Never been, myself. There are low voices beneath Ruak's, muttering to each other in a liquid, loop-de-loopy language. Well, listen, Captain Tenek, Ruak calls. How about you toss out your weapons, surrender peacefully, go with these people, and you'll be unharmed. There's some good eating and some good folks and some weird-smelling beds. Real plasticky. Tenek looks back. Just about time, he whispers. We go with the gods or we go with the aliens. Could take 1 or 2 out with us. What do you reckon? Inaki reckons she wants to sleep. But Sukin's movement jostles her back to alertness. I want to live, Sukin says. I want to be around. You can't just say you want me and then buy the farm like a couple pussies. Gotta prove it. I want to be a fucking keeper sandwich. Tenek nudges Inaki's arm. Knack. I'd do a keeper sandwich, Inaki mumbles. Tenek raises his gravelly voice. We have wounded. We can take care of them. We've got a doctor here. He what? Rustling in the background. Low conversation. We've got a pediatric nurse practitioner. Ruak corrects herself. But he's good and the facilities are good. And we got an amp and a bonfire. And some nice fish. Uvik village will take care of you, best we can. And in a few weeks, we'll go home, if it's still around. Tenek's nostrils flare. Where the hell is Uvik village? Go peacefully with these people, Ruak says. And they'll show you. Please, Captain. The war is over. We lose. If you want to stick it to them, the best way is to keep living anyway. I go first, Tenek whispers. He releases his shotgun, which hangs in the air, and nudges it forward. It floats out into the hallway and bumps against the ceiling. All right, he calls. Coming out. Inaki's eyes drift shut as her captain stands. She's vaguely aware that she's shivering, but she doesn't feel cold. She barely even hurts anymore. She just feels tired. She's ready to go home. Sukin's saying something. Sounds kind of urgent. Hands on her, moving her through the weightless air. Small, armored hands. Rocking her to sleep. Ruak was right. The war is over. Inaki loses. The ventilated Ectoran cruiser is too large and haphazard to bring into the hangar. They leash it to the outside of the post instead, where it hangs derelict in space, leaking its primitive fuel in slick rainbow ribbons that a hose sucks away into the depths of the station's disposal tanks. The wounded woman is floated in on a hovering gurney, eyes closed, breath shallow. Hypovolemic shock, Pentine reports. The private is one of the Pike's most promising combat medics, to hear Ajax tell it. Could tell you more if I knew Ectoran physiology. But we got to her quickly enough, and their field medicine isn't bad. I give her, okay odds. 2 out of 3. The Ectoran crewmates are pallid and whispering as they watch their third being carted away. The little keeper engineer's face is damp with tears. Ajax's inexpressive visor pivots across the shaken prisoners to Grant. I wish I could have delivered them to you unscathed, Majesty. Forgive my failure. You told me the risks, Grant says. No forgiveness required. You are some kind of intergalactic badass, Sergeant. You know that? Uh-huh. He can hear the smirk behind Ajax's helmet. Not so bad yourself, Majesty. I couldn't ask for a better valet. Don't push it, Majesty. A growling burst of ectorish comes from the hulking male as his attempts to follow the wounded woman are checked by listening post Marines. Let them through, Grant says. We mustn't, Majesty, Orta says. We're employing Technol in the operating room, and we can't afford to let them in contact with the Yuvik general population. For a while, at least, until we have an understanding of who they are. It was hard to win the trust and obedience of the Yuvik villagers. Integrating captive enemy combatants into their number threatens that. Grant sucks air through his teeth. He wants to argue, but Orta has a point here. As long as the quarters are acceptable. Is there a way they can observe remotely? She ducks a quick bow. We'll try to set something up, Majesty. Havnai. Can you tell the captain here we're going to do all we can to get his crewmate back on her feet? Of course, Majesty. She relays the message. His gruff reply makes her purse her lips and glance uncertainly at her prince. He's asking who shot her. Before Grant can speak, Ajax steps forward. He points a thumb at his chest. I did. Tennick draws himself up to his full height and drops a furious string of syllables. Ajax looks dispassionately up at him, rifle slung across his arm. He says you shot a great woman, Havnai says. That she's a true warrior. So am I, Ajax says. So are most of the people I've put under. That's what true warriors are for. Don't translate that, Grant says. Come on, Sergeant. Let's let these people do what they need to do. Administrator. Orta looks up from a huddled conversation with a medtech. Yes, Majesty? Once we've gotten the captain there calmed down and adjusted, let's work out a way to get their vessel's radio transmitting and have him record a message to the Armada. They traced the signal and it was a dead end. Their sweep engine is damaged somehow. Maybe the engineers can work out a more specific lie. And they need to take the long way home. Orta bows. Wisely calculated, Majesty. The cold and furious captain and the broken little keeper are ferried away under guard. Grant watches the Marines shepherd them forth and remembers how it feels to live in that private apocalypse, to watch the life you lived before the Taikari fall away into the inaccessible past. Heya, fellas. Ipkin pokes her head into the conference room. She observes Ajax's carefully constructed paper interceptor flutter a spiral into the air and swish past Timar, who's squinting through his loop and transposing the middle chapters of the Book of Renewal longhand into a spiral-bound notebook. The cleric gives the Ectoran an absent-minded affirming wave. You all having a good time doing heresy in here? Ipkin asks. The best, Grant says. He stands from his writing desk covered in scrawled guitar tablature. Is Yuvik getting that evening bonfire started? Uh-huh, Ipkin says. We got a little promise out to the administrator that will only communicate in gestures and singing. So I've got my permission slip signed. Wondering if you'd like one too. Can Timur come? Ipkin puts her hands in her duster pockets and gives an apologetic shrug. Beg your pardon, brother. I don't reckon they're sure about bringing in Taikari yet. Absolutely no offense taken, Lady Ipkin. Timur looks up fully from his translation and smiles at Grant. Go on, Majesty. Are you sure? Quite sure. I've gotten to the fireworks on the Book of Renewal. Lots of flooding and destruction. Very gripping stuff. Go have a good time. Play some music. I think I'll have this canto translated by the time you're back. All right. Grant extends a fist. He turns it into a high five as Timar reaches out and the monk's hands trip over themselves. I've changed my mind, Timar says. I quit. Go die. Omnidivine's blessings time. Timar shoots him the horns. Have fun, Majesty and Milady. Ipkin shoots the horns back experimentally and looks quizzically at Grant's crack-up in response. They move through the listening post. The look on Ipkin's face every time they pass a genuflecting Taikari must be the same one that Sakura noted on Grant's. He started not to notice it, the bowing. Or not being bothered by it, at any rate. The village is looking forward to meeting you again, Ipkin says. Word got around to them about what happened out there in the deep sky. Deep sky? Firmament, I guess is the Taikari word. Weird word. We all knew you could have handled it a lot harsher. You've got some grateful ectrons down there. We don't know if that woman is out of the fire just yet, Grant says. She looked pretty torn up. Yeah, well, could have blown them all to pieces. Ipkin steps to one side and lets him pass through a tall archway into Uvik's model village powder snow. And you didn't. That got you in. That and the fact that you play a mean guitar. Guitar. That's what I said. The villagers of Uvik have set their bonfire up outside the meeting house today, in a circular clearing ringed by carved benches. Conversation dies away as Ipkin and Grant approach. The villagers hold up that same ring around the eye gesture as last time. Grant returns it as best he can, then finds a seat next to Ruak and Ipkin. Curiosity and cooked fish are directed his way in equal measure. That old scarred Kutyukin is seated across the fire, as diametrically far as he can, and is looking stubbornly into the flames rather than at Grant. The murmur of interest as Grant pulls his guitar from his case seizes his gaze only briefly before he returns to his stolid silence. Told you'd been working on a lament out of the Book of Journeying, Ipkin says. And I reckon we could all use a good cry about being far from home. You want to give that one a play? Sure. Grant limbers up with a quick pentatonic run and then launches into the first canto. He still doesn't know the words well enough to try them, and his accent, he's sure, would be godawful, but Ipkin picks them up along with his guitar, her voice melding seamlessly into his middle strings. Technol joins in, tracking along Grant's bass notes. The rest of them enter in singles or pairs or threes, until the whole village is joined in plaintive musical lamentation. They are a very receptive audience, Grant realizes. It's as if the sound's waveform were physicalized in his audience, in their breath and their body language and their rapt attention. Here and there one of them will be too overcome and break out of the chorus to weep, either furtively into their hands or in full-throated cries of grief. Grant finds himself getting misty-eyed. Whatever chords or notes he misses, the group covers for him, and they make it to the rise and tender fall of the ending. God damn. Ipkin blows her nose on her sleeve. The circle around the bonfire is likewise coming up out of their sorrow. That hits hard. He even got to Yukin, who stood up and paced away, his face shining with stoic tears. Grant watches Technol limber his instrument up with hands that still shake from sorrow. Maybe something happier next? That's the plan, I think. Tanal's got some good joining songs up his sleeve. Ipkin undoes a pouch's drawstrings and pulls a sashayed wad of leaves from it. Grant squints at the herb between her thick fingers. Is that it, sir, right? That's what it's called. Ipkin passes the pouch to Ruak, who pops a sachet into her jaws. You want some? Grant's about to demur. He pauses. Is it an upper or a downer or what? Not sure, Ipkin says. An enhancer, I guess. Does it make you hallucinate or anything? Nah, not much. I mean, when I was a kid, sorta. Mostly it just makes music sound better. Ipkin pokes around the base of the bonfire with a long stick. Not that Technol needs it, of course. 1 second. Grant pulls out his communicator and highlights Administrator Orda. The hairy Taikari picks up on the second ring. He thinks he can see her silhouette up in the conference room that overlooks their fake taiga. Majesty. Hello. How much longer will they be burning that fire? Do you have an idea? Not sure, Grant says. Have any of your people tried this chewing leaf drug thing that the Ectorans do? The Zur. No. No, we haven't. And it's, I think, somewhat inadvisable to just. Have you done any analysis on it? Some. Will it kill me? It's unlikely, but I'm about to chew some, Grant says. If I go into cardiac arrest or something, you can fix me, right? Majesty, that is not please do not do the alien drugs, Grant hangs up. Pass that shit, he says. Ipkin chuckles and hands him a sachet. Just pop it in and start chewing, she says. The bag'll dissolve quick. She slides the basin over with her boot. When they lose their flavor and start to taste and feel like wet paper, spit 'em in there. Okay. Grant takes the offered leaves and gives them an uncertain sniff. They have an herbal, black tea smell to them. He tucks the sachet into his cheek. Whatever starchy material the bag is made of is already starting to fall apart. These leaves are kinda tough, he says. She pats his arm. Gotta be kinda tricky without the sharp teeth. Keep it up. You'll get juicing. Grant keeps chewing. He listens to Technol's playing and the humming of the Ectorans around him. One of them, Thuka the linguist, he thinks, starts to say something to the man she's sharing a bench with, and the village at large shushes her. She falls into chastened humming again. He wonders if it's going to work. Is it supposed to be working by now? He tastes something on his tongue, something earthy, that thickens his saliva. Grant finds himself humming, too. It's like Ipkin said, the tune is immediately catchy, easy to pick up and find your place inside. As the people around him start to open their toothy mouths in song, he drifts into the warm tidal swell of it. The Ectorans have such pretty voices. Such beautiful voices. Ipkin has joined the song. A light in her eyes and a lightness to her being. Grant grins to see her so untrammeled. Ruak's head is on her shoulder. Their fingers lace around each other. He wishes Sakura were here. He wishes she could hear this. At this imagining, he very nearly feels her, the substance of her, in his lap. She isn't so far away, he realizes. She can see the same stars he can. Okay, that's not the kind of thought a sober person thinks. He's feeling it now. The lift. The ground beneath his feet is lighter now and more insubstantial than the world into which the music is carrying him. The singers around him, he isn't sure where his voice begins anymore and theirs ends. And when they move, it's as though he's making them move, or as though they're making him make them move. Spit, someone tells him. His mind or Ipkin's voice, he isn't sure. He spits the chewed-up wad into the basin and makes a black noise that causes the entire world to rumble with good-natured laughter. He laughs with it. The lines he defined every one of his boundaries with, boundaries of culture and language of self, they're bending, curling into endless recursive spirals. Everyone is spiraling now. They bind and weave but never tangle. And he's smiling so hard it aches his face. The crescendo finds him and boosts him through a dizzying mandala. The faces fall away and there is nothing between him and the universe anymore. The space that separates him from his wife, the distance, the egos, the skin. None of it is real. Only this is real. And then, the music falls away but for a single low drone that becomes a freezing ocean on a cold and forbidding planet whose sun is a bare speck in the unmoving sky. Grant's breath is punched from his lungs as he plunges into frozen dark. The end of all things. He's cold. No heat, no light, no sound. No joy or fear or anything. Not anything at all. Only himself, shivering. Only knowing something is wrong because of the fading memory of reality. The memory of what joy sounds like. No, he says, but there is nothing to say no with. Nothing remains. No, no, no. A deep mumph noise talking? Is that talking, discordant and awry? What used to be his hands reach, and he can barely see them dim in the dark, and then a silvery ping, a beautiful cascade of lighter-than-air tones that swirl round him like a constellation of fireflies and lift him from the dark. That light his way to a swirling kaleidoscope of sound and heat, and it's as though he's sweeping, as though he's laying in bed with his wife watching reality fold and refold until its scintillating insides are outside, but there is no vessel, there's only him, but he is. Everything, plummeting through the great grand beauty of the song. Of its harmony. And he sings with it, merges with it, and once again he feels himself drift apart. But it's beautiful, this time. It's warm, it's home, it's belonging. At the center of the mandala, wearing the weave of the universe like a binding, billowing, beautiful scarf, turning and singing and beautiful is. He sits up. When did he fall over? Fucking hell. Ipkin sprung to her feet. She helps him back onto the bench. You good, Grant? I get it, he says. Holy Mother of God. I get it. The light and color trails the movement of his head as he seizes the edge of Ipkin's duster. Ipkin. I need more. More of that stuff. Majesty. Ipkin grins nervously. I think you might have had enough. No, no. He staggers to his unsteady feet. His stomach foments rebellion. Not to chew it. I need this shit analyzed. I need order. He trips over the bench and turns it into a mad caper of a few feet to keep from falling on his face. I get it now, Ipkin. I get what you meant. It's so holy shit. He cackles breathlessly. It's real. He cups his hands and yells it to the conference room that overlooks the village. I know what to do, he cries. I know how to fix it. It's real. He pukes on the floor. Orta's team picks up on Grant's jittery fervor. The Taikari researchers work double time to map the Zur leaf into its chemical components. The results are back from the lab within the hour. As Grant requested, they've cross-referenced it with ectorin blood samples, controlled against standard Ticari blood, and the synthesized stuff that the Pike carries for Makionite transfusions, just in case. They pull samples for every member of the village, whether they chew the leaf or not. Grant finds what he's looking for, highlighted in neon green above the elemental building blocks. Grant knew it. It was fated. It was preordained. Everything is so laden with meaning now. Everyone is very preoccupied with how hydrated he is, for which he's grateful. But there is so much work to be done. So much. It's a serotonergic hallucinogen. Grant paces in front of an odd Timar, a bemused Ajax, and a deeply concerned Orda, running his hands through his hair. Like the DMT you naturally find in Makionite pineal glands, but specialized and at strong concentrations. The dose I had was modest, apparently, and if the actor in mind has even a fraction of that, he cackles. I mean, I get it. I've been resisting this being the answer. I haven't told Sakura, and I've been sitting on my hands, and I've been resisting it because Grant laughs. Because it's so dumb. It's dumb. But it's real. God damn it, it's the answer. Timar pinches his nose. What's the answer? The leaf. The altered state of consciousness it put me in. He taps the page urgently. The hallucinogen is naturally in their blood. At a far lower concentration, but... Ajax raises his gloved hand. Are you telling me the ectorins are high? All the time. No. Sort of. It's not an altered state to them. It's just reality. A different reality than the one you and I have. And you've seen them. They're reasonable people. They can handle it far better than I could. It blew my head open. It just gets them a little mellow. But all the prayer they do, all the talking they do to their gods all the time. All the singing. The music. Grant's hands flex and ball into triumphant fists. They're playing it constantly. It's like food or light or heat. It's fundamental to them. It's the voices of their pantheon. How do we miss it? We've had a lot of research done on their musical traditions, Orda says. It's a key part. No. I don't mean to tell you your business, administrator. But it goes deeper than that. It's fundamental. It's sacred. Majesty, Timar says. Everyone has sacred music. Not like this. Oh, I mean, sure we say. Music is the universal language. Music is holy. Music soothes the savage beast. Blah, blah, blah. But Grant forces himself to take a breath. Not like how the ectorins experience it. It's not lip service to them. Not just words. We thought the temples came first, and the music came second, but we got it backward. I need to try this to understand what you're saying, Timar decides. I need some Zur. I really must insist that we not take any additional illegal actions, Orda says. I'm the prince and I say it's legal, Grant says. Okay, damn it all. Orda throws her hands up. I want to try some too then. While you do that, Grant shoulders his parka on. I need to call my wife. I'm taking conference room B. Orda's shoulders tense upward. Are you sure that's advisable? This seems hasty. No, it's fine. No, I've figured it out. I'm going to be home soon. Just one more call and then I'll be out of your hair, Orda. Grant wipes his hand across his whiskers. I have what I need. He strides for the threshold and pauses, lit by the stark fluorescence of the listening post. He steps back into the lab and sweeps both the Ticari into a quick hug. It's real, he cries. He hurries from the lab. I really am trying to understand what you mean by real, Majesty, Vora says. Behind her, on the video feed, Sakura sits frozen on her throne. She's been in pensive silence since Grant started his spiel. The gods, Grant says. Their experience and perception of them. It's linked inextricably to their music. The secret to an interplanetary theocratic republic. Based on a religion that holds individual choice sacred. I was scratching my head, because how do you manage that? It seems so improbable. How do you bind that so tight? He laces his fingers together demonstratively. They program themselves with it, he says. The same way you might listen to sad songs when we need a good cry or concentration songs when you really need to focus. It's that, but it's supercharged. They're religious songs, they instill the same unity feeling you get at a concert. They're unified because of it. Timar's been giving himself a crash course in recognizing the songs they keep broadcasting. He fiddles with the console that's built into the conference hall lectern. I'm gonna play this Book of Thorns, broadcast the post intercepted and translated. He finds the control to turn the screen on and steps aside. The spindly keeper ecclesiast in frame speaks above a fiery timbered march. Subtitles appear below them in Taikari. The tyrant invaders tainting our deep sky imagine themselves untouchable. They tell us that we must surrender or burn. They imagine that this scares us. That by killing us they will snuff out the fire of freedom that is immortal and imminent in our people. Oh yeah, this one, Wayan says. We've been getting this one a lot. Burn us then. See what splendid kindling we make. Burn us, and we'll burn higher and brighter than you dare to think. Bright enough to show the entire galaxy your true face. High enough to reach you in your floating fortress. Burn us, and we'll see just how untouchable you are. That translation is much more vivid than the one we've seen, Vora says. Timar did it, Grant says. I trust him on getting the gist down. We've been watching these broadcasts, too, Majesty, Hayek says. The evacuation has slowed to a trickle at roughly halfway. There were intermittent flurries for the first 10 days out of the urban centers. They've stopped. And the airwaves are full of messages like this. What are you showing us? That song in the background, Grant says. It's called the Mantle Song, from the Book of Thorns. It's a bravery song, a defiance song. Do you recognize it? The command group shares a volley of uncertain glances. Should we? Vora asks. Technol was playing it, Grant says. When we first arrived. When that old flinny bastard Yukin stood up and accosted me. I've seen a whole room of Ectorans reduced to tears by my playing. We've been talking to them wrong. We've been using our words too much. Our appeals to emotion, they're not landing because that's not how Ectorans do it. They do it with music. We're talking to them, but we're not talking to them. I don't see how much clearer we can be, Hayek says. Those people down there understand us perfectly well. They're prepared to martyr themselves. That's the thing, Brigadier, Grant says. They're not wrong. They say that they'll burn to light the fires of resistance. That by their deaths, they'll defy us. And they will. We're creating millions of martyrs. We're slowing harmonious integration by a hectocycle at least. We're creating a new permanent mythology, a fresh, massive scar on the psyche of Ectora. If they want to hurt us, they can. And they will. And maybe we can counter-program it in the future, but we can counter-program it now too. Right now. The way they are. He takes a fortifying inhale. With song, he says. Vora says. We sing the right song at the right time with the right message. Grandpa's on. We can get that evacuation started up again. Sakura coughs. Dove, that's... I know, Grant says. It's crazy. I know it is. So is dying in a firestorm while the ships that could ferry you to safety are sitting in harbor. We are not dealing with a parallel level of logic. The people who remain down there are doing it because of a narrative. We can hijack that narrative. We can reach a whole swathe of people we haven't reached. And for the rest of them, the ones we're not talking directly to, they'll see what we're doing and understand the kind of woman they're surrendering to. The care we're taking. It won't change everyone's minds, but it doesn't need to. It's a republic. They go with the majority vote. Majesty. Vora skitters into the center of the camera shot. I don't mean to diminish your research. But wading into the religious realm on such a wide and public scale, when we're an extraterrestrial force, the potential to fail or backfire seems too strong. It's not just religious, Grant says. We can't be reductive. This stuff isn't siloed off for them. It's a key ingredient to how they live. We can't ignore it. Imagine a diplomat giving you stale bread and watered-down wine and bringing you to a sunless dungeon to treat with you. We've been ignoring a full half of what their population emotionally responds to. And in a representative republic that has consequences. So you're saying that because they all have alien drugs in their blood, threatening to blow them all up won't work as well as singing a song at them, Wayan says. Yes, Chief Engineer, Grant says. That is what I am saying. And I need more resources to find the right song. It's just Timar and I right now. I need a bigger team and more compute. I don't know, Majesty. Wayan bites the inside of her cheek. I mean, I'd love it. But I don't know. I don't know either. Sakura sighs. I hate to say it, it kills me to say it, Dove, but... Majesty, Hayek says. I recognize the impropriety of interrupting you, but I cannot be silent. Brigadier, Sakura says. I'm all ready. Please, Sakura. Hayek folds her hands tight behind her back. There are 3 million Ectorans remaining on Tychon. When the time comes to deliver the order and burn them all alive, I am the one who will press the button. Across all the vessels my gun batteries have destroyed, I have killed perhaps 1,000 people. In attendee I increase that number 3,000-fold. You may debate between one another whose responsibility that ultimately is. I am the one who presses the button. I don't pretend this gives me the authority to make a decision, but I insist on being heard. I apologize for my presumptions. Sakura's mouth was opening to reply. Hayek's apology stills her words in her throat and leaves her slack-jawed. With your permission, Hayek says, I'd like to begin the implementation of His Majesty's plan immediately. Sakura's eyelids flutter. What? We can review Brother Timar and His Majesty's data more fully and retreat to our original plan if needed, Hayek says. But if he's correct, we can't wait. Implementation will be crucial and we need to pivot quickly. The translation teams are being wasted decoding the media and communications. We aren't going to see further changes. We can use them better on Grant's plan. This is something of a shock, Brigadier, Sakura says. To hear you advocate for this. I would like very much not to be a mass murderer, Majesty. If His Majesty thinks his ridiculous Makianite song can prevent it, I'm willing to try. It strikes me as pure madness, but perhaps it's the same madness we're dealing with below. Perhaps it's the same madness that worked once already aboard that slave-taker outrunner, with Stephen the Makian captive. The prince's approach has my vouch, and I humbly petition that we pursue it. She bows low. Her expression remains stoic and stony into the ensuing silence. Okay. Wayan's face cracks into a sardonic grin. If Hayek is on Team Magical Mystery Music, I'm getting on board, too. Likewise. Sakura stands up. She's framed in the golden expanse of Taiken. Major Domo, I'm putting you in command of our standard doctrinal procedure. Take all the authority you require with my full confidence. I'm refocusing my own efforts on Grantide's plan. If Vora had any reservations or rejoinders, she instantaneously bites them back. As you command, Majesty. Prince. Sakura steps off her throne. Return as soon as you can. If we're undertaking this, I want you here to coordinate. No more of this remote site guff. My thoughts exactly, Grant says. But I want to bring back Lady Ipkenmektaka. I know she's an alien aboard as ZKZ, but... Sakura snorts. Dove, we are far beyond caring about regulations as nattering as that one. Bring her. Bring Timar. Bring whatever you need. She steps off her throne and approaches the camera until her eyes nearly fill the screen. Just come home to me, Grant, she whispers. Please. The Black Pike's gradual stretch across the horizon matches pace with the gradual widening of Ipkenmektaka's eyes. How fucking big is this ship? She breathes. Bit under 2 kilometers. Ajax's voice is flat, but Grant's gotten good at telling when the Marine's grinning beneath that garnet glass. The physicist's awe is bringing him no end of satisfaction. Tits. Ipken deflates in her seat. Grant pivots in his co-pilot's chair toward the Ectorin, who's jam-packed into the back of the shuttle like a tinned sardine. I bet Chief Engineer Wayan would love to talk at you about how this whole thing works. Ipken just nods mutely. She looks shell-shocked. Grant files that away and they keep an eye on a drawer. Her sleepwalking awe continues as the shuttle docks in the Black Pike's grandiose hangar and the listening post party descends the catwalk toward the awaiting command group. Hayek bows. Lady Mektaka. Welcome to the Black Pike. The pride of the sector. You are the first Ectorin to set foot on deck. Maybe Sakura's right about Hayek's predilections. The Brigadier seems remarkably unperturbed about the breach in ZKZ rules. Ipken gives an awkward little wave. Hey, she says. Sakura steps regally forward. The golden chains across her epaulets jangle. Welcome, milady and Brother Timar. She kisses Grant's knuckle. Welcome back, husband. She turns with stately grace to the command group and the delegation. I wonder if the prince and I might be excused for a while, she says. We have a great deal to discuss. Would you take command of the bridge, Major Domo? Her grip on him is handcuffed tight. She adjusts her tricorn. Her horns are so outgrown they're tipping its edge up. I will, Majesty. Vora valiantly battles to keep a straight face. I hope your discussions are fruitful. Sakura drags Grant into the lift. The moment the door closes, she leaps on him. He folds his arms around her. She whimpers with overwhelmed joy as his hands sink into the soft, giving curve of her ass. You're home, she manages, between their breath-snatching kisses. You're home, you're home, you're home. The lift opens and she's tugging him out of it, practically sprinting for their cabin. I missed you, Grant says. How was the... No talking yet. Sakura steps out of her boots. Her leggings are down around her ankles before the cabin doors even fully closed. Inside me. Now. Grant is about to say something pithy and humorous to this, and then Sakura yanks her topcoat off and bounces free of her blouse, and he forgets what it was. Grant reaches over to the nightstand, lifts the water bottle from its refrigerating pad, and takes a deep, slaking drink. Sakura lies beneath him, spent and satisfied and purring like a well-tuned engine. I missed you too, she says. I can tell, he says. He nudges the bottle into her hand. He starts to roll off her, and her tail tightens around his waist to keep him in place. She finishes the water off and tosses it underhand out of the bed. She slithers beneath him onto her back and wraps her thighs around his midsection. You're never leaving me again. Sounds good. I'm serious. Her legs tighten. I'm going to tie my ankles together. We'll have to conduct our business like this from now on. Joined at the hip. No more escape. No more side missions. No more independent investigations. I'll drop whatever it is I'm doing and follow you to the other side of the firmament if I need to. Hang the invasion. She exhales in faux outrage as he shifts. Where are you going? Bathroom. Take me with you. He laughs and pries her legs apart. No. Fine. She tucks her calves up against her thighs and lets him up. But come right back. He sits up. With this view. He kisses her knee. They couldn't keep me away with handcuffs. He does his business and washes his hands. The break from Sakura's bed aboard the listening post, brief as it was, affected him more than he realized. The world has reobtained a vividness, a light and airy felicity that he didn't even realize had drained away. The tension's out of his jaw. He wonders how long he's been clenching it. He's covered in hickeys and sweat and saliva, and he has some little hairs stuck in his teeth, but he feels cleaner and fresher than he has in days. Sakura's disarray concerned him when she reported it. Now he realizes he was feeling the same thing. Maybe that's the price for a love like the one he has for Sakura. It's never happened to him before. Maybe that's the trade you make for a connection like this. A piece of him always missing unless she's there. A piece of him that lives with her, that he can't wrestle back. Well, fine, he decides. Good thing we're married. He's married. That's his wife out there. He picks that thought up in his mind, turns it over and inspects it and feels its weight. Sakura is so new and so exotic, with a royal title and a worship and a body like a miniature blue porn star, that it's difficult to tell how much of this is lust and limerence. The extreme circumstances that threw them at one another, the extreme appetite they both feel. But he detects something deeper there. Something that's been poured, set, and solidified. Something quieter and stronger and slowly, steadily growing. He hears Sakura's muffled voice and opens the door. We'll keep her under strict watch. His wife is laying on her stomach, her little feet kicking as she speaks into her communicator. But the seal has broken. We have a citizen alien aboard, and he arrived aboard the Pike under horrible circumstances, with every reason to sabotage and undermine us. She looks over her shoulder at Grant as he emerges from the bathroom. She tilts her hips his way and wiggles her top blue, but at him. Grantide is a male majesty. The majordomo's voice saturates the sound system. It's different. Sakura rolls her eyes. It's just this little circle on the line, Vora. We needn't pretend. Grant slips back into bed with her and kisses the back of her ear. She draws his arm over her. Of course, Majesty, Vora says. But appearances. You're not worried about blowback from the Imperial Corps. This new plan is taking us far off the map, Sakura says, as Grant plays with her chest. If they want to end my career, they don't need to point to an infraction like this to do it. The only way to avoid it now is to obtain a fabulous success and arrive triumphantly with Ectora singing a high praise song to the Empress and waving the unstained flag of the Taikari Empire, which I have every confidence we will. Lady Ipkin is untrained and unthreatening, and Hyax has an ill-disguised crush on her. I'm not worried about her going unmonitored. Hyax's heated voice, Majesty, I do not have a CR. Sakura turns the line off and puts her communicator on the nightstand. She rolls over to cuddle into Grant's warmth. Hello, Your Majesty, she says. He lifts her calf and tucks her back across his waist. Hi, Your Majesty. We're spending the rest of the day in bed, she says. I know there's a countdown. But I will hear no arguments. I need to be operating under optimal conditions. It is mission critical that my husband make me come 2 to 3 more times. If my princess commands. She does. Her eyes flash. Bang your wife. His nose rubs hers. In a few minutes. Once you know it was my idea. Timar says you brought a bunch of fish back with you. I did, he says. I thought I'd give it to Kaimai and see if he can convince you to try it. I followed you through the bounteous meadows of cheese, my Makianite, she says. Those were the high times. Now we stand before the gates of fish, and I cannot in good conscience abandon you. He lifts her on top of his chest and scratches her back. Thanks, Squire. We'll just have him put a lot of something on it, so I don't think too hard about what I'm eating. I am determined to get as many Makion experiences under my belt as I can, pre-annexation. Like poker. She snaps her fingers. I want to play poker. You've been reading my dad's books, huh? That's right, she says. Amarillo Slim. You can share a sheep 100 times, but skin it only once. What's a sheep? It's a blobby farm animal, Grant says. We get wool from them. I'll play, but I'm awful at it. Seer you are. Sakura winks. No, he says. I really am. She winks again. I know what a ringer is now, Grantide. And a poker face. Mr. Slim has wised me up to your Makianite mind tricks. Your confidence is appreciated, but misplaced. Oh, well. She clicks her tongue. I suppose we'll have to add it to the list of games I thrash you in. He cups her ass. There's a list, huh? There's a long list. She sits up and straddles him. I think I might be unconquerable. His grip on her tightens. Oh yeah? She giggles and squirms as he binds her in his arms. Her horns are rising and curving. And there's that adorable squeak, ambrosia in his ear, as he rolls her onto her back and lifts her wrists above her head. Her eyes flit to his lips. He lowers himself and they flutter shut. He sinks into his wife's deep, sandpaper-tongued kiss. We needn't pretend. He raises his head. You think of me as a man, right? A male. Her eyes flick open. What? Of course I do. Even though I can't be compelled? I don't give a damn about that. You know I don't. A worried edge rises in Sakura's voice. Is Timur giving you some kind of religious guff? Are we, He tries to marshal his thoughts. Are we straight? That's not exactly the word, is it? But he can't think of a better one. He's hitting the limits of his new language. He gives up. Are we straight? A cloud of confusion passes in front of Sakura's scarlet eyes. It's okay if we aren't, he prompts gently. We're whatever we want to be, Sakura says. You're whatever you want to be, Shirley. I know. I'm not afraid of how you feel about me. And in my terms, as a Makianite, we are. I just want to know how you feel. It's silly of me. But I'm curious. Well, no, Dove. We're not. Not to me. His reaction must show, because she gives a hasty, nervous laugh. I thought you knew that. I guess I didn't. Do you know what a duelist is? Hayek's told me, Grant says. It's slang for two lovers who can't compel each other. Sakura speaks up into Grant's pause. I don't really know what I am. Grant thinks of the shivering, confused awe Sakura had after they began their romance. Why can't you be happy with a normal love? With a safe love? What have you done to me, Grant? But it's exciting. Her voice is hushed, like she's speaking in an echoing cathedral. It's thrilling. It was scary at first, but it isn't anymore. I love it. I love being in love with you, Grant. I knew we were different, he murmurs. But all my life on Makion I've been sort of the default, you know? Just a normal guy. I've never had to put any thought into it. Now I do. And it's knocked me off balance. Just a little. Don't let it. Sakura's expression brooks no argument. If this is normal to you, and that comforts you, then let it. It'll be normal to me too. Soon enough. And even if you don't exactly fit into my preconceptions, I have never seen you as anything but my astonishingly manly husband. Will everyone else? When they find out. A pause from Sakura. Grant's stomach twists. They will, she says. And if they don't, I'll make them. And when Makion, when Earth is ours, there will be millions of Taikari like me, and Makionites like you. I'm sure there will be. You're all just so beautiful. You're all beautiful, he says. She beams. There you are then. There might be strangeness and reproach and growing pains. Just like there was for us. But our species will fall in love with each other. Just like we did. Her hips sway gently as she speaks, coaxing the uncertainty out of him. And you and me go there incognito, she whispers. And we'll do Earth couple things together. And you'll be a normal guy, and I'll be your infatuated little girlfriend, and we'll go to bars and concerts, and you'll teach me all the Makey-and-Ike courtship things. And nobody will look twice. Above her head, he laces her small blue fingers into his. They won't, huh? Well, they will. But only because I'm an alien. She breathes a laugh. I'll be the alien. How strange to think of it that way. Surrounded by your people again. But as a friend this time. I hope. You'll need a lot of boosts, I think. That's what I have my sexy giant for. That. She removes her hand from his and trails her fingers down his stomach. They wrap gently around his length. And this. He lets her guide him to where she needs him. He watches her beautiful Concord dark lips quiver open into an overwhelmed O as her body welcomes him in. He captures her mouth in another kiss. Her heat and her softness and her scent and the sounds she makes, he lets them carry him away from the dwindling time. From the cold calculus whispering 10 days left. No, tonight is hers. 9 days left and Tychon dies. Tamar is given a roomy office within the temple of the Omni-Divine. The deaconess happily surrenders it with a gentle bribe and some ungentle insinuations. Grant wonders aloud to Sakura about whether they ought to keep hiding their operations from the eyes of the clergy, but she declares the skullduggery at an end. The Prince of the Pike will order and the Pike will obey, she says. Simple as that. She's finally allowing Grant out of their bedchamber, but she's sticking to him like an amorous pet, trailing in his steps all the way to Timar's temporary office like a little blue shadow, tail wagging, and lounging in his lap while he researches. Timar excuses himself to the easy chair by the simulated fire. You can keep prepping for the doctrinal solution, Han, Grant says. I won't reproach you or anything. Absolutely not. I'm monitoring this little insurgency. I'll find a way to be useful. She demonstratively turns a page for him. See? Oh yeah. He kisses the crown of her head. Essential. Timar moves another of his translated Ectoran books onto the growing pile at his feet. That's that for the Book of the Thaw. Anything promising? Grant asks. A few chants of allegiance. A few repeating structures. But nothing like a framework for a full performance. Timar steps around the teetering stack up to the whiteboard the men have wheeled into the office. They've divided it in half. On top is a neatly ruled line of guitar tablature that Grant's been filling in with a steadily evolving set of verses. On the bottom are Timar's notes, a chaotic tangle of cross-references, fragments, and abandoned lyrics. Timar tucks his sleeve up over his palm and erases a chunk of text, careless of the smudge it forms on his mahogany robe. I'm increasingly convinced by your Book of Renewal theory. We need to lean into the Tamurak connotations. It's a big risk, Ipkin says. She's at the mantel, tinkering with a little brass gyroscopic statue of the swirling spiral form that represents the Omni-Divine, while she tries to figure out the gravitational anomaly that powers it. Maybe. Grant tears another page full of drafts from his pad and crumples it. But it's where the Taikari fit. Destruction and renewal. That's annexation. We can't divert the story, we have to convert it. The Book of Renewal's the key. I believe it's time to accept that will infuriate some hardliners, Timar says. Hopefully, they'll be outnumbered and brought into consensus. They will, Grant says. If we're good. I like your idea of repurposing the marriage harmony from the Book of Oaths. Tying the knot between our cultures. That's fun. Sakura turns another page for him. If I ask what's going on, will I understand, or is it a fool's errand? Timar's handling the words, and I'm handling the music, basically. Grant indicates the guitar he's leaned onto the corner of the desk. And Ipkin's our bullshit detector. The Ectoran flashes him a crooked finger that Grant's learned is her species' version of a thumbs up. What I need to do is figure out how much of the stuff I already know applies here, he continues. Like minor key, for example. I know that's a darker, sadder sound where I come from. Ectorans might see it differently. Ipkin tilts her head. Play something. Dark and sad. Okay. Grant apologetically scoots Sakura off his lap and onto the desk, replacing her weight with his guitar. He plays a few bars. See, that scans as pissed off to me, Ipkin says. If it sounded like, she hums a line. Grant replicates it with a harmony underneath. Sakura's tail sways to his rhythm. Oh yeah, Ipkin nods. That's the bittersweet stuff right there. Sweet. Grant plays it again double time. Good spot in the second movement for it. Can I ask you all something? Ipkin puts the gyroscopic statuette down and wanders over to the desk. About the Taikari? Sakura pivots on her butt and sits cross-legged to face her. Of course. Why do all the fellas hide their eyes? Is it a cultural thing? Grant's stomach twists. He looks at Sakura and Timar. They share his trepidation. He clears his throat. Well, Ipkin. Grant knocks on the cherrywood door to the office's bathroom. Can you come out, please? No, Ipkin's voice is muffled. Take me back to Yuvik, man. Sorry. I'm done. They can't help what they are. Physically, I mean. You're huge compared to them. You could beat one to death with your bare hands. Outside, please, brother, Timar murmurs to a cleric who pokes his head into the office. He hastily bows and withdraws. They have a bunch of guns to make sure I can't, Ipkin says. You'll have anti-comps to make sure they can't. Oh, Grant. Sakura, who's been peering worriedly from Grant's desk, draws a finger across her throat. What are anti-comps? Ipkin calls. Give me a second. Grant crouches to his wife's level. What's up? They're not supposed to have them at the beginning, Dove, Sakura says. There's a gradual introduction of the technology while we wait for the integration to proceed. Grant is already shaking his head before Sakura's done. Not this time, he says. Grant. If this works, I'm about to deliver our Empress a civilization with a goddamn sing-along, Grant says. They can move up the timetable. Who decides when the Ectorans get anticomps? I do. Then let's make anticomps available immediately, he says. As soon as we make some that can fit Ectorans. That, he glances up. Time. Can you take a walk for a second? Of course. Timar collects his books and slips past Grant to the exit. Good luck, both. Grant watches the cleric leave, then turns back to his wife's anxious face. That vision you have. The one you told the counselor. I want it too. I want our kids to have Ectoran friends. The sooner they get used to anticomps, the sooner they can come into the fold on a wide scale. We're giving up a crucial lever of control, Sakura says. You're good enough not to need it. You won't need the weight. I think the more they understand you, the better this annexation goes. And I think this is you. She frowns. What's me? Mercy, Grant says. Giving these people the anticomps early. You act like I'm the only thing keeping you from being a tyrant. But I don't think that's true. I think you've been waiting for an excuse to be merciful. You want that from me, and I want to give it to you. Sakura is blushing. She fidgets beneath the intensity of his gaze. This stands us out even further, Grant tied. You're not afraid of that. Remember when you asked the Empress for my freedom? That was the bravest fucking thing I've ever seen anyone do. I'm still in your debt on that. Her blush deepens. We sailed off the map when I was freed, he says. Let's keep sailing. See what we find. Sakura closes her eyes and inhales. Please, Sakura, Grant whispers. His heart is in his throat. Does he have the power he thinks he might? How far is she going to let him go? Yes. Her eyes open. Okay, Sakura says. But we'll have to. He interrupts her with an urgent kiss. Grant, she giggles when their mouths part. You. He pulls her back in. By the time he's done, her spine has liquefied and she's draping breathless across the desk. His face is warm and tingly. He keeps waiting for Sakura's promises to go hollow, for her to shoot him down or overbear him. But she never does. She really fucking loves you, Grant. What will we have to do? He prompts. Her eyelids flutter. I forget. Grant helps her back to her feet. Ipkin, he calls past his dazed wife. Are you still there? Where else would I be? Grant crosses to the door. Anticomps are eyewear that'll protect your males from the compulsion. They're not perfect and they're clunky, but they work. And you'll just give them to us? Yes, we will. If this works like we want it to, and if you come in on your own accord, we will. No reply from the bathroom. Look, Grant says. The bad news is this all depends on Mercy. Mine and Sakura's. And I know that feels awful. The good news is you've met us and you can decide yourself how much we mean it. The silence stretches for a long-held breath. Then Ipkin opens the door. Need a walk, she says. Grant steps aside to let her through. Are you all right? Getting there, she says. But I need a walk. You need an escort, Lady Ipkin, Sakura says. Forgive me. I'll go, Grant says. A Marine has to come with you too, Dove. I regret the intrusion. Sakura's face lights up. She retrieves her communicator from its place on the table. But I have the perfect candidate. Just give me a few minutes, yes. Grant looks over her shoulder. Who are you calling? The Brigadier. Sakura looks up and wiggles her brows meaningfully. He chuckles. You're such a matchmaker. I matched us, didn't I? I think I did, Grant says. Who knocked on whose glass prison? He leans into her ear. Hey, he whispers. Thank you, baby. This means more than I can say. She touches her blushing lower lip. I think I got the idea. Not yet, you don't. He gives her a playful pinch on the butt. That's just the first installment. Her little eep smooths into a giggle. Grant. There's people. He rests his palms on the desk on either side of her, though they still itch for touch. I will temporarily behave. She rubs one of his knuckles thoughtfully. If you're right about this music thing, it'll be easier than it first seemed to control them. There, you see? Plenty of room for my wife to be a tyrant. And for my husband to be a goody-goody. She smirks. You can tell me you want this, because it's the right thing, you know. You don't have to come up with arguments about efficiency when it's ethics. You're my conscience. I'm not just going to make naive puppy dog eyes at you to get what I want, babe. I'm a prince. It's ethics and efficiency. I really believe that. Sure, she says. Poker face. He gives the stalk of her tail a parting squeeze and leans back. All right, Ipkin, he says. Let's walk. Watch your head. I knew already. It's not like the eyes change much. Not like I didn't know. A light mist settles on Ipkin's cool blue skin from the automatic watering berths of the shipboard greenery that decorates the Hab Level's observation deck. In the massive glass window, the Ectoran Armada are tiny floating dots across Tychon's horizon. Like nuts from here. But there's knowing and there's seeing. She doesn't turn from the tableau. Your people, she says. The, Maconites. Do they have stories about alien invasions? Yes, Grant says. Stories where you can fight? And win. He nods. A lot of them, yeah. You think the moment comes and you'll be able to do something. To stand up. She wears a brittle smile. But we never stood a chance. Never even the ghost of a chance. A detachment of Marines wander by, their guns magged to their racks, chattering and jostling. All the work, all the history. Ipkin watches them exchange salutes with Hyaks, who's standing far off enough to give them privacy. Everything we were. And none of it makes a difference. This is just physics. Just immutable. You stand every chance, Grant says. The struggle's not impossible. Just different. He glances at Hyaks and then realizes that he doesn't care if she hears. As scarred and grumpy as she is, he trusts her loyalty. There's still control here. It can't be open and confrontational. It requires prudence and patience. But there are levers. It's different with you, Ipkin says. You got lucky. I got insanely lucky, Grant says. But you have something I didn't. Tychon's reflected light glows off her face as she glances his way. What's that? Me, Grant says. I'm inside. And whoever is next will have both of us. I don't know, Ipkin says. I think they got to you, Grant. They did. As far as I've seen, they get to everyone. All we can do is get to them back. That's our responsibility. I don't think the rebellion is coming. You said it yourself, Ipkin. It's physics. We can't wait for it, and we can't ask the people to throw off their chains and get melted by plasma. It's us. It's this. This is the most we can do. Maybe it'll be enough. Ipkin sighs and looks back out the window. I know it makes me sound cowardly, Grant says. If you want to call me that, I can live with it. As long as you live, too. Nah. You're all right. Ipkin detaches herself from the banister. Let's get back. She wanders absently along the Hab-level promenade, gathering the same gawking crimson looks that Grant remembers from his first days aboard the Pike. He watches the crew's attention slide from the Ectoran to him and Hyaks, and sees the common pattern, from confusion to relief as they understand someone is in charge and has a handle on the situation. It's getting easier and easier to return those bows with a smile and an incline of his head. It's also getting a lot easier to walk while bent at the waist for quiet conversation. Grant takes advantage of his new talent with Hyaks. Guarding Lady Mektaka by yourself, Brigadier? Not exactly the most efficient use of your time, is it? Hyax's lips thin. Are you ordering me elsewhere? I'm just making an innocent observation. You and Sakura are trying to fluster me and it won't work. Hyaks folds her arms. The lady has made a great sacrifice for her people. She's brave to be the first Ectoran who willingly enters the Empire. Incredibly brave. I'm not ashamed to say I admire her. I'm the first Makianite, you know. That's right, Hyaks says. I admire you too. Oh. Now Grant's on the back foot. Thanks. Hyaks glances at him with clear satisfaction for putting him off guard. You're welcome. Do you want to date an Ectoran? Because Sakura thinks so. And she's planning on being relentless about finding you one. Hyak's grimaces. She doesn't have to do that. You know how she is. I can warn her off. Hyak's falls silent. Grant steps slow. Do you want me to warn her off? Ectoran women seem. Hyak's attention strays to Ipkin, who apologetically moves her huge tail out of the way of foot traffic. Challenging. I like a challenge. A mountain to climb, huh? Hyak's acknowledges the salute of a passing Gefreiter with a stubborn stone face. You're as bad as the princess. I never should have set you two up. You're taking credit for us, huh? Credit? Try culpability. She scoffs. When they string you up, I'll dangle too. Timar intercepts Grant as the party returns to the chapel's ornate wooden archway. Majesty. A moment before we go back in. Of course. Grant nods to Hyak's and Ipkin to go on. I have it, Timar murmurs, once they're alone. I think I have it. It was in the Book of Renewal. He taps the laminated cover of the heretical book under his arm. And it's perfect. Fuck yeah, man. Grant slaps Timar's back. Why are we whispering then? Because, Timar says, Cora is going to really hate it. The first thing Inaki notices when she wakes up in the clinical white room is, okay, the second thing she notices, because you can't really discount those harsh lights that poked through the skin of her eyelids to wake her. Pale as slit-goggled tundra and bright enough to give you a goddamn headache. The second thing she notices, no ache. Not in the head and not in the stomach. Not anywhere, which is odd because last thing she remembered was the feeling of her life leaking out of her abdomen. She's laying in a mint-shaded slab of foam bed. Its sheets crinkle like tissue paper as she sits gingerly up, waiting for that soul-searing pain to reintroduce itself. It doesn't. She examines herself. Someone's put her in a thin robe. She unbelts it and beholds the puckered snake of scar tissue across her belly. All that remains of the apocalypse. Tenek. Sukin. A moment of blind panic. Are they okay? Are they still on this shore? Inaki lowers her knees to see her crewmates at the foot of her bed. Tenek's arms are crossed and his chin tucked. Sukin's delicate head is canted against his shoulder. They're both asleep. The seesaw music of their deep breaths, Sukin soft and melodic and Tenek's on the grumbling edge of a snore. The dry skin of Inaki's lips stretches and cracks as she smiles. They've been here waiting for her. Like the heroes in some romantic song cycle. Her heroes. Something urgent bubbles in her. A question. Guys, she whispers, and then, louder. Hey, guys. Guys. Tenek makes a decidedly unromantic snrk noise. His eyes crack open. He's on his feet immediately. The jostle of her departing shoulder pillow tips Sukin onto her side, then she recovers and is right by him. Right by Inaki. Nak, she gasps, and her eyes are filling and spilling over. Her snout squishes against Inaki's. She is upon the newly conscious gunner in a tight, weepy embrace. Inaki rests her chin on Sukin's shoulder. You're leaking on me. You were leaking on me, you big beautiful bitch, Sukin sobs. Cap, she extends her arms. Come here, mister. Tenek sits on the lip of the bed and embraces them both, pressing Sukin into Inaki's chest and folding his arms around both of them. Hey, Nak, he whispers. Hey, lady. Welcome back. Inaki has never heard his voice this soft, so full of emotion that it quivers beneath the weight. Her question becomes more pressing. She extracts herself a notch from the hug. Sukin's tears have left a topographic stain on her shitty robe, a little pond at the neckline. How long was I out, she asks. Day, just about. Tenek loosens his hold and backs up to give her space. Day and a half, I guess. They got different days in here. Tenek released her, but Sukin didn't. She's burying herself deeper into Inaki, nuzzling and shaking as Inaki's cushiony chest muffles her sobs. All the distance they've carefully cultivated and stuck to, it's all gone, all of a sudden. A seal they can't unbreak. Inaki runs her hand up Sukin's spine and feels reality shift along with the keeper's sinuous scoop closer in. The keeper clings to her. She cradles the back of Sukin's head. So what, she says. We got 8 days left then? Till its mission failed? Just about, Tenek says. Close to 7. Mission's already failed, Sukin says. Mission's done with. No more mission, Nak. I ain't giving you back to the Armada. No? Inaki chuckles. All right. Sukin makes a whimper of assent and crawls further into Inaki's lap. Goddamn, girl. Tenek nudges Sukin's foot. Give her space. She's been stitched open and shut again. It don't hurt, neck. Honestly. I feel pretty good. Inaki gives herself a mental once-over. Little thirsty, maybe? Yeah. Tenek leans across the bed. Let me get in there, then. Inaki scoots over to make room. Tenek slides up next to her. His leg lays across her, their thighs warm against one another. She's never been this close to him, to his body. He feels so strong and sure. So solid. She wants to curl into a shelter. Thought we were going to lose you, he murmurs. Thought I'd failed you. Most afraid I've ever been. His foot hooks over Sukin's knee and pulls gently to shift the keeper closer, so that Inaki is half buried in her crewmates. Crewmates. Of what ship? Can she still call them that? Is there another name? Tenek hands her a water bottle, and she drains it with castaway greed. The clearing of her throat knocks the question loose. She can't sit on it anymore. You two haven't gotten the kissing started without me, have you? She asks. Sukin sputters a laugh. No, she says. We haven't. Well, okay. Inaki scooches to the head of the bed. Sukin's hand has found its way onto Inaki's stomach, right by the miraculous scar. Tenek's hand has found its way on top of Sukin's. The three of them stare at one another. Sukin's thumb marks little windshield wiper caresses against Tenek's palm and Inaki's abdomen. Someone want to go first? All right. Tenek props himself up on his elbow. I'm calling Captain's privilege. His face looms closer to Inaki's. His solemn, scarred eyes. Always so watchful and full of concern. Fatherly, Inaki used to think of them. But he isn't looking at Inaki like a father now. Ooh. Sukin giggles as Tenek's caressing hand slips along Inaki's jaw. Starting with male on female. How modern of us. You'll get your turn. Tenek's thumb gives just the slightest pressure to Inaki's chin, enough to tilt it. Been waiting too long for this. He kisses Inaki, unafraid and assertive. It's a kiss that pushes into her heart and tosses its bags on the floor. Inaki kisses him back in timid, trembling awe. When Tenek feels it, he quests deeper, captures her. Sukin's hand is tight in hers, lacing into it. Tenek closes his fist around them both. Warm and calloused and tight. Inaki's heaving and huffing when Tenek pulls away. Her robes askew. The gray sliver of chest expands in visibility as Sukin's fingers quest beneath the cloth. You okay? Tenek whispers. Not hurting still? No. Gods, no. Inaki boosts Sukin up across her chest by the keeper's delicate shoulders. Not at all. Sukin's kiss is different, smaller, sweeter, dancing away from Inaki's as it explores. She's teasing, coaxing the bigger woman forward. Inaki feigns timidity, then pounces forth once Sukin slowed. Both her hands come down with authority on Sukin's tight little butt, and her tongue pushes forward and she binds the lithe keeper in her clutches, feels Sukin moan and squirm and exult in finally being caught and crushed. Her fingers slide along the smooth, sweet curve of Sukin's ass and dig with tender insistence into the soft flesh of her inner thighs, nudging them open until they straddle around Inaki's bent, firm flexing leg. Don't want to go too hard there, girls. Inaki looks past Sukin's draping tail to Tenek. Why? She wiggles their gasping keeper at him. Plenty of her to go around, Cap. Those little bastards are watching us, is why. He points into the cream-colored corner of the room where a black bubble camera grows wart-like from the wall. Inaki snorts. So what? They're going to be watching us for the rest of our lives. They're so little, Sukin says. You're gonna flip when you see them. Conquered by a bunch of shorties. Ipkin's hands rub Sukin's supple legs. Her fingers could nearly close around them. Shorter than you, even? Some of them, Tenek says. Sukin scoffs in half-pint indignation. Most of them. Listen up, shorties. Inaki stabs a finger up at the camera. You win. You fucking win, okay? Now mind your own business while the losers make out. They've lost completely. Miserably. Crushed like they weren't even there. A bug on the invader's windshield. But she watches Tenek and Sukin fall into one another, and she holds them both and laughs and cries at the same time, and then they're upon her again, their hands and tails and breath and lips, and she lost. She knows she lost, but for maybe the first time in her life. She doesn't feel lost at all. Grant opens the office door with such force that its handle slams into the wood panel wall. We have it. We fucking have it. He strides to the whiteboard and erases a massive swathe of marker. Sakura hops hurriedly from the desk. Have what? The whole thing. We have the song. Grant sticks a dry erase pen cap first into his teeth and tugs the tip free. Timar is a fucking champion for this one, he says around the plastic. It is perfect. Yes. Okay. So, Timar lays a sheaf of his notes on the desk and spreads the pages out. Late in the Book of Renewal, you get a gospel written by an ecclesiast who lived a few thousand years ago. It takes place after the deluge. It's he snaps his fingers to jog his memory. It's a frame narrative. The ecclesiast presents it as a visitation from an angelic being, sent backward from the event to console and prepare the children of Etched for what's to come. Kinda making me want to read this heretical shit, Ipkin admits. Sakura purses her lips as she stands on tiptoes to read the passage Timar's laid out. That sounds like the same livestock for the slaughter narrative as the Book of Thorns. No, this one's different. This one isn't a celebration of death, but of life in its sure and solid face. An assurance that nothing truly ends. That after the worst day, a day whose night is burgundy with blood, there will be another morning. A new kind of morning, that comes in defiance of all the tales that tell of eternal darkness. It isn't described because it can only be beheld. And to behold it, you have to live. You have to love your life even when you know it'll hurt and it'll end. Because you'll get tomorrow first. Timar's hands are shaking as he points to the passage in the dog-eared Book of Renewal. It's everything we need. Sakura steps to the whiteboard. She looks across the lyrics, their phonetic translations broken down syllabically in wide ribbons that stem from their sides. She visibly steels herself, shaking the doubt away, straightening that indomitable spine, lifting her chin. Right. We have our heading then. She turns to the room. This is the song that saves the Ectoran annexation. Grant drops to a knee in front of her. Baby, I know you're going really far out on a limb for this, and I know it's just because. Grant, Sakura says. It's going to work, lover. You think I'm humoring you. Maybe a little, but I'm not humoring you. I'm hanging my career and billions of lives off you. This isn't a silly foible or a new hobby or something. This is the future of the system, of the sector, even. I'm doing this because I believe in you, and I trust you, and I love you. And perhaps it seems like madness to me. But I realized while you were out that I've gone mad. Grant huffs a laugh and sits on the shag carpet floor. Have you? That's right. Her tail winds around his shoulders. 6 cycles in a Makianite cell have driven me mad. And it's worked out wonderfully for me so far, so I'm going to keep right on going. It's very gratifying to hear you say that, sister, Timar says. Because the messenger vision isn't like the other masculine depictions of the Tamurak, it's described like a keeper. Small and cute and feminine. And the vocal part was written for a keeper's voice, Grant says. High up into the mezzo-soprano range. Sakura's eyes dart between the men. What's a mezzo-soprano? Ipkin's shoulders are tense. Her hands on her mouth. She's trying to hold her laugh in. Grant's hand couches Sakura's cheek. You are. Sakura's tail droops away. Me? Yes, says Grant. Sakura's valiant attempt at digesting this information twists the edges of her mouth down. Is it too late to change my mind and blow the planet up? Yes, says Grant. Arms pop turn step bend tail step turn shit. Sakura's graceful dance skitters to a halt. She shakes her head like there's a fly buzzing around it and resets, breathing heavily. Your jerky, Majesty, Bora says. Drop the left quarter turn. It's too helter-skelter. Noted, Major Domo. Sakura bends into a forward fold and touches her toes, swaying back and forth to loosen up the muscles in her legs. So it's arms, pop, step, bend, tail. You're drooling a little, Prince. Ipkin nudges Grant. Grant blinks rapidly and turns from his stretchy little wife, refocusing on the Taikari musical workstation he's trying to learn. It's a long way from his beaten-up laptop with a cracked copy of Ableton on it, but there are transferable skills, and all he needs to do is lay down a sketch of the arrangement. The sound engineers will fix it up the rest of the way. Do we really need all this choreography? Timar asks. He sits with Grant and Ipkin in one corner of the training room, in a nest of golden cushions, scarlet carpet, and crumpled, discarded notes. The music and the message might suffice. I learned how to dance, time. Dancing I know how to do. If you are going to dress me up like some kind of Piscean goddess and make me sing for my supper, I am not going without choreography. Sakura narrows her eyes at her brother. I need everything prepared, including something to do with my hands. It's just, if we end up recording it instead of live casting, They'll be able to hear your voice stay steady while you move, and the effect will be ruined. And the Ectorans place a premium on live music. We are doing it live, Sakura snaps. What if we receive a transmission during it? A surrender, maybe? I need to stay reactive. All right. Timar shrugs. If you need this, you need it. 7 days left, remember. Sakura puts her hands on her hips. Do you doubt I can do it? A surrender during the performance would be, Vora considers her next word carefully. Wonderful Majesty. I think you can do anything, Cora, Timar says. Anything your heart tells you. Grand-eyed. Sakura pouts at her husband. They're being sarcastic at me. Vora, maybe. Grant taps a rhythmic idea into his workstation's pads. I think Timar's just Timar. You didn't grow up with him. Neither did you, Majesty, Timar says. Well, still. It's a sibling thing. I just know. Sakura flounces back to her starting mark. What if it's okay? Grant points at his workstation's compact screen. Big crescendo here, and then a sudden dropout except for the vocal for a measure? Ipkin smacks her lips. Just one vocal? Yeah. I mean, it's heresy or whatever, I know. But in Makianite music, that's a real wow moment. And we are being heretics. Ipkin holds her hand out for his headphones. Let me hear it anyway. Grant passes them over. Ipkin slots both ear cups another notch out to accommodate her big Ectoran noggin. He hits the clacky little play button. Ipkin's head starts grooving. Oh yeah, she says, voice raised over the music in her ears. Crescendo drop is the way. Grant lets it loop for a while, then taps the Ectoran's knee to get her attention. She pulls the headphones off. Does the dancing help? It doesn't take away, does it? What do you think? What do I think? Ipkin tilts her head and watches Sakura execute a serpentine shimmy of her hips. The princess reaches the end of the sequence and lets out a girlish whoop of triumph. Her top has ridden up her waist. The crescent of blue stomach it reveals shines with sweat. I think your wife is hot, Ipkin says. 6 days, siblings. The Lauder Kirk was supposed to be big enough to house the entire town. It's overfull today, standing room only. In other temples, the clergy evacuated. Not here. 6 days and nights, Ecclesiarch Noma calls. A handful of turnings between us and the gods. And then our bravery stands like a star, undying and brilliant and impossible to ignore. The music under Noma's words intensifies. Huey nods and sings with it. There's a sheen of sweat on her fringe. I'm gonna meet you on that shore. That far shore. Farther than tyranny can ever reach. And we will clasp hands there. With one another, with the gods of our homes we never abandoned. And we will watch with pride the example we've set for the children of Etched. No running. No compromise. Courage on this world, comfort in the next. This many friends and neighbors, joined in song, are loud enough to rattle the windows. Loud enough to be heard from that alien warship, you could almost think, standing in its midst. You could almost think it. Courage on this world, Noma cries. Comfort in the next. Rock came close a few times to convincing his wives to get on a transport and go. But by now, the regular rides have ceased. Too many empty seats. The only way off-world now is by emergency charter. The wave was one thing, but now the wave has ebbed and left them beached here. He's given up at this point. Moran and Akva aren't leaving. And he isn't leaving them. So that's that. Whatever far shore awaits them, whatever shape it's in, whatever god is burning the bonfire, they'll wash up together. The morning countdown fills Rock with so much dread now that it's hard to get out of bed sometimes. The three lovers just lie there instead, in the muggy morning, and hold each other and weep. But then the stark and insubstantial numbers fade, and the aerial picks up the rich, meaningful music again, and the determination comes back. The aliens up there may have yoked the entire sky in their chains. They will not shackle the children of Etched. The children of Etched are not afraid. Not after they've had breakfast and a good cry anyway. He glances out the Kirk window at their bright death, hanging in the sky in front of the mangled moon. The alien sigil is X-shaped. Their ship floats close to the center. Let it float. Let them brand the entire galaxy with their arrogance if they want to. That's that. High neckline here. Sakura's clothier holds his tailor's tape up past her bust. Or shall we be showy? Sakura plucks at the edge of the tailor's tape and drags it lower. Showy. At every option, we're taking the showier one, please. And structured. Some lift in the bando. If I'm going to look like some kind of cowled crustacean, I would at least like for my tautiers to look nice. Is the headdress too long in the back? Vora clucks her tongue as she paces around her princess. Her inquisitive reflection gazes at Sakura from a half-dozen angles in the semicircle of mirrors they're standing in. Maybe we should take this in some. Don't want to tangle the tail. The clothier sniffs and adjusts his anti-comps. I am doing what I can with grainy photocopies out of a faded cult manuscript, Majesties. We don't need total faith, Timur says. Marry it to the imperial look in places you're not sure. Or where Sakura couldn't bear otherwise. The more we broadcast union, the better. Are we worried about too much skin? Grant asks. We're already deep in the heretical, man. Ipkin looks up from the technical manual she's reading. A stack of them is by her elbow, all lent by Wayan. I wouldn't fret about taste. It's not like Ectorans are gonna be mad about seeing a pretty lady. Seeing a pretty lady dressed up like a mythological creature from a death cult. She shrugs. Maybe. But the song's sounding pretty sweet. Religion and sexiness are kind of at odds where I'm from. Song of Solomon notwithstanding. Huh. Ipkin turns the page on her manual to a section that's been heavily redacted with a thick black marker. Seems like a great way to get people to quit. Kind of, Grant admits. Attendance was down. Your planet is still dealing with healthcare access and sexually transmitted diseases, Timur says. The severity of the exhortations against lust in Abrahamic religions will need to be addressed during the uplift, I think, but it makes a certain amount of sense. Especially considering your species' focus on pair bonding. Just two people seems so lonely, Ipkin says. Who are you going to talk with about being in love with someone? And birthday gifts and such. I hadn't thought of it that way, Grant says. But generally speaking, you figure it out yourself. He lapses into quiet contemplation about what sort of gifts he could even get Sakura. Do Taikari have birthdays? All I'm saying is working out what someone likes in bed is more fun and efficient with someone to bounce off of. Pun intended. Ipkin flips to the manual's index. X tits. Wayan's too good at redacting. I need this algorithm or I'll go deep dweller. You'll have it soon. Sakura holds her arms out and lets the tailor pin a flowing sheet of silk across her. 5 days, and you'll have everything you need from us. They get a hero's welcome at the meeting house. Ectorans and Naki has never met, from across the Republic, cheering and slapping her on the back and passing her Zerleaf, which she politely declines and hands to Tenek. The whole time, the touch of Sukin's hand never leaves hers or Tenek's. They sit together, tails crisscrossed behind them like a braid, before the crackling bonfire at the meeting house's center, as the citizens of Uvik bombard them with updates on their captivity and questions. Has there been any combat out there? Any dogfights? They swiped me off a roadside. I just know my autosledge has been impounded at this point. Scrawny little bastards. So you got shot, and they just fixed you like it had never happened? They have this pink and white fish they've been giving us, and it's incredible. You gotta try this. Here. Are we gonna be okay, do you think? This from a familiar voice. That's Ruek Naitaka, the woman who spoke with them aboard the Riven Land. Depends, Tenek says. His big warm arm is around Anaki's waist. What do you mean we? Ruek gestures around the circle. Us here. Tenek nods. I reckon so. Yeah. A sturdy guy with Ulquak on his knee raises a hand. What about the Republic? The new lovers share a look. By the time we're out of here, Inaki says, her fingers slipping protectively into Sukin's back pocket, there ain't gonna be a Republic. Sakura's voice spirals up into the air and holds a soaring, silvery note. The line strains and frays and cracks into a discordant cry of frustration. Fucking hell, she snarls and paces away from her music stand. The beads and bangles of her half-finished get-up clatter as she walks. 2 days out. 2 days, and I still can't get this fucking song right. Grant lowers his guitar. Don't think about the timer. Don't even think of it as a strategy or a solution. Just think of it like a song. I'm sorry, Dove. I'm ruining it. Sakura runs her hands through her hair. The bangles on her wrists clatter. You had the answer, and now I'm ruining everything. I can't, I was never taught to sing. Dancing, yes. But singing. You don't need a trained voice, Grant says. You need emotion, and you need confidence. You have both. Confidence. I feel ridiculous. This outfit. This headdress. She tugs it from her crown like it's on fire. I feel like a fucking ridiculous goof, Grant tied. I shouldn't dance. I should just stand there. I'd have agreed with you when we started. But now I've seen you dance. We need godly, that is godly. I'm not ready. I can't do this. You are. You can. Grant stands up and crosses to her. You have been fearless in front of these people as their conqueror. That's a costume, same as this. That's what I am, Sakura says. I'm the Void Princess. That's what I was created to do, Grant. Maybe it is. But you're different now. You fell to Makion and fell apart, and we've put you back together. The two of us. And now you're something else. You can still be a conqueror. I've seen it. But it's not how you got me, and it's not how you get them. She's chewing the end of her tail where it wraps tight around her. It's a nervous habit she's picked up. Grant kneels. How about this, okay? I'll be there when you do it. Off camera. And I'll play along and sing with you. We'll only pipe your voice out, but I'll sing with you too. Just for you. All right. She vents a shaky sigh. All right. Okay, let's try that. Just imagine there's some glass between us, he says. And I'm in a dumb coverall. Imagine we're starting to fall in love. He feels the downy skin of her cheek as she leans her face against his arm. Sing like you sang back then. Because that was the most beautiful voice I'd ever heard. They're not leaving. Counselor Takwa worries the tasseled enclosure of her robe with fingers worn down from nervous chewing. One day left and millions still on Taiken. Those people are going to die. These rogue dioceses, the mayors. Nobody's doing public flights anymore. If we don't intervene. That's their choice. Counselor Prana Maki is holding court at the ivory altar, the usual wizened, gold-clad attacker at the center of her scrum. She's emerged as the loudest voice in the council, and that voice never goes off target on its rhetoric. The flights have stopped because the flights are empty. That's their choice. Have you reviewed these music programs? Takwa looks around the high hall chamber, trying to will the counselors in their oval pews to look her way, to hear what she's saying. They're all Book of Thorns. I'm seeing ecclesiasts who have already evacuated, pumping that stuff back down into the atmosphere. The atmosphere we're creating. Willing those people to die for a faith they aren't even putting themselves in front of. This is a feedback loop. This is the sort of thing our radio department heads were supposed to prevent, and they aren't. You think that's okay? You don't think that we're responsible for that? The word of the gods. The word of the gods has been written and read and sung, Maki cries, her open palm slapping the altar. The word of the gods is clear. The Book of Thorns is as holy as the Book of Journeying or the Book of the Sunrise. Just because you don't like what it's saying doesn't mean you can shut it up. The radio stations are playing the requests they're getting. And what they're hearing is we are ready. We know what is asked of us. Millions, counselor. But Takwa's deflating. Millions. That's on us. We all float to the far shore, eventually. Another ivory counselor breaks in. Our lives are the most priceless things we can spend. Spending them like this, that is sacred. Someone stands up in the oval. Move to vote. Now. Counselors, wait. Takwa's fringe goes pallid. She's been trapped. You're not letting me clarify my position. I think we have what we need from you, Counselor Takwa. Maki gives her one last look of imperious victory before turning to High Counselor Killick's balcony. I second the move to vote. I don't need the measure to mandate evacuations, Takwa says. I don't. Surely we can find common ground on modulating the music program, at least. Maki's attention snaps back to her. No. No common ground. Not with the Tamurak. The name echoes through the high hall. The hum of conversation crashes to a halt in its wake. So it's been spoken. An elderly gold-suited man shakes his spotty head by Killick's shoulder. In this hall. The first time in decades. Tamurak. Of course it has. The High Counselor finally speaks. It's here. This is it. This is all. Maki has her vote. And you all know what I'd urge. The Taiken faithful are meeting it with open eyes and fearless spirits. Any mandate we could put in front of them is a violation. These are the final days. The final choices. She gazes out the chamber window at the distant yellow flicker of Taiken. This council must stand aside and let them make theirs. Morning is coming to the distant surface of Taiken, to the settled continent that faces them. Way out there, the brutalized moon is sinking below the horizon. The final day has come. Sakura cries in his arms that morning. I won't be afraid, she whispers when her eyes finally dry. I'll get up and I won't be afraid. I won't be weak. You can be weak in here. It's okay. Fall to pieces and I'll pick them up. He strokes her hair. You told me that once. She giggles quietly. You remember that? Sure. I mean, I was drugged up and dry humping you. But I'm a good listener. She feels him shift. Wait. Please. Just a few more minutes. Her hands close around his shoulders. Let me fix this in my mind. Give me a happy moment to remember. Just in case. He keeps holding her. He counts the breaths that press her chest against his. Time slows, but bastard that it is, it doesn't stop. The lift opens onto the bridge and Sakura releases a sharp stab of despairing laughter. God help me. They've made it a fucking concert stage. The command deck is milling with sound technicians and lighting riggers. Spindly spots and soft ambient fill lights crowd like counselors around an elevated platform. Sakura rubs her temples. Can we please raise the deck up to its privacy station? The bridge crew are all very excited for your debut, Majesty. Wei-in is grinning like a hyena from within the thicket of equipment and engineers. We're broadcasting across the firmament. Hyax has crowded herself into an unobtrusive corner. They'll all see it anyway. We need to be able to give orders, Majesty. Vora sounds much more apologetic. Perhaps we could set something up elsewhere, but the broadcast equipment is all here. No, I'll live. We have no time. Sakura grimaces and steps gingerly around the snaking cords and setups to the command deck banister. Crew of the Black Pike, she calls. Your attention. A universal salute assures her she has it. You have had cause to wonder where I was during your solemn preparations, Sakura says. I regret my absence. I pray that its result will serve as a worthy recompense. We are attempting a final broadcast to Taiken in the hours before its destruction. For the millions of Ectorans remaining on its surface, this will be our last outreach. And their last chance to spare themselves the wrath of the Empire. Attentive silence. The tension is thick. The grin is off Wei-in's face. It has been my privilege to sail with you through tribulations and tasks within which the justice of our actions was never in doubt, Sakura says. I have never regretted the violence we have wielded in defense of Her High Majesty's frontier. Today, she lets the rest of the sentence trail off into an uncertain exhale. Grant has never seen her look so unsure in front of her subjects. If this gambit is successful, we will avert a great and regrettable loss of life, she says. I have no doubt of your loyalty. If you are to kill a planet in my name, I will ensure that every alternative is exhausted. I could not bear to reward your faith in me with anything less. I ask one thing of you today in return. Her bare feet flex as she grounds herself in time and place on the deck. Don't fucking film this, she says. A rustle of laughter as the bridge's tension breaks. And don't take pictures, and if possible, don't watch. And don't listen. I am serious. Sakura balls up her fists. If I see bridge-bound footage, I am going to execute you all for treason. She steps back. Right. The bridge is yours, Major Domo. Vora raises her voice. Prepare broadcast, monitor. Aye, ma'am. Power to the holo projector. All decks but the bridge, prepare for gravity loss. Vora's tail pokes Wei-in. Forgive me, Chief Engineer. We're going to need another close shave today. Wei-in puffs a strand of hair out of her face. Figured. Sakura fades from view. Her uniform slips to the floor. The costume lifts from the lip of the raised stage and slides across the flickering silhouette. A strapless top, billowing silk pants. Layers of scarves and shell. The blue curves reappear below the costume, and Sakura stands as tall as a Taikari can as attendants paint her eyes with dark, asymmetrical kohl and line her lips with a deep merlot. Breathe. Grant pulls his seat up in front of her and rests his guitar across his lap. Proud, upright. You are what they need. I am what they need, she murmurs back. She cranes her neck to look into the humming dark of the bridge. Translator Havnai. Some last go-overs on pronunciation, please. May I move your place back, Majesty? A chipper technician with an earpiece and a slick pixie cut indicates a spot. We might catch a few inches of you if you get too animated. Grant obediently scrapes his seat backward. Oh, Majesty. The technician frowns. You'll leave marks on the deck. My bad. Grant lifts his chair and places it where he's been told. Wei-in chuckles from her console. Gonna make you buff out those scratches, Majesty. 1,000 spaceships are about to try and blast the shit out of us with radioactive future guns, he says. And I've got to be careful not to scrape the deck. Wei-in's tail wiggles impishly. That's because I'm good at my job. Transmitters active. The monitor ensign's pinched report rises from the bridge. We're targeting Tarek City, the largest remaining population center on the planet. Stealth Swarm is ready to broadcast. Havnai is at the princess's side as the makeup artists finish their work, squinting out at the main bridge monitor, where the phonetics are displayed in grand-sized glyphs. Sakura's memorized them anyway, just in case. Verse 2, third line, she says. That's etched na car. From the diaphragm on the car, Majesty. Havnai demonstrates, her shy little Taikari voice solidifying into a guttural growl. Don't be afraid to dig into those consonants. Just keep them rhythmic, Grant adds. No need to rush or trip. Thank you, Citizen Havnai. Sakura bows the translator away along with the departing tide of attendants. She leans into Grant. If this doesn't work, Dove, I'm going to bite you. What if it works? She pokes her earbuds in. I'm still going to bite you. The pixie cut technician sticks a translucent, button-sized microphone to Sakura's headdress and steps away. Majesty, can you give us a test? Testing. Testing. Sakura lets out a lip trill, high to low. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll stab Grantide with a sword. Test, test. Bars are green. We're reading you, Majesty. The tech salutes and skitters for the bridge steps. Grant leans into his mic. Can you hear me in your in-ears, babe? I can hear you. Her voice is tremulous and breathy. She shuts her eyes. A shudder sends a resonant clatter through the bone-carved beads of her scarves. I love you, Sakura of the Black Pike, he whispers. You can do this. She nods. Her hips sway slowly left and right. Her lips silently mark through the words she's about to beam across a hostile civilization. Bring us down, Vora calls. Prepare for broadcast. Grant is close enough to see her swallow. Empress's fortunes smile upon us. Wei-en grimaces as the horizon expands. But she's biting her tongue. Unlike last time they tickled an atmosphere, she's far from the tensest Taikari on the bridge. Death is descending on Lauder. The streets and the kirks and the prayer houses fill. Families and lovers weep and cling to one another. The world watches the ship descend. The grainy zoomed-in footage, the satellite imagery. The splinter growing in the sky. Rock's family has gathered in their sledgehouse kitchen, on their darned and dilapidated couch. They watch the apocalypse arrive through the fuzz-clouded aerial. Rock will not be afraid. He will not be afraid. The fear howling in his mind is the lie of the Tamurek. The end is not the end. The gods wait for him. His death is not in vain. He must believe that. Moran has fallen asleep between him and Akva. Exhaustion finally dragging her under after a sleepless night. Akva leans across their wife. Her hand flattens against the back of Rock's neck. Her breath tickles his ear. I'm sorry, she whispers. I fucked up. Rock holds her closer. What do you mean? I should have been on your side. Her face is shiny with tears. We could have convinced Moran. We could be gone from here. Rock's head swims. Sweat slicks his palms where they rest on the couch. He loves Akva. He wishes badly she had not said that. I fucked up, Rock. Akva bites back a sob. I shoulda protected us. We don't need protection, he says. We have the gods. This is right. We've made, but the bottom of his stomach's been knocked out from him, and all the bravery he crammed inside is leaking from him fast. We've made our choice, he forces himself to say. The sky lights up with the fiery streaks of Taikon's final, fruitless defense. The Ectoran Armada unleashes everything it has against the invaders. Atomics burst. Railguns whine and crackle. One ship attempts a terminal ram against the Pike's prow. The bridge shares a collective O as they watch the cruiser's pyrotechnic demise. Atop the command deck, Hyax clicks her tongue. Idiots. Grant watches its scattering shrapnel with dismay. Are those the first deaths? The Brigadier shakes her head. Blew apart a few other ships while you were out, she says. Zealots trying to destroy evacuees. And that's not the first clueless captain who's tried to ram us. Napkin math from me is we've killed 2 score or so Ectorans. Not counting those fools who just killed themselves. Why was I not told about this? We had no time, Hyax says. And after the fact, Sakura thought it would distract you. Grant's sharp rejoinder freezes. Didn't you say the same thing? I guess it would have, he says. You'd have made it some kind of Makianite moral quandary. She smirks. We'd have weighed military and civilian lives and wrung our hands and raced against time to find some kind of nonviolent solution, and you'd have pulled Sakura aside, and she'd have made that awestruck face she always makes when you're saintly at her. She pooches her lips and widens her eyes. A grin treacherously stretches Grant's lips. You've made your point, Brigadier. And what you were doing took import. Do you believe that? Do you think it'll work? Doesn't matter what I believe. A swarm of useless missiles casts a strobing membrane reaction across Hyx's scar-pitted face. We're all about to find out. When the light appears and flares on the vessel's prow, the measure of every faith is tested. Some stand, some sing, some hide. Some join a planetary scream of hysterical fear. But the beam, when it touches Titan's goldenrod surface, doesn't bring the apocalypse. It brings a skyscraper-sized woman made of light. An alien woman, whose tail is thin, whose fringe is long and strange and made of silky fur, whose proportions are halfway between a keeper and a female, whose face is flat and strange and undeniably beautiful. Every loudspeaker, every PA, every handset and radio across and above the planet, every single thing with a speaker and a receiver is captured and thralled to the alien warship. A planet-wide crescendo swells forth. A swirl of interlocking harmonies, with a cascading flow of notes over top like a silver waterfall, played by some stringed instrument, quack at first blush, but when the spectrotheists examine their recordings later, they'll discard that idea as impossible. Quacks don't have 6 strings. The woman's shade-streaked eyes are closed as she sways to the music. Just a slow, natural movement at first, and then a hook in the song catches her and tugs her on an invisible line into a graceful, full-body roll, fluid and feline, that ends with her eyes snapping open. Under those painted lids they're red as a Herrick sunrise. And she sings. She sings a soft paean to the dawn. She sings praise to the gods and to the children of Etched. And as the music darkens and grows propulsive, and she twists and twirls with it, she sings of calamity. Her sinuous body evokes the tempest. Her words are full of fire and flood. She sings of the bright day after the thunderheads have cleared. She sings an exhortation to life and its resilience. She sings loud and vivid. And beautiful, but unexpectedly. Not schooled. Not elegant or preening or robed in ornamentation. Unadorned and magnetic, beautiful in itself and not in its instruction. Like a first night with a new lover, vulnerable, exposed, but so overcome with need that the risk must be taken anyway, that courage and desire must overcome the monumental fear of disaster or embarrassment or the simple act of being perceived, truly and nakedly. And yes, she sings of submission. The invader's terms appear, again, lyrically and with the full force of sacrosanct music, and the terror of a final doom intermingles in her voice with the ecstatic promise that there is no true end. That all is to be endured. Grant sings with her, his soulful scratched vinyl voice mingling with hers, his fingers dancing across his guitar, and he marvels at his princess, at how all the fear has fallen away from her, and the bridge gazes at them. The Ecteran munitions burst and crisscross the sky that frames her, like an unhinged fireworks display. Sakura's hasty costume and her anxiousness have transmogrified. The big joke they were all in on has transcended into a radiant something Grant has no Taikari word for. And for maybe the first time, he believes, with heart-racing faith, that this insane final plan is actually going to work. The light fades from the surface of Titan, and the alien goddess is gone. A few seconds of stunned silence across the radio waves, and then the song begins again. The enforced image skips and repeats. The Pike bombards Titan. Not with bombs or plasma, but music. The loop abates from the official communication and emergency lines, but everywhere else, it plays, and it'll keep playing for 7 hours and 47 minutes, and then the Black Pike's batteries will silence everything on Titan forever. In the wake of the bridge crew's applause, the minutes tick by, and they seek any sign that their princess's last command to the people of Titan has been heard. Will the Ecteran Armada's cannons be stilled? Will the evacuation ships begin again? Will the tide turn and the council surrender? Will the gazing, murmuring servants of Sakura be delivered from their duty, or will they become the butchers of the Ecteran Republic? In the chapel of the Omni Divine, Timar sits cross-legged, hovering in the air. Around him, the weightlessness bells chime sweetly as they spin and carom off one another in the ether. A set of unlit candles has slipped loose from the cage that a careless acolyte left open. They turn slowly in midair. Terribly sorry, Brother Timar. A cleric pulls herself hand over hand along the prayer booths toward him. We ought not to be in here during zero gravity. That's all right, sister. Thank you for the warning. He favors her with a warm smile. I'll be okay. You can tell my sister you told me so if I clonk my head on a column, okay? She shrugs with affable helplessness and sets about trying to corral the candles. Did it work? Timar asks. The final appeal? Don't know. The cleric bats a candle toward its cage with her tail. But you have to imagine we'll know within the hour whether the ships are flying out again, You do. He holds a hand out. May I have one of those candles, please? She smiles and pushes one over to him. I'll leave you to it. Just, ears up for the gravity announcement, yes. I promise. Her tail hitches around a column and drifts her toward the exit. Omni Divine keep you, Timar. Timar closes his eyes behind the red shelter of his anticomps and prays. His hands clasp tight around his unlit candle. He prays to the heavenly court of empresses past to keep Sakura's works on the side of the principled good. He prays to Etched and the gods of Tychon to show mercy to the children still on the bright shore and bring them safely out of the storm. And then, for good measure, he prays to Jesus, with the timidity of a stranger who hopes to be a friend. He prays for the Lord to take up Grant's burden and sustain him and never suffer the righteous to be moved. Timar finishes the psalm under his breath. He opens his eyes and looks out the chapel window at the planet they orbit. Well, Lord. Maybe, for a few hours, we could make an exception to that last bit. Rock practically sprints into the emergency emigrant station. He's ready for a milling, panicky crowd, ready to throw elbows, but the path up to the line of clerks is clear. Flight's out. We need one. He finishes his run at the lip of a clerk's desk. 3 seats. I don't know if the public ones are back or what, but if we gotta do private, I can pay. He slaps a wad of cash onto the desk. She was just staring into the air as he was approaching. Now she looks startled down at his desperate bribe. Sir. I can. Rock pushes it forward. I don't have it all up front, but we could do installments. Sir, we're not doing any evacuations. We. By X fucking tits, Rock barks. Rubberneckers turn to look at him. Why is everyone just standing there? My family is in the sledge outside, and we're not turning back, and we need to get off this planet, do you understand? Sir. Turn on a goddamn aerial. The clerk scrambles for the remote, points it at the curved screen above the line of desks, and unmutes. Rock's vision follows the motion. And he realizes with a lance of self-consciousness that he is looking now at what everyone else was watching. He sees a High Counselor, Killick, maybe, standing at High Hall's gray altar, her face solemn and downcast to the declaration laid out in front of her. She's paused momentarily in whatever address she's giving. A slow, pathos-laden march plays in the gap. Been looping for a half-turning, man, the clerk says, as Killick's echoing voice resumes. There's nothing to run from. It's over. Rock's legs tremble and threaten to give out. He catches himself on the marble desktop. How? The clerk nods toward the screen and turns the volume up. To that end, Killick is saying, the Council of 200 and the Ecclesiarchy of Etched have jointly passed an emergency resolution of surrender, affirming our status as citizens of the Taikari Empire. Her eyes raise to the camera. We swear fealty to Empress Zithra 19 and to her regents, Princess Sakura Naikana Terakai and Prince Grantide Naimakion. Inaki stands on tiptoes to help Sukin a little higher. The keeper's thighs hug around the sides of Inaki's head as she hangs the edge of the banner on the internal peg of the meeting house. There we go. Technol's music kicks into a jaunty, upbeat music hall ditty as the Ectorans whoop and cheer. Sukin slips forward over Inaki's shoulder. Catch me. Inaki catches Sukin in her arms and plants a kiss on her. They step back and look up at the banner they just hung. We're going home, it says. Tenek weaves through the crowd of revelers and stands next to Inaki. She nests her head against his sturdy shoulder. Little crooked, he says. Eat a fin, Cap, Sukin says, and kisses his nose before she hops to the ground. The 3 of them stand and watch the bonfire throw their shadows across the hanging banner. Tenek and Inaki's hands meet on Sukin's willowy back, just above her tail. We're going home, Tenek murmurs. I dunno. Our home was the Rivenland, Inaki says. That what you're thinking? Tenek nods. Yeah, poor old thing. The Rivenland was a leaky, cramped, shitty tub, Sukin says. And now it's full of holes. And I loved it, and I loved my time on it. With you. She chews her leaf. And that's as much of a eulogy I can give when this song's going. They grin at each other. The music tugs on them, taps their fingers in time against one another. So now what? Inaki asks. Now what, as in now? What, Tenek says, or now what, as in what the hell do we do with our lives? Both, I guess. Not your leader anymore, you know. Not like I can give you orders. He scratches his snout. But, I dunno. We're probably out of job, on account of we failed our mission, lost the war, and now we're in each other's pants. I was thinking of seeing if the Taikari were hiring. Inaki's fringe flickers. No fooling. Hell, why not? Tenek shrugs. We're Imperial citizens now. I want to see the insides of those ships. I know I'm not your captain, but I'm holding out hope I can get you to come with. Neck. Suka nuzzles against his side. You are always going to be our captain. Seconded. Inaki lifts his hand and kisses one of the scars on his knuckles. That's the future. What about right now? Tenek's hand slips from hers and drifts down her back, past her tail, to where her firm body gets soft and round. Right now, he says, I want to go outside, find an unoccupied tent, and fuck my girlfriends. Vora turns to the last page of the document and drops it onto the hexagonal command deck table. It's going to need quite a lot of hammering out, she says. Enough that I recommend a complete rewrite issued from our offices. But it's a start. The surrender is ratified. Fuck me sideways, Wayan says. A song did that. A rapid uptick in evacuation attempts, which was quickly leading to the erosion of the public will, did that, Hayek says. The hardliners and militants were counting on either our blinking or a mass casualty event in order to strengthen their claim. When those failed to materialize, there were enough factional defections to the appeasement movement that they called an emergency resolution vote and passed a temporary agreement. A temporary agreement. Sakura, who's changed back into uniform and taken an unabashed seat in Grant's lap, signs scare brackets around it. We'll let them save face. It's finished. Once they sit down at the table, they're not standing until we have it. So that's really that. Grant reaches past Sakura to the printed and punched statement. An unconditional surrender. Correction, Majesty. Vora wags her highlighter at him. An extremely conditional one. That's what they've earned, submitting before the desolation. Tychon lives, and the Ectorans enter as fully naturalized vassals. As perfect a success as we could hope for. A bang from the other side of the table. Hayek has produced from where, Grant isn't sure, the sizable jug of Indrican cider, and slapped it down onto the table. Majesties, she says. By your leave. Wayan scoots past her and starts sliding steins across the tabletop. She two-hands a big Makianite-sized one to Grant. Sakura holds her glass out. Granted, Brigadier. Hayek fills it to the foaming brim and moves on to Grant. He laughs as she pours deep enough it overflows onto his fingers. You don't have to go that hard, Hayek. Yes, I do. Hayek sloshes the cider. We're killing this jug tonight. Brigadier's gotta kill something, Wayan says. Up yours, Chief Engineer. Hayek strides back to her chair but remains standing. She raises her glass. To the Princess and Prince of the Black Pike. The best fucking ZKZ in the Empire. Pikes up. The command group raise their steins. Pikes up, they chorus and drink deep. Grant hums with surprise as the cider touches his lips. This tastes alcoholic, in a way no other Taikari drink has managed. He clacks his stein back onto the table, next to Sakura's. She's drained a full third of hers. Gods of the firmament. The princess wipes her mouth. I forgot how hard this kicks. We are going to need help with this. The omni-divine mother effing provides, sister. Timar is waltzing from the lift, another full jug of the stuff in his hand. I'm just glad I didn't open this one yet. Lady Ipkin Mektaka is in tow. She raises a blunt thumb and forefinger to her eye in Ectoran greeting. Howdy, she says. Heard this is where we're getting drunk. The command group makes room for their guests around the table and fall in and chatter and drink and propose an unending round-robin of toasts. To Vora, Sakura says, who actually did her job while the rest of us faffed about and put on a concert. To me, Wayan says, for my excellent fucking membrane maintenance. To Wayan, Vora says, for her boundless humility. To His Majesty, Hayek says, and the clean hands he's given us. To the ecclesiasts of Ectora, Timar says, for their prudence and their coming siblinghood in the temple of the Omni-Divine. To Timar, Grant says, for being an extremely dope brother-in-law. To Sergeant Ajax, Sakura says, for his quiet competence and his excellent book thievery. To Lady Ipkin, Hayek says, for everything she's put herself through. To my big hunky husband for his sexy guitar fingers. To me again, because I just remembered how crystal clear that broadcast was. To the broadcast crew for whom Wayan is taking the credit. To the monks of Indrik for this astonishing cider. To my husband, because he's such a hunk and his voice is so lovely. To the gals on the bridge. And how we didn't make them accomplices to genocide. To Hyax for being just such a cool bitch. I love you, Hyax. Can I do one? Ipkin holds her stein up. Sakura nods. The command group watches expectantly. To the Republic, Ipkin says. May it be remembered. They pause momentarily. To the Republic, Sakura says. They echo her and drink. Ipkin sits back down gingerly in her undersized seat. It was nice while it lasted. Didn't you listen to Her Majesty's little song, Lady Ipkin? Hyax clacks her stein against Ipkin's, which takes quite the reach on her part. Nothing ends. Grant and Sakura skitter giggling from the party, back to their cabin. Or, Grant does anyway. He's carrying Sakura over his shoulder. The door slides shut, and they're safely cocooned again in the draping silks of the princess's suite. Grant tosses Sakura onto their bed. She pokes her head out from the pile of pillows he's flung her into. Your aim, she proclaims, is getting better. I'm a conqueror. He strikes a martial statue pose. I have to have good aim. For conquering purposes. My big sexy badass handsome conquering sexy prince. She's tugging her pants off. Come and conquer me. Hey, okay. Grant rolls into bed. Midway into their kiss, Sakura pauses and drums his shoulders. Oh, wait. Dove. I had to say something. Grant lets her up and tries to look very attentive as he slowly unzips her uniform. Hyax told me she told you, Sakura says. About the incidents with the explosions. Exploding those people. Ooh. Yes. She did. I just want you to know. Her bare foot rubs his knee. I wouldn't have shot them if there had been any other way. I tried very hard to imagine you there and trying to find another solution with me. But it came down to the attackers or the evacuees. That's all right, he says. I trust you. And I would have informed you. Truly, I would have. But we hadn't the time and I knew you were busy and I didn't want you thinking about all the shit going on outside the post. I wanted to handle business. He kisses her neck. It's really okay. I mean, we had our own incident at the listening post, and I kept that to my chest for basically the same reason. Sakura's limbs stiffen. What? Grant's fingers curl into the bedsheets beside her. He looks up. A destabilizing pit opens in his gut. You dumbass. This was a sober conversation. Yeah. Her face is frozen in consternation. What incident? And Grant props himself up and back and tells her about the Rivenland and the danger and the interception. Sakura's face grows darker and more pinched with every sentence. Grant's happy buzz is draining away into something miasmatic and suffocating. You flew the ship, she asks, when he's finished. Yeah. Into gunfire? We were okay. They all just let you do that? This gets him sitting further up. Let me? I ordered them to. I can do orders. And you kept it from me? Yeah. Yeah. He tries to will himself sober again. You'd have fallen apart, Sakura. Am I so fragile? Well, he thinks of the notebook with his name doodled in it. Yeah, Han, sort of. Her eyes narrow. Not fragile, I guess, he says. And not now. But you were having a low time, and I was afraid that if you thought I was in danger you'd do something rash. And I handled it. He lets that straighten his shoulders. I handled it, yeah. Ajax and I captured a cruiser and its crew alive. Give me a moment. She sits up and climbs out of bed. I'm going to take a short walk. Sakura. She tugs her boots on. I'll be back. Sakura, he says. I understood when you. Grant-eyed. Her eyes dilate. He sees the first simmering sparkle of a compulsion that she snaps her lids shut over. I'll talk about it in a moment. I just need a moment. The cabin door slides open and Sakura strides out, buckling her belt. Grant lets out a frustrated gust of air. He flops back into bed. His first impulse is to be ashamed. Then a font of righteous, inebriated indignation bubbles over and past it. She did the same thing, he thinks. Only I stealth saved my secret, and she stealth killed hers. Those differences between them, how oppositely their scales weigh lives and loyalties. He knows they're not alike, him and his wife. Normally he's all right with it. Welcomes it, even. Right now it prickles. This bed, round and recessed into the floor. It disquiets him. It doesn't feel right. This is their first fight, he guesses. He's drunk for their first fight. Well, their first fight that isn't about his freedom, which she begged for, from the most terrifying person in the firmament. He sighs. He knows how she feels about things being kept from her. Knew it when he was making the decision, even. And he'd make the same decision again, he would, but that doesn't mean he can't apologize. When she comes back, and he ought to. Or not apologize, these goddamn Taikari and their aversion to sorry, but find some way of recompense. A rustling sound. A wispy brush on his shoulder. Is that Sakura? He didn't even hear her come in. He turns. There's no one there. Hi, Sakura whispers into his ear. Baby? He looks at the curvaceous hump in the covers where her legs aren't. Where's your uniform? A silky giggle in reply. He rolls over and puts his arms around his wife. She flows like water out of his grasp. The covers spill off her. The shift of the bedspread and the source of her voice move over to his other side. You want to see a princess trick, Grantide? Intermingling drunken waves of relief and desire wipe the last of his trepidation away. He reaches toward her voice. You've tried this one before, princess. Can't trick me. He closes his hand around her tail. I know where this is. He gives it a tug, summoning a gasping giggle of Grant from thin air. Her butt lands in the crook of his arm. I know where this is too. He pokes her belly button and makes her squeak. And this one's tricky, but I think it's right here. His thumb brushes the firm butt of her nipple. Her air-chilled skin makes a velvety rasp against his as she squirms in his embrace. And I bet anything that he reaches up. A breathy moan from Sakura. His hands have found her horns. He grins. Are out. She huffs. What do you expect? A big insufferable Makianite poking and pulling and another squeak as Grant's leg comes up between hers and boosts her into his lap. The bedsheets shift with her weight. His touch slides down his wife's horns into her downy hair. He cups her face. Even when I don't see you, I see you, he whispers, and he feels her hot, cider-sweetened breath against his face, and he finds her lips. When your eyes are closed, kissing an invisible woman is all the same. I was going to. Sakura cuts herself off with a melting moan as he nuzzles into her neck. A damp patch is growing on the thin sheet that separates him from his invisible wife. I had a whole thing, Grantide. Nura has an entire textbook on invisible seduction. Yeah, the anger is gone completely. The aggression is still there, but it's kindled into something else, a familiar and welcome heat that closes his hands tight around her supple waist. What were you gonna do? Her breath falters as his hands travel downward along her warming body. Oh, who gives a shit? An unseen tail wraps around his neck and yanks him on top of her. He traces her contours, mapping her by touch. The slim, sinuous arms. The ripples of her abdomen, muscles sliding beneath the skin as her body takes its fill of his. The racing tripart heart. The quivering lower lip, the mouth that plants urgent kisses against his fingers. The squish of her thick thighs. His boxer briefs slide down his legs seemingly of their own accord. He kicks them the rest of the way off and anchors his grip on the curve where invisible legs meet invisible hips. He caresses the smooth interplay between firm bone and plump curve. His thumbs slip along the inner tendons of her legs as he opens them wide and seats himself between them. Tiny unseen fingers guide him to the damp edge of a throbbing, hungry heat. Okay, Mr. Makianite. His wife's sing-song voice, inflected with a translucent smile. Are you ready for the princess trick? Invisible ankles wrap around the small of his back and pull. His cock disappears. A sharp inhale, a shivery sigh, and then Sakura sings, ta-da. They lie in the soft saffron light from Taikon's surface. The world hanging before their cabin's broad window like a golden medallion. Grant admires the cool blue of his wife's skin in the pockets of shadow his body makes on hers. I take it you're not angry, he says. I was. Her tail's dark paintbrush tuft traces, figure eights on his thigh. I was quite angry. I took a walk, and I took a few breaths and got a tad more sober. And you're right. She sighs. I would have fallen apart if you'd told me. I'd have had a nervous breakdown on the damn command deck at the thought I'd put you in danger. And you did handle it. That's what royals do. I should have told you. We just saved a fucking civilization, she says. And we were about to bicker about a communicator call. And she burps. Hellfire. I am still rather drunk. He laughs under his breath. When you put it like that. It was my call that exposed you in the first place. And I was about to be quite a hypocrite. You're not angry, are you? I was getting ready to be. He reaches out and finds an invisible shoulder. Now I guess I'm not. Me neither, she says. I am working on my temper. I have sworn to myself that before I unleash it on you, I'll give my stupid brain a chance to vent it out. You're not stupid. Yes, I am. Grant, oh my God, put me down. No way. Grant hoists her higher and curls her legs up in his arms to halt her erratic kicking. You insulted my wife. I will bite you. Say you're a genius and I'll let you go. I'm a genius. Her tail wraps around the nape of his neck. Release me, Makianite. Changed my mind. He flops backward and holds her in place against his chest. Go ahead and bite me. She nips his shoulder. He grunts, more out of surprise than any actual pain, and chuckles. You little gremlin. Her tail wags. Her fangs rest lightly against his chest. You told me to, she says, in stilted English. He rubs his shoulder and feels a few flecks of damp under his hand. He jolts momentarily. Is that blood? But when he brings it to his face, it's clear and shiny. What's this? Oh, hellfire. She sits up and wipes her palm across his chest, where a little more of the sweet-scented stuff sits. That's the, nectar. If you get excited enough, you can accidentally, sprinkle some. For real. His lips curl up. Nectar like for the breeding bite? Not enough to do anything. Even if I'd broken the skin. Her blush deepens. I wonder if perhaps we could talk about something else. Or stop talking altogether, even. He wipes the rest of the nectar on the bed and rolls her over into little spoon position. Okay. They watch the world hover out their window. There's a line of pinprick lights from the Ectoran ships bringing their people home again. What they were about to do, Grant murmurs. Burn in defiance, I mean. There's a piece of me that gets it. Is there? He nods into her hair. This snagging little Makianite piece of me. It thinks the moral, ethical thing, the only thing that would make me righteous, would be to die fighting the Empire. She draws his arms over her shoulders. But I'm not going to do that, he continues. Because I want to live. I love my life too much. I love you way too much. I love these abs. He cradles her stomach. And the little noise you make when I kiss them. I love how gentle you are with me. I love the shit that you let me get away with, that you're willing to try. I love that I can see the kindness in you, even through all the imperial decrees and the bomb in your head and the planet-killing worship and the cold face you show the firmament. I can't see you as the enemy. I could never. I think you're the best fucking person I've ever met, and it's insane to me that you love me back as much as you do. It makes perfect sense to me. She kisses his wrist. So, he says. In conclusion, I'm not going to fight. Next time you want to squeeze me into a costume as ridiculous as that fishy goddess one, you're going to have to. She twists around. I'll claw your face off. That's a shame. He plays with her fingers where they interlace with his. I have a lot of costume ideas I'd love to see you in. Oh. Her horns twitch. I mean, we could negotiate. You're good at negotiating. He pokes her little stomach. You're good at negotiating. You're good. You're good. You're fucking great. She flops her thigh over him. Your guitar tamed a fucking solar system, Grant Hyde. His vision unfocuses and turns Tychon into a bokeh smear. Yeah, I guess it did. You should be so proud. She plays with his hair. You are proud, right? I am. He tries to find the words as his mind comes sloping gradually down from its drunkenness and high emotion. I mean, of course it doesn't bother me. Not considering what the alternative would have been. Outside their window, a sliver of moon has begun to rise from the rim of the world. Soon the sigil of the pike will be visible on its surface. I can't help but feel, though, he says. They're myths. They're songs. We took advantage of them. She shakes her head. I disagree, Dove. You don't think that's what did it, in the end? That's not what I disagree with, she says. I disagree it was a myth. His brows knit. The Ectoran legend spoke of an angelic being, she says, that would descend from the heavens in their darkest hour, to bring songs of salvation and deliver the children of Ect from war and cataclysm. Her nose rubs his. I was the one in the costume, she whispers. But isn't that exactly what you did? 6 cycles later. Grant looks out his window at the Imperial City. A horizon crowded with airlanes and towering buildings, built upon more buildings. Great marble edifices and grand skybridges. Somewhere in that building directly across from him, Sakura is giving an address to the rest of the Void Convocation about her activity since their last meeting and her imprisonment and the annexation. Behind her on stage, he knows, is a group of Ecteran High Counselors who have been pleaded with to look happy to be in front of an audience of governesses and void princesses and noblewomen from across the frontier and the Imperial Corps. He should be there, too, by her side. But the men who took him from his delegation did not phrase it as a choice, and when Sakura tried to argue, they showed her a piece of paper that killed her protests in her throat. He can only pray she's doing a good job while worried sick about what's happening to him. Whatever is about to happen to him. They were optimistic, he knows that. About the prince thing. If there are to be consequences, he's prepared to make enough of a royal stink about it that they fall on his head and not hers. He turns to the sound of the door opening. I don't know who I'm waiting for, he says to the gold and ivory armored men who have been guarding him. But if I'm still here by the time my wife is finished with her address, there will be problems. They step aside. Prince Grantide, the Empress says. Hello. Never fear, this won't take long. Grant's body stops obeying his brain's commands. Just as well, his brain's been stun-locked. The Empress adjusts her glasses with one ring-encrusted hand. Walk with me, won't you? I do believe you and your wife complement one another nicely. The Empress leads Grant through high-ceilinged, echoing halls in stark white and sumptuous gold. I've been watching you too. The latest annexation is going well, I hear. Yes, High Majesty. Grant is trying not to shuffle like a zombified space case. Trying to project any confidence. I've read the reports. She chuckles. Quite novel, your solution. We had every confidence in it, High Majesty. Is that too proud? But we're relieved it worked, he adds. He is far from prepared for this. The Ecteran delegation seem reserved, the Empress says. But that's to be expected, Yes, High Majesty. That's a mainly Ecteran crew aboard the ZKV they arrived at, yes? Yes, High Majesty. Under Taikari naval supervision. They're learning quickly. That's good. What's the name of the vessel mean, do you know? In Taikari. Rivenland 2, High Majesty. Grant ducks an ornate crossbeam. At its captain's request. Rivenland. HM. The Empress tilts her head. Well, pass my felicitations to them. We will, High Majesty. The Empress's sandals go clack, clack across the tile. Something I meant to mention while I've got you. She snaps her fingers. The matter of the husbands of the Void. I've had a go-around with the peerage of the Void princesses. I'm sympathetic to your case, cousin, but there were concerns from some of Sakura's peers about operational security that I found rather convincing. The ZKZs are our most crucial military assets. Can't just plunk a foreign entity in one without some safeguards. She smirks. Certain Void Princess pet projects aside, that is. A stab of disappointment lodges in Grant, but he decides the best thing is to give this one a humored smile. Lady Ipken Mektaka has been genially and politely confined aboard the Pike, while a spirited debate over her future is conducted. So, the Empress continues. The system's staying in place, but we're ratifying a path to citizenship. Letter of recommendation from the wife after 20 cycles of good behavior, a panel interview, and if all checks out, they're in. Your citizenship, of course, remains in place. She smiles. No interview required. She stops in her tracks. She turns and looks up at him with a probative expression, mouth thinned. Does that suit you, Prince Grantide? Grant's taken aback by the sudden, intense scrutiny. Yes, High Maj. No, her head tilts. It doesn't, does it? His pulse drums at his jugular. High Majesty. I beg your forgiveness. You haven't been in the Empire long. Or, she chuckles dryly. Not to your knowledge. As Imperial law would have it, you've been my subject since your birth. He bows as low as his skeletal structure allows. As you say, High Majesty. When he comes up, she's started walking again. You don't like it much. He hurries after her. What, High Majesty? The Empire. She looks over her shoulder. You don't like it? High Majesty, he swallows to try and tend his dried throat. It doesn't work. I've been so grateful to you and to the princess. I've never meant to offend. A shake of her head clatters the earrings that festoon her. You've made no social error, cousin. I'm merely observing. And noting with interest how you've intervened in Cousin Sakura's affairs. I'm doing my best to be a loyal. Since returning to her post, the princess has ably governed through 2 potentially disastrous events. And she has clung to you the entire time. That's what caught my eye in the first place. That's why I am paying close attention to you. The Sakura I knew, before her imprisonment, shared her sister's aloofness when it came to the tamer sex. I conclude you're what's changed. Grant's hands are coated with sweat. Thank you, High Majesty. She favors him with a small, tight smile. You're a looker, aren't you? I imagine the firmament could easily see you as a fancy bauble the void princess bats around. Some simple stress relief. But you have given me cause to look closer. The strident clacks space out as she slows down. I see a man slowly coming into his power, the Empress says. Pressing against the bars, seeking the places they'll bend and the places they won't. Would I caution him? I would. She gives him a sharp look over her glasses. Especially during his time on Tykar. He nearly faints. Would I punish him? The Empress pushes her glasses back up her face. Not yet, I think. But recall, cousin, that you remain a probational citizen for another 3 cycles. You and the princess are moving in haste. An uncharitable interpretation of your actions might conclude that you are too disruptive to be given the freedom that you're test driving. An uncharitable monarch might strip that freedom and the attendant princely title away from you. Majesty, his voice is a tight whisper. But I am charitable, Grantide. Wouldn't you say? Yes, Majesty. Of course. Good. And here we are. She takes hold of a plain, unadorned knob and opens a door designed to blend unobtrusively into its marble wall. She holds it for Grant. Beyond is a small, ornately appointed sitting room, like something out of a Vatican City drama. Go on, cousin. Grant steps through the threshold and the door shuts. He turns around. Empress Zithra 19 has a compact, stubby gun in her hand, pointed right at his chest. I hope you'll pardon the conversation piece, she says. This won't take long. Grant's feet are lead. Remove your anti-compel glasses, cousin Grantide. He does. Her eyes flash. She gestures with the gun to a hardwood chair with a small red cushion on it. Sit. His mind is racing. He sits. She steps in front of him. Flash. Clap your hands. He claps his hands. Flash. Say my name backward. 19 RDZ. Flash. Tell me what you really think of me. You're a principled monster. A principled monster. Those language pathways are quite baked. She chuckles and lowers the gun. I do wonder how much of you is Makion and how much of you is uniquely you. I suppose we'll find out someday. Grant's fingers tighten on his armrest. Flash. Take this gun. She holds it out. He takes it. It's not like a Navy piece. There's no print key on this. If it's loaded, it's live in his hands. Flash. Shoot yourself in the head. Grant stares at the Empress. Then he stares at the gun. He keeps staring, and the world beyond it, the life he's built for himself within it, splinter and crack and fall away. The Empress of Tykar makes a satisfied little hum like she's just figured out a difficult Sudoku. There you are. Grant's throat has thickened to the point of speechlessness. The Empress gently pries the gun from his limp hand. Kindly remain here, Prince. I'll return presently. She pauses in the doorway. I don't mean to imply any doubts about your allegiance, cousin, but if you're not here when I'm back, I'll execute your wife. And I'd really hate to do that. Back in a tick. Grant doesn't know how much time passes as he sits in gut-somersaulting torment. He should have done it. He should have shot himself. He should have shot the Empress. Surely the gun wasn't loaded. Was it? Would she have loaded it? It felt heavy. An unobtrusive click as the door opens. The Empress has returned, with a lady in a dark violet cloak, its hood up. Grant watches her stride in front of him again. How did you know? He asks. His voice is hollow and ringy in his ears. He remembers this. This is how it was when Drake told him the jig was up. I am Zithra 19, the Empress says. When I wish to know, I know. She strolls behind the desk and takes a seat. So, now that we are better acquainted, let's get to the gist of why you are here, yes? He nods dumbly. Do you know why I hate compulsion, cousin Grantide? He feels drunk. Or stoned. He feels like he's moving in a dream. Why, he asks. Because it's a weapon that I cannot regulate. I think of my enemies with this weapon. I think of my friends, vulnerable to it. It enrages me so profoundly that it closes my throat. I can't control it. She leans forward. Her hands press flat on the desk. And I hate what I cannot control, cousin Grantide. The cloaked woman shuffles to the Empress's side. I have regulated it, the Empress says. I have reformed it. I have reversed it onto the compellers, thanks to Compound 70. Still, it stubbornly resists total mastery. Still, a full half of my servants are vulnerable. Still, I cannot reward their loyalty with protection. Complete protection. Goggles are cumbersome and removable. Corneal replacements are crude and obvious. But you. The Empress taps her finger against her chin. You hid from me. You and your wife. You hid quite well. Well done, you. You are unorthodox. And you have made Sakura unorthodox. You've taken one of my most dependable tools and remade her into a woman for which I have no precedent. An unpredictable void princess. I suppose you could call that treason if you were feeling uncharitable. But, well, she sighs. It's my fault, too, isn't it? I gave you your citizenship. Please, Grant whispers. Please, High Majesty. Mercy. For Sakura, at least. Kindly be silent, cousin. There's no trace of impatience or anger in the Empress's voice. Until I have finished. Grant's mouth shuts. When you have diverted from my bylaws, it has been in obedience of my goals, the Empress says. I value loyalty from all my subjects. But the rest of them were born into it. Were raised to love me. Come from worlds plastered with my face. Can be compelled. Your loyalty, in contrast, is unsurprisingly imperfect. But I find myself strangely satisfied by how you struggle, regardless. Stand up. Grant stands. I won't execute you. And I won't take your planet, Cousin Grantide. Not yet. The Empress's brow quirks. It has my rapt attention now. But I have been and continue to be a patient woman. I have waited a very long time for a man like you, for instance. She sits back. In fact, Cousin Grantide, she says, I intend to keep your secret. His mouth gapes. You do. I don't have the time to protect it, of course, so you'd be well served by a little more caution. But this is not the day the Machianite secret is revealed to the Empire. She smiles wide enough to show her age-blunted fangs. Not if you do me a favor in turn. The woman in the cloak steps forward. That's my cue, yes? The Empress nods. The stranger comes to the front of the desk and lowers her hood. She's wearing anti-comps. She raises them to her forehead. Her eyes are the red of a Taikari woman's, but off, somehow. Curious. There's a ring of white around the pupil. From one freak to another, she says. Good afternoon, my big weird bastard. This is Specialist Gefreiter Axena of Taikar, the Empress says. The creator and the wellspring of Compound 70. And the unluckiest bitch by birth in the Empire, Axena says. A genuine genetic marvel. You like the eyes? She bats her lashes. He sees his confused reflection in them. What do they mean? They mean I'm screwed, Axena says. My parents meddled, you see. But they didn't have pockets deep enough to do it proper. I am the result of black market genome fuckery. A miracle fetus that should never have been viable. But born I was. And now I meddle, too. By the good grace of my Empress, I meddle quite a lot. Can you not compel? Oh, I can. Her eyes flash. Stick out your tongue. Grant sticks his out on reflex. Axena sticks hers out too. You thee my situation, she says. I can compel. But every time I do the fucking thing, I compel myself too. She pushes her tongue back into her mouth. I compel and am compelled. How's that for a shit sandwich? I thought that was impossible. It is, she says, brightly. As are you. We synthesized Compound 70 from my blood. Mad little mistake that I am. You are the key to Compound 71. Compound 71. Grant looks helplessly between the Empress and the geneticist. You don't mean? Yes, cousin. The Empress's eyes are wider than Grant's ever seen them. Invisible, flawless protection. The ultimate defense for my species' ultimate weapon. The male-born curse, finally brought to heel beneath the might of the Imperial boot. You think my blood is going to do that? No, no. Axena cackles. No, dummy. We need the Machianite and the Taikari genome combined. She laces her fingers together. That takes a great deal of delicate work. But she brings her palms clapping together. There's a shortcut. A way we're better at because we've done it with every vassal species we've come across. A way to let nature do the heavy lifting. A way that needs your fluids, yes. But not your blood. Her fangs gleam in her wide smile. I don't need your blood, Majesty, she says. I need your sons. End of Volume 3. It's all women, Talim says. Wonder why. On the Ready Room camera bank, they watch the drone feed as it follows the Ectoran patrol squad. Pentine is here as their proctor, tablet in hand. Talam is here to bother Pentine until the sortie's done, and they can get out onto the range for some target practice. They're still manufacturing the anti-comps for the dudes, Pentine says. Gotta make them special on account of the tiny ears. Like wraparounds? You figure. And the ladies are the soldiers, usually. They're the biggest and the strongest. A chatter of LMG fire from the ridge opposite the Ectoran signals that the ambush is sprung. A hardlight Amadari Howler squad leaps from the rocky outcropping and sprints toward the test subjects. Howling, appropriately enough. The Ectorans break for cover from the snapping gunfire and return fire in staccato bursts. The Howler holograms caterwaul and dart as they approach. They're so cautious, Talam says. Wasn't expecting that. They're so big and muscular, and they stick to cover. Well, sure, Pentine says. They've never had HAK suits. They'll get with the program. A half-score howlers have become fizzing corpses by the time they reach the Ectorans. A battle cry rises from the lead Ectoran Marine in roaring response to the digitized Amadari. She yanks a curved blade from its scabbard on her midsection and surges forth from behind her slayed outcropping. Hate to be their CQC proctors, Pentine observes, as the Ectorans burst from cover. I wouldn't. Learn a thing or two. Talam whistles at the flying takedown their point woman executes. Maybe get head scissored by some big fish girl thighs. They'd break your skull, dude. Talam chuckles. What a way to go, though, right? Pentine punches his shoulder. There's one right there. Talam looks up from the monitors. An Ectoran in full HAK has stomped into the Ready Room, trailing mucky snow from the wilderness conditioning course. She moves to the gear lockers near the two Marines and starts disassembling her gear. She's head and shoulders taller than either of them, almost 2 meters tall, if Talam had to guess. So, Talam gives her a brief wave. Not like they can understand us. The woman glances at them, and then glances away again as she stows her rifle. Ectoran HAK armor is based on the Zue-Iranian shock trooper pattern, though it's been sized up and modified to account for her people's musculature and curves. Both of which, Talam is not afraid to admit, he has been ogling with an abandon afforded to him by his hidden eyes. Anti-comps suck and are annoying, and if you go too long without wearing them, they give you a headache when you put them back on. But as far as giving people the once-over, it comes in handy to hide where you're looking. And Talam finds himself giving the new Ectoran soldiers the twice or thrice over. They're so broad-hipped and buxom that even in heavy HK armor, they're always unmistakably feminine. This one unbuckles a white pauldron from her shoulder, looks sort of like the scarlet markers the Black Pike sergeants wear, and tugs her helmet off. Ectorans do not look like Taikari. Not like the Makianite prince does. There's a reason the Pike's garrison calls them fish faces. Blunt, shark-like snouts, deep-set amber eyes, and mouths full of razor teeth. But there's something about them, to Talam at least. Something magnetic. This particular woman's face bears a subtle set of scars across her forehead, like the claw of some boreal beast, one of which has carved a fetching notch into her eyebrow. There's a lethal grace about her smooth and exact movements. A martial beauty, like a finely crafted saber's. Plus, when she takes her breastplate off, her tits are the size of his fucking head. So that is cool, too. Talam's fists tighten as he observes the display from the corner of his eyes. I am seriously thinking about going fishing, dude. Pentine snorts. You're an uncomplicated man, Tail. That's my charm point. The Ectoran's finished getting her armor off. She picks her tactical scabbard up off her discarded armor and straps it around her thick thigh. Talam double takes. Is she allowed to take that big-ass dagger with her? Sure, Pentine says. It's a ceremonial thing. You know what an Ectoran squad calls itself? A knife. Like 10 Ectorans is one knife. That is fucking hard-horned, Talam says. Extremely. Pentine watches the Ectoran unit on screen finish off the final howler. 2 of the 10-woman unit have the blinking green casualty indicator lit on their chests. 2 wounded after a howler ambush. Goddamn. Makes you wish we could have a few on the pike, huh? We've got a few days left with them. Talam leans on the camera bank and, out of the corner of her eye, watches the Ectoran woman shake out the frilly fin-like fringe atop her head, which drapes down her scalp like a pixie cut. What do you think? That enough time for some diplomacy? They have those keepers who are around our size. You gotta think some of them would be into Taikari guys. I'm gonna mark that as satisfactory and rec some extra HAK training. Pentine taps on his tablet. You're really caught on this, huh? Sure, Talum says. Be nice to be on top for a change, you know? On top. Pentine snorts. Now you're really delusional. Talum smirks. How is an Ectoran chick gonna hold me down? They can't even compel. Tail. They're huge. Yeah, and... Talum taps his chest plate. I'm a Marine. I got adrenal implants, I got training. I eat fish for breakfast. Without the compulsion, how are you gonna handle a Taikari Marine? I mean, you remember that cruiser? You and me and Jax, we were in the only actual combat that Ectorans and Taikari had. That was over before it started, really. Pentine slips his anti-comps off and tugs his helmet on. And Jax did the shooting. That's my point, dude. Talum finds his own helmet. We mopped the floor. The Ectoran glances their way, her expression probing. She tilts her head like she's trying to figure out what they're saying. Then she racks her folded-up armor into its place and stalks out of the room. Pentine snorts as he hits the range door release. If she could understand you, you'd be fucked right now. They step out into the frigid taiga. Talum elbows his vambrace. You say that like it's a bad thing. All right, gals. Ajax strides into the barracks and smacks his gauntlet fist on the prefab strut by the door. His Majesty's on the way. Tighten up. The casual chattering soldiers hop to their feet and assemble, the small handful of women in front, the majority male detachment lined up behind them. The man who enters the barracks, stomping off snow and blowing into his hands, is not like the man they removed from Makion. He doesn't look at you the same. Pentine says it's just that their brains are filing him under Prince now. Talum isn't convinced. God, it's cold on Herrick. Feels like my horns are gonna fall off. Prince Grantide of Makion inclines his head. Afternoon, Marines. The princess sends her regards and regrets that she's still cooped up with the politicos. Talum's head notches higher. Around him the Marines stand a little straighter as they salute. Prince Grantide of Makion started as something of a joke aboard. Big and ungainly and with a face like he was always about to apologize for taking up space. Just a few announcements. Won't take long. Grant walks to the other end of the barracks, where a speaker's plinth sits comically low at his waist, and takes a notepad out of the pocket of his fur-lined tunic. 4 days from now, we're getting back on the pike and sweeping for the Void Convocation. That's further than any Ectoran has ever been from home. And we'll be hosting the new governess of Ectora as well as her delegation aboard the Canakel. They're going to be tense and anxious. So you're all going to take good care of them. And we'll show the Empress the job we've done getting the Pike Sector's newest Imperial citizens ready for the Corps. What else? He flips the page. Right. As part of the delegation, we've got a pilot program aboard. Some of Ectora's top Armada infantry have volunteered to take the language implant to hasten their training into the Imperial Navy Corps. Their pathways are baked in, and we're integrating them into the crew. You'll recognize them by the white left pauldrons on their uniforms or their white armbands when they're out of it. Grant gestures to his shoulder. Talum's heart skips like a scratched record. Wouldn't go amiss to introduce yourselves to them and get some camaraderie going, Grant says. It's a good opportunity to learn more about Ectorans from them directly. Okay, that's all from me. Keep up the good work, boys. He glances Pentine's way. The Marines raised a hand. Talum glances in panicky consternation. Shut up, man. You have a question, Private Pentine? Just a quick clarification, sir. You're saying that a white pauldron means they can understand what we're saying. Correct, Grantide says. Every word. The prince squints across the barracks. Are you alluding to something, Pentine? Only making sure I get you, Majesty. Grantide offers a bemused grin. All right, Private. You good, Talum? Talum snaps his face forward. Yes, sire. Grantide salutes. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. At ease. The Marines salute. His Majesty returns it and heads back through the barracks out the way he came. Ajax falls in with him and cuffs Pentine on the arm as he passes. Can you chucklefucks stop chucklefucking in front of the prince? Won't happen again, Sarge, Pentine says. Ajax is almost always fully armored and visored, but the sergeant has mastered the ability to look fed up behind a solid inch of HK ceramic. He follows the prince out. Hey, whispers Fian, behind them. Why does Talum look like he's about to shit himself? Talum tries to untie his tongue. He's just got a lot of thoughts about how to get some camaraderie going, Pentine says. My theory, Talum says, over the chatter and music of the taproom. My theory is that the prince extracted some kind of Machianite blood promise from Her Majesty to get her off. And that's why now he's got equal hold on the pike. His unit clusters at a long table near the stack of kegs that serves as the quartermaster team's desk and primary product. The more food and drink Talim gets into himself, the less worried he is about the whole thing. What's done is done, and he'll just pretend it never happened, and if he ever sees that scarred Ectoran lady again, he'll ignore her if he can, and take his licks if he needs to, and then it'll be fine. Why would Princess Sakura honor a Machianite blood promise? Pentine asks. 'Cause she's honorable, man, Talim says. Honor's one thing. Zwina takes one of Talim's spring rolls and drops a fritter in its place as repayment. She licks grease off her thumb. But honoring the traditions of a barbarian planet that was fixing to dissect her? Maybe it was just a normal-ass promise, I don't know. You're getting hung up on the blood part. Talim slides his plate away, clinking it against his dark, fizzy beer. Why do you never just get your own roll, Sarge? Your complaining makes them taste better, Zwina says. A shadow falls across the table. It's cast by a familiar, scarred Ectoran. Behind her are two more, another female, thin and rangy, with a nose ring in her snout, and a rust-colored keeper with a shoulder-length fringe and two full-sleeve tattoos. All three of them have white armbands. Talim's training has prepared him for zero-gravity firefights and basic trauma medicine and combat with the weaponry of half the firmament. Something tells him it has not prepared him for what is about to happen. The scarred woman's uniform jacket is tied around her waist by its sleeves. A sergeant's pips are sewn into its shoulders. The stitched name tag hangs in the middle of her expansive thigh, just over the cleaver-sized knife strapped to it, Kiva. Her golden shark eyes sweep across the table of suddenly silent Taikari Marines. Clear out, she says. Sergeant Ajax frowns. What? This is Knife 7's table. Sergeant Kiva jerks her head. Clear out. Find another spot. Hey, lady, Sergeant Zwina says. You can't. Her voice dies as Kiva approaches her and stands directly over her, the Ectoran's massive shadow an eclipse over her protestation. There's a lot of room, Zwina says, somewhat pitifully. Don't care, Kiva says. All right, Marines. Ajax stands up. New spot. Talim's fingers dig into the fabric by his knees. Sarge. Private Talim, Ajax says. We're not gonna wag our dicks and cause a diplomatic incident. Plus. He nods to the other end of the tap house. Corner booths open. Kiva's scarred gaze slides to him. You're Talim. Yes, I am. He takes a step toward the booth. We're just gonna sit back down, she says. You stay. He looks at Ajax. You gonna hurt him? Ajax asks. The thick cords in her shoulders shift as she shrugs. That's up to him. I'll take yes or no, Ajax says. That gets an unfriendly grin out of her. Lots of teeth. Ajax does not flinch. He just folds his arms. No, she says. Ajax looks past her to where Talim sits frozen. What did he do? Talked, Kiva says. What are you gonna do? Talk. Ajax clicks his tongue. Find out you did anything else. There'll be problems. Fine. All right. Ajax gives Talim an incline of his head and plucks his curry off the table. The Taikari Marines gather their food and drinks and move over to the booth on the far end of the taproom. Talim wants to call him back, but his voice isn't working right, and instead, he just makes a plaintive ha noise. And now he is alone with the Ectorans. Nose ring at his left. The tatted keeper at his right. Kiva sits directly in front of him, her chair turned back to front so that her big fat aquatic tail has room to hang. She folds her burly arms on its backrest. Her heavy breasts settle over them. There's a yellowed tusk on a chain around her neck. It nestles in her copious cleavage. They stare at one another for a few silent seconds. Talim raises his hand with the care of a man held at gunpoint and takes the handle of his beer. He draws a bracing gulp. Kiva watches him place the stein back on the table. What's your deal? She asks. What's my deal? She nods. Nothing, Talim says. I don't have a deal. That's it. What do you want me to say, Sergeant? You had a lot to say the other day. She taps her blunt digits on the table. Heard you were a talker, Nose Ring says. I'm just eating, all right? He gestures to the rolls. I don't want to get into whatever you're trying here. Kiva examines the plate. Not fish. What? Said you ate fish for breakfast. It's not breakfast. She laughs. It is not a warm sound. Her two backups join her. Why did Talim say that? He should be de-escalating. Or getting his ass out of here. Yes, maybe that. He stands up. Kiva's catcher's mitt hand fires out and snags his forearm. Didn't say you could go. I got places to be, he says. And you're not my CO. She reaches across the table with both hands. She takes hold of his waist. She tugs downward with irresistible force. For a foolhardy second, he tries to stay standing, but it's useless. He thumps back into his chair. She slowly releases him. She sips her beer. She taps her forehead. Know why I got this implant? She asks. What else can he say? Why? 'Cause I like strong, she says. And the Empire strong is what I figured. Strong enough for me. She drains her beer. She clacks the stein onto the table. Now I'm wondering, was I wrong? Beer's weak, Nose Ring says. Music's weak, the keeper adds. Are the men weak? Kiva asks. We know how to do our duty, Talum says. And follow orders. That's not weakness. Follow orders. She smirks. Huh. She slides his beer across the table to her and drains it, too. He scoffs, and it helps to knock his tightening throat open again. Are we square now? She belches. Square. He gestures to the beer. Is that what I owe for what I said? She chuckles. Her golden eyes are narrow in the shadow of her scarred brow. She stands up, her seat making a loud protest as it scrapes back, and he flinches, which grows her toothy grin by another couple of cuspits. God damn it. She thumps down next to him in the booth. Her big round, but lands with enough force it bounces the wooden planks beneath him. No, she says. We're not square. A rumble of laughter from her goons. They scoot their chairs closer. The keeper makes a cooing sound. Look. He's blushing. When Taikari fuck, Nose Ring says, do the men get compelled? Why are you? He looks from Nose Ring back to Kiva. What do you want? She leans against him. There is a startlingly soft smush across his shoulder. I want you to answer Shan's question. Something digs into his clavicle. It takes him a moment to realize what he is feeling. Sergeant Kiva has pierced nipples. Sometimes, he says. So that's what you were saying, Kiva says. Talking about how's an Ectoran chick gonna hold me down. Look, he says. I didn't think, I would never have. If I held you down, do you think you could get back up? Her arm drapes across his shoulders. Sergeant. Try it. I'm not gonna. Her voice drops into a wrought iron growl. Try it. He plants his feet on the floor and tries to push off, tries to get distance from her. The sculpted expanse of her arm is like a fleshy steel girder on his back. His face is hot, his throat flutters. Is his adrenal suite firing off or something? Her hand tightens on his bicep. Her tail snakes past his hindquarters, so thick and blubbery, so much bigger than a Taikari's, and nudges against his far hip, dragging him closer. It is becoming impossible to avoid contact with the muscled swoop of her waist. Her skin is slick and hairless and cool to the touch. What are you doing? He manages. She just sits. Sits and grins. Her forearm drapes past his shoulder to his front. Her massive hand fans its broad fingers out on his chest. Your heart's going fast, she says. You nervous? He swallows. I'm agitated. Kiva's hewn arm bends and slides him further into the crook of her body. Do you know what I reckon, girls? What's that, Kiv, says Nose Ring, practiced and prompt. I reckon this is the kind of boy I look for. Her hand is snaking up, from his chest to his shoulder, to the back of his neck, where it sits like a heavy shackle. The keeper giggles. I think he might be. Under his uniform, Talum's back is coated with sweat. What kind of boy? Kiva's breath is hot and spiced with alcohol. The kind, she says, that's desperate to prove they ain't afraid of me. I'm not afraid of you, he says. She leans down, so they are eye to predatory eye. The fabric of her quilted tank strains against the swell of her chest. Nose Ring and the keeper are grinning at one another, but he hardly notices them. Her gaze has snared him as surely as if she'd flashed him. Her huge purple tongue emerges from behind her pearlescent teeth. Talum chokes a tight breath of disbelief as it lands on his jaw and traces a hot, glistening trail up the entire length of his trembling ear. Hot breath huffs against his skin. In her deep, contralto rumble, Sergeant Kiva says, "Prove it."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.